Wei Xin stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, being selected as an internal tester for Crimson Soil. However, events took a bizarre turn as she discovered that she was not merely engaging in a holographic game, but had traversed into a tangible parallel world. In a forest of steel and iron, people grappled for survival, while the powerful reveled under the neon glow. Corporations held the reins of the economy, and a super artificial intelligence monitored every move of the populace. Extraordinary beings, cyborgs, secret cults, and aberrations emerged upon the stage of this era. The moment Wei Xin logged into the game, an unsettling premonition washed over her that something monumental was about to occur. What should one do upon realizing that their in-game identity is that of a federal-level wanted fugitive, while also serving as an undercover agent within the official apprehension department? The answer is, the most perilous locales often serve as the safest havens enact a ruse of pursuing oneself and await an opportunity to vanish into the shadows. Name: Wei Xin. Identity: an undercover agent dispatched by a rebel organization to the Federal Apprehension Department. Mission: survive at all costs and strive for advancement. Upon reviewing her mission, Wei Xin felt a surge of urgency. Let us embark on this captivating tale together. Wei Xin was jolted awake by the notifications from a group chat. Her vision still blurred from slumber. She fumbled beneath her pillow for her phone, squinting to decipher the messages on the screen. The list of the first internal testers for Crimson Soil has been unveiled. Is that for real? The official website posted it 3 minutes ago. Image. Wow, who's that lucky? Only 10,000 in the first batch? This election is global, yet the slots allocated by the officials are exceedingly scarce. Wei Xin took a moment to respond sluggishly, and only after the drowsiness had dissipated did she recall that she had seemingly applied for the internal testing qualification under the encouragement of her classmates. She had casually filled out a questionnaire on the official website and submitted it, an act that had occurred several months prior. At that time, Crimson Soil had just released its teaser trailer, boasting the promotional tagline of a groundbreaking holographic game, a tangible second world. The unveiling of the trailer instantly captivated the attention of players worldwide, with the game's allure lying in its open world right for exploration and a myriad of career paths available. This game melded cyberpunk aesthetics with extraordinary elements, allowing players to either embrace a technological path as a fully mechanized cyborg or to awaken various peculiar abilities through the supernatural route. The IT was grounded in reality, yet transcended it, embodying an unparalleled sense of authenticity amidst its fantastical elements, as if it were seamlessly intertwined with the real world. What truly captivated Wei Xin were the final 2 lines of the game's synopsis. Light invariably begets darkness. Beneath the opulent facade of the city lies an ever-present decay. In this realm, survival and death are the eternal themes overshadowing wealth and power. Given such a description, perhaps Crimson Soil infused a darker essence into its offering beyond mere cyberpunk aesthetics and extraordinary abilities. Wei Xin opened the screenshots in her class group chat and observed that the game's officials would dispatch internal testing invitation emails to players' inboxes. Indeed, the initial batch of internal testers consisted of merely 10,000 individuals, with the official testing date set for tomorrow. It is noteworthy that merely a day after the opening of reservations for Crimson Soil, the global number of registrants surged past 10 million. Now, after several months of anticipation, that figure has soared beyond 100 million. From this vast pool of players, only 10,000 fortunate individuals will be selected to participate in the closed beta, rendering the odds of being chosen exceedingly slim. Despite her low expectations, Wei Xin opened her email to check for any updates. You have an unread message. The notification from her inbox startled Wei Xin, causing her heart to race as she sprang from her bed. Congratulations! You have been granted access to the closed beta of the game Crimson Soil. The subject line gleamed in striking red, and Wei Xin's expression became dazed as she repeatedly scrutinized the sender's details, meticulously cross-referencing them with the official email account, incredulously confirming it time and again. Once she was certain that the email was indeed from the official source, her mind raced with the exhilarating thought of striking it rich. The prospect of selling this beta access could yield a significant sum. The elation of a destitute soul. Wei Xin had long been accustomed to misfortune. Her father had absconded with investment funds after failing in business, while her mother, having remarried, sent a meager monthly allowance of 800 yuan. This was barely sufficient for meals, let alone for purchasing study materials and clothing. The second-hand smartphone in her possession was a result of her earnings from working at a milk tea shop. She resided alone in the old house left behind by her grandparents, diligently studying from dawn till dusk, akin to a resilient weed, tenaciously surviving against all odds. As summer vacation drew to a close, Wei Xan was set to embark on her university journey. Her academic performance had been commendable, securing her a place in a reputable institution, yet the burden of tuition and living expenses loomed large, casting a shadow over her aspirations that, if I could sell the beta testing qualification for Crimson Land, I would no longer have to worry about living expenses for quite some time. However, the subsequent line in the email extinguished Wei Xin's hopes. The beta testing qualification for Crimson Land is non-transferable and non-giftable. The invitation code is irrevocably linked to the player's registration information and cannot be altered. This beta test will not incur any fees and will not delete any accounts. Wei Xin's face fell in despair as the prospect of earning money was ruthlessly severed. In truth, she did not care much for the game. Her equipment was subpar, lacking even a holographic headset, rendering her unable to play. Filling out the game questionnaire had merely been a fleeting whim, a bid to join the excitement, mostly driven by the thought, what if the beta qualification could be traded? That would be a windfall. After much contemplation, Wei Xian sorrowfully concluded that although she had become one of the fortunate 10,000 globally, she remained an old miser and a perpetual unlucky soul. Having won the beta qualification, yet unable to experience the game, felt akin to possessing mountains of gold and silver, yet being unable to spend a single coin, a source of great frustration. With a sigh, she scrolled further down the screen. The email was brief and devoid of any substantial content. As she flipped to the end, she was pleasantly surprised to find a statement. Should the player agree to join the game, the gaming company will provide special game equipment. Wei Xian exclaimed, "Hooray!" Her worries had been alleviated. She would indeed have the opportunity to play the game. Her spirits soared like a roller coaster. At the end of the email, a link to a player survey was included. Intrigued, Wei Xian clicked on the link. Question 1. If given the opportunity to embrace a new beginning, would you be willing to accept it? Is there any need to ask? Without a moment's hesitation, Wei Xian selected the answer that signified affirmative. Being a newcomer represents a fresh beginning, and her current existence is already sufficiently dismal. How much worse could it possibly become? Question 2. Do you believe in the existence of deities in this world? Wei Xian chose no. She is a staunch atheist. Question 3. Would you desire to possess superpowers? Yes. Her aspiration for superhuman abilities does not contradict her atheism. You have completed the questionnaire. The relevant game documents and precautions have been sent to your email. Please check them. The internal test player anonymous forum has been made accessible to you. Kindly save the URL and register promptly. Wei Xian meticulously reviewed the new messages and, following the instructions, save the URL for the anonymous player forum. Certain contents of game internal testing are deemed trade secrets and are prohibited from dissemination. The presence of internal test players is to assist developers in identifying bugs and rectifying game flaws. The developers of Crimson Soil provided an internal test player forum, perhaps to furnish a space for these testers to communicate. Currently, 10,000 individuals have obtained internal testing qualifications. Thus, the content within the forum should be quite limited. She would be among the pioneering explorers of this forum. Wei Xian did not immediately register on the internal test forum. Instead, she opened her email to examine the newly received game files, which typically require players' signature for confirmation, constituting a contract, with legal repercussions for breach. Yes, she opened the new email. She became momentarily stunned after reading the first few lines. 6 pieces of advice for players of Crimson Soil. You may choose to adhere to them, or to disregard them, but the consequences of your choices shall rest solely upon your shoulders. First, regard the game world as a realm of reality. Second, refrain from disclosing your identity as a player to anyone. Third, do not reveal any content pertaining to the game. Fourth, life is singular, death is irrevocable. Fifth, should you choose to embark on this game, you will only traverse 2 paths: completion of the game or character demise. Sixth, everything comes at a price. Is it truly only these few statements? Is it not rather hasty for the game's declaration to consist solely of these words? Xin was utterly perplexed, merely engaging in a game, and the developers choose to shroud their cautionary notes in such enigmatic language, which seems rather tedious. The so-called real world is merely a marketing ploy, as everyone is well aware that this world is fictitious. Xin opened the game document, a file requiring her signature. She diligently read it from beginning to end, even perusing it twice, yet found no confidentiality clause within. However, the earlier 6 pieces of advice for players explicitly stated to avoid disclosing game content. How peculiar does this not present a contradiction? If they seek to prevent players from leaking information, why not include a confidentiality agreement in a legally binding document? Those few admonitions bear no enforceable weight. At the end of the document was an electronic signature field, and Xin inscribed her name in the designated area. As soon as the name was inscribed, a small page emerged, prominently displaying in bold red font. Do you confirm your entry into the game? You have but this one opportunity to exit. Only one chance to exit? Xin paid little heed to it, clicking confirm without a moment's hesitation. The page transformed, and a new prompt appeared. Contract completed. Welcome to your rebirth, Xin. What an oddly cryptic game this is, Xin mused, staring at the screen. After a moment of contemplation, she accessed the anonymous beta testing forum and clicked to register. The registration process was astonishingly straightforward. Simply inputting the beta invitation code sufficed. In the nickname field, she casually typed the number 233. All her gaming aliases were 233, for she possessed little talent for naming, and the few names she managed to conjure were often already taken. Hence, she had resorted to using 233 indefinitely. Once confirmed, the nickname cannot be altered. Xin shrugged it off and clicked confirm. A new message promptly sprang forth. You have become the 233rd registered player on the forum. Xin, huh? What a coincidence could it be that 233 is her lucky number? After a brief loading period, Xin beheld the forum page. The background shimmered with a cold metallic sheen. The layout was strikingly simplistic, and the functionalities were rather monotonous, consisting solely of posting, replying, and private messaging. Yet, in the upper right corner of the forum, a conspicuous blood-red Arabic numeral 10,000 stood out. Next to 10,000, a line of smaller text read, Number of survivors, for reasons unknown. Upon encountering the phrase number of survivors, Xin felt a sudden jolt in her heart, accompanied by a wave of palpitations. The forum was abuzz with dozens of posts adorned with the word new, as it had just opened, and players were only beginning to register. Each post was freshly minted. Xin refreshed the page, and a further 10 or so posts emerged, their titles displayed in English, Japanese, Russian, and Chinese, as players from around the globe converged upon this modest forum. She was able to awkwardly translate the general meaning of the English titles, but the other languages eluded her comprehension entirely. Casting a cursory glance at the existing Chinese posts, she observed titles such as Let's Embark on Our Adventure. Are there players from Magic City? Let's meet up, and my name must be among the top 100 posts, all trivial and devoid of substance. After a moment's hesitation, she clicked to create a new post, typing in the title. Does anyone find 6 points of advice for players a bit peculiar? Having completed the title, Xin found her cursor hovering over the submit button, unmoving for an extended period. She recalled the admonition, please regard the game world as a real world, along with the subsequent warning, you only live once, death cannot be reversed, and then glanced at the blood-curdling figure 10,000 at the top of the forum. It struck her as though something deep within her mind had been forcefully awakened. A sudden chill ran down her spine, though she could not ascertain the source of this dread. The sensation was abrupt and nearly absurd. Xin rubbed her forehead. How could the trope of entering a holographic game as akin to traversing into a real-world manifest in reality? Despite her attempts at self-reassurance, Xin inexplicably deleted her post and resolved to lurk and observe the situation. She incessantly refreshed the forum, meticulously perusing the Chinese threads. Moments later, a new post captured her attention. The game developers have completely neglected to mention how to ship game equipment. Has anyone received a holographic headset or installation package? No sooner had she read this than a knock echoed at her door. Instinctively, she stood and approached to peer through the peephole, yet saw no one. After a few moments, she cautiously opened the door and noticed a small, pitch-black box lying silently on the ground, inscribed with the words Crimson Soil. Upon opening the box, she discovered a silver metallic card, adorned with intricate yet skillful designs that intertwined to form a mechanical hand. Is this a game commemorative card? Wei Xian mused as she examined it, a shiver coursing through her. She recalled never having provided her address on the official game website. How then had this card arrived? A tightness gripped her chest as she slipped on her slippers and descended the stairs. Residing in an aging community, the facilities here were rather dilapidated, although surveillance cameras had been installed nearby. In the hallway, a group of elderly individuals were engaged in a game of mahjong, familiar faces among the neighbors. Wei Xian inquired, "Aunt Zhang, did the delivery man stop by just now?" "No, dear. Isn't Comrade Li usually here around 3 in the afternoon?" Aunt Zhang replied, pushing a row of mahjong tiles forward with a beaming smile. "Oh, I won. Did anyone go upstairs just now?" Wei Xian inquired earnestly. "No, not at all," replied Zhang Ma, preoccupied with her game of mahjong, not bothering to turn her head. Upon hearing this, even though it was the sweltering month of July, Wei Xian felt a chilling sensation creep down her spine. If no one ascended the stairs, then who had rapped upon her door? She had never provided any address information. How then had the game card for Crimson Soil been delivered precisely to her doorstep? She had merely signed the gaming agreement, and within a mere 5 minutes, the card had arrived. Wei Xian glanced down at the silver metallic card in her hand and turned it over. The reverse side bore an inscription: Depriver, Wei Xian, ID number 233. 233 was the gaming nickname she had just registered, as well as her sequence number on the forum. In that instant, a wave of unease swept over her. The unfolding events seemed to be hurtling towards an uncanny climax. In the dim light of the night, Wei Xian huddled in her bed, fixated on the glowing screen of her mobile phone. It was the dead of night, and sleep eluded her. The peculiar events of the day had left her feeling uneasy, preventing her from finding rest. Throughout the day, she had been incessantly refreshing the forum, perusing the posts made by beta testers. Struggling to comprehend the foreign language, she intended to take screenshots for translation. However, her phone notified her that screenshots were prohibited, compelling her to painstakingly type out the text for translation. The number of registered users on the forum was steadily increasing, as was the volume of posts. Many shared her bewilderment, with some inquiring about the 6-point announcement directed at players, as well as the shocking figure of 10,000 survivors displayed at the top of the forum. Additionally, several beta testers had received the enigmatic silver card, just as Wei Xian had, despite not having provided any address information on the official game website. Remarkably, the silver cards had been delivered accurately to their residences. Wei Xian clicked on the most popular post in Chinese. The original poster stated, "Though we live in an era of big data where privacy is nearly non-existent, is it not excessive for the game developers to act in this manner? If the officials do not address the issue of address acquisition, I would not hesitate to pursue legal avenues to protect my rights." The responses beneath this post were rife with agreement. However, another user replied, "I sense something is amiss, almost as if it were haunted. I reside in the countryside, where deliveries occur every few days. But guess how my game card was delivered? My cat wandered outside and inexplicably returned with something in its mouth. Upon inspection, I discovered it was my game card, inscribed with my real name and forum number. It is utterly absurd. 24L. I, too, reside in the countryside. The card startled me when I stumbled upon it while collecting eggs from the chicken coop. 36L. I ordered a household appliance online, and upon unboxing it, I discovered an additional box inside. Initially, I presumed it to be a complimentary gift from the seller, only to find it was a game card. This incident is not only absurd, but also eerie. The numbering corresponds to the order of forum registration, and the creation of the cards requires time. How could one possibly receive a card immediately after registering? Moreover, the methods by which players received their cards were varied and peculiar, enveloping everyone in an inexplicable aura of strangeness. Wei Xian exited the thread and opened a card-sharing post. The poster had obscured their real name and player number on the card before showcasing it. The card displayed by the poster differed slightly from Wei Xian's. The silver card in the post did not feature the image of a mechanical hand on its front, but rather a pair of scissors, sharp and menacing in appearance. Wei Xian's card bore the prefix Depriver, whereas this poster's card was prefixed with Agent, not Depriver. Why was that? What distinguishes a Depriver from an agent? Wei Xian furrowed her brow in contemplation. After browsing the forum for a while, she noticed a phenomenon. All the card-sharing posts featured cards prefixed as agents, with not a single card resembling hers as a depriver. Wei Xian reached out from the bedside to grasp the card, which emanated a shimmering silver light. Her true name and identification number were engraved upon it, serving as her identification. However, the significance of the 3 characters that read depriver eluded her comprehension. The events of that day enveloped Wei Xian in a fog of confusion. She glanced at the time, 23:59. In less than a minute, midnight would arrive, heralding the commencement of the official internal testing phase. With a sigh, she wearily rubbed her temples, preparing to sleep. For tomorrow she would seek a summer job to earn some money. Such was the stark, unadorned, and monotonous existence of a pauper. Just as Wei Xian was about to set her phone down, it vibrated unexpectedly. Upon closer inspection, she discovered an announcement from the forum. All 10,000 internal testers have successfully registered, and game identity cards have been issued. This internal test is a non-billing, non-deletion trial. There are no shortcuts in the game. Players are urged to remember the 6 pieces of advice and explore their own endings. We wish all players an enjoyable experience. Now, the game begins. The game begins. Caught off guard by this declaration, Wei Xian was astonished. Before she could react further, she noticed that her surroundings had transformed. The weight of her phone vanished from her grasp. She was no longer reclining on her bed, but instead found herself standing in an infinite expanse of darkness. She could see nothing above her and hear no sound around her. The peeling walls of the old house had disappeared. The dim light from the street lamp's window was gone, and the whirring of the fan was absent. Everything had returned to a state of eerie stillness. The dark tide enveloped Wei Xian, inch by inch consuming her entirely. She instinctively wished to cry out for help, yet her voice eluded her, reminiscent of a drowning soul. Ultimately, she succumbed to unconsciousness. You have entered a new realm. Please review your identity settings within this world. Name: Wei Xian Faction. Federation Resistance Title: Core member of the Mechanical Dawn Organization, Apprentice Security Officer of the Federation's 7th External Inspection Team. A Level 1 wanted criminal of the Federation and an undercover agent for the Resistance. Objective: to steal confidential intelligence from the Inspection Department, gain their trust, and provide intelligence support for the secret operations of Mechanical Dawn. A vague electronic voice resonated in her ears, and in the haze, she seemed to glimpse lines of text flashing before her. Wei Xian gasped in agony, feeling as if her head were being cleaved by an axe. The pain was excruciating. Sutures, a man beside her remarked, stitching her wounds together. He administered a powerful analgesic. She felt she could barely endure any longer. Was she on an operating table? Though she could not open her eyes, her consciousness surprisingly remained alert. Wei Xian felt a sharp needle pierce her arm, the drug coursing through her body. The analgesic took effect swiftly, alleviating her torment significantly. This was no dream. No dream had ever bestowed upon her sensations so vivid. Wei Xian comprehended that the circumstances she faced were undeniably abnormal, her plight defying all logic. Perhaps she truly encountered a situation that one would only expect to find in fantastical novels or cinematic productions, a traversal through time and space. She transitioned from her humble abode to an unknown realm. The analgesic she had just administered alleviated the physical pain that plagued her, allowing her to concentrate her thoughts. Although a sense of anxiety and panic enveloped her, she recognized that such emotions would serve no purpose. She understood that she must compose herself. The internal testing forum of Crimson Soil announced the commencement of the game, and in an instant, she was transported to a different location. Wei Xian surmised that she had been transported into the game world of Crimson Soil. In this realm, she possessed an alternate identity. Focusing intently, her previously dark vision abruptly unveiled a luminous screen. The screen displayed the identity settings she had just overheard pertaining to her existence in this world. Core member of the Mechanical Dawn Organization. Trainee Security Officer of the 7th External Patrol Team of the Federal Investigation Department. Federal Level 1 Fugitive, an undercover agent of the Resistance. Wei Xian. This. It seems my identity is rather complex. She meticulously read through the information repeatedly, overwhelmed by a sense of confusion. She had little understanding of what the Mechanical Dawn Organization entailed, yet the term core member was sufficiently weighty. As for the Federal Investigation Department, it appeared to be an official entity. Even more alarming was the revelation that she bore the title of a Federal Level 1 fugitive. What on earth was that? The designation of an undercover agent for the Resistance, upon first glance, appeared to be a perilous predicament. Being a traitor offered no promising future. Wei Xin had watched countless espionage films, and very few undercover agents met with favorable outcomes. She felt her future was bleak, with a tragic ending beckoning her. The incessant clatter of medical instruments echoed around her, and she could vaguely perceive the suture needle piercing through her flesh, tugging at her sinews. The frantic beating of her heart, which had surged upon regaining consciousness, gradually settled into a steady rhythm. Her mind was whirring, and her emotions were calming as she pondered. Time slipped by unnoticed until Wei Xin suddenly felt she could control her eyelids, the effects of anesthesia waning. The surgeon, who had been performing the operation, remarked, "The medication has worn off. You should be waking up soon." Wei Xin reluctantly dismissed the notion of continuing her feigned unconsciousness, and she slowly opened her eyes a crack. The glaring white light was uncomfortable, and a silver glint flickered incessantly before her eyes. Struggling to blink, she adjusted to the brightness and realized that the shimmering silver was not a light but the reflection off the surgeon's spectacles. With a slight movement of her head and a turn of her gaze, she dazedly surveyed the circle of doctors and nurses standing around the operating table. "You're awake?" The bespectacled doctor nodded at her, stating that the surgery had been successful. Wei Xin resolved to feign ignorance. She summoned her lifelong acting skills and feigned an effort to recollect. "What has happened to me?" The doctor displayed a sympathetic expression, gazing at her with pity. "Oh dear, you've had quite a misfortune. On your first field assignment during your internship, you encountered armed assailants. Alas, the culprits escaped, and you sustained a cranial injury." With a skull fracture? On the surface, Wei Xin appeared bewildered, yet inwardly she was elated. A skull fracture, such a grave injury provided her with a plausible excuse to feign amnesia. Having traversed into this realm without inheriting the original memories, she risked inadvertent exposure. Indeed. With a skull fracture and a significant wound on her head, blood gushing forth, the doctor kindly remarked, "But fret not, out with the old, in with the new." What did he mean by out with the old, in with the new? Wei Xin mused, "I seem to have forgotten many things." The doctor reassured her that a temporary state of confusion was normal and that she would feel better once the anesthesia wore off. "Your skull fracture is quite severe and challenging to mend. We've replaced that portion of your skull." With a cheerful demeanor, the doctor continued, "Utilizing the latest technology from the Federation, we have fitted you with a super lightweight alloy skull. Now, you need not fear sustaining a head injury while apprehending criminals." Wei Xin thought, "Good heavens, has she acquired the legendary iron skull? How delightful. In the future, in any altercation, a solid head but would surely leave her opponent dazed." After the surgery concluded, Wei Xin was wheeled out of the operating room by the doctor and nurses. The gurney glided effortlessly across the metallic floor, beneath the ethereal blue lighting of the corridor. Upon rounding a corner, a seamlessly fitting metallic door opened, and Wei Xin, along with the gurney, was ushered into a capsule-shaped recovery chamber. The lead surgeon had since changed out of his surgical attire. Donning a white coat adorned with a name badge that read Huang Xunliang, director of the medical office, Dr. Huang inserted an intravenous tube into Wei Xin's wrist, then closed the glass lid of the healing chamber, saying to her, "Rest well. Your wound is expected to heal within 12 hours. If you experience any discomfort, simply press the green call button to your right. I have another surgery to attend to, so I must take my leave." Wei Xin nodded silently as the doctor and nurse exited the room. Lying within the healing chamber, Wei Xin observed the internal display monitor showcasing various data. The instruments emitted constant beeping sounds, while the electrocardiogram fluctuated continuously, with her heart rate maintained between 80 and 110 beats per minute. Her blood pressure was slightly low, indicating mild anemia. All her bodily statistics were prominently displayed. Set against a cyberpunk backdrop, the world of Crimson Earth boasted advanced technology far surpassing that of the reality in which Wei Xin resided. The healing chamber, brimming with technological sophistication, seemed beyond the capabilities of Earth's current advancements. Despite her severe injuries, the doctor assured her that her wound would mend within 12 hours, a testament to medical technology unattainable on Earth. The tagline of Crimson Earth proclaimed it as a genuinely existing second world. To enter the game was akin to unlocking the gateway to this alternate reality. This assertion bore no embellishment. Wei Xin had indeed traversed dimensions. She pondered whether the 10,000 players who participated in the closed beta alongside her had similarly crossed into this realm, acquiring new identities and lives distinct from their former existence. Adaptable to various environments, Wei Xin was resilient, akin to wild grass, capable of caring for herself remarkably well even in the absence of parental guidance. Now she finds herself in an entirely new environment, one that is foreign to her. However, Kuei Xin remains optimistic, believing that although her in-game identity is exceedingly complex and perilous, she has managed to secure a relatively stable beginning. Currently, she assumes the role of a patient, a rookie security officer who was injured by assailants while on an internship assignment. During her healing process, she is sheltered from immediate dangers, providing her with a temporary reprieve from trouble. Moreover, as her injury is located on her head, feigning amnesia, though a cliché tactic, proves effective. This grants Kuei Xin ample time to recuperate. The question of why she has traversed into this realm is far too profound for her to unravel. Instead, she is confronted with a pressing concern, the imperative of survival. The 6 pieces of advice resonate deeply within her mind. First, perceive the game world as if it were the real world. Second, do not disclose your identity as a player to anyone. Third, refrain from revealing any game content to others. Fourth, life is singular. Death is irrevocable. Fifth, should you choose to commence the game, you are left with only 2 possible outcomes: completion of the game or character death. Sixth, everything comes at a cost. The 4th and 5th points can be viewed in tandem, underscoring the gravity of the consequences of death. The notion that life is singular is likely not a jest. Envisioning the realm of gaming as a secondary world, one may refer to the player's reality as the primary world. If one were to perish in this secondary world, would it also spell the end for the primary world? The cost of death is unbearable for any soul, and Wei Xin feels the weight of survival pressing down upon her. She has a span of 12 hours for recuperation after this period. She must emerge from the healing pod and engage directly with the denizens of the secondary world. Given her intricate identity, she will likely need to interact frequently with a rebel faction known as the Mechanical Dawn, strive to ascend within the inspection department to earn the trust of her peers, and assume the role of a competent double agent, concealing her identity while relaying intelligence to the organization. Though she has been granted a moment of respite, she has also been dealt a formidable hand from the very outset. Each step she takes must be executed with utmost caution, as one misstep could lead to a game-ending scenario. Is there anyone else among the players who shares her misfortune? The healing pod is operational, and waves of azure light traverse her form, with restorative agents coursing through her veins. A tingling sensation envelopes her scalp as her wounds mend at a remarkable pace. Shall she check the panel? Wei Xin tentatively muses within her thoughts. The game system responds to her, and the luminous screen unfurls once more, revealing familiar text. She bypasses the foundational identity settings that she has reviewed multiple times and inspects another segment. Basic attributes: name, Wei Xin occupation, devourer extraordinary ability, not acquired, innate talent. Performative persona: you possess remarkable acting skills, capable of deceiving the majority. Resilient vitality: you exhibit an indomitable spirit akin to that of a cockroach. Danger avoidance: you possess a keen ability to discern and evade peril in your surroundings. Rapid learning: you acquire any skill with remarkable efficiency. The occupation of the depriver: what does it truly signify? The system promptly elucidates. The depriver is a profession that derives strength by hunting those endowed with special abilities, thus seizing their extraordinary powers. To gain superhuman abilities through the demise of another possessing such prowess? By extinguishing the life of an extraordinary individual, their powers would transfer to oneself? A jolt coursed through Wei Xin as her heart rate skyrocketed on the display of the therapeutic chamber. Abnormal heart rate, abnormal heart rate. The chamber emitted a series of urgent beeps. Wei Xin immediately engaged in deep, measured breaths to stabilize her heartbeat. After several tense seconds, the alarms ceased. Just as she was about to ponder the grim nature of the depriver profession, the lights in her room suddenly extinguished. A metallic door swung open, and someone entered her hospital room. Wei Xin turned her head, peering through the transparent glass towards the entrance. Dr. Huang approached, adjusting his glasses, and with a gentle tap on the glass enclosure, he smiled at Wei Xin, inquiring, "How do you feel?" Wei Xin opened her mouth to express, "I seem to have lost my memory." However, Dr. Huang's next action interrupted her impending words. He lifted the lid of the therapeutic chamber, retrieved a blue chip from his wristwatch, and pressed it into Wei Xion's hand, lowering his voice as he said, "This is from the organization, entrusted to me for you." Wei Xion replied, "What? Which organization? Please clarify." She found the situation increasingly disconcerting. The amiable Dr. Huang, concealing his true identity, turned out to be an informant like herself. Dr. Huang nodded at Wei Xin, stating, "My authority is limited, and I am not privy to your mission. Should you require assistance in future endeavors, feel free to inform me, and I shall do my utmost to cooperate." Wei Xin was at a loss for how to respond, maintaining a stoic expression as she regarded him. Additionally, here is the dossier on the individual you are currently impersonating. It is imperative that you examine it closely. Certain idiosyncrasies and daily habits are the most challenging to replicate and the easiest to expose. Fortunately, the person you are portraying is a recent intern, unfamiliar with the others, making the impersonation relatively straightforward. Dr. Huang then produced a black chip and a silvery bracelet, stating, "This is the organization's communication device. Those in charge will contact you through it." Wei Xin replied in a nonchalant manner. She resolved to remain silent, recognizing that excessive dialogue could lead to mistakes. You truly have made considerable sacrifices," Dr. Huang remarked, reflecting on the lengths taken to disguise injuries, even undergoing mechanical modification. "You need not worry. That individual has been dealt with by the organization, and her genetic information and life patterns have been thoroughly altered. From this moment forward, you shall assume the role of Wei Xin, a security patrol officer in the 7th External Operations Team." Upon hearing these words, a clearer path began to form in Wei Xin's mind. The intern security officer in the investigation department shares the name Wei Xin. Yet this unfortunate individual was supplanted by an undercover agent from the Mechanical Dawn and subsequently met with a grim fate. Paradoxically, Wei Xin herself has assumed the guise of the very undercover agent who replaced her. It is a convoluted situation indeed. Within the investigation department, there exists more than one awakened individual. Leaders from various teams and divisions possess extraordinary abilities. The capabilities of the awakened are diverse and multifaceted. Dr. Huang mentioned a rumor circulating in the department, suggesting that the leader of the criminal investigation team possesses the talent of lie detection, urging utmost caution. Wei Xin succinctly acknowledged this. "Understood. All for the dawn," Dr. Huang remarked with a knowing glance at Wei Xin. This phrase bore an uncanny resemblance to a manifesto of comradeship. Quick to respond, Wei Xin echoed, "All for the dawn." Dr. Huang nodded with a hint of melancholy, saying, "Take care of yourself. I must attend to my next surgery. Alas, I never anticipated such labor when I first entered this place." Wei Xin watched his receding figure until he disappeared from sight. A profound instinct for survival overwhelmed her mind. Danger loomed perilously close. What manner of organization is the Mechanical Dawn? They exhibit no hesitation in eliminating an individual and usurping their identity, which hardly reflects the traits of virtuous souls. What is their ulterior motive for infiltrating the investigation department? What is the ultimate goal of the resistance? Most crucially, Wei Xin harbored doubts about her ability to return from this second world to the first. What would she do if she were forever ensnared in this realm? Ku Xin took deep breaths repeatedly to lower her heart rate, lest the therapeutic chamber trigger another alarm for abnormal heart activity. Her gaze fixated on the word deprivation. If there was anything she could rely upon, it was undoubtedly the formidable abilities possessed by the deprivation. This terrifying power seemed to be her sole beacon of hope. Her unique identity placed her precariously on a tightrope, with abysses on either side and the peril of plunging into the depths ahead and behind. What troubled Ku Xin was her lack of an exit strategy. No traitor ever escaped unscathed. If she betrayed the Mechanical Dawn organization, would she reap any rewards? And should she turn against the inspection department, her fate would be even more dire, especially given her status as a level 1 fugitive. The price of death weighed heavily on Ku Xin, instilling within her a profound caution, while her solitary existence taught her the importance of self-defense and empowerment. After much contemplation, she resolved to perceive this temporal adventure as a game, an authentic game, one she could not afford to lose, one that was a matter of life and death. She aimed to navigate through this game, to reach the end, evading all bad endings and striving for a happy ending, employing any means necessary. 04 Sea of Darkness, 04. Intern Security Officer Ku Xin, your physical condition has stabilized. Please exit the therapeutic chamber. As she awakened, her eyes first fell upon the transparent glass encasement of the chamber. The built-in monitor indicated her health status as a reassuring green. What she had experienced was no mere dream. She had not returned to the first world. A nurse entered the room, assisting Wei Xin in opening the therapy capsule, then gently removing the intravenous line from the back of her hand and the bandages wrapped around her head. You may leave now. Take care to rest over the next few days and avoid any strenuous activities, the nurse kindly advised. Remember to submit a training exemption request to your team captain. Otherwise, your attendance pay will be deducted. Understood, Wei Xin nodded instinctively, aware of the importance of attendance pay. As she straightened her posture, her feet met the cold metallic floor, prompting her to stretch and ease her muscles. After a restful slumber within the therapy capsule, Wei Xin felt invigorated. She took a few steps and caught a glimpse of herself through the reflective metallic walls. In the first world, she had long black hair. In the second world, her appearance bore a resemblance to her former self, though her long locks had transformed into a sleek, ear-length cut. Wei Xion's complexion leaned towards pallor, and her slender figure gave an impression of fragility at first glance. There were no visible signs of injury on her body. Her wounds had healed well. Standing in the room, she felt momentarily disoriented, uncertain of her next steps, even her current location. This world was entirely unfamiliar to her. Wei Xian speculated that she was at the headquarters of the investigation department. From Dr. Huang's brief remarks, she gathered that the department housed various teams and divisions. Dr. Huang's nameplate indicated he was the director of the medical office, suggesting that Wei Xian had likely undergone surgery and treatment at the medical center of the investigation department. Wei Xian learned from the identity settings on the game panel that she belonged to the Field Operations Group, Team 7. With little time for hesitation, she recognized that she could not afford to linger. She composed herself and approached the metallic door, which opened automatically to reveal a corridor illuminated by blinking indicator lights, devoid of any presence. As she stepped into the corridor, a chilling mechanical voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Intern Security Officer Wei Xian, your team leader, Xu Suyo, has requested your presence in his office. Please proceed towards the green indicator lights. A row of indicator lights along the corridor turned green, guiding her path. Wei Xian discreetly surveyed her surroundings and noticed surveillance cameras embedded in the walls, all pointed in her direction. She hesitated for a brief moment before following the green lights ahead, observing how the cameras adjusted their angles in tandem with her movements. Upon reaching a junction, the indicator light on the right flickered in timely fashion, signaling her to turn right. After traversing the lengthy corridor, she unexpectedly encountered two individuals approaching from the opposite direction. One man had a makeshift bandage wrapped around his arm, stained with traces of blood. However, he seemed only mildly injured and was still coherent enough to walk. The sight of the other person startled Wei Xian. He supported the injured man, and she could clearly see the gleaming, rigid metallic sheen of a mechanical arm on his right side. He had indeed fitted himself with a cybernetic limb. In this cyberpunk world, individuals often underwent body modifications, and these enhanced prosthetics significantly facilitated their work and daily lives. Mechanical cyborgs are exceedingly common, while unaltered humans are a rarity. Wei Xian now qualifies as a cyborg herself. Although her exterior betrays nothing, she possesses an indomitable iron mind. The two men approaching her appeared unfamiliar with Wei Xian, offering no acknowledgement upon seeing her. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to take a risk and initiate conversation. What seems to be the matter? She inquired, foregoing any formal address, as if merely engaging in casual banter with colleagues. Fortunately, the men regarded her as just another ordinary co-worker seeking small talk. The injured man cursed, exclaiming, "What else could it be? The port has been bombed again. Those bastards are truly asking for it. Once I'm healed, I'll take my gun and wipe them out." Save your breath. Wait for the minister's unified command before acting. Don't throw your life away, retorted the man with the mechanical right arm. They continued their profane tirade as they walked away. The port has been bombed again. Wei Xian cast a glance at their retreating figures, deep in thought as she followed the green indicator light. 2 minutes later, she halted before a metallic door marked with the name Xu Suyo, Office of the External Operations Group, Team 7. The door swung open, and Wei Xian steadied her heartbeat before stepping inside. A circular table came into view, with a holographic projection displaying a dense array of text. A man in a gray-blue uniform stood before the screen, not turning to acknowledge her as he commanded. Take a seat. Wei Xian surveyed the room and pulled over a wheeled chair from beneath the circular table, settling herself down. The man turned to Wei Xian and said, "Thank you for your hard work. I am granting you 3 days off. You need not train in the training room during this time." "Thank you, Captain," Wei Xian replied. It seemed that the man before her was indeed her direct superior, the captain of the 7th Squad, Xu Suyo. At present, he appeared to be a compassionate leader, even taking the initiative to grant leave. "No need for thanks. It is partly my responsibility for not adequately protecting my team members, Shu Suyo said, rubbing his brow. Before you rest, you must visit the Criminal Investigation Unit to provide a statement about the details of your attack. A wave of anxiety washed over Wei Xin, her palms growing slightly damp. As someone who had traversed worlds, the absence of any memories from her previous life posed a significant risk. She truly knew nothing. Before entering this second world, she had been preoccupied with worries about living expenses, but now, her concerns had shifted dramatically to the fundamental necessity of survival. Captain, Wei Xin hesitated, her features betraying uncertainty. What is it? Shu Suyo inquired patiently. Regarding the attack, my recollection is rather vague, Wei Xin confessed. It seems I have forgotten many things. Even upon careful reflection, I cannot recall. Shu Suyo furrowed his brow. Then what do you remember? I remember my identity. I am an intern security officer of the 7th Squad, Wei Xin stated cautiously, observing Shu Suyo's expression. As she anticipated, his brow tightened further. He glanced at Wei Xin and instructed, Adam, please assist me in contacting the medical office and arrange for a doctor to come and examine Wei Xin. A cold mechanical voice resonated. Your instructions have been conveyed. Adam. Is the frigid mechanical voice attributed to Adam? Is Adam the designation of a superintelligent artificial intelligence? Wei Xin sat in a chair, while Shu Suyo silently observed her, inquiring, Do you truly remember nothing? I genuinely do not remember, Wei Xin replied, shaking her head. What transpired at that time? Only you are privy to the events that unfolded, Shu Suyo remarked, tapping the table. You pursued the suspect who was placing explosive devices at the port, yet when we arrived, you lay bloodied and unconscious on the ground, and the suspect had fled. He spoke with a grave tone. Wei Xin, we need you to recollect the suspect's physical characteristics. This is crucial for our subsequent actions. Wei Xin lifted her gaze, affirming, I shall do my utmost. Adam interjected, the doctor is waiting outside. Shall I permit him to enter? Allow him in, Shu Suyo instructed. The metallic door opened silently, and Dr. Huang, a familiar figure to Wei Xin, entered, perspiring heavily while pushing a medical cart. Captain Shu, what has happened? I rushed over immediately after finishing a surgery. Wei Xin has experienced memory loss, possibly a sequela of a cranial injury. Please examine her, Shu Suyo directed towards Dr. Huang. Dr. Huang, appearing somewhat astonished, turned his attention to Wei Xin. Memory loss? He swiftly retrieved a device resembling a scanner and positioned it above Wei Xin's head. A pale blue beam scanning her from head to toe. Dr. Huang scrutinized the data on a monitor, murmuring, anesthesia can induce temporary amnesia. But that's clearly not the issue here. A cursory examination reveals nothing significant. Security Officer Wei Xin will likely need to accompany me to the medical center for a thorough physical evaluation. Very well, let's proceed now, Shu Suyo affirmed. Let's go. Wei Xin, Dr. Huang said, nodding to Wei Xin. Wei Xin rose from her chair. I appreciate your assistance, Doctor. It's no trouble at all. It's my duty, Doctor. Huang replied. Captain Shu, I'll apprise you of the results immediately upon their availability. Wei Xin maintained silence as she trailed Dr. Huang down the corridor. The loquacious doctor rambled on. The port bombing resulted in numerous casualties. Several individuals underwent mechanical limb transplants, while others received prosthetic organs. I've performed 5 or 6 surgeries today alone, barely catching a moment's rest. Wei Xin, you're fortunate, Dr. Huang sighed. Some couldn't be saved. You're so young. It's a relief you survived. Alas, when will the gangs of Black Sea City be eradicated? They constantly stir up trouble, and now they've even targeted the city's economic lifeline. The port. This Dr. Huang is quite the actor. If Wei Xin weren't aware of his duplicitous nature, she might have believed in the kind-hearted doctor's dedication and patriotism. He was intentionally divulging information to Wei Xin, who absorbed it all, committing it to memory. If this were a game, each line of dialogue from an NPC could be crucial for completing the game. Upon entering the medical room, Dr. Huang pressed a button on his wristwatch, causing the lights to dim immediately. In the presence of Adam, one must employ devices to evade its surveillance in order to communicate freely, otherwise, it may eavesdrop on us. Dr. Huang retracted his previously benevolent demeanor. I did not anticipate that your strategy would be to feign amnesia. Remarkably effective, nonetheless. His tone while conversing with Wei Xin outside resembled that of an elder addressing a younger relative, yet once in a place devoid of Adam's oversight. His demeanor exuded a profound respect towards her. Wei Xin, being a core member of Mechanical Dawn, held a higher rank than he. Dr. Huang was indeed a man of dual countenance. Kuei Xin instinctively reached into her pocket. The silver wrist communicator and data chip he had given her were safely tucked away. She suspected that the silver wristband might possess similar capabilities, and its proper use could effectively shield her from Adam's surveillance. "Could you provide me with a forged medical report?" Kuei Xin inquired proactively. "Certainly," Dr. Huang replied with a smile. "I brought you to the medical room precisely for this purpose." Half an hour later, the counterfeit medical report was complete. Kuei Xin exited the medical room, returning to Shu Sudo's office. He scrutinized her medical report several times, his gaze fixating on the final line of the medical advice section: adequate rest aids in the recovery of memory. "You may go," he sighed, somewhat resigned. "Should there be any signs of memory recovery, come to report to me immediately. Your holiday remains 3 days. Wei Xin said, "As you command, Captain." Upon exiting Shu Sudo's office, she felt as though a heavy weight had been lifted from her chest. A thin sheen of perspiration formed on her back. She understood that she had successfully navigated the first hurdle, preserving her safety without arousing suspicion. The challenges that lay ahead would only grow more formidable. It is essential to recognize that this is a world marked by advanced technology intertwined with extraordinary powers. A task has been initiated. An ethereal screen emerged, visible solely to Wei Xin. Task description: the quaint city of Black Sea is a crucial port within the Federation, a stronghold for numerous gang factions. Presently, it is shrouded in conspiracy, with unknown forces extending their reach. You must investigate this conspiracy thoroughly. You may choose to accept or decline the task. Refusal may spare you from certain risks, yet acceptance could yield unexpectedly bountiful rewards. Task content: investigate the port of Black Sea. Explosive incidents. Wei Xin recalled the 6th piece of advice she had committed to memory before entering the game. Everything bears a cost. The gifts of fate are always marked with a hidden price. To gain, one must be prepared to bear risks. Wei Xin is a seeker of paths in this second world, an explorer of new realms. Before her lie both peril and opportunity. At this moment, the crossroads of destiny lie beneath her feet. Wei Xin chose to accept the task. You have accepted the task. Task progress: 0. In the dimly lit expanse of the restroom, Wei Xin found herself grappling with a significant dilemma after receiving a leave authorization from her captain. She was utterly oblivious to the location of her home. Standing in the corridor for several moments, she scanned her surroundings until her gaze fell upon a restroom sign ahead, which sparked an idea within her. Swiftly, she entered the lavatory. Upon stepping into a stall, Wei Xin retrieved the silver bracelet bestowed upon her by Dr. Huang and adorned her wrist with it. A series of characters flickered across the device: power on. Subsequently, the display transformed into the time, 1938, resembling an ordinary electronic wristwatch. Engaging with the bracelet, she felt akin to an elderly individual bewildered by modern technology. Fumbling with it while seated on the toilet lid, yet failing to comprehend its operation. Desperation crept in as she lamented the absence of any discernible buttons on the bracelet. Beads of sweat formed on her brow as she experienced the frustration of the technologically challenged. With no alternative, she began to explore the functions of the bracelet through mere tactile interaction. A gentle tap on the side yielded a confirmation of her biometric information. The bracelet projected a screen, unveiling its myriad functionalities: signal jamming, instant messaging, encrypted networking, location tracking, and self-destruction. As she perused each feature, a chill of apprehension washed over her. The power button, when long pressed and discarded, possessed a potency comparable to that of a miniature explosive device. Realizing it was, in fact, a compact weapon, she breathed a sigh of relief for not having inadvertently pressed the side too long, or else she might have met a grisly fate. In her hand, she extracted a black chip, no larger than a fingernail. According to Dr. Huang, this chip contains various intelligence data regarding the security officer Wei Xin, including the location of her residence. Wei Xin placed the chip onto her wristband, and the projection screen displayed data reading. Reading. Completion of reading. The first page of the screen revealed information about Wei Xin herself. Wei Xion's parents tragically lost their lives in a terrorist attack while traveling on a hover rail several years ago, leading to a substantial insurance payout. With this money, she achieved excellent results and was admitted to the Black Sea Academy to study criminal investigation technology. After graduation, she became an intern security officer through an internal recruitment process in the investigation department. Her current address is 233 Enning Street, Harbor District, Black Sea City. The details in this document are astonishingly meticulous, encompassing her life trajectory from childhood, inconspicuous habits, and even her bank account passwords and transaction history. Wait. The information indicates that she had taken out a loan from the bank, and the amount was quite significant. What is going on? Didn't she receive compensation for her parents' untimely passing? Why would she need a loan? Upon reaching the end, Wei Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. It turns out that the tuition fees at Black Sea Academy are exorbitantly high. Each academic year costs over 200,000, and she has exhausted her compensation funds, accumulating a debt of 300,000. A debt of 300,000. Wei Xin's pupils trembled. If she must play the role of security officer Wei Xin for an extended period, inheriting the debts left by the original identity seems to be an inevitable consequence. A dead end. Is this what they call a transmigration? Not only has she become a pawn, but also bears the burden of a 300,000 loan. Wei Xin's expression was one of sorrow, and it took her a moment to regain her composure. She proceeded to establish a secure connection and searched online for directions from the inspection building to Anning Street in the Harbor District. The search results appeared promptly. Taking the number 13 hover tram would allow her to travel directly from the inspection building station to Anning Street station. Wei Xin let out a sigh of relief, inwardly grateful for the advanced network. Indeed, when faced with uncertainty, consulting Baidu proved to be a wise strategy. The information indicated that security officer Wei Xin had a penchant for utilizing the hover tram for her commutes, thus she planned to take the tram home as well. The materials provided by Dr. Huang comprised over 200 pages, containing not only Wei Xin's details but also those of others, including Captain Xu Suyo, whom Wei Xin had just met, and other members of her team, the 7th Squad. Wei Xin meticulously reviewed her own information, skimming through the details of others before retracting the holographic projection of her wristband. She could not linger here for too long. The documents could be examined further at a later time. Stepping out of the restroom stall, Wei Xin washed her face at the sink. Through the mirror, she observed her pale complexion, and the reflection revealed a wall behind her adorned with a fire safety map, displaying the layout of the inspection building. Wei Xin turned and approached the map, scrutinizing it carefully. After confirming the locations of the building's exits, she exited the restroom. In turn, security officer Wei Xin, may I inquire if you are experiencing any discomfort due to the weakness following your surgery? The voice of the artificial intelligence, Adam, suddenly resonated. I noticed that your duration in the restroom has been somewhat prolonged. Considering your physical condition, should you not emerge within a minute, I shall send a message for assistance to the nearest staff member to ascertain whether you have fainted. Wei Xin. What on earth is this artificial intelligence doing? Monitoring bathroom breaks. I do feel a slight discomfort. Wei Xin maintained her composure. Do you require me to call the medical center? Adam inquired. Wei Xin, speechless, replied, No. I just need to go home and rest. Adam responded. Do you need an escort to accompany you home? Confused, Wei Xin thought to herself that Adam was less an artificial intelligence and more like a diligent steward. Thank you for your offer. She declined. I can manage on my own. You need not express gratitude. It is my duty to serve you, Adam stated. While returning home alone posed the risk of becoming lost, being accompanied by another would heighten the danger of her identity being exposed. Thus, she chose to navigate alone. Consulting the map she had noted, Wei Xin located the elevator and descended to the first floor. The ground floor was a spacious hall, with a receptionist at the front desk. Wei Xin stepped into the hall and gazed out through the glass doors. Outside, rain was falling, and the grayish curtain of rain blurred the view beyond. Upon detecting her presence, the glass doors silently slid open, and the moisture from the torrential downpour enveloped her. In inclement weather, please remember to carry an umbrella. Wishing you a safe journey, the artificial intelligence dutifully reminded her. How considerate. Wei Xin silently retrieved a black umbrella from the communal stand beside the glass door and opened it, stepping into the curtain of rain. She lifted her gaze to the sky, as the swaying raindrops dampened her trousers and the vibrant neon lights danced before her eyes. She found herself amidst a forest of steel and iron, where towering skyscrapers loomed like giants, casting their gaze upon her. Between the buildings, suspended tram cars glided along their aerial tracks, resembling serpents prowling through the woodland. Magnificent electronic billboards adorned the facades of the skyscrapers, displaying a dizzying array of advertisements that shifted incessantly. A gray-black sky bore witness to an airship passing by, trailing a vividly colored, fluorescent banner. Tall, lifelike holographic figures emerged in the air as the advertising actors spoke with alluring tones. Rick Technology Company, mastering cutting-edge bionic mechanical technology, creating bespoke prosthetics just for you. The rain pattered rhythmically on Wei Xian's umbrella, pulling her back from her brief reverie. Her gaze pierced through the rain curtain, observing the hurried figures amidst the downpour. Their attire varied from ordinary to splendid, some donned in tailored suits, others in simple garb, while some were fashionably vibrant, and others appeared worn and tattered. Yet, under the influence of the rain, they seemed indistinguishable, all soaked and disheveled, their clothing drenched and hair matted. Wei Xian scanned her surroundings and noticed a sign for the suspended tram nearby, making her way towards it. A few individuals were waiting at the stop, and Wei Xian blended into the crowd, joining them in anticipation of the tram's arrival. She cast a glance around, noticing that many individuals were equipped with mechanical prosthetics. Beside her, a middle-aged man possessed a mechanical hand. Instead of a watch, he had a miniature display affixed to the back of his prosthetic, where the time flickered. To her right, a girl chewed bubblegum, her legs both replaced by mechanical limbs. The presence of prosthetics had become a commonplace sight, and people did not regard those who wore them with any unusual scrutiny. After approximately 3 minutes, the electric tram glided into view, its doors opening. The passengers at the waiting point boarded one by one, as the identification device emitted a continuous stream of notifications. Facial recognition successful, payment completed. Facial recognition successful. Payment completed. When it was Wei Xian's turn, she approached, but the device showed no change. Facial recognition successful, payment completed. Wei Xian relaxed and casually selected an empty seat within the carriage. Raindrops pattered against the glass window, and she gazed outside, where vibrant neon lights flickered with various hues, illuminating her pupils. Such splendor and the omnipresence of advanced technology were sights unobservable in the first world. Wei Xian found herself entranced by the dazzling colors, feeling both captivated and apprehensive. This world resembled a toxic poppy, beautiful yet perilous. She glanced down at her wristband, noting the time, 2012. Night had fallen. Yet Black Sea City remained alive with activity. The neon lights and advertising projections multiplied, and the rain could not extinguish this vibrant atmosphere. Wei Xian felt like an outsider, a stranger in this new world, observing its intricacies. She diligently read every flickering letter on the advertisements, meticulously studying each passing airship and swarm of drones. The speeding electric rail car pierced through the curtain of rain, penetrating the vast holographic projections suspended in midair. The brilliance reflected in Wei Xian's eyes shifted in tandem with the changing scenery outside the window. She murmured to herself, "I have arrived, New World. Harbor District, Anning Street, here we are. Please ensure you have all your belongings and prepare to disembark." Wei Xian unfurled her umbrella and stepped off the electric rail car. The doors closed behind her, and the sights before her were utterly transformed. Anning Street in the Harbor District was shrouded in darkness, devoid of neon lights and billboards, lined instead with uneven residential buildings and modest convenience stores illuminated by flickering lights, with puddles dotting the uneven roads. In stark contrast to the bustling area surrounding the inspection building, Anning Street appeared dilapidated. Yet, this decay evoked a sense of familiarity within Wei Xian. The advanced technology and the cacophony of the urban landscape constantly reminded her of her outsider status, while the unpretentiousness of Anning Street instilled a deceptive sense of homecoming, reminiscent of the old community where she had resided for several years in the First World. It was worn, dimly lit, with malfunctioning street lamps, and the small shop downstairs remained open late into the night. Recalling the navigation map she had consulted earlier, she proceeded in the direction of home. After walking just a few dozen meters, a bottle smashed at her feet, causing her to halt. She noticed a drunken old man slumped against the wall, muttering incoherently in a string of profanities. Before long, his head tilted back, and he fell asleep. Wei Xin stepped over the shards of broken bottles, observing the walls on either side of the street adorned with vibrant graffiti. "The dogs of the tycoons have invaded our home," proclaimed a line of bold red letters, concluding with a gruesome skull illustration. The residents of Anning Street appeared distinctly unwelcoming to outsiders, particularly those associated with the affluent elite. Moreover, the security of this street seemed rather dismal. The thoroughfare was filthy and chaotic, littered with graffiti, and inebriated individuals sprawled on the pavement, neglected by passers-by. The fleeting illusion of returning home dissipated in an instant. Although the old neighborhood she resided in was dilapidated, it was remarkably clean, with garbage trucks arriving each morning to collect refuse. As she walked, the streets were remarkably devoid of pedestrians. Wei Xin navigated through the grimy alleyways, attempting to ascertain her bearings. Just as she was about to exit the alley, she spotted a young man in a hoodie not far ahead. Just as she was about to approach him for directions, two men suddenly emerged from around the corner, blocking her escape. They encircled her, brandishing small knives, and menacingly declared, "Robbery." The young man in the hoodie, upon hearing the announcement, glanced back before darting away, fleeing faster than a hare. Weishin thought to herself, this Anning Street is anything but peaceful. Maintaining her composure, Weishin quickly responded, "I am a destitute soul, burdened with debts of 300,000. Do you truly believe I possess any valuables?" The two robbers replied, "If one wishes to rob, one should venture into the affluent districts. In a rundown place like Anning Street, how could one possibly encounter a plump target?" With great effort, Wei Xian implored, "Heed my advice. There is no future in robbing in such places. If one were to target the wealthy, however, it would be an entirely different story. 3 years of inactivity could yield 3 years of bounty upon striking." The robber on the left hesitated, pondering the omnipresent surveillance in affluent neighborhoods. The robber on the right cautioned his companion, "This person is deceiving us. Do not fall into his trap." "Why would I deceive you?" Wei Xian retorted, discarding her umbrella and raising her empty hands, revealing that she resided in a dilapidated house with leaking walls. "What benefit could come from robbing me?" "Wait." The eyes of the robber on the right lit up as he noticed the silver bracelet adorning Wei Xian's wrist. "What is that you are wearing?" "Oh, this? If you desire it, I shall gladly give it to you," she offered, extending her hand towards him. The robber on the right remained still, but the one on the left could not resist taking a step forward. As the robber approached Wei Xian, she swiftly clenched her outstretched hand into a fist and struck him decisively at the temple. A resounding crack echoed as the robber's temple bone shattered. His face contorted in agony as he collapsed to the ground. Wei Xian was taken aback, exclaiming, "What the hell?" Even she was astonished by the force of her own blow. Her intention had merely been to stun him and make her escape. It dawned on Wei Xian that her physical prowess had transformed. In the past, when she fought with delinquents on her way home from school, the thugs would walk away with bruises while she nursed swollen knuckles for weeks, unable to hold a pin. She had aimed for his vulnerable temple. Yet the outcome was astonishingly effective. Beneath her fist, the human skull yielded as if crafted from mere paper. She could perceive the crunch and friction as the brigand's bones collided and fractured against her knuckles. With a roar of fury, the remaining assailant lunged, brandishing a knife in her direction. Before the blade could penetrate her abdomen, she reflexively sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. The attacker's movements seemed to decelerate before her eyes, her body reacting preemptively, even before her mind could formulate a response. With a swift clench, she dispossessed the brigand of his knife. The blade danced like a silvery blossom between her fingers, and with fluid ease, she executed a reverse thrust, plunging the knife into the assailant's torso. The tip found its mark with unerring accuracy, piercing the heart through the spaces between the ribs. She released her grip on the hilt with timely precision, gracefully retreating a step to avoid the spattering of blood. The entire sequence unfolded with seamless grace, transpiring in less than 5 seconds. Before her conscious mind could devise a plan, her body had acted with autonomy, culminating in the fatal blow. Her expression devoid of emotion. She stood blankly at the alley's entrance, her clothes sodden by the rain, the upturned black umbrella swaying on the ground. 2 figures lay prone at her feet. She knelt to ascertain their vital signs, rising unsteadily. They were no longer breathing, deceased. The blood from their wounds mingled with the accumulated rainwater, tinting the puddles a crimson hue. What had occurred? Her chest heaved, her heart pounding violently. The luminous screen of the game's system materialized before her. You have unlocked the intrinsic talent, combat instinct. Instinct of combat. The fierce beast possesses an innate instinct for hunting, a talent that, when honed through rigorous training, can be perfected. This is the muscle memory forged through relentless repetition, resulting in a conditioned reflex shaped by countless stringent exercises. Even in moments of blurred consciousness and physical exhaustion, one can still engage in battle driven by instinct. A hissing sound escaped from Wei Xian. This ability was not her own gift, but rather an attribute inherent to her body. She is a key member of the resistance organization, a trusted operative burdened with significant responsibilities. Thus, she ought to possess a sharp intellect, keen intuition, and exceptional combat skills. These martial techniques have become instinctual, etched into her being, prompting extreme responses when confronted by foes. At this moment, a clattering sound echoed from the end of the alley. The young man in the hoodie returned, his face a mask of terror as he gaped at the lifeless body on the ground. the metal baseball bat he had been holding slipping from his grasp, leaving him visibly shaken. This well-meaning individual. Kuei Xian wiped the rain from her face and offered him a stiff smile, asking, "Could you please call the police for me? I am innocent, as you heard. They were attempting to rob me." "And no problem," the young man stammered, fumbling as he retrieved his communicator, clumsily dialing several times before finally inputting the correct number. When the call connected, a sweet voice from the operator greeted him. "Hello, this is the city security hotline. How may I assist you?" "Robbery, the address is." The young man faltered, looking at Kuei Xian in desperation. "Where exactly are we?" "In the Bay Area, on Anning Street. The location is roughly in the middle," Wei Xian remarked. The young man in the hoodie, having completed his report, muttered, "We still need to call an ambulance." "No need to call. The person is already dead," Wei Xian replied. The young man's expression turned even more terrified as he stammered, Did you do this?" "It was self-defense." Wei Xian, refusing to glance at the corpse on the ground, tersely asked, "Can you be my witness? To attest that they indeed intended to rob with a knife. It seems there are no surveillance cameras in the vicinity, and you are my only witness." The young man hesitated for less than a second before nodding. "All right, if you need it." Wei Xian let out a sigh of relief, picked up the black umbrella from the ground, shook off the rainwater, and approached the young man. The young man stepped back in alarm. Wei Xian said, "You didn't bring an umbrella. The security personnel might take a while to arrive. We can share this umbrella." "My name is Wei Xian, a student at the Black Sea Academy." Shi Liang. Upon hearing Wei Xian's association with the academy, the young man relaxed his guard. "I'm also from Black Sea Academy. Which major are you in?" Wei Xian replied, "I study criminal investigation." "Criminal investigation? No wonder you're so impressive," Shi Liang murmured. "Thank you for tonight." Wei Xian stepped closer, tilting the umbrella slightly towards him. Shi Liang chuckled awkwardly. "It's nothing, just doing a good deed like Lei Feng. Though it seems you don't really need my help. My parents' convenience store is just ahead." I was startled when I heard the commotion and ran back to grab a baseball bat before coming here. "In a short while, I may need to provide a statement. I will first inform my parents of my safety. Please wait for me here." Wei Xian nodded slowly, watching Shi Liang dash into the rain, vanishing around the street corner. She pondered for a moment before activating her wristband to search the term Lei Feng online. The search yielded 0 results. The second world lacked any accounts of Lei Feng's benevolent deeds or even the phrase Lei Feng spirit. "Indeed, I was correct in my assumptions," Wei Xian mused. The hoodie-clad Shi Liang is a player from the first world. He likely has just arrived in this realm and is still unfamiliar with it, which explains his clumsy attempt to call for help, as he, like Wei Xian, struggles to comprehend the advanced technology of the cyberpunk world. He did not pay close attention to his surroundings or record any information. Perhaps he did remember, but was too panicked to recall it, thus not realizing that he was in Anning Street of the Harbor District when he made the call, having traversed time for such a brief period. He undoubtedly has not delved into the history of the second world, which is why he uttered the universally understood phrase from the first world about learning from Lei Feng to perform good deeds. The inhabitants of the second world should have no knowledge of who Lei Feng is. Encountering a fellow countryman in a foreign land, a scenario so delightful and familiar. However, the 6 essential pieces of advice given to players explicitly stated, do not reveal your identity as a player to anyone. After much contemplation, Wei Xian resolved to adhere to this counsel. She would neither disclose her identity to the denizens of the second world nor to her fellow players. She treated this as a role-playing game, assuming her character and striving to be a competent player. Wei Xian waited under the umbrella for 10 minutes until Shi Liang dashed through the rain. This caught Wei Xian's attention. She initially thought Shi Liang was merely concocting an excuse to flee. For being thrust into a grave case upon arriving in a foreign world seemed a most unwise choice for him. My goodness, the rain is indeed torrential, and one wonders when it will cease. Shi Liang held an umbrella, one he had procured from a convenience store. I've already informed my father and am merely awaiting the arrival of others. After 5 minutes, a hovering police vehicle descended above Wei Xian and Shi Liang, its loudspeaker announcing, "Please lower your weapons and place your hands on your head." Complying, Wei Xian and Shi Liang followed the instructions, and the police vehicle landed on the street. 2 security personnel exited the vehicle, weapons drawn, with laser targeting dots from their firearms trained on Wei Xian. "I am Wei Xian, an intern security officer from the 7th Squad of the Field Investigation Department," she quickly stated. "I was robbed on my way home and acted in self-defense against the assailant." One of the female security officers focused her attention on Wei Xin and uttered, "Adam, scan." Scan complete, facial recognition matched, came Adam's mechanical voice, confirming her words. "Greetings, intern security officer Wei Xin." It proceeded to report, "Shi Liang, level 4 citizen. Student of the mechanical department at Black Sea Academy. No criminal record. Subject assessed as non-threatening. Lu Gaoyang, level 5 citizen, unemployed, with a history of robbery and theft. Subject deceased, no viable rescue options. During the Song and Yuan dynasties, a 5th-level citizen, an unemployed drifter, with a history of theft and vandalism, was declared deceased. Deemed beyond rescue. 2 security personnel, disembarking from their police vehicle, sheathed their weapons and nodded at Wei Xin. According to protocol, we must take a statement. Please accompany us for an investigation." "No problem." Wei Xin glanced at the bewildered Shi Liang, who was a witness. "Rest assured." The female security officer patted Wei Xin's shoulder, assuring her that once the statement was taken, everything would be fine. It was merely a procedural formality. However, Wei Xin sensed an unsettling discrepancy. Although she was merely an intern and the 2 deceased had criminal records, her colleague's demeanor was alarmingly nonchalant. As if taking the lives of 2 individuals was a trivial matter, easily dismissed by a simple procedure, absolving her of any legal repercussions or disciplinary actions. Why was this so? After taking a seat in the back of the police vehicle, Wei Xin found herself beside Shi Liang. The police car ascended, transporting them towards the investigative building. Shi Liang's expression was complex. "So, you have connections in there. You should have mentioned it earlier." "I spent quite some time preparing myself mentally. It's nothing significant. I'm merely an intern security officer burdened with a debt of 300,000. Wei Xin wearily leaned against the seat of the police vehicle, lamenting, "I just got off work and hadn't even reached home, and now I have to return." In the dim expanse of the sea of darkness, Shu Suyo looked at Wei Xin, seated across from him, and let out a resigned sigh. "Captain, are you working overtime?" Wei Xin sought to break the silence. "Indeed, I found myself working overtime. I should have clocked out 3 minutes ago, but you?" Shu Suyo paused, inviting an explanation of the events that transpired. "On my way home, I encountered a robbery, and in a moment of lost control, I killed one of them." Wei Xin felt a burden of unspoken anguish. "Will I face disciplinary action?" Shu Suyo contemplated before responding. "No, as those 2 individuals had criminal records, and your actions were in self-defense. You are a member of the investigation unit, albeit an intern, but you are afforded immunity. There is no legal liability for casualties incurred while performing your duties. This matter need not be escalated to other departments. We can resolve it internally to avoid the cumbersome procedures." Wei Xin interjected, "Captain, I was not on official duty." Shu Suyo cast a stern glance her way. "You were indeed performing your duties." Wei Xin replied, "I understand." Shu Suyo intended to suppress the incident using his authority. "Captain Shu, the autopsy report has arrived. Adam, proceed with the presentation," he instructed. The office's holographic projector adjusted its angle, vividly displaying the 2 bodies lying on the autopsy table. One exhibited a horrifying indentation in the facial structure, while the other bore a subtle knife wound on the chest, blood saturating the body. Wei Xin lowered her gaze, avoiding the sight of the corpses. Lu Gaoyang, cause of death, cranial fracture due to blunt force trauma to the temple, with shattered bone piercing the brain, resulting in mortality. Time of death, less than 1 hour. Song Yuan perished due to a piercing wound to the chest. A sharp instrument had precisely penetrated between the 3rd and 4th ribs on the left side of the victim's chest, fatally striking the heart with a single, decisive blow. The time of death was also determined to be less than an hour prior. Shu Suyo raised an eyebrow in surprise, and upon noticing the pallor of Wei Xin's complexion, he chuckled. "I surmised you were truly devoid of sentiment. If my memory serves me correctly, this marks your inaugural act of homicide. How could I be devoid of sentiment?" Wei Xin responded, clutching her forehead as a feeling of nausea welled up within her. Fortuitously, she had not consumed anything substantial in the preceding hours, thus averting the possibility of vomiting. Initially, she had felt detached from the event, as if it were unreal and the sequence of events had unfolded beyond her expectations. However, as she listened to Adam's narration of the autopsy reports, her mind involuntarily replayed the scene of her committing the act, repeatedly, which restored her sense of reality. "Pray, refrain from vomiting within my office. The lavatory is situated just beyond the doorway to the left," Shu Suyo remarked. "Your fundamental skills acquired at the academy are quite commendable. I have perused your internal recruitment scores, and your performance in practical courses such as tracking, combat, reconnaissance, and marksmanship is nearly impeccable. Wei Xian, you are unequivocally the most exceptional neophyte to have joined the investigative department in recent years. He poured Wei Xian a glass of iced water, saying, "Drink this slowly to compose yourself." Wei Xian grasped the glass and drained it in one gulp, the frigid sensation momentarily alleviating her disquieted thoughts. Originally, you were slated to join the Criminal Investigation Unit, but I specifically requested your assignment here, he continued. The Field Operations Division is more arduous than other departments. We must confront danger directly, engage in direct confrontations with malefactors, and encounter numerous unforeseen contingencies during patrols, which may even entail mortal peril. Shu Xiao remarked that if one finds it challenging to adapt to such fieldwork, they may request a transfer to another team upon the conclusion of their probation period. Wei Xian remained silent. You may wish to contemplate this. Personally, I hope you choose to stay, as our field team is in need of fresh talent, he continued. By the way, is your residence located on Anning Street in the Bay Area? Indeed, Wei Xian replied. The security there is quite poor. It is rife with gangs, making it difficult to manage. Homicides occur monthly, and the Bay Area harbors the most hotspots for illicit transactions. Shu Xiao suggested, perhaps consider relocating to a safer area. However, I lack the funds to move, Wei Xian sorrowfully responded. That house was inherited from my parents, and I financed my university education through loans, owing the bank 300,000. How many years will it take to repay that? Shu Xiao was momentarily at a loss for words. Once you are confirmed as a permanent employee, you may reside in the staff dormitory, he stated. In just a week, you will be eligible to apply for confirmation. So take your time. Furthermore, he noted, it seems your personal communication device was damaged during your last field assignment. Is there a possibility of reimbursement for that loss? It was a work-related incident, Wei Xian murmured. Shu Xiao chuckled. Unfortunately, no. He bit down to retrieve a box from his desk drawer. This is a communication device issued uniformly by the investigation department to formal members. It is merely a basic model, but you may use it for now. Wei Xian accepted the box, saying, "Thank you, Captain." Unable to restrain her tendency to speak candidly, she added, "Do the leaders of other teams care for their members' well-being as you do? If they were not as gentle and considerate as you, I would not have applied for a transfer from the field team." Shu Xiao cleared his throat, pretending not to hear. If you truly cannot overcome the hurdle of taking a life, consider visiting the psychological therapy office, he advised. He emphasized that Director Yang at the therapy office is an exceptional therapist who can assist in alleviating your troubles. Xi Liang stood in the lobby of the investigative building, looking rather dazed as he found a spot to sit and wait. The interrogation had long concluded. As a witness, his observations were limited, and he had little to recount. The interrogators had subjected him to a high-tech device resembling a lie detector, posed a few questions, and then set him free. He waited in the reception area for Wei Xian. 10 minutes elapsed, and the numbers indicating the elevator's floor began to descend. The doors opened, revealing Wei Xian. "You haven't left yet?" she exclaimed in surprise. "I was waiting for you," Xi Liang replied. "Then we should hurry home. The tram stops running at midnight," Wei Xian urged. Xi Liang nodded eagerly, thinking he had been anticipating her words. The second world had already transitioned into a cashless society, and in this unfamiliar place, he was at a loss regarding payments and finding his way home. What would he do if he got lost alone? Thus, he thought of Wei Xian. Since her residence was also on Anning Street, they could return together once her matters were settled. Wei Xian expertly guided Xi Liang to the tram station. He gazed around in wonder, marveling at the holographic advertisements suspended in midair, letting out a small gasp at the brilliance of the technology. "What year are you in?" Wei Xian inquired, probing for information without leaving a trace. "As a freshman, I received my admission notice this morning, having been accepted into the Department of Mechanical Engineering." Xi Liang absent-mindedly raked her fingers through her hair. "The tuition fees at Black Sea Academy are quite substantial. Have you explored any avenues for loans?" Wei Xian cautiously probed, aiming to ensure her inquiry did not appear overly conspicuous. She added, "In my time, I encountered numerous detours on my path to university. Consider this a word of caution. Steer clear of usury." "All right," Xi Liang inquired, "just how exorbitant are the tuition fees?" Wei Xian recalled the figures she had encountered. "Over 200,000 a year, excluding living expenses." "What?" Xi Liang exclaimed in disbelief. "Why don't they just resort to robbery? This is an institution for nurturing talent. Such exorbitant fees must deter countless capable students." Wei Xian regarded Xi Liang with a bemused expression. He lowered his voice. Almost in a whisper, these tuition costs are utterly ludicrous, a complete affront to the vastness of the world. There's nothing to be done. It's the policy. Wei Xian replied. Xi Liang muttered. Well, I've certainly broadened my horizons. The monopoly on education, the stark wealth gap. The division of classes. This encapsulates the reality of the second world. The affluent can afford higher education, while the ordinary are relegated to low-paying jobs. Over time, the disparity widens, and social stratification becomes increasingly entrenched. Education in the second world is not designed to cultivate talent, but rather to reinforce the interests of the elite. Senior. Xi Liang leaned closer to Wei Xian and asked, Is there any way to secure a legitimate loan? This fellow certainly knows how to flatter. She has already started calling her senior. Wei Xian responded, Banks might offer loans, but whether they approve is uncertain, and the interest rates can sometimes be quite steep. Xi Liang, with a furrowed brow, lamented, I am so afraid I won't be able to attend school. In this second world, a capitalist society, how could a profit-driven capitalist possibly engage in philanthropy? Even as the tram arrived, Xi Liang remained disheartened. This was rather intriguing. Wei Xian had already ascertained that Xi Liang was indeed a player. Logically, having just arrived in this world for less than a day, he should feel little sense of belonging. Yet, he genuinely fretted over the financial means to pursue his education. Wei Xian herself had triggered the game system's investigation into the port explosion case. Could it be that Xi Liang had activated a quest for successfully enrolling in Black Sea Academy? If that were the case, his evident distress would be justified. They boarded the vehicle. Wei Xian led the way, scanning her face for payment. Xi Liang followed closely behind, attempting the same, only to be met with the machine's notification, insufficient balance, facial payment failed. Xi Liang exclaimed. He tried again, but the machine repeated its disheartening message. Wei Xian, filled with compassion, approached the recognition machine and scanned her face on his behalf. Facial recognition successful, payment completed. She patted the bewildered Xi Liang and said, I've covered your fare. Thank you for accompanying me to the investigation department. Xi Liang was on the verge of tears, thinking, Why am I so poor? Is there truly hope for me to attend university? If you put in the effort, opportunities will arise, Wei Xian consoled, sharing a look of mutual understanding. This moment was not merely a meeting of fellow countrymen, but a convergence of two individuals bound by their financial struggles. Wei Xian profoundly empathized with Xi Liang's sentiments, for she too, in her first world, was beset with worries about living expenses and tuition fees, albeit the sum she required was not as exorbitant as over 200,000 for a single academic year. The tram sped along, and they alighted at Anning Street. Isn't it a bit perilous for a girl to walk alone? Perhaps I should accompany you. Xi Liang hesitated, observing, with your strength. It seems unnecessary for me to escort you. Please return. I can manage on my own. Wei Xian waved her hand dismissively. Xi Liang replied, Goodbye, senior. Wait. Could you share your contact information? Wei Xian retrieved the communicator bestowed upon her by Xu Suyo, and after a flurry of awkward fumbling, Xi Liang eventually succeeded in adding the contact. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating as Wei Xian departed under her umbrella, navigating a labyrinth of streets until she finally located her home. The small building bore the scars of time, with peeling paint and even colorful advertisements plastered upon its walls. A musty odor permeated the stairwell, and the rusty iron door stood ajar, creaking ominously as she pushed it open. Ascending to the third floor, she paused at her door, grasping the doorknob. The fingerprint verification succeeded, and the door swung open. Upon entering her abode, an instinctual sense of foreboding washed over her. She looked up to see a shadowy figure seated on the sofa in the living room. The figure's face was obscured by a silver mask, and its hollow eyes scrutinized Wei Xian intently. You are late, the masked individual remarked, their tone suggesting familiarity. I encountered a minor mishap along the way. Wei Xian swiftly replied, adapting to the unexpected situation. Have you seen the mission ship that the leader had passed on? Inquired the silver-masked man. No, replied Wei Xian succinctly, wary that excessive words might betray her apprehension. Well, the leader instructed me to inform you that this mission must be accomplished at any cost. The silver-masked man rose from the sofa. From today onward, I shall be your ally and partner in Black Sea City, collaborating with you on various tasks. My codename is Silver. You need to choose a codename for yourself for communication purposes. A codename? Wei Xian's mind raced. The codename should ideally be entirely unrelated to your personal characteristics. The greater the disparity, the better. You must ensure that no one can associate your codename with you. How about Rich Lady? The silver-masked man hesitated. What did you say? Rich Lady, Qaxin repeated calmly. Codename, Rich Lady. She found this name quite fitting. It was not merely unrelated to her, but was a world apart from her reality. The silver-masked man paused, struggling to respond. Well, it's not unfeasible. Are you certain you want that as your codename? Absolutely, Qaxin affirmed resolutely. It shall be Rich Lady. This name was not only distant from her true self, but also encapsulated her aspirations for a prosperous future. Her dream was to become a wealthy woman. Very well, Rich Lady, the silver-masked man said, his expression inscrutable beneath his mask. Now, let us see the mission assigned to you by the leader. Qaxin retrieved the blue chip from her pocket and placed it on her wristband for scanning. The task documentation reveals the following. The mission is to utterly destroy the port of Black Sea City. Wasteland? What on earth is wrong with these NPCs? Why are they so intent on this port? Upon swiftly flipping through the pages, Wasteland notes the mission objectives: to completely obliterate the port of Black Sea City and prevent the colossal cargo ship, Kraken, from docking there. This is designated as Mission Plan A. Should one choose to execute Plan A, the port demolition must be completed before August 11th. After this date, the Kraken will enter the waters of Black Sea City, resulting in mission failure. Mission Plan B entails a covert boarding of the Kraken to install explosive devices and sink it. If one opts for Plan B, the ship must be destroyed before August 11th, prior to the Kraken's entry into Black Sea City waters. The ultimate goal of the mission is to prevent the Kraken from entering the confines of Black Sea City. To reiterate, the mission's final objective is to obstruct the Kraken's access to Black Sea City. From this task documentation, Wasteland senses an urgent atmosphere. What exactly is the Kraken? Why is the Mechanical Dawn willing to go to such lengths to prevent its arrival in Black Sea City? The Kraken is a massive cargo ship. The ship itself should not be the concern, but rather the cargo it carries. What kind of cargo has garnered such intense scrutiny and fear from the Mechanical Dawn? They have even authorized the destruction of the port and the ship itself, all to thwart the entry of this vessel laden with its mysterious cargo. What is being transported aboard the Kraken? Wasteland suppressed the unsettling sensation of her heart racing and continued to examine the task materials. The large cargo ship No. 5 in the harbor is docked at the port, and the warehouse D6308 will regularly replenish arms. Supplies can be obtained if needed. The Ruby Bar on Peace Avenue in the Harbor District serves as a communal safe house for organization members, equipped with medical apparatus and weapon maintenance facilities. And it frequently stocks small firearms and ammunition. The entry code is a glass of intoxicating deep blue. The owner of the Northern District Hunter Shooting Club can provide funding for tasks. The third-floor mechanical prosthetics laboratory at RIC Technology Corporation's headquarters can offer technological assistance to task executors. The more Wasteland read, the more a chill crept over her. This Mechanical Dawn organization wielded a terrifying amount of power. She clarified in her mind. First, Mechanical Dawn had the capability to mobilize the port warehouses in Black Sea City as armories. Second, Mechanical Dawn possessed numerous members in Black Sea City to necessitate a communal safe house for gatherings. Third, Mechanical Dawn appeared to be quite affluent, with dedicated personnel responsible for allocating task funding. Fourth, it is highly probable that RIC Technology Corporation is directly affiliated with Mechanical Dawn, or that RIC Technology is merely a FAA for the organization. Silverface gazed at Wasteland. Have you finished? Anything you wish to express? I am calculating how many lives will be needed to complete this task. Would 100 suffice? Wasteland quipped darkly under the immense pressure. Just proceed with the execution. Silverface replied nonchalantly. Even if it requires lives to pile up, as long as we can prevent whatever is aboard the Kraken from entering Black Sea City, our sacrifices will hold value. Our demise is inconsequential. Our comrades shall persist in their endeavors until the arrival on August 11th. Wasteland harbored profound doubts regarding the Mechanical Dawn, suspecting it to be a brainwashing organization. The individual before her, codenamed Silver Mask, appeared to be thoroughly indoctrinated, to the extent of disregarding his own life. She cast her gaze downward at the time on her wristband. The date in the second world was July 28th, 2086, and the current hour was 0:23, precisely midnight. We have less than half a month to fulfill our mission alongside other teams. Silver Mask remarked on the urgency. Acknowledged. I shall hasten to devise an action plan, Kuei Xian replied. However, as an intern security officer, I have obligations of my own, as those from the inspection department are not easily deceived. The inspection department, the lapdogs of the consortium. Silver Mask scoffed, stating, "You will handle intelligence acquisition while I oversee the execution. We can collaborate on the planning." Kuei Xian nodded slowly. After standing with Silver Mask in the living room for a while, she sensed his silence and ventured, "I must attend to my own matters. You are free to do as you wish." Kuei Xian was uncertain of the dynamics among the members of the Mechanical Dawn execution team, nor was she aware of any established protocols they might adhere to during their missions. By uttering "you are free," she sufficiently conveyed the conclusion of their conversation. Additionally, Kuei Xian indeed had her own tasks to attend to. Under Silver Mask's watchful gaze, she meticulously explored every room within the house. The room belonging to Chaoyang was the bedroom, containing a small wardrobe. The other room, a secondary bedroom, had been repurposed as a storage space. Two nearly desiccated verdant plants adorned the balcony. Xian turned towards the kitchen, which was replete with all manner of pots, pans, and dishes. Upon opening the antiquated refrigerator, its paint peeling away, she discovered an assortment of foodstuffs. The abode exuded a palpable domesticity, a quality rendered poignant by the demise of its original occupant, whose place Xian had usurped. She closed the refrigerator door and proceeded directly to the bedroom, where she rummaged through the wardrobe, discovering unopened intimate apparel. Xian retrieved a bath towel, selected a clean set of loungewear, and entered the lavatory, closing the door with a resounding thud. The Silver Mask stared blankly at the lavatory, only belatedly realizing the woman's intent as the bathroom light illuminated and the rushing sound of water filled his ears. He immediately averted his gaze. Retreating to the sofa where he sat, his hands placed demurely on his knees, like an obedient schoolboy, Xian entertained a rather fatalistic notion. Given the already dire circumstances, she resolved to no longer deny herself comfort. The ultimate consequence was death, but before that eventuality, she desired to struggle as much as possible, in the hope that her struggles might ultimately lead her to triumph. A competent undercover agent and accomplished actress, she was embodying the role of a probationary rookie in the investigation department, fully immersing herself in the character of Xian, a bright young woman who had recently graduated from university and secured employment. It was entirely reasonable for a young woman to take a hot shower after returning home from work in the rain. Her actions were perfectly logical. As the tepid water cascaded over her, Xian engaged in self-hypnosis, repeatedly endeavoring to maintain a composed and rational state of mind. She spent 20 minutes bathing, simultaneously adjusting her mindset. Afterward, she emerged from the bathroom clad in fresh attire, only to discover Yin Mian still seated in the living room. Upon noticing Wei Xian's presence, Yin Mian cast a cold glance her way before diverting his gaze. Wei Xian found herself perplexed by his intentions. As she toweled her hair dry, her mind wandered through various thoughts, prompting her to inquire, "What are your next plans?" "Standing by," Yin Mian replied. "Standing by? Where will you be on standby? Are you going to linger beside me? Why doesn't he just leave?" To mask her bewilderment, Wei Xian turned toward the kitchen. She retrieved several ingredients from the refrigerator, intending to prepare a light meal. Since undergoing cranial surgery, she had not eaten, and her stomach was now growling with hunger. Fortunately, the kitchen was equipped with traditional appliances. Relying on clean energy sources like gas, she ignited the flame and placed a pot on the stove, aiming to boil some noodles. Yin Mian observed her culinary endeavors with a hawkish gaze, her stomach audibly grumbling. "Yin Mian, Wei Xian, would you like some?" she hesitantly asked. "Yes," Yin Mian responded swiftly. Thus, Wei Xian added a handful of noodles to the pot, along with 2 eggs. Details, it was all in the details. She became lost in the sight of the noodles swirling in the pot. Through Yin Mian's unhesitating acceptance of her invitation to dine, Wei Xian surmised that he was not as cold and impeccable as he appeared. In fact, he was somewhat unsuspecting, displaying a degree of trust in his companion. If it were Wei Xian, she would never consume food handled by strangers at such a critical moment. Perhaps she had been deeply influenced by various novels and films, rendering her overly sensitive. Once the noodles were prepared, Wei Xian served her portion and brought it to the dining table, instructing Yin Mian to help himself to rice. Rising from the sofa, Yin Mian retrieved a bowl, his fingers spread wide. The noodles along with the remaining egg floated steadily into the bowl, the broth splashing not a single drop. Wei Xian's hand, gripping the chopsticks, trembled ever so slightly. This was extraordinary power. Een Mion possessed supernatural abilities. Een Mion sat across from Wei Xian, holding the bowl, and lifted his hand to remove his hood, unveiling his mask. Beneath it, his face was pale as snow, with white eyelashes, eyebrows, and hair, while his irises were a faint pink, subtle red veins visible along his neck and cheeks. Were it not for this hint of color, he could easily be mistaken for a drifting specter, a lifeless, wandering corpse. His pale pink eyes glared at Wei Xian. What are you staring at? Have you never seen an albino before? Indeed, she had never encountered an albino, but what captivated Wei Xian was not his peculiar appearance, but rather the extraordinary ability he had inadvertently revealed. I thought you wouldn't remove your mask while eating. Wei Xian attempted to shift the topic. How else would I eat? Een Mion retorted, puzzled. That's a question for you, Wei Xian slowly replied. It seemed Een Mion realized something. Do you think I wear a mask to appear cool? I never claimed such a thing. Wei Xian lowered her head, continuing to eat her noodles. With a sullen expression, Een Mion picked up the noodles and took a bite, only to be scalded. In exasperation, he opened his palm to manipulate the clump of noodles, making it dance in the air, striving to cool it swiftly. Once the temperature had finally subsided, he confidently grasped his chopsticks and devoured his meal with gusto. This fellow seemed rather dim-witted, thought Wei Xian contemplatively. Wei Xian prepared plain boiled noodles, merely adding a pinch of salt, the flavor of which was hardly commendable. Yet, Een Mion was not at all picky, relishing every bite and finishing his meal in no time. The manner in which he consumed the noodles reminded Wei Xian of the piglets at her grandfather's countryside home, eagerly rooting through their feed. Go wash the dishes, Wei Xian proposed, eager to see if Een Mion would comply. Without a hint of complaint, he took the 2 empty bowls to the sink and turned on the faucet. Turn the water down a bit. The water bill is expensive, Wei Xian advised. Een Mion retorted, why are you so particular? This house isn't yours. You don't pay the water and electricity bills from your own pocket. To embody a character, one must mimic every detail, regardless of the audience. You wouldn't understand, Wei Xian countered with an irrefutable rationale. Een Mion, with restraint, controlled the flow of water as he washed the dishes, placing them in the cupboard once done. Wei Xian observed in silence. It appeared that Een Mion's extraordinary abilities were somehow linked to water. He did not manipulate the bowls or other objects to float, but rather controlled the water flow as a medium. When Een Mion first appeared in Wei Xian's home, she had assumed he was an old acquaintance of her original self. Hence she exercised additional restraint. Following a series of exchanges and probing inquiries, I have tentatively concluded that the original host and Silver Mask were not acquainted, and this was likely their initial encounter. Silver Mask's remark upon removing his mask, never seen albinism before, directly confirms that the original host had not beheld his true visage. Consequently, I can afford to be less apprehensive. I had genuinely feared that my collaborative partner might be intimately familiar with the original host, in which case, I would have likely betrayed myself within a few exchanges. I am, once again, fortunate. I have encountered a Silver Mask who does not know me, and more fortuitously, he appears to be relatively unsuspecting of me. Most crucially, Silver Mask is a paranormal ability user. If I were to eliminate Silver Mask, would it be possible to seize his abilities and acquire paranormal capabilities for myself? You diverge somewhat from your reputation, Silver Mask remarked, leaning against the closet with his arms crossed. Is that so? I responded with an air of indifference. This statement is best left unaddressed, as any response could potentially expose my true nature. A vague demeanor is the most prudent approach. Silver Mask continued. They depict you as ruthlessly cold like a machine, meticulously precise like a computer, and an exacting executor. Although you have not awakened any paranormal abilities, you are an indispensable strategist within the organization. Huh? I uttered with a chuckle, devoid of any discernible joy or smugness. Silver Mask's pale pink eyes met my deep black eyes for a prolonged moment before he said, no reaction whatsoever. What reaction did you anticipate? Wei Xian remarked, I can respond in any manner befitting the role I currently embody. Are all undercover agents as dedicated as you? Silver Mask furrowed his brow, concealing his true self even in the presence of a companion. Wei Xian gazed calmly at Silver Mask until he averted his gaze. What are the subsequent directives? Silver Mask inquired, his pale fingertips sending droplets of water cascading as he absent-mindedly tossed the small sphere of liquid in his hands, adding, let us not forget, our time is limited to less than half a month. From his terse words, it became apparent that in this duo's mission, Wei Xian occupied the role of decision-maker and leader, while Silver Mask functioned as the executor. Wei Xian standing within the mechanical dawn surpassed that of Silver Mask, and the organization members held her in high regard. You are to visit the port and investigate the site of the explosion, Wei Xian commanded. After careful consideration, she deemed this instruction appropriate. Based on the materials she had reviewed and the intelligence she had gathered, the port was a locale rife with gang activity. Having witnessed more than one incident of detonation, the cause of such explosions could stem from gang conflicts, or perhaps other motives, such as Mechanical Dawn opting to destroy the port to prevent the Kraken from docking, thereby hindering cargo ships from berthing. It was essential to ascertain some fundamental information prior to executing the port demolition task, prompting Wei Xian to issue this directive to Silver Mask. Silver Mask raised no objections to Wei Xian's instruction, instead inquiring with meticulous attention, "What shall we investigate? Personnel movement, a site examination of the explosion, or surveillance of suspicious individuals?" The port is not merely the site of a single bombing incident. An extensive investigation is underway, Su Xian remarked. "You truly are excessively cautious." Yin Mian mumbled. "Very well, I shall proceed at once. Contact me through my wristband for any urgent directives." He adjusted the silver mask upon his face, donned his hood, and approached the balcony to open the window. His form silently transformed into a transparent stream, merging into the torrential downpour outside, vanishing into the embrace of the night. Su Xian moved to close the window, preventing the rain from intruding upon the interior. With the silver figure dispatched, she could now contemplate certain matters in solitude. Su Xian was adept at formulating study plans and managing her study time. Her senior-year homeroom teacher praised her for organizing her academic tasks with remarkable precision. Now, she intended to utilize the planning skills honed during her arduous 3 years of high school to chart her future. Su Xian entered her bedroom, retrieved a sheet of blank paper and a water pen that was nearly out of ink. This was her ritual. Writing her thoughts down on paper clarified her mind, while the sound of the pen gliding across the surface heightened her focus. Presently, Su Xian's primary crises stemmed from two sources: the Mechanical Dawn and the Investigation Department. She inscribed her thoughts upon the paper. The peril of being an undercover agent within the Investigation Department was considerable. However, Su Xian had the support of the organization's resources. She planned to stay up late to thoroughly peruse the extensive document, spanning hundreds of pages, to gain a comprehensive understanding of the Investigation Department, an official federal entity. Additionally, she needed to meticulously memorize pertinent information regarding her connection to the security officer, including her background, her network of relationships, and her daily habits, ensuring that every detail was flawlessly retained. Feigning amnesia may serve as a temporary stratagem, yet it is by no means a sustainable solution. As an intern security officer, Wei Xian has not spent much time in the inspection department, making her unfamiliarity with her colleagues entirely understandable. She need not cultivate an overly familiar rapport with her teammates and captain, maintaining a moderate connection suffices. In contrast to the inspection department, the organization known as Mechanical Dawn instills a profound sense of unease within Wei Xian. At least the inspection department provides her with hundreds of pages of documentation for reference. However, Mechanical Dawn offers no such resources. She finds herself in a labyrinth of unfamiliarity, unaware of the organization's founding purpose, the identity of its leader, or even her own role within this enigmatic entity, which she must gradually discern through careful observation and inference. Her teammate, Silver Mask, is bound to her, yet fortunately, he has not previously interacted with her original self. Judging by his demeanor, he appears somewhat inexperienced, akin to a naive youth, making him rather easy to deceive, thus allowing Wei Xian to navigate her circumstances with relative ease. Had she been paired with someone else, the outcome might have been decidedly different. As Wei Xian's pen lightly touched the paper, she fell into contemplation. Throughout her impending undercover tenure in the inspection department, she resolved to adopt a prudent approach, establishing 6 guiding principles: to refrain from contention, to avoid drawing attention, to remain inconspicuous, to listen attentively, to observe keenly, and to learn diligently. However, the Mechanical Dawn organization presents a more formidable challenge. With a mission at hand and her status as an undercover operative, her opportunities for interaction with other members of the organization are likely to be scarce, with the primary concern being Silver Mask's presence by her side. If she can successfully manage him, her immediate worries will be alleviated. Having devised a strategy for addressing potential crises, Wei Xian meticulously crossed out the names of Mechanical Dawn and the inspection department from her notes. The next step is to outline her mission. She currently has 2 tasks at hand: The first task involves investigating the circumstances surrounding the port explosion, a directive issued by the game system. The second task is to prevent the Kraken from docking in Black Sea City, assigned by the Mechanical Dawn organization. Expressionless, Wei Xin marked a cross on the second task. Perhaps by operating within the investigation department, she might uncover some clues regarding the explosion case. However, attempting to blow up the port and sink the cargo ship is sheer folly. This is a perilous game, devoid of a save feature. Once a life is lost, it may be irrevocably gone. She cannot gamble with her existence. Such a hazardous mission would require far more than 100 save slots. Wei Xin bit the end of her pen, her brow furrowed as she began to analyze the first task. The reasons behind the port explosion are evidently not as simplistic as a gang conflict. It is highly likely that it is connected to the arrival of the Kraken. She wondered if the investigation department had recognized the unusual nature of the explosion case. Furthermore, Wei Xin suspected the involvement of a third party, indicating that more than one organization or faction wished to obliterate the port. She created a relational diagram. The first party, the investigation department, whose aim is to protect the port and apprehend the criminals. The second party, Mechanical Dawn, whose objective is to demolish the port. The task assigned to Wei Xin by Mechanical Dawn was to blow up the port, a directive she had just received this evening, along with the assignment of her teammate, Silver Mask. However, prior to her acceptance of the task and her formal transition into the second world, the port had already been subjected to an initial wave of explosions. Which force orchestrated this wave of explosions? Gang conflicts are relatively common in the modestly spirited Black Sea City. However, an ordinary gang skirmish would not provoke the game system to issue a specific mission, indicating that this particular bombing incident possesses unique attributes that triggered such a task. Wei Xin inscribed third party, pinning on the paper. The motive behind the bombing is suspected to be linked to the Kraken. Yet, this is merely one speculation. Her second conjecture is that the Mechanical Dawn dispatched more than one task execution team. The previous bombing was carried out by another group affiliated with Mechanical Dawn, which ultimately failed. Ian Mian remarked, "Our deaths are inconsequential. Our comrades will continue to fulfill the mission before August 11th. Given the nature of a task like bombing a port to destroy a cargo ship, it would be imprudent for Mechanical Dawn to place their hopes on a single team. Thus, deploying multiple teams for the mission appears to be the judicious choice. Consequently, the perpetrators of the previous bombing could still very well be affiliated with Mechanical Dawn." Underneath the words third party, pending, Wei Xin added a line. The third party is suspected to still be Mechanical Dawn. She gazed at the brief lines on the paper, contemplating for an extended period. The tumultuous undercurrents of Black Sea City, the frequent explosions at the port, the directives from Mechanical Dawn, and the missions issued by the game system, all converge upon a singular focal point: the Kraken, the colossal cargo ship poised to dock in Black Sea City. The Kraken represents a tempest, ensnaring conspiracies and mist, drawing ever closer. Wei Xin seized the paper from the table, tearing it into unrecognizable fragments before making her way to the restroom, where she disposed of the shredded pieces into the toilet and flushed. This document had to be obliterated, lest it be discovered by anyone. She understood where the breakthrough in her mission lay: the Kraken. Unraveling the nature of the cargo aboard the Kraken and understanding why the Mechanical Dawn was so apprehensive about its docking in Black Sea City would lead her to a resolution. Returning to her room, Wei Xin took a seat and contemplated. She activated her encrypted wristband to access the network and searched for information on the Kraken. A page materialized before her. The Kraken was a colossal bulk carrier, constructed in 2086, marking its inaugural year of service. With a maximum deadweight tonnage of 800,000 tons, it held the title of the largest bulk carrier in the world. Typically, bulk carriers transport goods that cannot be contained in containers, such as sand, oil, and coal. What could the Kraken be transporting? Wei Xin conducted several searches, but the information regarding this vessel was scant. Unable to find any useful intelligence, she turned to the mission chip assigned by her organization, which contained a portion of content yet to be reviewed. She clicked on the data and perused it from beginning to end, only to find, as expected, that there was no specific information concerning the cargo of the Kraken. The situation was indeed troublesome. As a thought crossed her mind, the game system projected a holographic display. She blinked in surprise, noticing that the investigation into the port explosion had inexplicably advanced. Task progress: 5. The sporadic rise in the numbers at least attested to the correctness of her investigative direction. She ought to pursue this lead further. Wei Xian exhaled deeply. Witnessing progress in her task filled her with a sense of accomplishment akin to conquering a complex mathematical problem. No, it surpassed that. This feeling of achievement was only second to earning money through hard work. Leaning back against the somewhat unyielding bed, Wei Xian wearily rubbed her eyes. She did not succumb to slumber. Instead, she switched the display on her wristband, channeling her energy into reviewing the life materials assigned to her and the intelligence from the investigation department. She toiled from dusk until dawn, the torrential rain outside never relenting. At 9 in the morning, the balcony window was flung open. Mian clumsily climbed through, drenched to the bone, a streak of blood marring his cheek. He was injured. Mian looked at Wei Xian, who emerged from the bedroom, and began, "Hey, you." "I do not respond to hey. It would be best if you call me by my code name." Wei Xian assessed the wet footprints he left behind. "You've soiled the floor." Rich lady." "You." Mian's expression contorted as he uttered the code name, quickly falling silent, resignedly muttering, "It doesn't matter what I call you. I'm injured. Do you have a first aid kit?" Wei Xian returned to the bedroom to retrieve the first aid kit from beside her bed. Mian casually removed his mask. His pristine white hair, now damp, clung to his forehead, and his already pallid lips appeared even more ashen. Casting aside his coat with a nonchalant gesture, Silver Mask revealed 3 formidable lacerations across his chest. The wounds appeared profound, yet, remarkably, he had not succumbed to exsanguination, remaining audaciously alive. Observing the floor, Wei Xian noted the limpid trail of water left in his wake from the balcony, devoid of any sanguine admixture. The rent in his garment bore only a meager trace of blood. "The lurking entities in the shadows have proliferated," she remarked. Silver Mask, baring his teeth, divested himself of his shirt, proceeding to disinfect his wounds with hydrogen peroxide from a medical kit before attending to them with bandages. Wei Xian echoed with subtle intonation, "Proliferated?" "Indeed, more so than before. Last night, I encountered 3, Silver Mask affirmed, pausing to catch his breath after securing the bandages. They capitalized on the torrential downpour to infiltrate the docks, teeming with containers, in search of hosts. Monsters? What manner of monsters? Wei Xian inquired, suppressing an anxious urge to bite her lip. The second world harbored a plethora of phenomena beyond her comprehension. Only the previous evening, she had been acquainting herself with the intricacies of facial recognition payment systems, navigating public spaces, online shopping, and the utilization of portable devices. Furthermore, she had been diligently engrossed in the historical annals of this world, from the establishment of the Federation to the technological renaissance that propelled humanity beyond Earth. Endeavoring to establish extraterrestrial colonies, as well as significant historical events. The advent of player Xiliang served as a reminder for Wei Xian to exercise heightened vigilance, lest she repeat the elementary errors committed by her predecessor. Wei Xian was already beleaguered, and Silver Mask's revelation of these monsters further compounded her bewilderment. In an effort to mask his anxiety and unease, Wei Xian remarked to Mian, "You have brought in an excessive amount of water. Please tidy up the balcony and the living room." To which Mian retorted, "If it weren't for my ability to control liquids, I would have bled to death by now. You blame me for staining the floor while you refuse to assist me with the bandaging." In indignation, he scooped a waterlogged bundle from the floor and hurled it into the kitchen sink. After attending to his wounds, Mian staggered to the sofa, collapsing beside it. His breaths were accompanied by a slight tremor, indicative of his struggle against the pain. "Tell me what transpired," Wei Xian urged as she leaned over him. Mian smiled, seemingly validating the rumors. Indeed, she was as cold as they said. He adjusted his posture and began, "Upon my arrival at the port last night, I followed your instructions to investigate the explosion site. There were security personnel patrolling, and it took considerable effort to scan the on-site data." He retrieved a metallic sphere from his pocket and tossed it to Wei Xian, who caught it deftly. The sphere opened in her hand, projecting a cascade of light that unveiled a 3-dimensional representation of the explosion site along with a comprehensive data analysis before her eyes. The blast radius was 30 meters. The explosive device was estimated to be a homemade gasoline bomb. This rudimentary equipment suggested that the organization, Mechanical Dawn, would not resort to such a simplistic homemade explosive for their operations. They would at least employ standard military-grade ammunition. Hence, it could be inferred that the perpetrator of this bombing incident was likely not Mechanical Dawn. Wei Xian tapped on the projected image, revealing another site of an explosion. This time, the blast radius was smaller, encompassing less than 10 meters, with the explosive substance estimated to be a burning glass bottle fueled by ethanol. By continuously switching through the data from the detonation sites, Wei-Xin could confirm his earlier hypothesis. The perpetrator of the previous wave of bombings was not Mechanica Dawn. Rather, there existed an unseen third party within the harbor's explosion incidents. The motivations of this unknown entity, and whether they are linked to the Kraken, remain subjects for further investigation. The silver-faced operation proved remarkably efficient, gathering such extensive data overnight, undoubtedly exhausting those involved in the relentless pursuit. Wei-Xin tossed the metallic sphere back into Silver's embrace and proceeded to recount his own experiences. Initially, upon acquiring the site data, he intended to return immediately to deliver it to Silver. However, he was suddenly startled by a blood-curdling scream. Upon rushing to the source of the sound, he discovered a patrolling security officer had fallen victim to a monstrous creature, which was attempting to burrow into the corpse to lay its eggs. A look of revulsion crossed Silver's face as Wei-Xin continued. I eliminated the creature, but then the officer's partner arrived. He saw me, and I had no choice but to kill both him and the monster, disposing of the bodies afterward. This was the first monster, Wei-Xin stated. You encountered 3 last night. Indeed. The second creature sought me out actively. It had parasitized a dock worker. After being taken over, the worker had withered to skin and bones, devoid of any nutrients left for the creature to siphon. I surmise it is eager to amass energy for its next metamorphosis, seeking a new host. It encountered me and prepared to parasitize my being. In-Mion expressed his displeasure with a disdainful click of his tongue, exclaiming, Ugh, repulsive. This is the second instance that has caused me harm. The third, Wei-Xin interjected. There is little to say about the third. It had merely crawled up from the sea along the dock when I discovered it. In-Mion shrugged, noting that it had not yet found a human host and was merely a fragile juvenile form. A monster, a creature that dwells in the depths of the ocean, ascends the shore in search of a host, laying its eggs within the cadavers of humans. This particular monstrosity possesses formidable combat capabilities, capable of vanquishing security personnel whose strength surpasses that of an ordinary individual, and has even inflicted injury upon the extraordinary In-Mion. Wei-Xin felt a bitter smile creep upon her lips. She should have known better than to be astonished by the bizarre occurrences in a world where cyberpunk and supernatural elements intertwine. The peril of the second world had escalated in her mind. Under normal circumstances, encountering such a creature once a month would be considered rare. Why then, on this night, were there so many? We ought to report this to the organization, In-Mion suggested. Indeed, it is time to report. Wei-Xin hesitated, her communicator vibrating in her pocket, the device belonging to the investigative department. The screen illuminated with the name of the caller, Shu Suyo. She pressed the answer button, Captain. Wei-Xin, how is your recovery progressing? Shu Suyo's voice bore a serious tone. What has transpired? Wei-Xin detected an unusual note in his demeanor. Mo Jingtong and Wang Jinmu from Team 6 encountered an incident while patrolling the docks last night. Shu Suyo remarked that the positions for port patrol are currently vacant and urgently require personnel. Wei-Xin, we have suffered too many casualties these days and cannot spare any more hands. If you recover, it would be best to return promptly to fulfill your duties. Understood. I shall return to the inspection department tomorrow morning, Wei-Xin replied. Shu Suyo appeared rather occupied, uttering not a single superfluous word. Once he had conveyed the necessary information, he terminated the communication. Wei-Xin set down the communicator, his gaze fixed upon In-Mion, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the unfolding drama of the conversation. Mo Jingong and Wang Jinmu belonged to the external operations team, affiliated with the neighboring 6th Squad. Wei-Xin had perused their profiles. In-Mion had witnessed one of them being slain by a monster the previous night, and subsequently eliminated another who had come to investigate. If you patrol the port, my operations there would be considerably more convenient, In-Mion exclaimed, and it would also facilitate the placement of our explosive devices. Ah, what fortunate timing. The individual you killed last night happened to be one of your external operations team, Wei-Xin replied. Indeed. Your actions led to a lack of available personnel in our team, reducing my 3-day leave to just 1. Wei-Xin continued. Returning to work means I must spend extended periods with my teammates, hindering timely communication and planning with you. In-Mion paused, taken aback. I hadn't anticipated that, but it was all an accident. No expectation of foresight from you, Wei-Xin sighed. But accidents are inevitably unavoidable. This is not your fault. Plans must be adjusted according to the circumstances. Should any unforeseen events arise and you are unable to reach me, you are authorized to act independently without waiting for my instructions. Just ensure to report back to me afterward. Silverface nodded. Her adjustment time had diminished last night. She had stayed up all night reviewing materials, and now she needed to rest and rejuvenate. I must attend to my tasks. Do not move recklessly until your injuries have healed, Wei Xian advised. Wait. Silverface called out to Wei Xian. What is it? Wei Xian turned back. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? He inquired earnestly. I ran all night without sleep or food, and using my abilities makes me especially ravenous. Wei Xian pondered for a moment. There are no ingredients in the kitchen. You might as well order takeout. Please order something for me as well. Silverface replied. All right, I'll place the order. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang. A delivery person clad in a uniform appeared at the door. Hello, your delivery. Ah, senior. It turned out that Xi Liang was working part-time as a delivery driver. Wei Xian was taken aback. Are you working to support your studies? Indeed. I'm earning money for university, though I'm unsure if I can earn enough. The prospects seem bleak, Xi Liang replied, handing over the takeout bag. I have another order to deliver. Goodbye, senior. Wei Xian waved him off and closed the door. Who was that? Silverface inquired. A student from the Black Sea Academy's Mechanical Engineering Department. The character I'm portraying is also a graduate of Black Sea Academy. Wei Xian explained as she opened the takeout box. Mechanical engineering? That's a field in demand, Silverface noted, her hands pausing in the task of unpacking the utensils. What is his family background like? Not very affluent. His parents run a convenience store, Wei Xian replied. Silverface seemed enlightened. You know quite a bit about him. Don't you? You have indeed been contemplating the recruitment of him, have you not? It appears that the Mechanized Dawn organization is open to welcoming new members. We must not act hastily. Wei Xian maintained her composure. You are correct. It is prudent to observe him for a while longer. In Mian opened the takeout box. However, individuals from less fortunate backgrounds are often more susceptible to persuasion, easily swayed by financial incentives. Wei Xian suddenly remarked that with a modest offering, one could forge a bond of mutual benefit. Let us report the intelligence concerning the frequent appearances of the harbor monsters alongside the name of the boy who gained admission to the Black Sea Academy. Should he prove worthy, the organization will dispatch someone to engage with him, In Mian asserted. Very well, you shall draft the report. Wei Xian unceremoniously directed him, mentioning that the boy's name was Xi Liang. After much restraint, In Mian finally suppressed his annoyance. I shall write it. After all, I have little else to occupy my time while I recover. After partaking of the takeout, In Mian meticulously composed the report to be submitted to the organization, presenting it for Wei Xian's review. Only after she nodded in approval did In Mian feel assured enough to hit send. The report he penned garnered Wei Xian's approval, leaving him quite satisfied. From In Mian's report, Wei Xian discerned the common format utilized for reporting to the Mechanized Dawn organization, which pleased her greatly. She noted that In Mian refrained from using the term monster, opting instead for exotic life forms, which she considered the proper formal designation for such entities. Wei Xian retreated to her room, while In Mian curled up on the sofa, wrapped in a thin blanket, seeking rest. With his eyes closed, a tuft of white hair poked out from the blanket, resembling a cat that had burrowed into the bedding, convinced it was well concealed. As Kuei-Shin reflected on In Mian's demeanor and actions, she internally assessed him. Apart from his obedience and extraordinary abilities, he was utterly akin to a foolish cat. She had not completed reviewing a portion of the information from the investigation department, and the remaining time was insufficient for her to examine the materials thoroughly. Instead, she skimmed through, focusing on passages related to monsters and aberrant creatures. At the end of the documents, there was a passage stating, "The emergency team of the investigation department. Leader unknown, members variable, located on the third underground level of the investigation building." This clandestine group was primarily responsible for discreetly eliminating the aberrant creatures that appeared in various locations. The investigation department harbored numerous secrets, such as the enigmatic emergency team. The second world also teamed with peculiar entities, like the monsters referenced by In Mian. With little time to spare, Kuei-Shin set aside her wristband and compelled herself to sleep. Kuei-Shin slumbered for 8 hours. When the alarm rang, she rose from her bed, freshened up, and changed her attire, splashing her face with a handful of cool water. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror for a moment, muttering to herself, "Fear will hinder one's progress." She could not afford to stagnate. whether in the first world or the second world. Kuei-shin pushed open the bathroom door and walked into the living room, just in time to catch a glimpse of Inmian climbing in through the balcony window. I went out this morning to buy some groceries. Ordering takeout is too expensive, Inmian said, holding a large bag and a smaller one, looking expectantly at Kuei-shin. Well, it seems it's time for breakfast, Kuei-shin replied. Please put the excess food in the refrigerator. Considering his contribution to the grocery expenses, Xin was willing to extend her tolerance towards him to a certain degree. She swiftly prepared 2 breakfasts, after which Silver Mask conscientiously cleared the table and washed the dishes. As he washed, he inquired, "My injuries are nearly healed. What are today's directives? So soon?" Xin mused in disbelief. Did every individual with extraordinary abilities possess such resilience? Silver Mask had not relied on technological healing pods to mend his wounds, yet his recovery was remarkably swift, almost inhumanly so. None for the moment, Xin replied as she changed into her shoes near the doorway. If I am assigned to patrol the port area, I will inform you of the directives. If not, then it remains to be determined. In the meantime, you are free to act independently. She took her umbrella and stepped out. The rain in Black Sea City had persisted for an extended period, transforming it into a veritable rain-soaked metropolis. Xin waited for the electric rail car at the designated stop, and it arrived punctually 1 minute later. During the day, Black Sea City relinquished the embellishments of neon lights and holographic advertisements, assuming a more unadorned appearance. Gazing out, all the structures manifested in somber shades of gray amidst the hazy rain, evoking a sense of oppression. Several minutes later, Xin arrived at the Bureau of Investigation building. Welcome back, Trainee Security Officer Xin. Please place your umbrella on the public rack. Adam's voice resonated in her ears. Xin complied and proceeded to take the elevator to Shu Shuya's office. She knocked on the door. Enter, Shu Shuya responded. The door opened, and Xion's heart skipped a beat the instant she stepped inside. The office accommodated 4 or 5 individuals, all members of the 7th Squad. Upon Xion's entry, they uniformly turned their heads to gaze at her. Enough of the pleasantries. Shu Suyo rapped his fingers on the table, drawing the team's attention back. Please take a seat. Wei Xian, it is time to discuss the objectives of our mission. Wei Xian approached an empty chair and settled into a swivel seat. Shu Suyo activated the holographic projector, casting a lifelike, 3-dimensional image into the air. This is our target, Chai Jian, a level 6 citizen, convicted of first-degree murder. However, due to a mental illness, he has not served time in prison, but rather received treatment at the Municipal Psychiatric Hospital in Black Sea City. Shu Suyo continued, just last night, he escaped after attacking his psychiatrist. How did he manage that? Inquired the man seated to Wei Xion's left. Is his psychiatrist alive? His psychiatrist sustained minor injuries but is otherwise unharmed, Shu Suyo replied. As for how he escaped, analysis suggests that he may have awakened. Awakened? Has he become an awakened individual with extraordinary abilities? The members of Team 7 exchanged looks of astonishment. Adam assessed that the powers he awakened were non-lethal in nature. The hospital's security measures had not been violently breached, indicating he likely utilized his newfound abilities to facilitate his escape. Shu Suyo stated, our mission is to recapture him. Should he resist fiercely or pose a threat to the safety of the general public during the operation, we are authorized to neutralize him on the spot. I have a question, Wei Xian interjected. Is this patient's mental state stable? Were there any signs or unusual reactions prior to his escape and the attack on his psychiatrist? Indeed, there is. Shu Suyo furrowed his brow as the hospital provided us with a video of Chai Jian's treatment. He insisted vehemently that he was not ill, repeatedly emphasizing to the doctor that he was not from Haihei City, but rather from a place he referred to as Jinling. That sounds like quite a serious condition. One of the team members remarked, eliciting agreement from the others. However, Wei Xian was not in the mood to join their banter for the sake of camaraderie. Jinling, the city from which the escaped mental patient Chai Jian claimed to hail. Chai Jian was also a player from the first world. In the dimly lit room, the director instructed, Adam, please play the footage provided by the screening room. As Adam complied, a video materialized on the screen. In the pristine treatment chamber, the attending psychiatrist sat behind a desk, while the mentally ill criminal, Chai Jian, occupied the opposite seat. His gaunt face was adorned with stubble, and deep-set eyes betrayed the weight of despair, bound to the chair by restraining straps. He strained to widen his eyes. Fist clenched tightly. I am truly not a criminally insane individual. Yes, my name is Chai Jian, but I am innocent. I have committed no crime. I am not mentally ill. All right, I understand. Please, calm yourself, Mr. Chai. The psychiatrist leaned back cautiously, his tone measured to avoid provoking the agitated Chai Jian. You see, I have your medical records before me, detailing your personal information. You are Chai Jian, a level 6 citizen from Black Sea City, and the diagnosis states. Chai Jian interjected vehemently. What do you know? I am not lying. I am not a criminal. I have committed no crime. I am not mentally ill. Mr. Chai, I comprehend your sentiments. The psychiatrist discreetly pressed the alarm button hidden beneath the desk. Should Chai Jian exhibit any signs of aggression, the guards outside would swiftly intervene. You know nothing. I merely took a nap, only to awaken in this wretched place. I am Chai Jian, a resident of Jinling, not Black Sea City. The dossier you possess is not mine. I have committed no crime. Chai Jian erupted in a desperate outcry, his despair and confusion palpable even through the holographic projection. Lawyer, give me a lawyer. I must alert the authorities. The psychiatrist declared, Mr. Chai, as a level 6 citizen, your political entitlements have been revoked. You possess no right to appeal, and we are unable to procure legal counsel on your behalf. Son of a bitch, what drivel are you spouting? Chai Jian, having extricated himself from the restraints, leaped from the chair, intent on seizing the psychiatrist's collar. The psychiatrist, in response, activated the alarm, retreating defensively. The door to the treatment room burst open, and hospital security guards surged in, subduing Chai Jian and forcefully pressing his face against the desk. I am not a criminal. I am not. Chai Jian, his face contorted, repeated this mantra with unwavering conviction. The psychiatrist swiftly produced a tranquilizer from his white coat and injected it into Chai Jian's neck. Chai Jian, in a daze, murmured, Release me. I wish to return home. He succumbed to the effects of the medication and drifted into unconsciousness. Kuei Xian observed the spectacle with an impassive countenance. Her initial circumstances were fraught with peril. In contrast, Shi Liang's commencement was rather mundane, at most encumbered by financial straits. Yet, Chai Jian, beholding his woeful plight. Kuei Xian pondered which of them fared worse. Chai Jian's emotions were intensely agitated, his entire being in a state of irrationality. Had he managed to compose himself, he likely could have successfully summoned the game system's interface and ascertained his fundamental identity. However, he was too panic-stricken and terrified to exercise sound judgment. Kuei Xian mused over how many individuals had meticulously perused the announcements and documents before consenting to participate in the game, and how many had committed to memory and resolved to abide by the 6 admonitions. She was aware that many individuals, upon encountering a consent declaration while gaming, would hastily click confirm without a second glance. It was possible that Chai Jian had not thoroughly perused the game's correspondence. Thus, he remained oblivious to the survival rules, rendering him vulnerable. Wei Xian discovered that the federal death penalty had been abolished 80 years prior. If Chai Jian were to remain complacent in the psychiatric hospital, receiving treatment, he would live a life free from danger, ultimately passing away peacefully, albeit at the cost of his freedom. However, Chai Jian escaped. In doing so, the investigation department was granted the authority to eliminate him on site during their pursuit. Wei Xian had dispatched 2 robbers without facing any repercussions. Should Team 7 eliminate Chai Jian, they would not only evade punishment, but might even earn commendation. The criminal, Chai Jian, lacked experience in evading capture. After fleeing from the psychiatric hospital, he had been spotted several times on the streets, and the city's surveillance network had tracked his movements. Shu Suyo instructed, the map. Adam presented the city map, marked with red dots and lines indicating Chai Jian's locations and movements. He had been active in the northern district, having attempted to enter a convenience store for food an hour ago, but was thwarted by a frozen account. Based on my calculations, Chai Jian remained within the northern district, unable to utilize public transportation or access communal spaces. Shu Suyo magnified the map, noting that the slums in the northern district were sparsely monitored, making it an optimal hiding place for fugitives and necessitating a focused search. Chai Jian's mental state was exceedingly unstable. While his extraordinary abilities lacked lethality, their efficacy remained uncertain. Shusuyo declared, this time, we will adopt a strategy that combines both remote and close-range actions. I, Jiangming, and Lu Kongan are in pursuit, while Lan Lan operates the drone swarm. Wei Xian, you shall serve as the long-range sniper. Is that acceptable? A long-range sniper? That poses a significant concern. She has never even touched a firearm. Wei Xian remained silent, and Shusuyo interpreted her silence as the trepidation of a novice. He encouraged her, stating that if the capture goes smoothly, the sniper's skills would not be required. You are the final line of defense, ensuring that the perpetrator does not escape. Your shooting test scores were perfect. I have faith in you. Are you up to the task, rookie? The man to Wei Xian's left scrutinized her, provoking her with his words. Wei Xian combined his appearance with the information she had reviewed and recognized him as Lan Lan, the technician of the 7th Squad, responsible for maintaining and operating various technological devices. She had meticulously memorized the profiles of everyone in the room. I am capable, Captain, Wei Xian asserted, steeling herself to accept the command. Very well, let us not delay. Go and change into your gear, Shu Suyo instructed. Everyone rose and gradually exited Shu Suyo's office, turning right at the door marked equipment room, where they scanned their irises one by one. Wei Xian followed suit and then entered. A voice, seemingly emerging from nowhere, announced, "This mission requires bulletproof combat suits, standard firearms, standard melee knives, the K-80 new long-range sniper rifle, micro-drones, data monitors, backup communication devices, riot helmets, and emergency medical kits. Please ensure everything is in order before departing the equipment room." The entire space was permeated with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the oily aroma of firearm maintenance. Rows of sleek, ebony firearms hung meticulously on the racks, their myriad types of ammunition and magazines glinting with a chilling sheen. Wei Xian cast a swift glance and noticed an array of oddly shaped equipment, their purposes inscrutable, accompanied by her teammates. She selected a suitably fitted tactical bulletproof suit and made her way to the women's changing room to don it. The black attire was simple in design, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Upon wearing it, she felt a slight constriction, the fabric thin yet resilient. Wei Xian fastened a belt adorned with several concealed clips, evidently designed for storing firearms and magazines. Once she had changed, she approached the display cabinet housing the weapons, discreetly observing her teammates' movements. Imitating their actions, she retrieved a standard sidearm, securing it at her waist, along with 2 magazines and a short blade with a finely honed edge, treated to minimize glare. Wei Xian then stood before the rack of riot helmets, selecting one to wear. This helmet was not a full coverage model, primarily safeguarding the occipital region. As a sniper, she required an additional K-80 long-range sniper rifle. Upon spotting the cabinet housing the sniper rifle, her heart sank. The weapon was overwhelmingly large, and alarmingly, it was in an unassembled state. A shiver ran down her spine as she stared at the K-80's components, feeling utterly at a loss. "What is the matter?" Lan Lan inquired, drawing closer. "Assemble it quickly and let us move. The captain said you scored full marks in shooting. After all these days as your teammate, I've yet to see you assemble a weapon. Let me witness your skills." With a deep breath and a steely resolve, Wei Xian closed her eyes and reached for the firearm parts. The barrel, receiver, muzzle brake, bracket, connector, and sight. The components swiftly assembled in her hands. The speed so astonishing it left one bewildered. Lan Lan stared in disbelief, her mouth agape. As the final piece was fitted, Wei Xian's fingertips involuntarily twitched. Fortune favored Wei Xian. Her innate combat instincts encompassed the realm of firearms. When a person has assembled weapons 1,000, even 10,000 times, they can effortlessly piece them together from muscle memory, even with their eyes closed. Wei Xian hoisted the K-80 and addressed Lan Lan. "You've witnessed it. What do you think?" "Impressive." Lan Lan responded with a playful grin, reaching over to secure the spare communicator that Wei Xian had neglected to grasp, fastening it to her belt. "Thanks," Wei Xian replied. She knew she could not overly rely on her combat instincts. A lack of theoretical knowledge would be detrimental. The textbooks from her university studies in criminal investigation technology still lay on her desk in the bedroom. Once she found the time, she would delve into them to enrich her empty mind. After leaving the equipment room with her teammates and stepping into the corridor, Adam announced, "Members of Team 7, please proceed according to the yellow indicator lights. Captain Shu Suyo has arrived at the helipad. Xiao Wei, you forgot to turn on your helmet." Lan Lan chimed in as she walked alongside Wei Xian. Without hands, Wei Xian struggled a bit to carry the K-80. Fortunately, her physical prowess far exceeded the average person's, allowing her to briskly navigate the corridor while bearing the weight of the substantial weapon. "Please refrain from addressing me as Little Wei, as I find it rather cloying," added. "Alternatively, you may call me Xiao Lan, if you prefer." With a genial smile, Lan Lan reached out to assist with her helmet. He tapped the side, and a verdant cascade of data materialized before his eyes. Adam's voice resonated within her helmet. "Greetings, trainee security officer. I am tasked with filtering intra-team communications and gathering real-time data on wind direction, velocity, humidity, obstructions, target distance, firing pitch. And Coriolis forced to bolster your sniping accuracy. Remarkably sophisticated, murmured, impressed. As the elevator doors parted and then closed, they ascended directly to the rooftop helipad. Fully equipped. Stood before an extended police vehicle. Prepare for departure, he announced. Yes, Captain. The 7th Squad responded in unison. The team boarded the vehicle in turn, with cradling her substantial sniper rifle and occupying the entirety of the back row. The police vehicle ascended into the sky. At that moment, who had been uncharacteristically taciturn, interjected, ensure that your weapons are properly secured, everyone. We wouldn't want any accidental discharges. Retorted, he says that before every mission. I'm growing weary of it. Turned from the front seat to elucidate to the perplexed. His firearm's safety mechanism once malfunctioned, resulting in an unintentional discharge while he was seated in the vehicle. Fortunately, no one was injured, but the police vehicle sustained damage. The incident occurred mid-flight, causing the vehicle to ignite and nearly plummet to the ground. Consequently, has developed a psychological aversion to such incidents. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, instinctively glanced down to verify the integrity of the safety mechanism on her standard-issue sidearm. Do not be overly anxious, Wei Xin, comforted Xu Xiuyao from the driver's seat. Simply grip the weapon tightly, aim at the target, and maintain your focus. Do not allow your mind to wander. Yes, Captain, Wei Xin replied softly. The relentless downpour mirrored her heavy heart, as rain droplets obscured her view through the police car's windows. After 30 minutes of swift travel, the vehicle began to descend gradually, reaching the designated location. Adam stated, the optimal sniping position is the signal tower at North District Freedom Square. Wei Xin, please proceed there with the security personnel. Lon Lon will accompany you to operate the drone swarm at the tower. The signal tower stands at a height of 230 meters, offering a relatively unobstructed view from above. Go, Xu Xiyu commanded. Members of Team 7 exchanged glances, and Wei Xin along with Lon Lon led the way, ascending the nearby signal tower. Upon reaching the pinnacle, Wei Xin took a deep breath, kneeling on the ground as she set up the K-80, aligning it with the scope. Lon Lon opened her backpack and retrieved a metallic box. As the box was unlatched, 5 palm-sized drones detached from it, soaring like predatory birds through the rain, heading toward the residential area below. These devices were primarily for reconnaissance. Given that it was a residential zone, armed drones could lead to unintended casualties, making high sniping precision essential. Lon Lon held the control panel to maneuver the drone swarm, while Adam also possessed the capability to operate them. However, his primary function lay in data aggregation and analysis, allowing for more efficient human operation to expedite and enhance Adam's feedback. Indeed, the investigation department ought to upgrade Adam's core. It would alleviate many of our burdens. Wei Xin remained utterly focused, refraining from conversation. She meticulously scanned the residential area below through the high magnification scope, hoping to locate Chaijian. With painstaking precision, she maneuvered the K-80, capturing glimpses of Captain Xu, Jiang Ming, and Lu Kangyun. After confirming their positions, she withdrew from the scope, her finger poised delicately over the trigger. Her concentration reached its zenith. The firearm became an extension of her very being. Unbeknownst to her, the muzzle of her weapon instinctively tracked every moving entity within the scope, be it a comrade or an ordinary citizen traversing the slums. Wei Xin's primal instincts for combat were thoroughly awakened. In this moment, she was an eagle soaring through the skies in search of prey, a python lying in wait within the depths of a cave. There arose a fleeting impulse within her to fire upon every moving object visible through the scope. She steadied her breath, adjusted her mindset, and dispelled extraneous thoughts. A target emerged. Adam suddenly announced. Lon Lon commanded the drone to follow. Wei Xin swiftly redirected her firearm towards Adam's mark, and there it was. A frantic figure materialized beneath her scope, a man clutching a piece of bread between his teeth. Barefoot and sprinting down the street, his silhouette both pitiable and comical. The target lay 986, 2 meters away, with a wind speed of 2.3. The angle. Data flooded into Wei Xin's vision. She aimed at Chai Jian, her index finger poised delicately on the trigger. In the desolate expanse of the lightless sea, the commander relayed the coordinates. Lon Lon, he spoke through the team's communication channel, his gaze fixated on the visuals transmitted by the drone, capturing the fugitive, Chai Jian. As he sprinted towards the signal tower. Received, Su Yao acknowledged. The channel echoed with the heavy breaths of the team members as they raced forward. Sounds that Wei Xian was oblivious to, as Adam filtered the noise to ensure the external environment would not disrupt her aim. The K-80 magazine contained 10 rounds in total, and Wei Xian had brought along 2 spare magazines, ample for the task at hand. Should her teammates successfully apprehend the target, she would not even need to draw her weapon. Maintaining her composure, she tracked Chai Jian's frantic movements through her scope. He seemed to be running in a blind panic, devoid of any clear objective or direction. In his hurried flight, he stumbled on the slick, muddy terrain of the slums, falling and scrambling to his feet, casting a frantic glance over his shoulder. Despite the blood seeping from his knee and the bread that fell from his mouth, he continued to flee with unrelenting speed, heading towards the signal tower. He's remarkably swift. Fortunately, he's heading towards the tower. Lan noted as the monitor in her hand displayed the green dot representing their ally converging with the red dot denoting their target. Su Yao and the others were closing in on Chai Jian. Wait a moment. Wei Xian suddenly interjected, her voice breaking the silence of her focus. Didn't Tiwi establish that Chai Jian lacked experience in evasion? Just moments ago, the commander was quite distant from him. How could he possibly sense our pursuit and flee? Lan paused, contemplating. Could it be his extraordinary abilities? No, have you not noticed? While running, Chai Jian glanced back. Not towards the southwest where the captain was located, but rather in the direction behind him. Wei Xian adjusted the scope, shifting her aim from Chai Jian to search for any suspicious entities lurking behind him. His flight was not driven by an awareness of the captain's proximity. His senses were not that acute. Instead, something else was pursuing him, instilling fear within him, prompting his escape. That reasoning seems plausible, murmured Lan. Wei Xian's analysis indeed held merit. After a moment's hesitation, she detached a drone from the tracking fleet and redirected it to scan the surroundings. The environmental imagery captured three-dimensional representations of buildings, localized terrain, and sewer systems. Under the drone's illuminating scan, living entities were rendered visible. There were no anomalies. Nothing was pursuing Chai Jian. You were overthinking it, Xiao Wei, Lan stated with ease. However, Wei Xian's lips tightened as a clear warning signal flickered in her mind. A pulsing sensation throbbed at her temples, a visceral intuition cautioning her that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. One of Wei Xian's innate talents was her ability to evade danger. She possessed a keen sensitivity to threats and the instinct to avert them. Unbeknownst to her, this talent had been activated. There was danger nearby. Yet, this peril did not emanate from Chai Jian, but rather from another source. Unidentified object detected moving at a velocity of 5.9 meters per second within the sewer. Adam announced, triggering an alarm. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. The unidentified object is a parasitic hydra. Level 3 alert. Repeat. Level 3 alert. Adam's announcement, accelerated and crystal clear, resonated in the ears of every team member. Damn it. A curse escaped Lan's lips, his previously relaxed demeanor replaced by a grimace. How could parasitic hydras leave the coast and infiltrate the city? He manipulated the data panel, dispatching drones to navigate the sewer lines, pinpointing the hydra's location. The captain and the others are in danger. We didn't bring the necessary weaponry and equipment to deal with these xenobiological entities. Xenobiological entities? Parasitic hydras? What in the world are those? A knot formed in Wei Xian's stomach. She adjusted her scope, scanning the street for sewer covers. Lan exclaimed in disbelief. The parasitic hydra is chasing Chai Jian through the sewers. Wei Xian briefly glanced at the data panel in his hand. The small red dot representing Chai Jian was frantically moving forward, while the yellow dot marking the parasitic hydra trailed closely behind. She didn't understand what a parasitic hydra was, but she knew the situation was dire. If the hydra's mere presence in the sewers was enough to alarm Lan, it must be exceptionally dangerous. Adam, send drones here with equipment, and call for backup, Lan urged. Captain, fall back. The bulletproof vests can't withstand the hydra's attacks, and the weapons you have won't inflict any real damage. No, this is a residential area. It will kill civilians, Shu Xiao countered. Jiang Ming, go drive the police car. There's a flamethrower in it. Use that to deal with it. Lu Kang'un and I will continue the pursuit. Yes, Captain. Jiang Ming has left the team. Wei Xian calmly wiped the raindrops from her scope and re-entered her aiming stance. Perched atop the tall signal tower, she observed the parasitic hydra lurking in the sewer hundreds of meters below her. Unlike Chai Jian and Shu Xiao, she was in a position of safety. Wei Xian no longer sought the parasitic hydra among the manhole covers, but focused intently on Chai Jian. The parasitic hydra pursued him, and she aimed at him, curious to see if he would draw the creature from the depths of the sewer. Chai Jian was a frantic little mouse, an unforeseen bait in this perilous game. The bait had been cast, but what monstrous entity would it lure? Sweat trickled from Wei Xian's palms, yet she remained utterly concentrated, forgetting to blink even as the wind blew raindrops into her eyes. As Chai Jian rounded a corner, his fatigued legs slipped, sending him tumbling to the ground. Simultaneously, the concrete beneath him suddenly bulged and then shattered. A dreadful creature erupted from the earth. Wei Xian's eyes widened in horror, rendering her speechless. It was a grotesque being, wielding semi-transparent appendages, its form grotesquely human yet not entirely its own, a host to the parasite. The translucent limbs erupted from the creature's back, mouth, eyes, and ears, thrashing wildly in the air. Chai Jian screamed in a manner reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. "Help! Don't eat me. I was just stealing a loaf of bread from your home." He was ensnared by the semi-transparent appendages, which coiled around his neck, causing his complexion to darken with suffocation. Su Yao and Lu Kongyun arrived without hesitation, drawing their firearms to shoot at the creature. The semi-transparent tentacle of the monster was struck and subsequently severed, the dismembered appendage falling to the ground, still writhing. Wei Xian, recovering from her shock, aimed at the human form occupied by the parasitic hydra and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet spiraled forth from the barrel, missing its intended target and instead striking the concrete beneath the parasitic hydra's feet, creating a crater from the bullet's impact. The K-80, renowned for its exceptional performance as a long-range rifle, is capable of penetrating sturdy concrete walls. "Damn it," Wei Xian cursed. "You forgot to account for the wind's influence," Adam remarked, noting the current light rain and a wind speed of 2.1, which had diminished. "The target is 722, 3 meters away." Lon Lon opened her mouth to speak. "Wei Xian, you silence. Do not distract me while I shoot," Wei Xian retorted sharply. Lon Lon immediately fell silent. Wei Xian exhaled slowly, wiped the scope, and attempted once more. The K-80's muzzle belched flames as another bullet pierced through the curtain of rain. With a satisfying thud, the bullet found its mark. The spiraling projectile struck the chest of the parasitic hydra, instantly perforating its form and creating a gaping cavity the size of a bowl, devoid of blood as desiccated flesh scattered in all directions. Before she could savor the triumph of hitting her target, Wei Xian continued to pull the trigger, round after round erupting from the barrel, striking the hydra's head, abdomen, shoulders, lumbar spine, and leg bones. Its parasitic body resembled a shattered puppet, barely retaining any semblance of human shape. Until the last bullet was expended, Wei Xian ceased her relentless barrage. She did not glance at her handiwork, but swiftly replaced the magazine, taking aim once more, poised for another round of fire. The parasitic hydra, deprived of its human vessel, collapsed onto the ground, its tentacles releasing Chai Jian. Dazed and gasping for breath, Chai Jian felt as though he were on the brink of asphyxiation. With little time to regain his composure, driven by the instinct to survive, he crawled away frantically, a picture of desperation. The parasitic hydra, unwilling to relinquish its prey, lunged at Chai Jian but grasped only emptiness. In a flash, Chai Jian's form vanished, reappearing 3 meters away beneath a streetlight, narrowly evading its grasp. Stumbling to his feet, he cursed in exasperation. "Damn it. This time my powers activated successfully. Thankfully, I didn't falter." Wei Xian initiated her next round of fire, severing several of the hydra's robust tentacles. The parasitic creature, forced to temporarily abandon its pursuit of Chai Jian, anchored its tentacles to the ground, utilizing their strength to maneuver evasively, dodging Wei Xian's bullets. Meanwhile, Xu Yao and Lu Kongyun, positioned several dozen meters away, fired their weapons in synchrony. As one expended their ammunition, the other seamlessly took over, providing the necessary moments to reload. Just as the bullets were running low, Jiang Ming arrived in a police car, deftly piloting it closer. The vehicle descended, and a dark flamethrower extended from one side, unleashing a torrent of searing flames upon the crawling parasitic hydra. Its tentacles visibly shrank, losing the vigor they had moments before. "This creature fears fire," Wei Xian murmured softly, the tension within her gradually easing. As the parasitic hydra began to struggle with fervor, it moved its tentacles, striking the air and producing a sound reminiscent of a whip cracking. With all its might, it extended and coiled its appendages around the fire-spewing police car, pulling it askew. Simultaneously, the tentacles thrust into the mouth of the flame-throwing weapon, effectively obstructing its fiery torrent. With a resounding explosion, the fuel tank connected to the firearm detonated, sending the police car plummeting from the sky amidst a cloud of smoke. The parasitic hydra severed its own tentacles, abandoning the shattered human form, and frantically crawled towards Chai Jian, who had only managed to flee a mere 10 meters. A horrifying scene unfolded as its soft, translucent body enveloped Chai Jian, forcefully inserting its tentacles into his mouth. Chai Jian's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. His mouth agape in helplessness against the hydra's invasion. His eyes rolled back, his neck strained, and his chest and abdomen grotesquely swelled, contorting his form into an unnatural shape. Shusuyo raised his firearm, aiming at Chai Jian, yet he pulled the trigger in vain. His weapon was devoid of ammunition. Lu Kongyun, with a grim countenance, shook his head at Shusuyo, revealing that he too was out of bullets. The parasitic hydra was in a vulnerable state, and it was imperative to prevent it from transferring to a new host. Lan Yu spoke rapidly, urging, Wei Xian, eliminate Chai Jian. Quickly, the hydra cannot inhabit a corpse. In mere seconds, Chai Jian's body transformed beyond recognition as the hydra forced its way into him. Wei Xian pressed her lips together, aligning her sight with the scope. Taking aim at Chai Jian, the gunshot reverberated in her ears, sounding more distant than the previous discharges. The bullet spiraled through the air, piercing the man's skull. The lifeless body collapsed with a thunderous thud, blood gushing forth and staining large swathes of the ground. You have slain the Agent Chai Jian. You have deprived Agent Chai Jian of their extraordinary abilities. You have acquired the extraordinary skill Shadow Traversal Level E. Shadow Traversal Level E. You can utilize shadows for limited spatial teleportation. At this very moment, Wei Xian's eyes were void of emotion, and the echoes of gunfire seemed to resonate in her ears, her finger twitching slightly on the trigger. She suddenly comprehended why the game she had initially signed up for was named Crimson Land. Why was the earth a deep crimson? It was stained with blood. This world had finally revealed its grotesque and brutal visage to Wei Xian in its entirety. In the realm of the lightless sea, the parasitic hydra's powerful tentacles suddenly stiffened, only to succumb to a state of limpness. Its colossal, translucent form resembled a melting jellyfish, enveloping the lifeless body of Chai Jian. Indeed, it was disintegrating, transforming from a conglomerate of octopus and jellyfish into a viscous, gelatinous liquid. The parasitic hydra could only survive briefly once it departed from its host. Despite its formidable nature, it was inherently fragile, possessing a rudimentary intelligence. Chai Jian had been designated as its next host. Upon the failure of its parasitic attempt on him, it too faced extinction. Jiang Ming's intermittent voice crackled through the communication channel. He had plummeted from the sky, yet remained alive, albeit trapped within a police vehicle. From the vantage point of her scope, Wei Xian observed Shusuyo and Lu Kongyun racing towards the site where the police car had fallen, desperately attempting to rescue the ensnared Jiang Ming. The vehicle's bulletproof glass was shattered, and the door was askew. Shusuyo kicked open the car door, and together with Lu Kongyun, they extricated Jiang Ming from his confinement. Fortunately, the rain had mitigated the fire's intensity on the vehicle. Well done, Wei Xian, Lan exclaimed, patting her shoulder with exuberance. Let us gather our gear and rendezvous with the captain. The police car is incapacitated, but reinforcements are on their way. He was abruptly silenced, for he had noticed the subtle tremor in Wei Xian's hand as she gripped her firearm. A rigid stance she had maintained since discharging her weapon. Are you all right, Wei Xian? Lan inquired with concern, steadying her shoulder to help her rise. I'm fine, Wei Xian stammered, struggling to tighten her grip on the K-80, using the barrel to prop herself upright as a makeshift crutch. She had knelt for an extended period, aiming and firing, leaving her legs numb. The sensation of this homicide diverged significantly from the previous instance where she neutralized 2 assailants. Previously, her actions were devoid of conscious intent. The demise of the individuals occurred before she could fully process the situation, enveloping her in an aura of unreality. This time, however, was markedly different. She deliberately discharged the firearm, launching the fatal projectile that struck Chai Jian's cranium with precision. Lan stated with understanding. Do not be burdened by psychological distress, Xiao Wei. Chai Jian brutally murdered his own spouse and offspring before his capture. He deserved to forfeit his life. Yet our legal system. He patted Wei Xian's shoulder, seemingly to imbue her with courage and fortitude through physical contact. He was deserving of his fate. You were acting in the interest of public safety. Furthermore, the parasitic hydra had already ensnared him. His survival was untenable. This was the crux of the matter, and Wei Xin could not disregard it. This Chai Jian was not the same as that Chai Jian. The criminal Chai Jian had been supplanted by player Chai Jian. Residing within the criminal's corporeal form was an innocent soul. Chai Jian was not a non-player character from the second world. He was kindred to Wei Xin. Lan Lan's words failed to provide solace to Wei Xin. She silently hoisted the K-80 and descended the signal tower steps. Let us rendezvous with the captain. The mission had concluded. Chai Jian was deceased, and the unforeseen crisis involving the parasitic hydra had been resolved. Upon the arrival of the security personnel, they would be able to return to the investigation building. Wei Xin removed her helmet, and the dense rain drenched her thoroughly. Gazing at the overcast sky, she exhaled a stifled breath. She was beginning to develop an aversion to rainy days. This marked her third day in the city of Black Sea, and it had rained incessantly for 3 consecutive days. What was the nature of that alien entity? Wei Xin inquired of Lan Lan. It is the duty of the emergency response team to eliminate them. As an intern security officer, you should not be privy to too much information. Lan Lan remarked that once you become a full-time employee, you will learn more about the exotic creatures. That day is not far off. Your recent endeavor has proven fruitful, and the captain will assist you in securing your position. Our department's primary responsibility is to maintain public order in the city, and the task of eradicating exotic beings is rare, given their infrequency. Wei Xin stated, you mentioned they should not exist within the city, but rather along the coast. Parasitic hydra cannot survive without water. I surmise that the increased rainfall has led to seawater intrusion, providing the parasitic hydra with the opportunity to come ashore. Lan Lan furrowed her brow in contemplation. Wei Xin decided to ask directly, I have never heard of such exotic creatures. How do they come into being? I am unsure. Lan Lan replied, shaking her head. It was an accident for you to encounter an exotic creature. As a newcomer, you should not have faced such a situation. Its visual impact is overwhelming. It is genuinely quite revolting. I assent it. Indeed, it is rather disgusting. Wei Xin felt a wave of nausea recalling the scene of the writhing tentacles after exiting the shooting stance. Generally, Adam would promptly track their traces, at which point the emergency response team would intervene to cleanse the area. Lan Lan explained that sometimes the team might not be deployed for an entire month, while at other times they might be called upon several times within a week. Do the members of the emergency response team face such dangers every time they carry out a mission? Wei Xin inquired. Not every time. Lan Lan explained that the members of the emergency team are not fixed. They form temporary squads by drawing personnel from other groups as situations arise. For instance, All right, Lan Lan. Shu Suyo interrupted over the communication channel, stating that once Wei Xin becomes an official member, you can fulfill your role as a senior and explain things to her. All right? Sure. My apologies for speaking too much. Little Kuei, just pretend you've forgotten. Lan Lan smiled, noting that some information must remain confidential. I understand. Wei Xin replied. Perhaps this marks her gaining Lan Lan's trust? Indeed. Fighting side by side can significantly enhance friendship. Our team has arrived. Shusuyo announced, instructing the police car to rush towards them as Jiang Ming required medical attention. Adam replied, the order has been conveyed, Captain Shu. Jiang Ming was severely injured, with a fractured right arm and burns on his thigh. As he got into the vehicle, he was in excruciating pain, sweating coldly. I want to replace my arm with a mechanical one. That way, I won't have to worry about fractures in the future. I think that's a good idea. Lan Lan leaned into the car, expressing her envy upon hearing that little Kuei had replaced her head with a metal one, wondering if ordinary bullets could penetrate it. Why don't you get one too? Dr. Huang's surgery was quite proficient. My skull feels no different from the original. Wei Xin shot him a glance. Lan Lan remarked, once I've made full use of the original version, I'll switch to an alloy one. The police car ascended. With Wei Xin seated in the last row, her K-80 resting flat on her lap. Even through the bulletproof tactical suit, she could feel the cold temperature and the heavy, solid texture of the firearm. How do you feel, Wei Xin? Lu Kongyun, usually taciturn, took the initiative to converse with her. Not very well, she replied. Wei Xin spoke candidly. It's quite normal, Lu Kongyun replied calmly. I was the same way during my first time. Not only that, you almost shot a teammate. Jiang Ming scoffed. Wei Xin is far superior to you. Lu Kongyun's face flushed with embarrassment, and he fell silent. Oh, don't be so hard on him. It's not easy for old Lu to speak up, Lan Lan remarked. The members of Team 7, no longer burdened by the gravity of their mission, relaxed in the atmosphere. While Xian occasionally chimed in during their conversation, she mostly drifted into her own thoughts, oblivious to their chatter. As a police vehicle descended from the sky, teammates began to disembark, and she too stepped out, shouldering her K-80. Doctors and nurses stood at the helipad, ready with a stretcher. As soon as Jiang Ming was assisted out, they promptly lifted him onto it. Tend to the wounds first. The rest can wait for equipment changes, Shu Suyo instructed. Go wash up in the lounge, and avoid getting caught in the rain and catching a cold. Following the incessant chatter of Lan Lan, Xian made her way to the equipment room to change out of her gear and into civilian clothes, then accompanied him to the lounge. Before entering the lounge, Lan Lan suddenly halted, and Xian, unable to react in time, nearly collided with his back. With a smile, Lan Lan pointed at the door sign. This is the men's lounge. The women's lounge is next door. What were you thinking, so lost in thought? Oh, I wasn't paying attention, Xian replied, turning to slip into the adjacent room. Inside the lounge, equipped with a bathroom and all necessary amenities, Xian took a shower and dried her hair before collapsing onto the sofa. Intern security officer Xian, Captain Shu is waiting for you outside, Adam announced. Xian rose from the sofa like a wandering spirit and made her way to the lounge door. Captain, is there something you need? Xian inquired. Yes, follow me. Shusuyo replied, turning to lead the way. They proceeded along the corridor until they reached a metallic door marked Psychotherapy Office. Today happens to be Director Yang's duty day. You can have a chat with him, Shusuyo said gently. Xian hesitated, wanting to decline. I have no issues, Captain. I'm just a bit tired and need a moment to rest. Physical fatigue can be alleviated with adequate rest, but emotional exhaustion requires the guidance of a therapist. Shusuyo asserted. You have experienced too much in recent days. Your mental state is not quite right, and you need psychological support. Please, go in. Director Yang is an exceptional therapist. After a moment of hesitation, Xian approached the door. As the metallic door swung open, she stepped inside. Welcome. The man in the office said softly. You must be Xian. I am an old friend of your captain. His voice was deep and melodious, reminiscent of the soothing tones of a cello. Xian noticed the name tag on his attire, Yang Xingyun. Hello, Director Yang, she replied. Yang Xingyun gestured, please, sit down. There's no need to be so formal. The psychotherapy room is meant to be a relaxing space. Following his suggestion, Xian settled into the swivel chair opposite him. The atmosphere indeed exuded tranquility. The decor was distinctly different from other rooms. The floor was made of wood, the walls adorned with warm-toned wallpaper, and two walls had been transformed into bookshelves, filled with an assortment of books arranged in an inviting manner. Even the lighting emitted a soft, warm yellow hue, a stark contrast to the cold, bluish light of the corridor outside. Would you prefer tea or the carbonated beverages favored by the youth? Yang Xingyun remarked with a smile. I have a comprehensive selection of drinks available here. If something is missing, I can have it delivered. Behind him, an open tea cabinet displayed an array of glass containers filled with a dozen different teas, including a vibrant assortment of floral teas, as well as green and black teas. Any kind of tea will suffice, Xian replied. Yang Xingyun pressed the button to heat the water. I shall brew you a cup of goji berry and red date tea. It's my daily indulgence. Xian raised an eyebrow. Has Director Yang, at such a young age, embarked on the path of health preservation? With practiced ease, Yang Xingyun prepared the tea, adding a piece of rock sugar to the ceramic cup before sliding it across the table. Do you appreciate the decor of my office? He inquired. I do. It is distinctly different from other places, Xian responded after taking a sip. I detest metallic hues. They feel too cold and oppressive if gazed upon for too long. Yang Xingyun continued. In today's society, the prevalence of mental health issues is on the rise, not solely due to survival pressures but also as a consequence of our living environments. Metal and machinery evoke notions of efficiency, rationality, and precision, yet they also encase us, preventing relaxation. Hence, I altered the ambience of the therapy room to be warmer and more sentimental. This space is quite pleasant, Xian acknowledged. Shall we not commence the psychological counseling immediately? Yang Xingyun replied. This is, in fact, the essence of psychological counseling. We are here to converse, to discuss everyday matters, and alleviate our burdens. The work at the investigation department must be arduous, I presume? It is manageable. As a newcomer, the team leaders are quite supportive. Xian responded somewhat dryly. You may confide in me your troubles, Yang Xingyun said. Xin, those who are admitted into the field operations team are not passive individuals. If you identify a problem, you must proactively address it. You cannot afford to become passive. Xin paused, taken aback. Indeed, I have a vexation. She lowered her eyes, sipped her tea, and set down the cup. I used to consider myself a proactive person. I studied diligently, strived to attend university, and worked assiduously to earn money. However, lately, I have become rather passive. Passivity often stems from a lack of well-defined objectives, Yang Xingyan stated. What is your ambition? Have you contemplated it thoroughly? Xin replied uncertainly. To become a wealthy individual? Yang Xingyan chuckled softly. You see, even you are unsure of your own aspirations. A goal should fill you with zeal whenever it is mentioned. Your tone when speaking of it should be assertive and resolute, not hesitant. Xin furrowed her brow. The establishment of a goal is indeed arduous, I am aware. During my university years, I too underwent a protracted period of bewilderment, ultimately discovering what I truly desired. Yang Xingyan said, You may take your time to reflect. Very well, Xin nodded. Let us first concentrate on resolving the immediate matter at hand, Yang Xingyan suggested. I have heard from your team leader that you are finding it difficult to adapt to killing. Xin hummed softly in affirmation. Would you be willing to share your sentiments with me? Yang Xingyan inquired. Is there a distinction between harming aberrant beings and harming one's own kind, Director Yang? Are you familiar with this sensation? Xin asked. The otherworldly beings are deemed alien, hence you can fire without hesitation. However, when confronted with humanity, the act of shooting becomes a challenge to your rationality, does it not? Yang Xingyan inquired. Weixin, facing his question, neither nodded nor shook her head. In Weixin's perspective, she and Chai Jian are akin, as are she and Shi Liang. In the second world, apart from the players, all others are perceived as alien beings in her eyes. Weixin confessed, I have slain one of my kind. Although I am aware that I have committed no wrongdoing, it still leaves me somewhat unsettled. Yang Xingyan remarked. The empathy inherent in humanity dictates such emotions. As a security officer, you are destined to grapple with these feelings. He continued, Now, let us entertain a hypothesis, Weixin. Suppose during your mission, no alien entities appeared, no threat from parasitic hydras loomed. How would you treat Chai Jian? Without a moment's hesitation, Weixin replied. If he were to draw a weapon, I would shatter the hand wielding it. Should he continue to resist, I would aim at his other hand. If he still persisted, I would target his legs until he is rendered incapable of resistance, at which point the captain could apprehend him. Yang Xingyan observed. You never considered the option of simply executing him. Your sole intent is to incapacitate him, is it not? Weixin nodded. You are a kind-hearted individual, Weixin, Yang Xingyan remarked. If Chai Jian were to resist, Adam would deem him a threat, and your comrades would eliminate him without hesitation. Only by rendering Chai Jian entirely incapable of resistance can he hope to preserve his life. He could not resist, nor could he escape. Struggle was futile. With his limbs gone, he could rely on mechanical ones, which might prove to be more efficient than the original. Once a life is lost, it is irrevocably gone. Engaging in this hypothesis now serves no purpose. He is dead, Xin remarked. You will encounter numerous such situations in the future, you. Yang Xingyan began. But Xin interjected, I am making an effort to regulate my empathy. Such circumstances will indeed arise frequently, and I am already striving to overcome them. You are a resilient individual, Xin, Yang Xingyan said gently. In the dim expanse of the sea of darkness, Xin spent 2 hours in the therapy room, sipping 3 cups of goji berry and red date tea. Following an earnest invitation, she joined Yang Xingyan for lunch at the staff cafeteria. As she prepared to leave, Yang Xingyan kindly handed her an entire jar of goji berries and red dates, remarking, Drink more of this. It will replenish your vital energy. I've noticed your complexion appears rather pale, as if you are somewhat deficient in vitality. With a resigned acceptance of Yang Xingyan's thoughtful gesture, Xin cradled the jar of goji berries and red dates as she returned to the break room. Now it was afternoon, and the lunch break had concluded. Xin set down the jar and proceeded to report to the training grounds of Team 7. Whether a formal member or an intern like herself, time not spent on missions was predominantly devoted to training, with shooting and combat skills taking precedence. She took the elevator down to the basement level, an entire floor dedicated to training facilities. Upon scanning her iris at the entrance to the training room, Adam announced, Intern Security Officer Xin. You are permitted to utilize training equipment in areas A and B for foundational exercises. Access to other zones is temporarily restricted. There exists a disparity in treatment between interns and formal employees, yet Wei Xian was indifferent. After all, she was not adept at using the more advanced equipment. Her purpose in visiting the training room was to ascertain her proficiency with firearms. Area A encompassed the shooting training room. Upon entering, Wei Xian observed that the space was relatively empty, prompting her to select a vacant spot to stand. Please choose a training weapon, Adam prompted. Standard handgun, Wei Xian replied. Before her, the metallic surface of the table silently parted, revealing a sleek, ebony firearm resting quietly upon it. Wei Xian grasped the weapon, contemplating for a few moments before disassembling it, committing each component to memory before reassembling it with precision. She held the gun at shoulder height, adopting a comfortable stance, and declared, 3-meter target. Yes, the 3-meter target has been set, Adam replied. Without much aim, she relied on her instinct to fire. The sharp reports of gunfire echoed as she discharged a series of bullets, each one finding its mark on the target, with none straying off course, and every bullet landing within the 8-ring. The recoil of the weapon was slightly more pronounced than she had anticipated, leaving her palm tingling. Wei Xian had little sense of her performance. She replaced the magazine, eager to continue, stating, 10-meter target. The 10-meter target has been set, Adam confirmed. This time, the target was farther away, nearly indistinguishable to the average eye. Wei Xian steadied herself, raising the gun once more, and this time she aimed with intent. She squeezed the trigger, releasing a single bullet. Bang! It struck the 10-ring, right at the center. Wei Xian's features softened with delight. Adam, 15-meter target. She continued her practice, gradually increasing the distance from 15 to 25 meters. With each shot, her lowest score never dipped below the 7-ring. Her fingertips tingled, yet she felt invigorated, as if all her worries and pressures had been expelled with each pull of the trigger. Such achievements cannot be divorced from the enhancement of her inherent combat instincts. However, she also possesses a remarkable talent for marksmanship. Through countless sessions of shooting practice, she has deepened her understanding and appreciation of firearms. Training has been her pathway to familiarity with these metallic instruments of precision. With proficient firearm skills, as well as physical prowess and martial arts capabilities, Wei Xian is no longer the inept fighter she once was. Among the ranks of security personnel, she stands out as one of the more exceptional individuals. Moreover, she has now ascended to the status of a transcendent being. During this morning's mission, she eliminated Chai Jian, thereby stripping him of his extraordinary ability, shadow traversal. At this moment, her profile reflects a significant transformation. Basic attributes, name, Wei Xian occupation, depriver extraordinary ability, shadow traversal, E-level, you can utilize shadows for limited spatial teleportation. Inherent talents, performative persona, you possess exceptional acting skills, capable of deceiving the majority. Life resilience, you exhibit an indomitable vitality akin to a cockroach. Danger evasion, you possess a keen sensitivity to surrounding dangers, enabling you to avoid them. Rapid learning, you excel in acquiring any skill with remarkable efficiency. Battle instinct, your combat capabilities and techniques are etched into your very being. Chai Jian had escaped from the psychiatric hospital using his shadow traversal ability, which was of relatively low caliber and seemed not to activate successfully every time. This explains his inability to flee from the parasitic hydra. Wei Xian is particularly curious about the awakening process of extraordinary abilities, whether it is a matter of luck or influenced by other factors. Her teammates were taken aback by Chai Jian's emergence as an awakened, underscoring the rarity of such individuals. Upon her arrival in this realm, Dr. Huang, also an undercover agent in the Mechanical Dawn, had mentioned that there were indeed awakened individuals within the investigation department, specifically naming the leader of the Criminal Investigation Unit, urging Wei Xian to exercise caution. This leader's extraordinary ability was likely related to lie detection. It is evident that the extraordinary abilities and identities of members within the investigation department are likely shrouded in secrecy. Even colleagues remain oblivious to one another's powers and identities. Consequently, Dr. Huang, despite his extensive tenure at the medical center of the investigation department, could only offer vague conjectures rather than definitive answers. Wei Xian lamented the fact that she could not find a safe and secluded location within the investigation department to experiment with her newly acquired ability of shadow traversal. At home, with Yin Mian present, opportunities to test her newfound power were further diminished. Shadow traversal was a remarkable ability. Should she ever find herself imprisoned, it could prove invaluable for an escape. much like how Chai Jian had utilized it to flee from a heavily fortified psychiatric facility. Serving time in prison might not be the worst outcome, as the Federation had abolished the death penalty. Optimistically, she pondered that serving a brief sentence could perhaps present an opportunity for escape. Conversely, the less favorable outcome would be exposure of her identity, leading to her elimination by former allies. Setting aside her firearm, Wei Xian made her way to Area B. This area was designated for combat training, where several security personnel donned training attire and boxing gloves engaged in sparring. Wei Xian was not there to seek a sparring partner. Rather, she aimed to utilize the training equipment to ascertain her own strength. In a corner of the training area, she spotted a boxing force measuring device. Wei Xian read in a magazine from the First World that the legendary boxer Mike Tyson possesses a punching force of 800 pounds, while the martial arts icon Bruce Lee's punch is approximately 350 pounds. This data is closely related to their respective weights, with Tyson weighing nearly double that of Lee. A mere test of punching power cannot accurately reflect an individual's combat prowess, as many factors influence one's fighting capabilities. However, such tests can indeed indicate a person's level of strength. "What were my last test results?" Wei Xian inquired. Adam replied, "Your previous punching power test yielded a score of 215 pounds. This data pertains to the security officer Wei Xian, not the original body statistics." Wei Xian believed she should be conservative in her first punch to avoid exceeding the original score too dramatically. She regulated her breathing, clenched her fist, and struck the testing pad. With a resounding thud, the force gauge's display rapidly escalated, surpassing 200 and ultimately settling at 233 pounds. "Your score has improved compared to last time, specifically by 18 pounds, Adam reported. Wei Xian responded, "Alas, I still wasn't conservative enough. The original body must at least be a super warrior comparable to Bruce Lee, right? Not only does she possess strength, but she also has skill, having undergone rigorous training, truly a human weapon." Wei Xian. Lon entered Zone B and waved at her. "Are you training here?" "Yes, I felt a bit rusty, so I came to practice with some firearms and throw a few punches," Wei Xian replied, loosening her shoulders. "I feel off if I don't handle a gun for a day. It's something that requires constant practice. Would you like to spar? Though I am a technician, my ranking in the fieldwork team is among the top 10. Lon invited me, but I declined, for I just finished a day of fieldwork and feel rather fatigued. My condition not at its best." Wei Xian smiled as she refused, inquiring about Jiang Ming's status. "He has undergone surgery, and old Lu is accompanying him." Lon asked if I had visited the psychological therapy room. I replied affirmatively, mentioning that Director Yang is quite amiable and gifted me a jar of goji berry and red date tea. His hobby seems to be gifting tea when I visited. He also presented me with a jar of coffee beans, claiming that technicians often need to engage their minds, and coffee can aid in sharpening one's focus. Lon raised her hands in exasperation. "Are there many individuals with psychological issues in the investigation department?" Wei Xian queried. "Given the immense work pressure, one inevitably encounters various problems. We live in constant peril. A former colleague of mine experienced nightmares for an entire week after his first mission to eliminate an exotic species, and it was Director Yang who assisted him with psychological counseling. The establishment of a psychological therapy room in the investigation department is indeed essential." Lon remarked that failing to address psychological issues promptly can lead to dire consequences. "I am acquainted with such an instance. An old colleague from the adjacent team developed severe psychological problems after mistakenly killing a civilian, yet no one else noticed. Ultimately, he took his own life." Lon sighed, reflecting on how, at times, individuals can exhibit astonishing resilience under pressure, while at other moments, their minds prove exceedingly fragile. Wei Xian pondered for a moment before stating, "I will strive to avoid making such errors. Actually, I wanted to inquire about the matter of formal employment status. Would it be convenient for you to discuss it?" "There is nothing inconvenient about it. It is a well-known secret that the interviewers for the conversion application of interns are always the same." Lon remarked that the interviewers are typically the leaders of various teams, and all one must do is answer the interviewers' questions truthfully. Honesty is paramount. Honesty indeed. Wei Xian suddenly recalled Dr. Huang's warning and the extraordinary abilities attributed to the head of the criminal investigation team. "I understand. Thank you for your reminder," she thought, feeling a slight heaviness in her heart. "Intern Security Officer Wei Xian, please report to the office of Team 7, Adam suddenly communicated to her. Wei Xian was momentarily taken aback, but Lon chuckled and said, Could it be that the captain wishes to discuss your conversion? With that, she bid him farewell and departed from the training room. As she rode the elevator, Wei Xian's mind was unusually tranquil. Having only arrived in this new world a few days prior, she had undergone a profound transformation. She had metamorphosed from a recent high school graduate preoccupied with finding part-time work into a competent double agent, with her thoughts entirely assimilated into her new role. Daily, she found herself consumed with various concerns, mindful of every detail. She had to ensure that no flaws were exposed, and interactions required a great deal of caution. Each word was weighed carefully, leaving her mentally exhausted. Upon arriving at Shu Suyo's office, the metallic door swung open. "You're here, Wei Xian," Shu Suyo stated. "Please fill out this application form." He handed her a paper form titled Application for Conversion. "Am I eligible for conversion now?" Wei Xian inquired. Upon successfully passing the final interview, one can be assured that it is not a daunting task. You are certainly capable of achieving it. Shu Suyo mentioned that the interview is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Is that agreeable? Wei Xian had no choice but to acquiesce, responding, "I have no issues. Captain, once you are officially confirmed, you may relocate to the staff dormitory, which is far more secure than Anning Street near your home," Shu Suyo remarked. After completing the forms, the end of the workday was nearly upon them. Wei Xian bid farewell to Shu Suyo and returned to the lounge to retrieve the goji berry and red date tea gifted by Yang Xingyun, preparing to descend in the elevator to head home. As soon as she boarded the hovering monorail, Wei Xian activated her wristband, discovering multiple messages from Yin Mian. "I am at the port again. I have not uncovered anything new, but I encountered several hostile gang members who were quite obstructive. May I eliminate them? If you do not respond, I will act independently. You did say I could make my own decisions, correct? I have already taken a life. I ran into some smugglers at the port. This time, I refrained from killing them as they were trafficking in alcohol, mere trifles unworthy of attention. Why are you not responding? Are you so busy? When do you finish work?" Wei Xian felt utterly speechless as she glanced at the messages, swiftly navigating away from his chat. The subsequent message was from another sender, and upon reading its content, her spirits lifted. Midnight, the Ruby Bar in the Harbor District. A collective meeting of the task execution team to discuss the detailed assignment for the port demolition operation. Attendance is mandatory for all. The sender was simply identified as Red, an entirely unfamiliar alias. "In the realm of the lightless sea, what do you hold?" Silverface gazed in confusion at the glass jar nestled under Wei Xian's arm. "Tea, gifted by a colleague," she replied, propping herself against the doorframe as she changed her shoes. "Have you successfully infiltrated their ranks and earned their trust?" Silverface inquired with keen interest. Wei Xian casually placed the jar of goji berry and red date tea in the kitchen. "Do not pry. I am under no obligation to report to you." "Very well." Silverface conceded. "Why have you not responded to my messages?" "Because you ramble excessively," Wei Xian retorted. "My teammates are nearby. I have no time." She fabricated an excuse. Silverface paused, then, with a hint of frustration, retrieved a metal sphere from his pocket and tossed it to her. "This is the intelligence I gathered today. The good news is that I managed to tap into the Coastal Security Office's network and pilfer some data. The bad news is that I accidentally damaged the data reader. It now only has viewing capabilities, with no reading function." He gestured toward the device. "Here are the personnel movement records for the port over the past month. Take a look. Not bad. Quite efficient," Wei Xian remarked nonchalantly. "Do we have a spare data reader?" "None available. We must return to the headquarters laboratory to replace it." "Other equipment also requires updates," Silverface replied, his tone weary. "Headquarters laboratory?" Wei Xian recalled reading about it in the mission documents, the laboratory on the third floor of Rick Technology Company, which provided technological assistance to mission executors. Could it be that the headquarters laboratory Silverface mentioned referred to the very same laboratory of Rick Technology Company? The investigation department typically concludes its day at 6:30. Yet Wei Xian returned home a tad earlier today, her wristband indicating that the time was now 7:40. "Let's have dinner," Yin Mian proposed. "I bought some meat. It's rather expensive. Synthetic meat is cheaper, but it lacks flavor." How could this fellow discern what is delicious and what is not? Wei Xian couldn't help but glance sideways. Yin Mian was not picky. He could finish any dish, no matter how unpalatable. He devoured even the plain boiled noodles she prepared with gusto, leading Wei Xian to believe he lacked the ability to appreciate the nuances of taste. Feeling her own hunger, Wei Xian proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Yin Mian sat at the dining table. his pale pink eyes intently fixed on Wei Xian as she added water and lit the stove, resembling a cat eagerly awaiting its owner to open a can of meat. A blend of earnestness tinged with impatience. Did you receive the message? Wei Xian asked nonchalantly over her shoulder. Yin Mian pondered for a moment. Are you referring to Red? Indeed, Wei Xian replied, her gaze fixed on the bubbling water in the pot, awaiting Yin Mian's response. I did receive it, he said, his tone listless. This was his usual demeanor. Notifications were always delivered at the last minute, ostensibly to prevent any potential leaks of information to adversaries. He is cautious, much like you. Always consumed by suspicion, Wei Xian mused, a playful shift in her thoughts prompting her to add. So, this is your assessment of Red. You're not planning to speak ill of him, are you? Yin Mian inquired, his tone laced with wariness. Do I appear to have such leisure? Wei Xian retorted. Yin Mian gazed at Wei Xian, ensuring she harbored no intentions of betrayal, and remarked, working under your supervision is far more pleasant than under his. Whenever he assigns me tasks, I find myself so occupied that I scarcely have time to eat. Wei Xian replied. So your rationale is that because I provide you with meals, you perceive me as the preferable choice, correct? Yin Mian responded. One might say that. Well, it seems I am merely a glutton. Wei Xian was utterly convinced. After their meal, as was customary, Yin Mian tidied the kitchen. Wei Xian, while reviewing data in her room, instructed, once you finish cleaning, please water the flowers. They are on the verge of wilting. The living room floor needs mopping as well. So do attend to that. Such remarkable abilities should not go to waste on neglecting the floors. Remember to keep track of time. Let me know when it's time to depart. Yin Mian exerted more force in her dishwashing, muttering, you and Red truly deserve the title of former partners. You both excel at delegating tasks. The only response she received was the crisp sound of a door closing. Wei Xian lay on her bed, her expression devoid of emotion as she stared at the ceiling. Red was her former partner, a revelation that struck her as unexpected. To what extent did their relationship reach? How well did Red truly understand her? According to Yin Mian's description, Red was excessively cautious. Might he uncover any anomalies? This evening's excursion to the Ruby Bar was likely to be fraught with peril. Reclining against her pillow, Wei Xian retrieved the data reader entrusted to her by Yin Mian and began to peruse the intelligence contained within. This intelligence dossier meticulously chronicles the personnel data since the occurrence of the harbor explosion incident. It delineates the individuals designated as suspects, those frequently seen at the port, members of the port gang, and the persons under heightened surveillance. Suspects and individuals under scrutiny are marked in red, while witnesses and suspicious persons are highlighted in yellow. Those marginally connected to the explosion but deemed less suspicious are marked in green. The surveillance in Black Sea City acts as a silent observer, meticulously monitoring each individual and documenting their information, which is compiled by the investigation department. The Advanced Artificial Intelligence, ADAM, assesses whether these individuals warrant suspicion and require further tracking. However, Black Sea City does possess surveillance blind spots, and the investigation department cannot extend its reach into every nook and cranny. The city is distinctly divided into two contrasting realms, one that is resplendent and prosperous, and another that lurks beneath this facade, steeped in decay. These two aspects exist in a paradoxical union. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume and complexity of data, Wei Xian found herself unable to analyze it effectively. She set aside the data reader and retrieved a textbook on forensic science from Black Sea Academy, intent on immersing herself in its contents to refresh her mind. Having recently emerged from the rigors of senior year, she now plunged into the ocean of knowledge, recognizing the necessity of this learning. As a security officer, ignorance of criminal investigation theory would inevitably lead to exposure. With a furrowed brow, she delved into her studies, simultaneously researching peculiar terms and advanced technological devices online. For without such inquiry, she would struggle to comprehend the specialized vocabulary and the functions of these instruments. Time passed swiftly during the study session, and by 11 o'clock, a knock resounded at Wei Xian's door. Yin Mian announced, "It is time to depart." Wei Xian set down her book, retrieved a black hooded sweatshirt from her wardrobe, and donned a mask and windproof goggles to conceal her identity before stepping out of her bedroom. Yin Mian, already adorned with his mask, remarked, "I am well acquainted with the surveillance locations. I shall lead the way." "Wait, what is this attire?" Wei Xian replied, "I might encounter colleagues." "Indeed," he conceded. "You are now a security officer. Disguises are essential." After a moment's contemplation, Mian added, "Tonight, we shall make do with the mask. But once we reach the headquarters laboratory, I will have them custom make a professional disguise for you. Let us proceed." Wei Xian responded, "Let us go." Mian approached the balcony, stating, "There is a small alley below. Jumping from the balcony provides a route devoid of surveillance. We shall take this path." It became clear why he consistently traversed the balcony. Wei Xian walked over to the window and peered down. The third floor loomed at nearly 10 meters high. A perilous drop indeed. "Are you capable of this?" she inquired. Mian crossed his arms, asserting, "Ordinary individuals lacking awakening cannot manage such a leap." Wei Xian glanced at the wall, noting an aging water pipe beside the window. As a warrior with physical prowess akin to Bruce Lee, she believed her courage could be tested. "Do remember to close the window after you descend," she instructed. Wei Xian stepped onto the windowsill, grasped the embedded pipe, and gracefully leaped down, utilizing the pipe to facilitate a swift descent to the ground floor. When she was approximately 2 meters from the ground, she released her grip on the pipe and landed softly, the faint sound of impact drowned by the gentle patter of rain. Silverface did not require the aid of pipes like Wei Xian. Instead, he was enveloped by the flowing water as he leapt directly from the third floor, the liquid mitigating the impact of his descent. "I underestimated you," he remarked. "Let us proceed." He led the way, with Wei Xian trailing closely behind. Silverface deliberately maintained his pace, curious to see if Wei Xian could keep up with him. He scaled a low building by stepping onto a pile of refuse in the alley, glancing back to find Wei Xian effortlessly following suit, her fingers gripping the edge of the rooftop as her powerful arms propelled her upwards, her limbs moving in perfect harmony to execute the most precise actions. Seeing her agile prowess ignited a competitive spirit within him. He could not resist the urge to leap across the gap between two rooftops that were neither too far nor too near. Wei Xian closely followed, taking a running start and effortlessly clearing the 3-meter distance between the buildings to land beside Silverface. With a raised eyebrow, she teased, "Are you attempting to challenge me to an obstacle course?" "And no, not at all," Silverface stammered, feeling a twinge of insecurity. "Your physical capabilities rival those of some awakened beings." He then resolved to be more earnest, opting to traverse the ground after jumping over several buildings, navigating through the narrow alleyways. After half an hour, Silverface paused, gesturing towards a nearby alley illuminated by a kaleidoscope of neon lights. "We have arrived. The bar is just ahead. We shall enter through the back door." The bar's sign was extravagantly ostentatious, adorned with a riot of garish colors and vulgar fluorescent graffiti, lacking any semblance of refinement, evoking a sense of tackiness that starkly contrasted with Wei Xian's expectations. Even from outside, the cacophony of the bar and the pulsating music could be heard. Upon entering through the back door, a server approached them, holding a tray aloft. "Tonight's theme is a masquerade. Would you like to choose a mask?" As Wei Xian pondered how her goggles failed to cover her forehead, she selected a mask adorned with a spider motif from the tray, turning her back to remove the goggles and affix the mask to her face. "Aren't you going to take off your mask?" Silverface murmured. "Double-layer protection," Wei Xian replied. She and Silverface made their way to the dance hall, where dancers moved passionately in the center, while several men donned black, thigh-revealing trousers and bare, muscular torsos, performing pole dances amidst the raucous encouragement of the patrons. The music throbbed deafeningly, prompting Wei Xian to dig into her ears, irritatedly clicking her tongue. A drunken brute approached, raising his drink to display his muscular tattooed arm. "Hey, want to have a drink with me?" "Hick, have a drink." Wei Xian took less than a second to devise a response to this inebriated man. But when his hand reached out inappropriately, she abandoned her thoughts and delivered a punch straight to his nose, knocking him out cold. Blood streamed from his broken nose as he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Having honed her prowess in physical confrontation, Wei Xian found it convenient to wield such force. No one paid heed to the minor commotion in the corner as she stepped over the drunken figure and approached the bar. The uniformed bartender inquired, "Would you like to drink, darling?" "I'll have a deep blue delight," she replied. "Kueishin, please utter the code," came the request. The bartender, with a cheerful smile, served Kueishin a drink and whispered, "B2 floor, room 206. "I feel like I'm going deaf," Silver complained as he followed Kueishin down the stairs. "Why must we choose this place?" "You ought to ask Red," Kueishin replied, casually pouring out the drink and leaving the glass on a passing glass coffee table. Now standing outside room 206, it seemed that the B2 floor had been repurposed as a wine cellar. The music was considerably quieter here, devoid of the bustling crowd and vibrant lights, replaced instead by crates upon crates exuding the rich aroma of fine wines. Kuei grasped the doorknob. Biometric information confirmed. The door creaked open. Upon entering, she heard a voice laced with sarcasm. "You all have arrived too early. There are still half an hour until the meeting commences." At the far end of the conference room sat a man clad in a dazzling purple suit, his heavily made-up visage tending to his appearance with meticulous care as he applied eyeshadow. Satisfied with his vibrant red lips after a final glance in the mirror, he turned away. Silver appeared unfazed by the man's antics and casually selected a seat at the conference table. "Red, do we have a spare data reader?" Silver inquired. His mind focused on the task at hand. Red, with an exaggerated demeanor, turned around, his brows furrowing into a disapproving glare at Silver. "No. Have you broken yet another one? How many is this now? I've told you countless times, these devices are not inexpensive. Such losses are an inevitable consequence of our duties," Silver defended himself. Kuei casually took a seat, striving to appear nonchalant. Red lounged awkwardly in his chair, lifting the corner of his mouth to glance at Kuei, inquiring, "So, how is the new code name working for you?" "It's manageable, albeit a bit clumsy." Kuei candidly expressed her true opinion. Silverface glared at Kuei in indignation. Red slowly remarked, "How's the life of an undercover agent treating you?" He opened his mouth as if to elaborate, but hesitated, almost forgetting, "You no longer use your old code name. What is your new one?" Kuei paused for a moment before replying, "Sugar Mama." Red responded with a perplexed expression, "That certainly is a code name imbued with a comedic flair, making it quite challenging to associate it with you. Your previous persona must have embodied the archetype of a cold-hearted assassin, detached, meticulous, and efficiency-driven." Both Red and Silverface echoed similar sentiments about her former identity. As the other task execution teams had yet to arrive, Red theatrically produced a bottle of perfume, spraying it lavishly on himself. To be frank, the fragrance was not unpleasant. However, Kuei, currently in a heightened state of tension, found the sight of others at ease rather irksome. While spraying, Red set the perfume down, exclaiming in surprise, "Sugar Mama, why didn't you tell me to scram this time when I sprayed perfume? Have you had a change of heart?" He seemed to have readily accepted Kuei-shin's new code name. Kuei-shin, half sincerely and half to maintain her persona, retorted sharply, "Your makeup is atrocious, and I have no desire to converse while gazing at your face." Initially, one might have anticipated Red's explosive fury. However, to one's surprise, he turned away contentedly after listening and continued to spray his perfume, affirming that this was indeed the appropriate tone. Kuei mused. Could it be that this Red is one who cannot bear to be reprimanded? Her curiosity was piqued. After completing his fragrant ritual, Red produced a small box and tossed it to Kuei. "Use this to communicate. Your identity must remain concealed before the organization members. Since you possess a mask, I shall not provide you with a new one. Simply affix the voice changer to your throat." Kuei opened the box and applied the gossamer thin, flesh-toned voice changer to her throat. Clearing her throat, she was astonished to find her voice transformed entirely. As she adjusted the device, the door swung open once more, admitting a man and a woman. The woman, clad in a revealing black leather skirt, bore skin almost entirely adorned with tattoos, including a thorny rose etched across her face, exuding an aura that was both perilous and alluring. The man, bald and imposing, bore a black python tattoo encircling his scalp. His robust physique rendered him larger than life, his arms thicker than Kuei-san's thighs. His bulk was such that he occupied 2 seats at the conference table, the chair creaking under the strain of his weight. "For heaven's sake, how many times must I say it? Can't we get a bigger chair? My backside is getting wedged in here," he bellowed. "Spare us." "Not everyone has a backside as large as yours," Red retorted with an eye roll. "My rear is muscle, while others are merely fat. I possess more muscle than they do, thus my backside is naturally larger." The man protested vehemently. "Enough, ball python, silence yourself." The woman with a rose tattoo on her face said impatiently, "Be more refined. Don't swing your hips around like that." Red retorted without reservation. "The chairs in the conference room are all this size. If you don't want to sit, then squat on the floor." The man codenamed Ball Python nestled dejectedly in his chair. "Thorny Rose, if you're not going to help me, then at least don't tell me to shut up. This chair is really too small for my posterior." "Thorny Rose, if you mention your posterior one more time, I'm going to." Ball Python shrank his head, not daring to utter another word. Thorny Rose sized up Silver Mask and Wei Exine, then turned to Red. "You should introduce the new faces." Silver Mask, you know, Red said. The other one you also know, her old code name is no longer relevant. She has a new code name now, Nouveau Riche. Thorny Rose frowned. Nouveau Riche? She stared thoughtfully at Wei Xian, then suddenly smiled. So it's you. You've never revealed your true appearance, so it's a little difficult to recognize you. Wei Xian gave Thorny Rose a cold look, offering no response. Ball Python was growing impatient, waiting for the meeting to start. He took out a cigar, lit it, took a puff, and contentedly exhaled a smoke ring, the smoke scattering in all directions. Silver Mask raised his right hand and tossed a wad of water, extinguishing the cigar. Ball Python glared, about to erupt, but as if recalling something, he glanced at Thorny Rose, clamped his mouth shut, and sat obediently. At that moment, the conference room door opened again, and two men entered. No, youths. They were clearly quite young, identical in appearance, twins, in fact. They moved in perfect unison. Their strides impeccably synchronized. Even the act of pulling out their chairs and sitting down was executed in harmony. They maintained a profound silence, entering the room without greeting anyone or making eye contact, merely bowing their heads as if enraptured in their own worlds. The last to enter was a man dressed as a waiter. He pushed the door open, elegantly adjusted his sleeves and bow tie, and leisurely took his seat. The bar is bustling tonight. I am somewhat reluctant to leave the counter, he remarked. Let's refrain from discussing your cocktail preferences during serious matters, Red interjected. Now that all four core teams are present, it is customary to introduce ourselves, especially since some of us are meeting for the first time. The waiter-dressed man took the lead, stating, Codename Bartender, Red's partner. Codename Thorned Rose, and my teammate is the bald man, Thorned Rose added. I am Ball Python, not bald. Please do not confuse me, Ball Python insisted. The identical twins lifted their heads. The boy on the right said, I am Amber. I am Obsidian. The boy on the left promptly followed. Lastly, the team led by Wei Xian introduced themselves. Codename Silver Mask declared. Rich lady, Wei Xian succinctly added. The bartender looked at Silver Mask and earnestly suggested, you might consider changing your codename to Pretty Boy, as it would significantly enhance the compatibility with your teammate, the rich lady. Silver Mask appeared momentarily perplexed by the jest. The ball python comprehended the situation, bursting into an unrestrained laugh as he struck the table. Silver finally realized that the bartender was not uttering kind words, and he promptly declared, I must respectfully decline. My codename is quite satisfactory, and I have no desire to alter it. The Thorny Rose glanced irritably at the incessantly chuckling ball python and addressed Red. Is it still possible to change partners? He is excessively noisy. Absolutely not. You two have spent a year in collaboration, and it would be a shame to switch now, Red replied, casually blowing on her manicured nails. If there are any newcomers in need of training, I can certainly send one your way. Very well. The Thorny Rose conceded begrudgingly. With pleasantries and idle chatter concluded, Red adopted a serious demeanor. Let us commence the task meeting. She tapped the table, and a small circular opening appeared, through which a holographic projection device emerged. As light and shadow danced, a large map became vividly apparent. A flickering red, representing the ocean, captivated everyone's attention, accompanied by a small label reading Krakens. A red dotted line indicated the vessel's intended route. This cargo ship's journey commenced in Antarctica, making intermediate stops at White Whale City and Leiden City. After a month-long voyage, it is scheduled to enter the waters of Black Sea City on August 11th, where it will unload its cargo. Red's flamboyant visage bore an unusually grave expression as she continued. The shipping company publicly claims that the vessel is transporting clean energy combustible ice, but we are all aware that this is merely a facade. We must do everything in our power to contain the danger and prevent them from unloading the cargo in Black Sea City. Red stated that intelligence procured from an informant aboard the freighter indicated a high probability that the Enforcer's coastal security team would assume security responsibilities for the vessel before it entered Black Sea City. Given the impracticality of detonating the freighter under the Enforcer's heavy guard, it would be more expedient to target the port. Destroying the port of Black Sea City, thus rendering it unsuitable for docking, would compel the Kraken to divert to another port city. Given the port's expansive size, a divided approach is necessary. Rosethorn specified that only docking bays 2 and 5 were equipped to accommodate colossal freighters. The remaining bays were intended for smaller cargo vessels. However, even limiting the destruction to docking bays 2 and 5 would still necessitate a prodigious quantity of explosives. Red assured the team that munitions procurement was the benefactor's responsibility. He continued, stating that, as of July 30th, Their objective for the ensuing 5 days was to gather structural data of the port and transmit it to headquarters. Central Command would then calculate the bearing of the load-bearing pillars, upon which the bombs would be installed for pinpoint demolition. The mixologist mused that, while the task seemed straightforward, consisting of only 2 steps, the port was under the control of both gangs and the enforcers, who were currently engaged in a protracted struggle. Amber interjected, acknowledging the mission's inherent peril but reminding the team of their status as awakened individuals. Obsidian commented that the port's gangs were negligible, and as long as the enforcers did not deploy awakened personnel, they could be confident in accomplishing the mission. He lamented that this was unlikely, as their awakened were not merely ornamental. Not to worry, someone said, we have a sugar mama. Red gazed at Kuei Xin with a smile, indicating that the relevant movements of the investigation department would be conveyed by the wealthy woman and that they should follow her directives. Is she an undercover agent? Is the affluent lady an infiltrator arranged by the organization? The ball python twisted its neck. Thorned Rose remarked, don't pry into matters that don't concern you. How many times must I remind you? The bartender chuckled. No wonder she wears a mask. It is a personal preference of both the wealthy woman and Silverface. Red, maintaining an impenetrable demeanor, asserted, I never claimed the wealthy woman is an undercover agent, nor did I disclose the source of our intelligence. Do not speculate recklessly. You might find yourself in peril. Questions regarding the identity of the affluent lady, whether the intelligence was first-hand or second-hand, whether she was merely an intermediary or the direct source of information, and how the tracking and reporting of movements were conducted are matters that should not concern the members of the organization. Red instructed Kuei Xin to wear a mask and use a voice modulator not because the individuals in the conference room were untrustworthy, but due to the potential risk of revealing sensitive information if they were captured during their mission. In such circumstances, maintaining confidentiality is of paramount importance. As a double agent, Kuei Xion's level of identity secrecy is the highest. Others need not exercise such caution. This evening was merely a gathering among unfamiliar members. All eyes in the conference room were on Kuei Xin. The affluent lady served as the deputy commander for this operation. And should any incident occur on my end that prevents communication with you, you are to adhere to the affluent lady's arrangements. When it comes to formulating plans and making decisions, the wealthy woman is indeed a professional, Red stated. Wei Xin mused to herself, you truly place your trust in me, assigning me such a multitude of tasks. She was merely an amateur, utterly devoid of any substantial intelligence, relying solely on her acting skills and the meager information at her disposal to survive thus far. Given the circumstances, Wei Xin could only feign an air of command as she declared, in addition to reporting to Red, you must also keep me informed, so that I may assess the situation. Understood, Deputy Commander, smiled Thorn Rose in response. The others echoed their agreement, signifying their compliance with Wei Xion's orders. She felt a slight sense of relief. Thus far, her performance had been remarkably convincing, and no one had discerned her true identity. Earlier, she had boldly commanded the others to report to her, and with Red's acquiescence and the others' obedience, it indicated that she could afford to be more assertive. As Deputy Commander, issuing directives to the execution teams was entirely within the realm of normalcy. Wei Xin could leverage the reports from the various teams to enhance her intelligence, gaining deeper insights into Mechanical Dawn and investigating the matters concerning the Kraken. Next came the division of responsibilities. Red announced, the bartender, Amber Obsidian Squad. And I will be in charge of data collection and the installation of explosive devices at Dock Number 2. The affluent Silver Mask Squad and Thorn Rose Python Squad will oversee Dock Number 5. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise on either side, the other team must be ready to provide swift assistance. This could prove to be the most perilous mission we have undertaken, so we must exercise utmost caution. Any anomalies must be reported immediately, and information gleaned should be disseminated without delay. Silver Mask raised his hand. This is Mission Plan A, and there is also Plan B. While it is undoubtedly commendable that Plan A can accomplish the task, we must still prepare a contingency plan. Indeed, should Plan A proceed smoothly, we may execute the port demolition by August 7th, leaving an additional 3 days as a buffer. Red remarked that if the task falters, we shall resort to Plan B. Should we embark on Plan B, we must brace ourselves for the inevitability of sacrifice. Ian Mion interjected. I am always prepared for such sacrifices. Do not speak of sacrifice lightly. The organization still requires your presence, Red admonished, surveying the conference room. The individuals present were indispensable talents for the organization, endowed with formidable extraordinary abilities and exceptional intellect, forming the very core of our entity. Survival is essential to generate greater value for the organization and to fulfill our noble mission, a truth that you must keep close to your hearts. Red placed a hand over her chest, her vividly adorned visage unexpectedly earnest. All for the dawn. The assembly murmured in unison, all for the dawn. Wasteland, blending in with the crowd, also echoed the phrase, yet she felt a chill run down her spine. What kind of cult-like environment is this? The indoctrination of mechanical dawn is alarmingly potent. Each individual is fiercely loyal, eager to devote their lives to the organization, which is rather unsettling. Should I ever gain the means, I will certainly extricate myself from mechanical dawn. This cult-like organization can keep its adherents. She has no intention of remaining. The meeting continued for over an hour, during which Red presented the existing intelligence and meticulously analyzed various details of the mission. Wei Xian listened intently, racking his brain to articulate a couple of succinct, yet seemingly profound insights that would uphold his aloof and witty persona. As the meeting concluded, he emerged drenched in a cold sweat. The other team members gradually departed the conference room, and Mian, at Red's behest, went outside to wait, as he had matters to discuss privately with Wei Xian. This reader was entrusted to me by the boss. It was just completed yesterday, Red remarked, sliding the sleek black pocket reader across the table. We need to find a way to infiltrate the core database of the inspection department's artificial intelligence, Adam. By connecting the reader to the computer, the virus we engineered will lie dormant within Adam's database, granting us access to the intelligence of the inspection department. Understood. Wei Xian replied calmly, stowing away the reader. It seems it will take some time to accomplish this task. I currently lack the means to access the database. Indeed. Our primary focus remains the Kraken, Red stated. Exercise caution in the inspection department. Your mission is one of long-term infiltration. You need not remind me, Red. I am quite adept at managing my external demeanor, Wei Xian retorted. Red smirked. TSK, you really ought to temper that foul temper of yours. Now let us go. Your presence is rather bothersome. Wei Xian stood and pushed open the door to the conference room. Mian, leaning against the wall and dozing off, was startled awake by the sound of the door. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and asked, Are we heading home? They exited the bar's basement level and returned to the lively dance floor. Silver glanced at the waiter, who was balancing a tray of delicacies and fruits, and swiftly snatched away 2 plates, muttering, After all, this is our territory, we need not pay for our sustenance. Have the others dispersed? Wei Xian surveyed the bar's dance floor. They have scattered, most left early. The bartender, who is both the manager and owner here, remains, tending to the plates. Silver remarked. Wei Xian navigated through the crowd, exiting from the rear of the bar. As soon as she stepped outside, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. The air inside the bar was suffocating, a mingling of smoke, alcohol, perfume, and sweat that left her gasping for air. Silver also inhaled deeply, exclaiming, That stench nearly suffocated me. Is that so? I observed you with your mouth agape, enjoying your meal. Wei Xian shot him a sidelong glance. They set off on their journey home. The rain had considerably lightened, transforming into a fine drizzle. The delicate droplets caressed their faces pleasantly, unlike the vicious downpour that urged one to retreat. Silver walked ahead when Wei Xian called out, Wait, let us take a different route home. It's easier to be tracked. Silver replied, All right, whatever you say. He turned, leading them down a new path. This route would take approximately 45 minutes, whereas the previous one would have taken 30. Silver stated, Time and distance matter not. Wei Xian responded, We cannot afford any mistakes. Silver approached a small building, utilizing his water manipulation abilities to leap to the rooftop. This structure offered no leverage for Wei Xian to ascend, so Silver conjured a water whip, ensnaring her waist and pulling her up with ease. The fluid, shapeless water in the hands of Silver Face is endowed with new characteristics. The water whip possesses remarkable resilience, akin to a genuine whip, enabling effortless exertion of force. Wei Xian closely trails behind Silver Face, exploring this novel route, while simultaneously scanning her surroundings with vigilance, deliberately avoiding the illuminated windows and bright spots of the buildings, stealthily maneuvering through the night. Her physique is agile and robust, with a single hand for leverage. She can scale heights and gracefully adjust her posture when descending from several meters, landing with finesse. She is a nocturnal predator, and the city serves as her hunting ground. After a series of leaps over buildings to evade surveillance, silver face finally touches down. From this moment forth, she may proceed on foot. Wei Xian nods, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom with each breath. Her heart beats steadily within her chest, her body glistening with perspiration, a testament to her vigorous exertion. The earlier encounter at the Ruby Bar with members of the Mechanical Dawn organization had left her on edge. Now, however, her mood has settled, and her thoughts have returned to a state of calm. Since Red has entrusted her with the reader and conveyed the task of installing the virus for Adam, it indicates that Red harbors no suspicions about her. As for the other members, aside from Thorn Rose, who seems somewhat acquainted with her, the rest exhibit indifferent reactions, leaving her in a state of near anonymity. In the ensuing days, as the organization members are preoccupied with their missions, Wei Xian will not encounter Red, significantly diminishing her exposure risk. Gradually, she finds solace, slowing her pace as she strolls along the streets and alleys. A nighttime walk, indeed, has a certain leisurely charm. As she walked, a sudden jolt surged through her heart, an ominous premonition unexpectedly seizing her mind. In that instant, Wei Xian's heartbeat soared, racing even faster than during her previous exertion. The innate ability to evade danger was abruptly triggered, and her intuition fervently warned her of impending peril. In a flash, her body instinctively crouched to avoid the threat. Yet, simultaneously, in a blind spot, a bullet whirled from a silenced gun. How could human speed possibly compare to that of a bullet? Before Wei Xian could complete her evasive maneuver, the bullet struck her forehead. Clang! Upon impact, the spider mask adorning her face shattered in half, and a clear metallic clash resonated as the modified alloy skull shielded her from the projectile. The force of the bullet caused her head to snap back, and she staggered a step backwards, her head buzzing, blood trickling from her forehead. With a deformed bullet lodged in her alloy skull. In an instant, the silver mask reacted, conjuring a vast curtain of water that intercepted several more incoming bullets. The soft yet resilient water barrier absorbed the impact, causing the bullets to clatter harmlessly to the ground. Wei Xian pried the deformed bullet from the center of her head, revealing the glinting silver skull beneath the bullet hole. Which scoundrel? Wei Xian seethed with rage. Just a hair's breadth away, if the bullet had struck her heart instead, she would now be a lifeless corpse. Someone intends to kill you, the silver mask warned. I am aware. Wei Xian wiped the blood from her face, gritting her teeth as she gazed towards the direction from which the bullet had been fired. A slight concussion caused her vision to blur, rendering the scenery before her somewhat double. Someone intended to take her life. Who wished to see her dead? In the realm devoid of light, Silver Mask entered a state of combat, his demeanor coalescing like a drawn blade, his pale pink eyes, concealed beneath the mask, cautiously scanning the darkness. The mask he wore was, in fact, a piece of equipment endowed with night vision capabilities, which he activated to meticulously search for any suspicious figures. At the 3 o'clock position, 60 meters away, lay an abandoned residential building. Silver Mask deduced the sniper's location based on the trajectory of the bullet. He refrained from pursuing. For Wei Xian was not an awakened one. A single bullet could claim her life, and the presence of other assassins in the vicinity was uncertain. He had to safeguard her. Wei Xian possessed a skull made of alloy. The flesh that enveloped it was vulnerable and would bleed if injured. Utilize your extraordinary abilities. Do not let my blood spill upon the ground, she reluctantly commanded Silver Mask. Wei Xian's biological information matched that retained by the investigation department, and acquiring something containing her biological data would allow for the verification of her identity. Silver Mask extended his fingers, and under his control, the fragments of the mask and the blood that stained it disintegrated, merging seamlessly into the water. The blood trickling from Wei Xian's fingers and down her chin also floated under his command, not a single drop falling to the ground. As long as I am here, they shall not obtain your blood, Silver Mask murmured. Proceed with the pursuit. Wei Xian regained her composure, the world around her no longer blurring. Together, remain vigilant in defense. The abandoned building stood barren, devoid of glass, from which the bullet had been fired. In the impoverished and chaotic Bay Area, many streetlights lay in disrepair, and in the absence of illumination, only technological devices could unveil the obscurities of the darkness. The silver figure transformed into a translucent stream, and Wei Xian commenced her sprint. A champion sprinter from the First World could complete a 100-meter dash in under 10 seconds, with an average velocity of 10 meters per second. Yet Wei Xian's speed was not to be underestimated. She had never run this swiftly before. The wind was left trailing in her wake. with her foot striking the ground. She leapt onto the windowsill of the first floor of an abandoned residential building, gaining leverage, and with one arm gripping the second floor. She ascended with the grace of a gymnast executing a single-arm maneuver on the horizontal bar. Wei Xian heard footsteps. Someone was hurriedly descending the stairs. The sound reverberated through the vast, empty floors. The individual was alarmingly close, and she caught a glimpse of a shadow as it rounded the corner of the staircase. In a flash, Wei Xian leapt down from the windowsill, pried a rusted steel pipe from the decaying security bars, and, taking 2 steps for momentum, mimicked a javelin throw as she hurled it forth. The steel pipe struck true. A cry of agony erupted as the shadowy figure collapsed, a grievous wound piercing his shoulder, causing a rifle to tumble from his grasp. A whirlpool of water materialized, ensnaring the enemy impaled by the steel pipe. The silver figure descended beside Wei Xian, a tendril of water drawing the man toward her. He was a disheveled man, with a beard tangled and unkempt, writhing in pain as his shoulder bled profusely, the crimson liquid merging with the silver figure's swirling waters. His unkempt hair obscured his face as he curled in agony upon the ground. The individual was unfamiliar to her. Wei Xian confirmed this. She activated the camera function on her wristband, allowing the flowing water to part the man's hair, enabling Wei Xian to capture a photograph. The man wielded a rifle with limited range. Thus, he did not engage in sniping from hundreds of meters away, but rather from a closer distance. The harbor district was impoverished, with predominantly low-rise buildings and numerous obstacles, making it difficult to find a suitable vantage point. His position was not on the second floor, but likely at least on the fourth. After firing, realizing he had missed his target, he attempted to flee downstairs. However, he was not as swift as Wei Xian and was apprehended on the spot. "Have you undergone interrogation training?" Wei Xian inquired of the silver-clad figure. Stepping forward, he ominously replied, "Leave it to me." He extracted the steel pipe from the man's shoulder, and under his control, blood did not spew forth, preventing the man from bleeding to death. "Who are you? Who sent you?" the silver figure demanded. The man's face contorted in gasps, yet he remained silent. The silver figure splayed his fingers, enveloping the man's head in a sphere of water. Bubbles escaped from the man's mouth as his lungs filled with water, convulsing violently while his limbs flailed in desperation. After a minute, the man's struggles weakened, and the silver figure dissipated the water, asking once more, "Who sent you?" The man coughed up the water from his lungs, his voice trembling with fear as he pleaded, "I don't know. I swear, I don't know." Without mercy, the silver figure delivered a swift kick to the man's jaw, causing 2 teeth to fly from his mouth. "Who sent you?" he reiterated. "I truly do not know," the man exclaimed, panic-stricken and helpless. As soon as he uttered his uncertainty, his head was enveloped by a mass of water. This time, the silver-faced figure allowed him to struggle for a while longer before dissipating the water, granting him a moment to breathe. "Do you still claim ignorance?" the silver-faced figure questioned, pressing down harshly on the man's shoulder wound, forcing him to remain conscious amidst the agony. "I am but a lowly assassin, merely moments ago indulging in drink at a bar. I sought to procure some substances and entered the restroom with a dealer. The events that followed are lost to my memory. I beg you, I am not lying." The man's complexion turned ashen, but suddenly he fell silent. His eyes bulged, then burst with a pop, from which emerged 2 slender, dark red tendrils. A creature resembling a spider, yet possessing elongated appendages and a pair of pedipalps, ruptured through his skull, stretching its tendrils in satisfaction. Half of his brain, shielded by his skull, had been consumed by this unknown entity, yet he remained alive, convulsing like a lamb afflicted with madness, as dark blood oozed from his nose, mouth, and ears. Even the silver-faced figure took a step back in shock at the grotesque scene. Wei Xian raised her device, capturing an image of the mysterious creature. Her swift and timely response proved essential, as in the following instant, the writhing man and the repulsive entity melted into a pool of crimson fluid. The man's skin first exuded beads of blood, then shriveled tightly against his bones, resembling a desiccated corpse, until finally, both flesh and bone dissolved, leaving only his garments submerged in the sanguine mixture. This transformation was rapid and eerily silent, revealing an alien species never before witnessed. Silver's expression turned grave. There exist myriad varieties of alien creatures. The parasitic Hydra is one such example, while the blood-red spider-like monstrosity before him belongs to another category entirely. Despite Silver's extensive knowledge, this particular alien entity was unprecedented in his experience. Wei Xian caught a whiff of a nauseating metallic scent, and with great effort, she suppressed her discomfort, grasping the steel pipe to pry open the blood-soaked garments. Ultimately, she unearthed a glimmering communicator nestled within the fabric, astonishingly still active. A shared glance between Wei Xian and Silver ignited an unspoken query. Who was the individual on the other end of the communicator? Crouching down, Wei Xian addressed the device. Your person is dead. In an instant, the light on the communicator extinguished, and the caller terminated the connection. Throughout the entire sequence, from Wei Xian capturing the assassin to Silver interrogating the criminal, the communicator remained in an active state. This signified that their discourse, as well as the sounds of Silver's interrogation, were audibly transmitted to the other party. A shiver coursed through Wei Xian. Had she and Silver, upon apprehending the assassin, let their guard down and exchanged inappropriate dialogues, inadvertently disclosing sensitive identity information, their adversaries would have gleaned this through the communicator, jeopardizing her anonymity. For the first time, Wei Xian felt the unsettling sensation of being ensnared in a meticulously orchestrated scheme. The opponent had plotted with precision, manipulating the assassin to target her, all while remaining concealed. And the unforeseen communicator instilled in her a profound sense of dread. In the midst of misfortune, a stroke of luck emerged upon locating the assailant. She engaged in direct interrogation without uttering a single word to Yin Mian, meticulously safeguarding any information. Moreover, Kuaixin's voice modulator remained securely affixed to her throat, ensuring that her true voice remained unheard. Yin Mian raised his hand to touch his mask, and an invisible beam scanned the surroundings. After reviewing the environmental data relayed by his mask, he stated, "There are no additional listening devices present." Kuaixin replied, "Yin Mian, please cleanse the communicator and stow it away. It is a piece of evidence. This assassin did not disclose at which bar he encountered the trafficker, and I must uncover his detailed information and the establishments he frequents. That trafficker may very well be the key. What is happening? How could someone have attacked us?" Yin Mian pondered in confusion. "We deliberately altered our route, selecting the safest path." "That's not right." Kuaixin bit her lip. "It's not an attack on us. It's an attack on me." Yin Mian gazed at her in shock. "This assassin has a clear target. He aimed directly for me. The first shot aimed at my head, not at you," Kuaixin asserted. "I am the prey he has set his sights upon, not you." Yin Mian speculated. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. "There is no such thing as coincidence in this matter. Even if it were, it cannot be regarded as such," Kuaixin countered. She then lifted the wristband and took several photographs of the pool of blood on the ground, zooming in on the images and adjusting the lighting contrast, seeking details obscured by the darkness. "And have you not noticed? After the assassin realized the first shot failed to claim my life, he immediately fired several more rounds, which you intercepted." Her mind whirled, analyzing and empathizing. "If I have multiple targets to eliminate after firing the first shot, I would not pause to observe the outcome, but rather swiftly aim at the next prey. For when I fire at the first target, the other potential victims are bound to be startled. To ensure a higher overall accuracy, it is prudent not to look back after the initial shot. Seizing the moment to strike other targets is the wisest course of action. If the first one escapes, hitting the second would still yield a benefit. However, the second shot was not directed at me. Every shot aimed was solely at you." The silver surface revealed the truth. It was you who was under close scrutiny. Wei Xian quickly composed a brief report, accompanied by images, and dispatched it to the Mechanical Dawn headquarters. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed Red's communication line. "Hello?" The background was filled with raucous music. "I've been attacked. A new variant of alien creature has emerged, and I have relayed the information back to headquarters," she stated. "Come over and bring me a healing potion. I've sustained some injuries." "Damn," Red replied. "Wait for me. I'll be there right away. Send me your location." Wei Xian shared her coordinates, and then promptly contacted Thorn Rose. "Is there something you need, Deputy Commander?" Thorn Rose responded, her side remarkably quiet. "Where are you?" Wei Xian inquired. "At the beauty salon on Linzhong Road, number 56. Thorn Rose replied. "What happened? Where's the ball python?" Wei Xian asked. Thorn Rose cooperatively responded, "It's next door at the Ruby Bar, having a late-night snack. I'm not sure if it's finished yet." Without uttering a single superfluous word, Wei Xian directly commanded, "Send me your current location." The Thorny Rose promptly terminated the communication and, in the next moment, transmitted her coordinates, confirming her presence at number 56, Linzhong Road. Wei Xian immediately dialed the communication line of the Python, instructing, "Send me your location." "Oh, all right, Deputy Commander," came the reply, and the sounds of slurping noodles ceased. Before long, the Python 2 sent over his coordinates, which indicated he was near the Ruby Bar, aligning with the information provided by the Thorny Rose. In the subsequent minute, Xin contacted each member of the task execution team, requesting their location information. As she reviewed the locations, she discovered that none were in proximity to her own. She opened the map to search for bars, marking all nearby establishments with red dots, comparing her teammates' locations against the bar positions. She was met with a puzzled inquiry from Mian. "What is the purpose of asking everyone to send their locations? Put your brain to work a little, Mian." Xin replied, temporarily stowing her wristband and picking up the rifle dropped by the assassin, ascending the staircase to the second floor. Mian pondered deeply before a realization struck him. "Do you suspect there is a traitor among us?" "Indeed," Xin replied, brushing her fingers against the shattered remnants of her spider mask. "We had just concluded a meeting, and on our way back, someone attempted to take my life. What are the odds of such a coincidence? Our comrades would never betray us." Mian exclaimed in shock. "Then why do you think someone would want to kill me? Specifically, just me?" Xin countered. Mian fell silent, contemplating for a long moment before hesitantly suggesting, "Because you are the undercover agent?" This is the most peculiar aspect of Xian's identity. She serves as the deputy commander for a demolition operation at the port. However, others play significant roles in this mission, rendering it unreasonable for her to be designated as the primary target for elimination. Her status as an undercover agent within the investigation department is the most extraordinary and attention-grabbing of her identities. I surmise that among those attending the meeting tonight, there is a traitor, and this traitor is connected to the investigation department. The traitor, upon discerning my unusual identity during the meeting, resolved to eliminate me, Xian remarked. Yet this presents a contradiction. What contradiction? Mian inquired, struggling to follow Xian's line of reasoning. Xian explained. One of the responsibilities of the investigation department is to eradicate aberrant beings. How could they possibly manipulate such beings to spawn assassins? The repulsive, spider-like aberrant creature had taken residence within the assassin's mind. Upon the assassin's failure to execute the kill, the aberrant promptly terminated him, consuming his brain and causing his body to dissolve without a trace, the aberrant creature perishing alongside him. She had encountered parasitic Hydra before, where the afflicted human form was grotesquely altered. Yet tonight, the assassin, despite being parasitized, was able to speak normally until the aberrant emerged, leading to his demise. Xian is justified in believing that the assassin was merely a puppet, controlled by the aberrant creature. Someone had introduced the aberrant into the assassin's body, compelling him to act involuntarily under its influence. Mian confessed that he had never encountered such a spider-like aberrant creature before. Who, then, is orchestrating this aberrant? Who was it that introduced the alien creature into the assassin's body? As Xian pondered, she ascended to the third floor and examined the window ledge, which lacked glass. The view from the third floor was rather restricted, and the assassin had not fired from this location. Xian proceeded to the fourth floor and conducted a thorough search. Upon reaching the fifth floor, her instinct for self-preservation compelled her to halt. Xian conveyed to Silverface, "I intend to move forward. The fifth floor window ledge is too exposed, without any cover. Please provide me with a curtain of water for protection." "Understood," Silverface replied. She climbed the stairs to the window, peering downwards and discovering a shell casing. The assassin had fired from the second window on the right side of the fifth floor. As Xian approached, she uncovered additional shell casings beneath the window. Fortunately, the assassin was armed with a rifle, had he employed a high-performance long-range sniper like the K-80. A single bullet could have pierced her alloy skull. Xian stood before the wide-open window, utterly unshielded. Suddenly, her instinct for danger was triggered once more. The laser red from an auxiliary firearms sight appeared upon her. Once again, the silencer was employed, the bullet discharged silently. This time, Silverface, forewarned by Xian, was prepared. The water curtain expanded instantaneously, and the bullet struck the curtain, spinning to a halt as it lost its momentum. Silverface's water curtain enveloped Xian in a 360-degree shield, anxious to prevent her from being hit. An ambush. Silverface was taken aback, astonished that there was yet another assailant lying in wait for her. A chill ran down his spine. Xian was struck by a bullet en route but survived, pursuing the assassin into an abandoned residential building. The assassin met his demise, and while Wei Xin was inspecting the crime scene within the dilapidated structure, another bullet suddenly erupted from the shadows. If Wei Xin believes for even a moment that the death of the assassin has relieved her from danger, she is gravely mistaken. Her life remains at risk. We must pursue, Silver Mask declared. Do you see the red dot appearing on me? This time it is not a rifle, but a sniper-esque gun, and it is too distant to follow. Wei Xin calmly chose to relinquish the chase, aware that the mastermind behind this was exceedingly cautious. She and Silver Mask withdrew from the window of the derelict building and sought refuge in a safer corner to await Red's arrival. Among all those attending tonight's meeting, whom would you choose as the most trustworthy? Wei Xin inquired, glancing at Silver Mask. Red, Silver Mask replied. He is one of the oldest members. And who would you deem the least trustworthy? Silver Mask continued. There are individuals I am unfamiliar with, making it difficult for me to judge. Wei Xin remarked. They may not have betrayed us. They could simply be under the influence of a parasite. If a foreign organism possesses the ability to parasitize awakeners, Silver Mask's gaze darkened. The headquarters will ascertain the nature of that foreign organism. Wei Xin tightened her hood, concealing her face as thoroughly as possible. The mask was damaged, leaving only a small portion of her forehead exposed. Drawing the hoodie tighter would obscure her features. In the depths of night, with the marksman at a distance, the night vision equipment could discern silhouettes, yet it could not reveal their identities. Wei Xin pondered whether her metallic skull had been exposed when the first bullet struck, and whether the mastermind was lurking nearby, observing her in the shadows or manipulating events from afar. Did he anticipate the manner in which she would deflect the bullet? She understood that requiring all team members to send real-time locations was not an entirely rigorous approach. Even location data could be manipulated. A competent mastermind would not reveal themselves in trivial matters. Her purpose in making the call was to ascertain everyone's condition and to probe the adversary. Should there be any flaw, she could identify the mastermind behind it all. Unfortunately, this particular mastermind was a sophisticated player, adept at concealing their identity and even orchestrating a complex trap. 5 minutes later, Red arrived, speeding down the street on his motorcycle with the bartender seated behind him. Both were adorned with disguising masks. The bartender dismounted first, his eyes behind the mask gleaming red as he surveyed the surroundings. No surveillance devices, no suspicious individuals bearing weapons currently. It was safe. Red brushed aside his windswept, dyed hair, appraising Wei Xin before tossing her a vial. Here, for topical application. It turned out she had sustained a noticeable head injury. This new type of medication would heal within 3 hours without concern. Wei Xin unwrapped the vial and applied the medicine to her forehead beneath her hat, reporting, I've sent the information to headquarters. Have they apprehended anyone? Red inquired. Dead, she replied. While waiting for you, I investigated the scene, but then I was attacked a second time. I chose not to pursue the assailant. The shooter was too far away. Wei Xin accessed her wrist device and shared the captured photos with Red. Here are the images. The evidence includes a communicator and a firearm, with the communicator stored silver side up. An unidentified alien species, Red remarked with distaste, his brow furrowing. Only you could capture such repulsive images. The bartender leaned in for a closer look, furrowing his brow. Wei Xin remarked, the assassin's body is on the 2nd floor. Though now it has turned to a pool of blood, we can only collect a sample. During the second attack, the abandoned residential building served as a vantage point. The shooter's position should be between 4 and 5 o'clock. You should be able to find bullet casings or something similar if you investigate now. There is a traitor among us. Red, without needing further explanation from Wei Xin, arrived at the same conclusion. Such coincidences were too extraordinary to be mere chance. Despite Red's peculiar appearance, his intellect remained sharp. Wei Xin continued, Silver Mask and I deliberately altered our route home, yet the enemy managed to track me down. By what means did they follow us? Human tracking? Miniature devices? Silver Mask responded gravely, our situation is perilous. The bartender interjected, I did not detect any tracking devices. They are not employing technological means. As for human tracking, such primitive methods would not escape Silver Mask and the wealthy lady's notice. It is plausible that the adversary possesses some extraordinary abilities related to tracking and surveillance. Wei Xin glanced sideways. The bartender's extraordinary skill seemed to pertain to perceptive reconnaissance, possibly even capable of detecting high-tech equipment. Do not return home. It is too dangerous. Going back without understanding the enemy's tracking methods could easily expose our location. Wealthy lady, you and Silver Mask should return to the safe house and rest. Red stated, I will contact headquarters shortly to request that several auxiliary teams be dispatched to investigate the scene. Members of the auxiliary team are typically ordinary individuals devoid of extraordinary abilities. They often engage in logistical tasks such as battlefield cleanup, arms assembly, and technical analysis. The absence of superhuman powers does not imply they are mere cannon fodder. Each team member has undergone rigorous training and possesses expertise in their respective fields. In contrast to the awakened ones, ordinary individuals constitute the majority of the Mechanical Dawn organization. The rest is up to you. I must return to work, unlike your flexible schedules, said Koei Xian. Understood, Red replied. Focus on the investigation department and the traitors at the rear. I will handle the rest. An aura of grim determination enveloped him. Bring any live ones to me. Koei Xian instructed. I need to know who he is. The python's hand trembled slightly as he held the cigarette. He took a deep drag from his cigar and whispered into the communicator, I quit. That rich lady is too sharp. Within half a minute of the assassin firing, perhaps even less, she apprehended him. The silver mask beside her has at least a B-level awakening, possibly nearing A. He repeated, I quit. I refuse to risk my life. I overestimated you. I thought you would possess more courage, came a hoarse voice from the communicator, altered by a voice modulator. I promised you that once the job is done, I would arrange a new identity for you, allowing you to leave Black Sea City and start anew. Before embracing a new life, I would rather be dead, the python exclaimed. It's too dangerous. Damn it, damn it. I should never have been so foolish as to agree to eliminate the wealthy lady. Red's methods are far more terrifying than you can imagine. And the wealthy are not to be trifled with. They will suspect me. They are already doubting me. After the wealthy lady was shot, she contacted me to inquire about my whereabouts. This individual is undoubtedly testing me. The ball python, filled with trepidation, grew increasingly anxious and said, the risks I am undertaking far exceed what you have described, and I cannot afford to take such chances. Do not shirk your responsibilities. The primary reason for our current passive predicament is your failure to adequately affix scent markers to your teammates. Had the scent markers been successful, we could have seamlessly tracked everyone attending the meeting tonight, and we would have immediately commenced a decapitation operation, dismantling them one by one, allowing you to rest easy. The individual coldly replied, however, your scent markers have only marked a few individuals, and the quantity was insufficient, dissipating after merely 2 hours, making it exceedingly difficult to trace them. Were it not for the pressing urgency and the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, coupled with the wealthy lady's crucial identity and role in the meeting, I would not have permitted you to act tonight. You are aware of the immense damage a well-trained undercover agent can inflict upon a tightly knit organization. The wealthy lady must perish. Missing this opportunity for scent marking means we will lose our chance to track her. We do not even know who the wealthy lady truly is. You have failed to execute my directive to eliminate her, and you did not even obtain a sample of her tissue. This is your error. Red has not explicitly confirmed that the wealthy lady is an undercover agent, nor has he acknowledged that it is merely a suspicion that requires further investigation. What purpose does your conviction that she is an undercover agent serve? The hasty and erroneous decisions you made have now fallen upon me to bear the consequences. The python argued, and that scent marking. Just as I took a puff from the cigarette I had just lit, the silver-faced lad extinguished it. What could I do? It was my sole, specially crafted cigarette, now rendered damp and impossible to ignite. The mere thought of this python exhausts me. He entered the conference room and lit a cigar, a unique task prop that, when ignited, released scent particles that could linger on a person for an extended period. This invisible and odorless marking could only be traced by nocturnal insects that would follow the scent trail. The python timed his actions meticulously, lighting the cigar before the meeting commenced, ensuring that when the smoke filled the room, everyone entering would be marked. Once the meeting concluded, releasing the insects would allow him to ascertain the general direction of the marked individuals. The insects were specially treated, their luminous eyes visible with night vision goggles, glowing conspicuously. The python had considered every detail. He understood the extraordinary abilities of the bartender, rendering any high-tech tracking devices futile. Alas, fate had other plans. Just as the cigar was lit, the silver-faced one abruptly doused it with a splash of water, extinguishing not only the cigar, but also the hope and the python's carefully laid plans. Initially, both the wealthy woman and the silver-faced man bore a trace of scent marking. After relaying the meeting's contents to his informant, the informant offered a substantial bounty, demanding the assassination of the wealthy woman. The python, executing his plan, released the insects, estimated the trajectory, and sought out several scapegoats at the bar to implant parasitic entities, believing his strategy to be infallible. Yet the assassination mission ended in utter failure. "I no longer wish to take risks," declared the Python. "If you are reluctant to take risks, what course of action do you propose? You find yourself ensnared. Do you wish to remain under the control of the mechanical dawn, subjected to their mental manipulation?" The voice on the communicator urged. "Heed my words. Lie low and await the opportune moment. I can restore you to your true self. Your name is not Python. It has been far too long since you were addressed by your genuine name. Surely, you have not forgotten who you are?" The Python fell silent. "If you perceive danger, you need not act for the time being. Focus solely on relaying information." The tone of the communicator softened. "The existence of the affluent woman poses a threat to our side, which is why I am eager to resolve this matter. My miscalculation regarding the strength of the affluent woman and silver face has resulted in our failure. I bear responsibility for this oversight." The Python remained hesitant, yet an additional 5 million, the voice on the communicator stated calmly. "Once you have succeeded and retired, you may do as you please with this sum. I do not lack for money." "You fail to comprehend," replied the Python. After a moment of contemplation, the person on the other end of the communicator added, "Plus a vial of divine blood." The Python was taken aback. "Your talent has reached its limit. The path of the awakened halts here. You will remain a sea level for the entirety of your life, unable to ascend to a higher echelon." The voice coaxed gently. "When hope seems lost on the path of the awakened, you may choose an alternative path to begin anew. You know what that path is? Blood of the anomalous," exclaimed the Python, eyes wide with realization. "Indeed, by consuming the divine blood and becoming one of the aberrant bloodline, you may attain greater strength." That individual asserted that if you are sufficiently powerful, the mechanical dawn shall have no hold over you. "I have heard whispers that those of the aberrant bloodline have a chance of transforming into monsters. However, after the divine blood has been diluted and filtered, its safety significantly increases and the likelihood of aberration diminishes considerably. One cannot shy away from all risks." The Python remained silent for a prolonged moment, then conceded, "Very well. I shall continue my role as an undercover agent. As you suggested, I will solely be responsible for relaying intelligence. I shall not involve myself in other matters. Nor shall you expect me to carry out any assassinations on your behalf." "No problem," the individual replied with a benevolent demeanor. "You must provide me with more detailed information about the wealthy woman, her height, physical characteristics, voice. The more detailed, the better." The Python pondered for a moment. The wealthy woman possesses a voice modulator, thus her true voice remains unknown. Her height appears to be approximately 175 centimeters, and her gender is also indeterminate. Gender indeterminate? The individual was taken aback. The implication of the codename wealthy woman is overwhelmingly feminine. It could very well be a smokescreen. And her true identity might be male. One could argue that a height of 175 centimeters could belong to either a man or a woman. What if the wealthy woman deliberately dons a fake chest for disguise? The mechanical dawn is rife with lunatics, and many of them possess peculiarities. For instance, Red has rather unusual interests. The Python proceeded with utmost caution, stating, "From my experience, even if the codename wealthy woman unmistakably suggests femininity, one must not take this individual at face value. Height can be disguised with insoles or hollowed-out soles. What if the wealthy woman's extraordinary abilities are directly related to her disguise? The intelligence you have provided is tantamount to having provided none at all. I cannot pinpoint a target." That individual remarked, "As an undercover agent, one cannot afford to be complacent." The ball python, in a state of anxiety, thought that while he had previously contemplated many things, he had never considered this much. Was it the wealthy woman's intimidation that had left him so rattled? The individual let out a cold chuckle. Just as the ball python was about to retort, he suddenly noticed the flashing of his wristband. Thorn Rose was attempting to establish communication. "I must take my leave. My teammate is seeking me," he said. Upon closing the communicator, the ball python activated his wristband and, with his customary loud voice, exclaimed, "Hello, boss lady. Have you finished your late-night snack? If you have, hurry over to get to work." Thorn Rose replied icily, Yes. I shall be there immediately. I'll arrive in 5 minutes. You rest for now, boss lady." The ball python flattered before ending the call. He patted his fleshy face, straightened his back, and revitalized himself, exuding the spirited demeanor of a crowing rooster. He mounted his motorcycle and sped off to find Thorn Rose. "This room is quite pleasant," Silverface observed while glancing around. Wei Xin opened the wardrobe and discovered it brimming with an array of clothing, from hip-hop attire to suits. Everything one could desire. Adjacent to it was a compartment filled with an assortment of cosmetics, likely intended for the organization members' disguises. She pulled out some garments and knocked on the bottom of the wardrobe. The wooden panel emitted a hollow thud. Upon lifting it, she revealed a secret passage. Red had mentioned that this passage led directly to the intricate city sewers, serving as an escape route. They returned to the Ruby Bar, this time to the basement level, where a safe house was provided for organization members to rest and recuperate. Silverface tore open a can of fruit and sat cross-legged on the floor to enjoy her meal. The emergency supplies within the safe house are entirely composed of canned goods, with separate boxes designated for pharmaceuticals and weaponry. Behind the paintings on the wall lies a safe, containing gold bars. In this second world, a cashless society prevails, yet gold, as a precious metal, continues to circulate as a hard currency in the black market. How will you get to work tomorrow morning? In Mion inquires. I will take the secret passage, Wei Xin replies, seated on the bed. Poring over the map of the sewer routes, she glances at the clock. It is now 3 a.m. If she continues this relentless cycle of day and night, she will inevitably succumb to exhaustion. Where will I sleep? In Mion asks. On the floor? Wei Xin suggests. In Mion has no objections. During his rest at Wei Xion's home, he never anticipated sleeping on a bed. After finishing the canned food, In Mion spreads out a blanket on the floor, lies down, and wraps himself in it, preparing to sleep. Wei Xin turns off the light and lies in bed. She reflects on everyone she currently knows, and surprisingly, In Mion emerges as the most dependable. If she were to choose someone from all the attendees at the meeting who is least likely to harm her, it would undoubtedly be In Mion. His extraordinary abilities are formidable. To eliminate Wei Xin would require little effort, just a flick of his finger, and her life would be extinguished. In Mion is, in essence, a pure individual, harboring few thoughts, which is the primary reason Wei Xin feels at ease with him. The second reason lies with D, who is aware of Wei Xin's identity and the burden she bears, knowing her address and her position within the investigation department. Thus, eliminating her would be a simple task. If Wei Xin were to select the person she finds most suspicious, it would be the ball python. For his erratic behavior and foolish demeanor are too conspicuous. The ball python exhibited no deliberate pretense of foolishness. Every action he took appeared utterly natural, devoid of any signs of performance. Yet, Wei Xin found him suspicious, harboring an irrational sense of distrust. She pondered deeply, engaging in self-reflection to ascertain when her aversion towards the ball python had first emerged. Upon reflection, she realized it was his smoking habit that she found most objectionable, detesting the pungent aroma of cigar smoke. Restless in bed, she was unable to sleep when In Mion softly inquired, "Why are you still awake? Your breathing is rather loud." Wei Xin retorted, "I can't help it." In Mion replied, "I shall endeavor to breathe more quietly." After a moment of calm contemplation, Wei Xin picked up her wristband and messaged Red. "Red, please investigate the ball python closely. I sense something amiss." Soon after, Red responded, "Understood." As the clock approached 4 a.m, she realized she must rest, for tomorrow she would face new challenges. Needing to perform well under the scrutiny and questioning of the leaders of various divisions in her formal interview for promotion within the inspection department. In the dimly lit expanse of the underworld, Wei Xin stood before the inspection building, feeling as though she had just emerged from the jaws of a tiger only to step into the den of wolves. This morning, she had infiltrated the city's sewer system through a concealed passage beneath the wardrobe in her safe house, emerging from a manhole in a narrow alley a block away. Before boarding the levitating tram, the city of Black Sea, located by the sea, boasted an advanced drainage system, with sewers wide enough to accommodate 2 racing cars side by side. After a series of torrential downpours in recent days, the water levels in the sewers had risen. But today, the rain had ceased, and the waters were gradually receding. To avoid the unpleasant odors of the sewer clinging to her, Wei Xin had summoned In Mion, who created a water curtain to shield her from the stench and divert the sewage as he escorted her to her destination. "I feel as though I have discovered numerous extraordinary applications for my abilities while following you," In Mion remarked in a contemplative tone. Indeed, he had adeptly utilized his powers for mundane tasks such as washing dishes, cleaning vegetables, watering plants, and mopping floors, employing water as a protective barrier against unpleasant odors. After Wei Xin boarded the tram, In Mion departed. As she drifted into slumber at 5 o'clock in the morning, Red sent her a message, instructing her to attend work as usual, assuring her that there was no need to worry about traitors revealing her whereabouts, for he had already uncovered vital information. Wei Xian's decision to go to work was not merely a response to Red's words. It was a necessity she had to confront. Should she choose to evade her responsibilities and vanish, the inspection department would undoubtedly grow suspicious of her. If the mastermind behind last night's events turned out to be an undercover agent within the inspection department, they could deduce her true identity from her disappearance, transforming suspicion into certainty, leaving her with no choice but to take the risk. In the organization known as Mechanical Dawn, Wei Xian stands as a pivotal member. However, she remains uncertain about her true significance and worth within this collective. Is her personal safety of greater importance? Or does her role as an undercover agent and the intelligence she possesses hold more value? Would Mechanical Dawn sacrifice her life for the latter? If her entire worth hinges solely on her undercover identity, then losing that identity equates to losing her value. A person devoid of worth is seldom regarded with importance and may ultimately be discarded by Mechanical Dawn. Wei Xian is acutely aware of the organization's ruthlessness and brutality, and she cannot afford to become valueless. Although the notion of escape has crossed her mind, she recognizes the impracticality of such a course of action. Her biological information, her accounts, and every aspect of her existence are under the control of Mechanical Dawn. Chai Jian managed to flee from a psychiatric hospital, yet he finds himself utterly incapacitated in this technologically advanced society. The watchful eyes of surveillance monitor the city, while high-tech devices relentlessly track his movements. In this cashless society, his accounts have been frozen, leaving him unable to procure even a meal. Through Chai Jian's plight, Wei Xian foresees the dire circumstances she would face should she attempt to escape. Moreover, she must contend with the threat of pursuit. Yin Mian, though seemingly simple-minded, is a competent assassin, and his obedience stems from Wei Xian's position as his superior and a core member of Mechanical Dawn. Should Wei Xian attempt to flee, Yin Mian would undoubtedly pursue her, transforming from a useful tool into a blade aimed at her. The dual identities of an intern security officer and a member of Mechanical Dawn serve as her only protection in this perilous world. Before she possesses the requisite ability to safeguard herself, she must diligently uphold her identity and embody the role she is meant to portray. Welcome back. Intern security officer Wei Xian. Adam greeted her as she entered. Good morning, little Wei, Lon Lon chimed in from behind her. Morning, Lon Lon, Wei Xian replied, glancing back. With concern, Lon Lon inquired, why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Indeed, I barely slept at all. Wei Xian yawned as she stepped into the elevator. I have coffee. Would you like me to brew some to perk you up? Lon Lon offered. No thanks. It's too bitter for my taste, Wei Xian responded, pressing the elevator button. There are tea bags in the lounge. I shall prepare some tea instead. Lon Lon smiled. Is your insomnia due to anxiety over the upcoming interview? That is certainly a contributing factor, Wei Xian sighed. Inside the elevator, an electronic screen displayed the time, 7:58. The office hours for the inspection department commenced at 8 o'clock, and in less than an hour, she would be attending her interview. Upon exiting the elevator, her communicator emitted a beep from her pocket. Lon Lan's communicator also chimed, and he pulled it out to check. Adam has sent today's work schedule. Let me take a look. Splendid. No assignments, no need for field duty today. Typically, when the team is required to undertake urgent tasks, Adam would promptly notify the team members via the internal broadcast system of the inspection building. Conversely, if there are no tasks to execute, the day's work schedule and training plans would be dispatched to each member's personal communicator for their perusal. Wei Xian opened her email and, as expected, found the schedule for today's interview. There was no training, no field work, only the interview. If she failed to pass, she would lose this job, rendering any further task assignments unnecessary. I am heading to the technical room. Good luck with the interview, Lon Lon said, raising her hand. After a moment's hesitation, Wei Xian realized Lon Lon was inviting her for a high five, so she raised her hand as well. The sound of their palms meeting echoed in the air. Lon Lon turned to leave, and Wei Xian pondered whether to spend the next hour practicing her shooting in Area A or to catch up on some sleep in the lounge. Before she could reach a decision, Adam interjected, Intern Security Officer Wei Xian, your interview time has been rescheduled. Please report immediately to room 5313 on the 5th floor. Your interviewer is waiting for you. Surprised, Wei Xian asked, Why has it been changed? Adam replied, there has been a temporary work adjustment. I am unable to provide further details. Please proceed to room 5313 for your interview immediately. Understood. Kuei Xin turned and pressed the elevator button. It was not uncommon for the inspection department to have temporary tasks and unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps her interview time conflicted with that of another interviewer, resulting in the change. As the elevator ascended, Kuei Xin took a moment to steady her breathing. When the doors opened, she stepped out with a steady gait and entered the corridor. Please follow the green indicator lights, Adam instructed as he guided her towards room 5313. As she traversed the lengthy corridor, Wei Xian paused before room 5313. The metallic door opened quietly, allowing her entry. Before her lay a long black table, behind which sat 4 individuals, 2 men and 2 women. One man, with graying hair and a composed demeanor, was attired in a suit, his neatly combed hair complemented by gold-rimmed glasses. The other, a young man, also donned gold-rimmed spectacles. He exuded an air of authority reminiscent of a strict homeroom teacher, while the middle-aged woman, with a no-nonsense attitude, was the leader of the field operations group, Wei Ji. The final figure, an elegantly poised woman with striking red waves, was none other than the renowned head of the criminal investigation team, Jiang Mimi. Are you Wei Xian? Wei Ji inquired, gesturing for her to take a seat. Yes, esteemed leaders, Wei Xian responded, settling into the chair before the 4 interviewers. Wei Ji nodded and, in a formal tone, stated, Shu Suyo has submitted your application for permanent status. I have reviewed your performance during the internship and your field records. You are indeed an exemplary candidate. However, your future in the investigation department will depend on the outcome of this interview. I understand, and I am fully prepared. Wei Xian replied, her resolve firm. Wei Ji not only possesses a demeanor reminiscent of Wei Xian's homeroom teacher, but her tone of voice mirrors that as well. Although she had initially managed to stabilize her emotions and adjust her mindset, Wei Ji inadvertently instilled a sense of unease in Wei Xian. The harrowing experience of senior year left an indelible mark on her psyche. The terror of being caught dozing off in class only to find the teacher looming nearby was a fear that penetrated to her very core. At this moment, Jiang Mimi interjected with a smile, urging, there's no need to be so tense. Relax. Just treat this as a casual conversation. Jiang Mimi's manner of speaking evoked memories of Yang Xingyun from the therapy office, and upon closer observation, Wei Xian noted a striking resemblance between Jiang Mimi and Yang Xingyun. Could they possibly share a familial connection? Shen Danchong, the leader of the logistics support team, inquired, are you adapting well to the inspection department, Wei Xian? When he refrained from speaking, he exuded an air of authority, yet once he engaged in conversation, he transformed into a figure akin to an elder. Wei Xian felt her internal tension begin to ease. I believe I am adapting reasonably well. I can manage most tasks. Though there are a few areas where my inexperience has resulted in less than perfect execution, and my mindset could use further adjustment, she confessed. I will strive to overcome these challenges. Do you wish to remain in the inspection department? Chen Danchong asked. Yes, Wei Xian replied, carefully choosing her words. However, this position sometimes entails significant danger, and I find myself concerned about the potential for injury or even loss of life. Jiang Mimi responded, you fear for your life, yet still wish to work here? Disregarding the risk factors, I believe that being a security officer is an exceptionally rewarding profession, characterized by generous remuneration, ample opportunities for advancement, and a congenial group of colleagues. Wei Xian candidly expressed her thoughts. If, in the first world, she could secure a position as a civil servant and enjoy the stability of a government job, it would be akin to a dream come true. The investigation department, under the auspices of the federal government, is a legitimate official entity, offering significantly more lucrative compensation compared to other sectors. Had Wei Xian been a native of the second world, this position within the investigation department would undoubtedly be her optimal choice. We have reviewed your family background information, began Gong Zian, the head of the information technology group. You have incurred considerable debt for your university education, correct? My family circumstances are not particularly favorable. Wei Xian appeared to respond, yet her answer was somewhat evasive, lacking a direct affirmation or negation. Gong Zian, with meticulous precision, pointed out, your motivation to remain in the investigation department is financial, is it not? Wei Xian pondered for a moment. As someone from a modest background, she understood the immense value of a stable, well-paying job. However, financial remuneration is not the primary reason I wish to stay, she clarified. Please elaborate. urged Gong Xian. My desire to remain stems from the fact that this is, for me, the best choice available. In the investigation department, I have the opportunity to acquire knowledge and enhance my skills. I receive a salary, and the camaraderie among colleagues is supportive. The working environment is pleasant. Aside from the significant psychological pressures and risks associated with the job, I find much to be satisfied with. I find it challenging to envision a better path, and that is why I wish to stay. Wei Xian smiled somewhat shyly and apologized for her bluntness, declaring herself a pragmatist. Most members of the investigation department share this pragmatic nature, and she is no exception. Gong Xian adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, while the brilliance of idealism is undeniably dazzling. It is through grounded realism that one can journey further. The expressions of the four interviewers revealed no discernible reactions, allowing Wei Xian to maintain her composure. She believed she had thus far answered admirably, without revealing any suspicious elements. As a time traveler, Wei Xian was capable of uttering a portion of the truth. Had her original self been present, she would have been unable to speak any truths in response to the recent inquiries. When Gong Xian prompted her to explain her reasons for wanting to remain in the investigation department, could she possibly respond with, "The organization assigned me as an undercover agent. Hence I wish to stay"? Such an answer would be utterly unacceptable. However, if the truth could not be spoken, then she would have to resort to deception. Yet, lies cannot escape the extraordinary ability to discern falsehoods. And even sophisticated lie detection technology may unveil the truth behind one's words, making it exceedingly difficult for a liar to succeed in an interview. Chen Dongchang stated, "We possess a set of criteria for evaluating whether intern employees are qualified to become full-time staff, with psychological assessments being of paramount importance." "Are you referring to stress resistance and mental health?" Wei Xian inquired. "Indeed," Chen Dongchang replied, his voice resonant. "You should be aware of the inherent dangers of our work. I have heard that you previously sustained injuries that necessitated the replacement of your skull with an alloy. The alloy skull is highly effective. It provides excellent protection from my head," Wei Xian replied. "The Federation allocates substantial funds to the investigation department each year, a significant portion of which is designated for compensation in the event of casualties. This is a vocation intertwined with death, where one confronts not only the demise of adversaries, but also the loss of comrades." Chen Dongchang remarked that we wish to ascertain your capacity to endure such psychological strain. "I believe I possess that ability," replied Wei Xian. "I have not experienced the death of a teammate, only that of foes," she continued. "In retrospect, that scene has rendered me considerably more tranquil." Wei Ji locked eyes with Wei Xian. "Shu Suyo submitted your record, indicating that your inaugural act of killing occurred not long ago, targeting 2 robbers on Anning Street." "Indeed," Wei Xian affirmed, acknowledging her experience. It was unequivocally her first act of murder, and she felt no need for ambiguity in her response. She stated, "My reaction on Anning Street was excessive. The optimal course of action was not to kill, and I am aware of that." "Your second victim was the escaped mental patient, Chai Jian?" Wei Ji inquired. "Yes," Wei Xian confirmed. "What was the sensation accompanying your first kill?" Wei Ji asked. Before Wei Xian could respond, Jiang Mimi, standing beside Wei Ji, interjected, "If you wish to avoid recollection, you may decline to answer. I understand that the process of recalling such events is far from pleasant." Wei Xian paused, ultimately opting to respond. "Panic, confusion, fear, unreality, and nausea. How did the sensation of your second kill differ from the first?" Wei Ji continued. "The second time was even more disorienting than the first." Wei Xian murmured, "However, I have become more proactive. I took the initiative to pull the trigger, consciously engaging in thought and judgment, ultimately deciding to take Chai Jian's life. I do not regret this decision." Wei Ji's tone softened subtly. "You possess a reverence for life, which is commendable. An excess of rationality leads to coldness, while an overflow of emotion results in weakness. It is essential that you maintain a clear boundary between reason and sentiment. This is what you must achieve." "I understand. Thank you for your reminder," Wei Xian replied softly. "You have visited the psychological therapy room, haven't you?" Jiang Meimei inquired. "What was your experience with psychological counseling?" "I have. Director Yang is quite amiable, and I find our conversations to be very relaxing. I appreciate the decor of the therapy office," Wei Xian responded with a light jest. "Well, if I ever have an office of my own, I would consider adopting Director Yang's design style." Jiang Meimei chuckled gently, saying, "You are an intriguing individual, Wei Xian. May I boldly inquire, are you related to Director Yang?" Is it not evident? You bear a striking resemblance to him, both in appearance and manner of speech. Wei Xian remarked, puzzled. I am his cousin, Jiang Meimei clarified. He majored in psychology at university, while I specialized in criminal psychology. He became a therapist, and I took on the role of a security officer. I see, Wei Xian responded. Some individuals are quite resistant to psychological counseling and therapy, particularly those with strong personalities who have achieved success in certain fields. They stubbornly maintain that mental illness is inconsequential. However, psychological therapy is indeed essential. While individuals may possess robust physiques and exceptional intellects, they may not necessarily harbor indomitable spirits. People often resist revealing their vulnerabilities in the presence of others. Jiang Meimei remarked that our investigation department is home to many such obstinate individuals. Do not emulate them, for when issues arise, it is imperative to seek assistance at the psychological therapy office. I shall heed your counsel, Wei Xian replied. Gong Xian gazed at Wei Xian and inquired, do you have any aspirations you wish to achieve? Wei Xian responded, at present, I lack long-term goals. My immediate objective is to excel in my work. Strive for personal growth and study diligently. One must be pragmatic. It is unwise to focus solely on the present. One's vision should be far-reaching, Gong Xian advised. Jiang Meimei chuckled softly. I find you quite likable, Wei Xian. Once you are officially appointed, would you consider transferring to our criminal investigation team? Your specialization lies in criminal investigation technology, and I have observed that your performance is commendable, with a solid theoretical foundation. Wei Ji raised an eyebrow. Are you already attempting to poach talent? You must not let her transfer. Wei Xian thought warily to herself. Rumors suggest that Jiang Meimei possesses extraordinary abilities in lie detection. If Wei Xian were to transfer, her interactions with Jiang Meimei would undoubtedly increase, making it impossible to maintain a facade of deception at all times. Moreover, Wei Xian was entirely devoid of any theoretical knowledge in criminal investigation technology, still grappling with her studies. Transferring would spell disaster. Wei Xian contrived an excuse. I informed Captain Shu that unless the leaders of other teams exhibit consideration for their subordinates, I shall not apply for a transfer. A hint of amusement flickered across Wei Ji's serious expression. Jiang Meimei feigned regret. Alas, what a pity, Wei Xian. The communicator on Chun Dongchang's person vibrated, prompting him to glance down momentarily before rising to his feet. I have a task at hand. I must take my leave, esteemed colleagues, he stated succinctly. Offering a brief nod to his companions in the conference room as a farewell, his steps unwavering as he exited the chamber. The remaining 3 interviewers proceeded to pose further inquiries to Wei Xian, to which she responded with assuredness, the entire interview process spanning approximately 15 minutes. The interview can be concluded, Jiang Meimei announced. We commenced ahead of schedule due to time constraints. Most of us have tasks to undertake, and it is quite challenging to coordinate our schedules. Casting a glance at the clock, she added, I have matters to attend to. Wei Xian could not help but inquire. So, does this mean I have successfully passed the interview? Indeed, Jiang Meimei replied with a radiant smile. Congratulations on officially joining the investigation department, Wei Xian. Wei Ji also smiled, remarking, you performed admirably, Wei Xian. She continued, shortly, your information will be updated within the investigation department, and furthermore, your citizen rank will elevate from level 4 to level 3. Gong Xian welcomed her warmly, stating, we are pleased to have you on board. The citizen rank is of paramount importance, as it determines the various benefits individuals enjoy within society. For instance, when one seeks to secure a loan from a bank, those with a higher citizen rank are often afforded more favorable terms, such as lower interest rates. Additionally, the disbursement of pensions and insurance services varies according to rank. The majority of law-abiding citizens hold a rank of 4. Those with minor criminal records are classified as rank 5, while individuals with significant criminal records are assigned rank 6, which results in the forfeiture of political rights. Wei Xian ascended to the rank of a third-class citizen due to her newfound status as a member of the federal government, distinguishing her from the ordinary populace. This is a world marked by clear social strata. Wei Xian subtly perceived that this interview was not merely an assessment of her personal capabilities, but rather a test of her resolve. The interviewers sought to ascertain whether she was being deceitful, whether her identity was authentic, and whether her intentions in joining the inspection department were ulterior. As long as her identity and motives remained unblemished, her formal acceptance into the ranks was virtually assured. Yu Ji approached Wei Xian and advised her to seek out her captain, who would facilitate her training as an official member. Training? Wei Xian echoed, taken aback. Indeed, training. Yu Ji replied with a significant tone, to expose you to the other side of the world. In truth, you have already glimpsed it, albeit without a systematic understanding. Wei Xian pondered this, realizing, you mean, the extraterrestrial beings. The parasitic hydra she encountered during her previous mission was but one of many such entities. There exist numerous other forms of extraterrestrial life, each possessing greater dangers and more formidable abilities. Go and see for yourself, Wei Xian, Yu Ji urged. The secrets of this world are far more abundant than you can imagine. In the dimly lit expanse of the Sea of Darkness, Wei Xian entered the elevator en route to Shu Xiu's office. Upon stepping inside, Adam sent her a new work schedule. The morning consisted solely of an orientation session, while the afternoon was more demanding, featuring 2 events, training from 2:30 to 5:30, followed by a meeting in the External Affairs Team's conference room at 6 o'clock. With no details regarding the meeting's agenda provided, although the day's tasks appeared minimal, in reality, it left no room for respite. The training was both monotonous and exhausting, yet indispensable as Wei Xian relied on these skills for her survival. With a beep, the elevator halted at the 3rd floor. As the doors slid open, Shu Xiu awaited just outside. Captain. Wei Xian lowered her communicator and raised her gaze. The timing was impeccable. Shu Xiu stepped into the elevator and pressed the closed door button, then instructed, Adam, to level -6. Understood. The floor lock has been disengaged, Adam replied. Noticing the surprise in Wei Xian's eyes, Shu Xiu patiently elaborated. Our investigation department houses numerous concealed floors. The buttons for these levels are not displayed in the elevator, and only individuals with the requisite authorization can command Adam to unlock access. No wonder, Wei Xian mused, casting a glance at the elevator buttons. The highest floor indicated was the 66th, while the lowest was the 3rd below ground. Yet, Shu Xiu had just mentioned the 6th below ground. Were there even more hidden levels between the 3rd and the 6th below ground, or possibly beneath the 6th? What purposes could these concealed floors serve? The infiltration of the mechanical dawn into the investigation department is rather superficial. The materials transferred by Dr. Huang contain vague conjectures, while some details remain unmentioned. Wei Xian is the first successful undercover agent to penetrate the inner sanctum, unlike Dr. Huang of the medical center, whose role is limited to healing, thus restricting her access to security-related information. Wei Xian's situation is markedly different. On her very first day of employment, she underwent training directly linked to the core secrets of the investigation department. As the elevator descended, it soon came to a halt. The moment the doors opened, Wei Xian was greeted by a chill, damp scent reminiscent of water. The frigid air surged into the confined space of the elevator, causing goosebumps to rise on her arms. The lights illuminated the elevator compartment, yet outside in the subterranean floor, darkness prevailed, the profound blackness and the cold humidity evoking a sense of trepidation. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, revealing the underground level. The first sight was of impeccably aligned silver metallic walls, treated to prevent glare. The illumination did not blind the observer. Yet droplets of water clung to the surface, glimmering at first glance. Why is the humidity so high in this place? Come on, Wei Xian. Let us change into protective suits, urged Shu Xiu, leading the way. A distinct sense of horror film atmosphere enveloped them. What is this place, Captain? Wei Xian inquired. This is one of the specimen chambers, replied Shu Xiu. This facility houses a portion of specimens from exotic life forms. Once these beings perish, their bodies are difficult to preserve, necessitating their immersion in a specially formulated solution, where we must constantly regulate both humidity and temperature. They turned right, revealing a lengthy corridor. Shu Xiu was the first to enter, as red lights illuminated the passageway, and a misty disinfectant sprayed from the ceiling. Once the disinfection was completed, the red lights transformed into green, allowing Shu Xiu to exit the corridor. Following his example, Wei Xian stepped into the passage for disinfection. Certain exotic creatures were preserved in liquid nitrogen, rendering the environment extremely cold, thus necessitating the use of thick protective suits. Shu Xiu retrieved a protective suit and demonstrated how to don it for Wei Xian. The suit was as bulky as a spacesuit, and once worn, it made her resemble a snowman. Wei Xian struggled to pull on the suit, but with Shu Xiu's assistance, she managed to zip up the back. Finally, they donned glass helmets. The protective suits were equipped with communication devices, allowing Kue Xin to hear Shu Shuyo's voice despite the helmet's obstruction. Eventually, the last metallic door opened, and Kue Xin walked side by side with Shu Shuyo into the specimen hall. There, she was greeted by a shocking sight. A stark white human body was submerged in a transparent glass tank filled with a pale green solution. Its head replaced by curled dark red tentacles that emerged from the neck, silently floating in the liquid. This specimen was unsettling, yet more horrifying awaited. When Kue Xin turned her head, she beheld a glass tank on the left containing a half-human body, parasitized by an exotic organism. It was halved, providing a clear view of the grotesquely mutated cross-section, with organs such as the heart and intestines vividly visible. Do not vomit inside the protective suit. Shu Suyo offered a reminder. Wei Xian averted her gaze and replied hesitantly, I didn't eat much this morning, so I won't vomit. You are rather composed for a newcomer, Shu Suyo remarked. Lan Lan, on the other hand, did vomit, and it ended up in her protective suit. Did he really tour the entire facility while clad in such a soiled outfit? Wei Xian inquired. How could that be? Our inspection department is not that excessively stringent. Shu Suyo chuckled, recalling that he had returned to take a shower and change clothes before continuing his visit to the underground facility in the afternoon. Poor Lan Lan, Wei Xian remarked, diverting her attention with a few comments, feeling considerably better. I have seen the parasitic hydra. Its tentacles are transparent, so the visual impact is manageable. But these dark red tentacles they are grotesque, malevolent, and bizarre, far more repulsive than those of the parasitic hydra. This creature, known as the red thorn hunter, exhibits a temperament even more ferocious than that of the parasitic hydra. Those it parasitizes rarely survive beyond 3 days, implying that it necessitates a new host every 3 days. Shusuyo pointed to the glass jar. Look at the label below. Wei Xian leaned closer to examine it, discovering detailed information about the specimen. Species, red thorn hunter. Status, growth phase. Date of creation, 208-30219. Executor, Wei Ji. This red thorn hunter was killed by team leader Wei Ji during a mission 3 years ago, and she brought it back intact for researchers to dissect and study. Shu Suyo remarked that the red thorn hunter is exceedingly rare, possessing a protracted growth cycle, and requires a host change every 3 days on average. This particular red thorn hunter has thrived for at least 2 months. One can only fathom the multitude of lives it must have extinguished to reach such a stage. Wei Xian was taken aback. Did the investigation department not uncover the demise of so many individuals? This red thorn hunter had clandestinely boarded a smuggling vessel, which harbored over 20 souls, all of whom served as its sustenance. By the time the vessel drifted to the waters near Black Sea City, only a single survivor remained, barely clinging to life, until the coastal security team discovered the ship. Shu Suyo gazed upon the pallid form preserved within the glass jar. Noting that the sole survivor had since succumbed, their remains now residing in the specimen jar before us. He recounted the sanguinary tale with an unruffled demeanor, his words laced with a sense of nonchalance. You just mentioned its growth phase? Wei Xian inquired. Indeed, the sequence comprises the larval stage, the growth phase, and the mature phase, Shu Suyo replied. Follow me. He navigated around several specimen jars and approached a massive metallic cabinet lying horizontally, deftly lifting the sealed lid. A billowing white mist, imbued with a chill, emanated from within the cabinet, revealing a large, translucent block of ice that encased a diminutive, semi-transparent parasitic hydra. Distinctively, it was quite small, roughly the size of a fist, resembling a gentle jellyfish, soft and innocuous. We have yet to collect a larval stage red thorn hunter, but we do possess a larval stage parasitic hydra, Shu Suyo stated. This is its appearance during the larval phase. At this stage, it is exceedingly fragile. It drifts in the sea, parasitizing fish. If fishermen happen to catch these infected fish, it will subsequently latch onto humans. If not caught, it continues to drift until it reaches its growth stage. Upon entering this phase, it crawls ashore, seeking human hosts at the docks to extract nutrients for growth and reproduction. Shu Suyo closed the cabinet door, sealing it. The parasitic hydra dissolves upon death, and ice can preserve the specimen for a longer duration. He then opened another metal cabinet nearby, revealing a specimen of the parasitic hydra in its growth phase, the same type we encountered that day. This specimen, akin to the red thorn hunter, had its tentacles connected to a human torso, grotesque and sinister, reminiscent of an alien species. Encased in ice, the tentacles and human body appeared particularly rigid and contorted. They are not without vulnerabilities. The parasitic hydra is fearful of fire and cannot survive without water. Wei Xian mentioned that the flamethrowers on police cars can inflict severe damage upon them. Their usual habitat is coastal areas, rarely venturing into urban interiors. As Lon Lon informed me, indeed, aquatic extraterrestrial creatures generally share the weaknesses of fearing fire and being dependent on water, which accounts for their limited proliferation within urban settings. Shu Suyo stated that all extraterrestrial beings in Black Sea City are aquatic. As for terrestrial ones, I have yet to witness them firsthand. Perhaps there are records in inland cities. Are there mature terrestrial extraterrestrial beings? Wei Xian inquired eagerly. Shu Suyo nodded slightly. There are some. Some? Wei Xian asked, perplexed. It was divided into two halves. One half was sent to the laboratory of the Black Sea Academy for research, while the other half remained here. Shu Suyo beckoned. Follow me. They traversed past glass jars containing bizarre creatures and human anatomical specimens adorned with peculiar growths, arriving at the entrance of a secluded chamber. Shu Suyo lowered his gaze to verify the iris, and Adam stated, according to your authorization, you have 3 minutes to conduct your tour. The metallic door swung open, releasing an intense chill that penetrated even through the thick protective clothing, rendering the freezer housing the parasitic hydra insignificant by comparison. Upon entering, Wei Xian was taken aback. For a fleeting moment, she imagined herself in an underwater tunnel of an aquarium, gazing through glass at the sea and the swimming fish. However, this was not an aquarium but a vast ice storage, filled with crystalline ice of remarkable clarity. Within the solid, transparent blocks of ice, a creature resembling an octopus extended its tentacles. It was colossal, nearly filling the entire freezer. Its yellow eyes, with pupils resembling narrow slits, and the suction cups on its robust appendages were larger than a football. The specimen was impeccably preserved, almost lifelike, and Wei Xian felt a flutter in her heart as it gazed back with its yellow eyes. Unfortunately, this specimen was merely half. One could only imagine its living form through this partial body. The Kraken, Shu Suyo remarked, quite astonishing, isn't it? Kraken? Wei Xian was jolted back to reality by this familiar term. In the realm of folklore, there exists a monstrous entity of the sea known as the Kraken. In an era when technology was not as advanced, people believed that this beast dwelled in the depths of the ocean, dragging ships beneath the waves and devouring their crews. Shu Suyo asserts that these legends hold a grain of truth. The Kraken is, in fact, an extraterrestrial life form. However, contemporary society has largely dismissed the existence of such sea monsters. The Department of Anomaly Investigation discreetly eradicates these beings to maintain societal order. Is it possible that the cargo ship carrying mysterious goods is named after this folklore? How did the department manage to eliminate such a terrifying creature? Wei Xian inquired. Shu Suyo replied that the Kraken was not slain by the department. It had succumbed to natural causes and was washed ashore. The Kraken does not rely on humans for sustenance. It can hunt independently, although it occasionally preys upon humans. As time passed, Shu Suyo escorted Wei Xian out of the cold storage. Is the preservation of these alien specimens by the department solely for educational purposes? Wei Xian remarked that it seems quite extravagant, given the continuous need for temperature and humidity control, as well as the constant use of liquid nitrogen, which requires substantial resources. Surely, similar educational outcomes could be achieved through images and holographic projections? Indeed, it is an expensive endeavor, and technological means can certainly supplement educational needs, Shu Suyo acknowledged. Therefore, the department's retention of these specimens is undoubtedly not solely for teaching purposes. Wei Xian pondered, it must be for research, then. Captain, you mentioned the Black Sea Academy. Is it also researching exotic species? Indeed, that's correct, Su Xiao replied. After our visit to the specimen hall on the 6th floor, we shall proceed to the 5th floor, as there are several matters I need to enlighten you about. Having exited the frigid specimen hall, they removed their protective suits in the changing room, and once again disinfected themselves before returning to the elevator. Adam, 5th floor, Su Xiao glanced at the elevator clock. We still have ample time. Adam responded, the floor lockdown has been lifted. The elevator ascended, and in mere seconds, the doors opened. Do we require protective suits this time? Wei Xian inquired. Those things are such a hassle to wear. Su Xiao replied, not necessary, but we do need to don sterile, dust-proof attire. The process for entering this time was considerably simpler. After disinfecting and putting on the dust-proof garments, they meticulously tucked their hair into their caps before proceeding. In stark contrast to the desolation of the sixth-floor specimen hall, the fifth floor was bustling with numerous individuals. Through the glass partition, one could see people clad in white lab coats diligently engaged at their respective workstations. What is this place? Wei Xian asked in astonishment. This is a laboratory, specifically one dedicated to the study of exotic species, and it belongs to us, Su Xiao succinctly explained. The investigation department collaborates with various institutions, such as the Biotechnology Laboratory at the Black Sea Academy, the Federal Cell Research Institute, and several research divisions under private consortiums. These research entities share a common focus on the study of exotic species. Wei Xian surveyed the laboratory, asking, is the research aimed at how to combat them? Moreover, Xu Suyo spoke with profound significance, indicating that their primary focus was on how to extract value from them. Extract value? Wei Xian turned to look at Xu Suyo. He led her into the laboratory, stating, you will understand upon inspection. An evidently older researcher spotted Xu Suyo and remarked, ah, Xiao Shu, bringing in a newcomer? Yes, please continue your work. We shall only take 10 minutes, Xu Suyo replied courteously. The researcher glanced at Wei Xian, noting the rarity of new faces, and encouraged, young lady, do your best. As the researcher immersed himself in his tasks, Xu Suyo retrieved a vial containing a pale blue reagent from the table. This is the venom of the red thorn hunter in its unrefined state. It possesses intense corrosive properties, capable of eroding even metal. He donned a pair of gloves and placed a piece of iron on the table, allowing the liquid to drip onto it. With a sizzling sound, a small circular hole appeared in the 1 millimeter thick iron. Hunting exotic creatures is perilous. Our bulletproof combat suits cannot withstand the pressure from parasitic hydra tentacles, nor can they resist the corrosive effects of the red thorn hunter's venom, Xu Suyo explained. They are perilous species, yet their bodies conceal treasures within. Both the parasitic hydra and the red thorn hunter depend on parasitizing humans for their growth and reproduction. They share a common trait. They only parasitize living beings. Regardless of how deformed or mentally impaired the host may become, they will continue to exist until all nutrients are depleted. Even if their bodies have become skeletal, even if they struggle to move, they still cling to life. Xu Suyo set down the pale blue reagent, which secretes a special substance that sustains the host's life, allowing it to linger on. Like leeches? Wei Xian followed Xu Suyo's train of thought. Leeches secrete anticoagulants while feeding on human blood, although their blood-sucking behavior harms humans. The anticoagulant found within them can be utilized in medicine. Yes, that is precisely what I intend to convey, Xu Suyo smiled. They are terrifying monsters, yet they possess value. If we can decipher the composition of the secretions and synthesize them artificially, it could lead to significant breakthroughs in the medical field. Have we achieved any results? Wei Xian inquired with curiosity. Certainly, Xu Suyo replied as he approached another table, retrieving 2 vials of medicine. This is one of the substances extracted from parasitic hydra, known for its potent anti-inflammatory and analgesic properties. And this vial can accelerate wound healing and promote cell division. Both of these reagents have found extensive application within the investigation department. Wei Xian marveled. Did I not receive this medication during my head surgery? The speed of recovery was astonishing. Indeed, you likely did, Xu Suyo affirmed. It is highly effective. Over the past 2 years, our field casualties have significantly decreased. Thanks in part to these scientific advancements, as researchers strive to unearth further value from exotic organisms. Is the primary value of exotic organisms solely in pharmaceutical research? Wei Xian asked. Are there any other applications? It possesses 3 distinct values. The first is evident in the medical realm, while the second manifests within the field of material science. Xu Suyo remarked that material science is not a research focus of the investigation department's laboratory, as it has been outsourced to a biotechnology firm. Nonetheless, our laboratory houses several samples. On a table in the corner lay a piece of pitch-black fabric, which Xu Suyo picked up and said, "Give it a tug, Wei Xian." Wei Xian grasped the fabric and pulled. The short piece instantly stretched several times its original size, prompting her to step back as the fabric's extension appeared limitless. This novel biological material is extracted from a tentacled alien organism. It is not yet ready for mass production but boasts excellent elasticity and resistance to sharp objects. Xu Suyo casually took a small experimental knife and slid it across the fabric, leaving no trace. Even when he thrust the knife's tip downward, the fabric remained unscathed. It seems these findings are merely the tip of the iceberg, Wei Xian observed. Indeed, just the tip of the iceberg. The research institutions we collaborate with have an abundance of scientific achievements, Shu Suyo replied. Wei Xian, remember that our primary objective is to eliminate alien organisms to ensure public safety, not to capture them for profit. The new drugs and materials are merely ancillary benefits. In comparison to the risks we face, our gains are negligible. I can no longer recall how many teammates and colleagues have perished in battle. The investigation department holds memorials each year, and I attend them dutifully, he continued. Wei Xian calmly stated, I will strive to survive. She had already come to a profound realization. On the eve of her journey into the second world, Wei Xian had resolutely committed herself to employing every conceivable means to survive, skillfully evading all paths leading to demise. Captain, you just mentioned that there are 3 uses for extraterrestrial beings. May I inquire about the third? She asked. Shu Suyo gently patted Wei Xian's shoulder. Follow me to the underground level 3, and you shall find out. Underground level 3? I recall that it serves as a temporary detention facility, housing individuals awaiting trial. Wei Xian replied as she followed him. Indeed, while it is a temporary holding area, you may not be aware that it accommodates more than just ordinary criminals. Shu Suyo explained. Level 3 is the most secure section of the entire enforcement building, divided into 2 distinct zones, the East Zone for typical offenders and the West Zone, which is quite different. After shedding their dust-proof suits, they ascended the elevator once more. Wei Xian stifled her curiosity, awaiting the revelation of the enigma. Heavy secrets are always saved for the finale, she mused, having grasped the perils and value of extraterrestrial beings. What lay ahead for her? As the elevator doors opened, 2 armed security personnel stood sentinel on either side. Upon exiting, Wei Xian observed 2 paths, one to the left and one to the right, both flanked by formidable metal doors. Shu Suyo guided her to the right before scanning his iris. The door thunderously ascended. The sound of the metallic door opening this time was markedly different from the usual silence and smoothness of the doors on other floors. This door emitted a resounding noise. And upon closer inspection, it became evident that the metal door on the 3rd basement level was over 30 centimeters thick and likely weighed over a ton. The security measures were indeed stringent. Shu Suyo's footsteps echoed in the desolate corridor, where the cells on either side were not separated by iron bars, but by bulletproof glass. Many of the cells were empty, suggesting a scarcity of prisoners in the Western District. A new inmate had arrived a few days prior, in dire physical condition, seemingly on the brink of death, beyond the reach of medical assistance. Shu Suyo remarked, I will take you to see him. This inmate must be exceptional, Wei Xian surmised. After a short distance, Shu Suyo halted and turned, gesturing for Wei Xian to look towards the cell. A sharp intake of breath escaped her as she beheld the prisoner. The male inmate lay on the ground, his gaze blankly fixed on the ceiling, his exposed skin an alarming shade of ashen gray. The joints of his hands were grotesquely distorted, his fingers elongated in an astonishing manner, resembling soft, flaccid appendages, tentacles of some otherworldly creature. Suddenly, the prisoner coughed violently, expelling a mass of blood and flesh that wriggled slightly on the floor. Is he being parasitized by a monster? Wei Xian expressed her revulsion. Even though she had scarcely eaten breakfast, she found it increasingly difficult to withstand such repeated visual assaults. She was on the verge of retching. No, he is not being parasitized by a monster, Shu Suyo replied calmly. He has transformed himself into a monster. He turned to Wei Xian and said, This is the 3rd application of the aberrant beings I wish to discuss with you. Certain illicit religious factions, driven by nefarious intentions, collect and purify the blood of these anomalous entities. They consume this blood in an attempt to harness its power. They refer to these aberrant beings as the bloodline of the ancient gods, and the extracted blood is dubbed divine blood. Those who acquire extraordinary abilities through divine blood are designated as blood aberrants. In the realm of the Sea of Darkness, the remnants of ancient deities linger, leaving Kuai-Shin in a state of disbelief. Are there cults in this alternate world as well? She has yet to delve into such knowledge, but resolves to investigate thoroughly upon her return. This is their belief. Shu Suyo remarked that since time immemorial, there have existed aberrant beings, as evidenced by the widespread folklore that surrounds them. However, it is undeniable that these entities differ significantly from the creatures we encounter in our natural world. They appear almost alien to our planet's biological fabric. Indeed, their grotesque forms are quite repulsive, Kuai-Shin quipped, lamenting that she would be unable to eat at noon. 30 years ago, the federal government enacted a law deeming all religious beliefs and organizations illegal. The age of chaos and ignorance has passed. Once, humanity revered nature and imagined deities ruling over the cosmos. Now, the brilliance of science has dispelled the darkness, rendering divine guidance unnecessary, as it is technology that should lead humanity forward. Shuxiu continued, yet various secret societies persist, refusing to fade away. If they were to remain discreet, the Department of Investigation would not uncover their existence. But regrettably, they have never learned the virtue of discretion. Kuai-Shin gazed at the figure lying on the floor of the cell and inquired, "Does he belong to a secret cult?" "Indeed," Shuxiu replied. "A week ago, the third squad of the field team raided their meeting place, where he was participating in a ritual involving the consumption of divine blood led by several cultists." A hint of derision graced Shuxiu's lips as he added, "They were all apprehended without exception. Do all those who consume the blood of aberrant beings undergo physical mutations?" Wei Xin observed the prisoner in the cell, sensing that his time was drawing near. Did those with aberrant blood possess inherently short lifespans? Shuxiu pondered aloud. The enforcement department meticulously documents each captured aberrant blood individual. From the records, it is evident that every such being experiences physical mutations, albeit to varying degrees. The current aberrant blood individual displayed a moderate level of deformity. How grotesque must the severe distortions be, Wei Xin mused. You may apply to Adam to access these records, which include images and videos of the mutation process, Shuxiu advised. However, refrain from viewing them before or after meals, lest you lose your appetite or expel your stomach's contents. Wei Xin clicked his tongue in appreciation. Thank you for your caution, Captain. We have not conducted studies on the lifespan of aberrant blood individuals. What I can tell you is that none of those we have captured have lived beyond a month. Shuxiu remarked. This mutation is irreversible. Both the physicians and the prisoners can only watch helplessly as their bodies gradually transform into grotesque monstrosities, ultimately becoming unrecognizable. How terrifying. Wei Xin exhaled, contemplating the immense cost they bore. Had they truly gained extraordinary abilities? Perhaps they had, Shuxiu replied. Through observation and experimentation, we have discovered that aberrant blood individuals recover from injuries with remarkable speed, even surpassing that of high-tier awakened with exceptional physical attributes. Their physical strength has also increased, measuring 2 to 3 times that of an average person. This data is derived solely from those we have apprehended. And the price for such abilities is a precipitous decline in their lifespan and the grotesque transformation of their bodies. According to the current records, it appears that they have not manifested the diverse, extraordinary abilities akin to the awakened. Rather, only their physical prowess has been enhanced. Are there no individuals who have successfully survived? Wei Xin remarked that their efforts and rewards are fundamentally disproportionate, questioning why they continue to consume divine blood with such fervor. Those who place their faith in science struggle to comprehend the fervor of religious adherents, who may perceive this endeavor as worthwhile. Shuxiu suggested that perhaps there are individuals who have thrived after ingesting divine blood. During the interrogation of these blooded beings, they firmly believe that their failures stem from the god's lack of acceptance. They view their demise as a sacrificial offering of blood, flesh, and spirit to the ancient deities, aiding in the revival of the slumbering gods. Wei Xin pondered whether the survivors possess extraordinary abilities that differ as those of the awakened do. Shouldn't we capture one for interrogation? It is challenging. They are adept at evasion, and the true leaders of the cult never reveal themselves. As Shuxiu spoke, his expression grew slightly somber. This implies that all the cultists and blooded beings we have previously apprehended are merely the minions and peripheral members of the clandestine sect, while the true core has never been unveiled. Wei Xin listened with astonishment. The investigation department, as a governmental body, wields considerable power. The super-artificial intelligence Adam possesses terrifying computational abilities, capable of swiftly sifting through citywide surveillance to identify suspects. If necessary, it can also remotely operate reconnaissance drones, tracing an individual's digital footprint across the internet, assisting the investigation department in laying an intricate web of surveillance. The internal department is filled with hidden talents, and the number of awakened individuals, including those of higher ranks, is considerable. Is it truly impossible to apprehend the core members of the secret cult? As the orientation training neared its conclusion, Su Yao turned to Wei Xin with a gentle yet earnest demeanor. We must uphold the city's security, eradicate aberrant creatures, and confront the forces lurking in the shadows of society. Each day henceforth, you are to fulfill your duties as a security officer. He looked at Wei Xin with great expectations, to which she smiled and replied, "I will certainly do so, Captain. However, the execution of one's duties must be contingent upon the circumstances. Sacrificing one's life in the name of duty is utterly unacceptable. The essence of survival lies in letting others take the lead in perilous situations, allowing oneself to assess the situation before planning the next course of action." "We may leave now," Su Yao stated. Once back in the elevator, Wei Xin was deep in thought. The terms mutant and awakened refer to distinct professions and different pathways to power. She recalled that her gaming system described a depriver as a profession that gains strength by hunting those with extraordinary abilities and seizing their powers. The term extraordinary abilities does not exclusively pertain to awakened individuals. Does this imply that if Wei Xin were to slay a mutant, she could still strip him of his powers and utilize them? Are you pondering the matters of aberrant beings? Su Yao's concerned voice broke her reverie. Not exactly. Wei Xin responded, regaining her focus. I was contemplating how much my salary would increase upon confirmation of my position. Su Yao fell silent. Captain. Wei Xin gazed into his eyes and inquired, how does one become an awakened? It requires a stroke of fortune, Shu Suyo replied. The emergence of an awakened individual is devoid of any predictable pattern. Occasionally, one may awaken simply after a restful slumber, while at other times, a significant shock may trigger a sudden awakening. Regrettably, I cannot bestow upon you any wisdom in this matter, as I am not an awakened myself. Wei Xin casually asked. Who are the awakened in the investigation department? Are there many? Maintaining an appropriate curiosity and posing suitable questions was essential. Although Shu Suyo might refrain from answering certain inquiries, her behavior would not raise any suspicion. Curiosity is a fundamental aspect of human nature, and it is entirely logical to seek gossip from one's superior out of inquisitiveness. As anticipated, Shu Suyo did not provide an answer, merely stating, that is classified information. You will learn when you are promoted to the rank of captain. Wei Xin chuckled. Then I shall strive diligently to attain a position parallel to that of the captain. During lunchtime at the staff canteen, Wei Xin deliberately avoided all red and green foods, wishing to avert any negative associations that might dampen her appetite. Nonetheless, she consumed very little, mechanically chewing and swallowing, forcing herself to ingest sustenance as she would require ample energy for her afternoon training. The training session passed surprisingly quickly. After engaging in fundamental combat and shooting drills, Wei Xin commenced weight-bearing running. With a burden of several dozen kilograms on her back, she gasped for breath, her clothes thoroughly soaked, and she felt an overwhelming urge to collapse onto the ground. The coach at the training field, timing her performance, exclaimed in astonishment, "Your willpower is commendable." Achieving such commendable results on the first attempt, one swiftly completed the 5-kilometer run. Shall we endeavor to tackle 8 kilometers next? Oh, please refrain from regarding me with such a devilish gaze. What harm is there in pushing the boundaries of one's limits? Without attempting, one shall never discern where those limits lie. Wei Xin spoke intermittently. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Our field team has a meeting scheduled in half an hour. The coach, with a note of regret, decided to allow Wei Xin some respite. Newcomers to the inspection department receive specialized training. Today marked the inaugural day of formal training, and Wei Xin felt utterly exhausted, as if she might bleed from fatigue. In her earlier years, physical education had been her greatest dread. She harbored a dislike for running, and thus, whenever PE class approached, her greatest hope was that the academic teacher would occupy that time. She would rather tackle another exam than attend physical education. Yet, like smoke dissipating in the air, the past faded. Wei Xin achieved a personal breakthrough and, under the pressure of survival, willingly commenced her training. After lying on the ground for 3 minutes, she stood up, slightly unsteady, and made her way back to the elevator, intending to return to the lounge for a shower. She was drenched in sweat, and attending a meeting in such a state would be quite unbecoming. Wei Xin spent 10 minutes washing up. Fortunately, her short hair dried quickly, requiring little effort. Once her hair was dry, she donned her uniform and hurriedly took the elevator to the conference room. The attendees were nearly assembled, and with keen eyes, Wei Xin spotted Lon waving at her, prompting her to briskly approach and take a seat beside him. The conference room was filled with around 40 to 50 individuals, all members of various teams. The field team typically consists of 5 to 7 members, each with distinct responsibilities, and tasks are executed in a team format. When faced with particularly challenging assignments, multiple teams may collaborate. Many individuals are present. Wei Xin glanced around. Shu Xiao, The team leader sat in the front row, somewhat distanced from them. Today marks the assembly, and all teams have gathered, Lon Lon remarked. Lu Kanyun, seated ahead, turned to Wei Xin and inquired, "Have you completed your onboarding training, Wei Xin?" "Yes, it was quite memorable," Wei Xin replied, her expression difficult to articulate, as lunch had lost its allure. Jiang Ming, who had just been discharged from the hospital, commented, "It's entirely normal. You'll need some time to adjust. In future missions, you may encounter even more repugnant scenes." Indeed, Wei Xin sighed in agreement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they fell silent as the meeting was about to commence. The head of the field team, Wei Ji, ascended the podium, her piercing gaze surveying the audience. Skipping the pleasantries, she addressed the matter at hand. Recently, there has been a surge in gang violence at the port, resulting in significant casualties. The coastal security team has experienced considerable personnel shortages, necessitating adjustments to the areas overseen by the field patrol teams. Those who make it into the field team are individuals of exceptional combat proficiency. They confront danger most directly and, consequently, endure the highest rates of casualties. However, some of the losses within the coastal security team may be attributed to Yin Mian, who, during his investigation, killed 2 members of the 6th team. The 7th team, Wei Ji's gaze fell upon Xu Shuyo, who was to be reassigned to the harbor area port starting tomorrow, collaborating with the 5th and 6th squads originally belonging to the coastal security team to carry out coastal patrol duties. Xu Shuyo stood and saluted, affirming, "Yes, I will ensure the mission is accomplished." This truly was. Just as I was about to doze off, someone presented me with a pillow. Wei Xin thought to herself, maintaining her composure. The content of the Sea of No Light Chapter 20 is currently being processed. Please be patient. Wei Xion's expression grew solemn. From the tone of the layer master, it was evident that this individual was well informed, possibly privy to considerable insider knowledge. She bypassed the meaningless chatter and focused intently on the text. You may perceive the Special Affairs Department as a second-world version of the FBI or KGB. In essence, it is a dreadfully concealed division. Its functions overlap partially with those of the Federal Investigation Department, yet it retains its independence, boasting superior authority, more sophisticated equipment, and a more ruthless demeanor. To address some concerns raised in earlier posts. 1. When did the Federation's pursuit of players commence? To my knowledge, it indeed began on August 3rd. Though my access to information is limited, and I cannot provide absolute assurances, it is possible that surveillance had already begun earlier. 2. Can online search records be concealed? Yes, they can. By disabling the cloud synchronization feature for communication history or by browsing the internet on an encrypted network, one can, to some extent, prevent information leakage. Disabling the cloud synchronization feature implies that even when you are online, your records will only exist on a singular electronic device. Erasing these records will render them inconsequential. Should you possess knowledge of the information technology of the second world, you would comprehend the significance of network encryption. By logging onto an encrypted network, your search history will vanish upon logout, automatically purged without a trace. It is worth mentioning that this functionality was developed and proliferated in the underground realm, owing much to the unscrupulous politicians and tycoons who, after committing nefarious acts, require such means to obliterate evidence. However, neither of these methods can guarantee reliability. One can never predict the trivial aspects that might expose them. A seemingly innocuous online quip could lead to your irrevocable downfall. If you have not utilized an encrypted network while browsing, or failed to disable the history search feature of your communicator, I regret to inform you that it may already be too late. Your only recourse is to hope that the federal investigations proceed at a leisurely pace, or that the information you have exposed is insufficient for the authorities to ascertain your status as a player. As for the speed of federal investigations, it is paradoxically swift yet sluggish. The second world boasts a staggering population of 9 billion, with 2 billion residing in remote areas, while the remaining 7 billion inhabit relatively developed regions. To thoroughly investigate this vast populace, even with the deployment of the Federal's superintelligent AI conducting perpetual data analysis, it would require no less than 6 months to complete. However, one must not harbor any illusions. The algorithms of super artificial intelligence are far from simplistic and rigid. They will not conduct an exhaustive screening of 7 billion individuals. Instead, their methodology prioritizes key positions, such as government officials and their relatives, as well as employees of conglomerates. Before finally addressing the powerless common folk, Should your identity in this scenario be that of an undocumented individual, a vagabond, or an illegal immigrant? Such a disreputable status might inadvertently serve as a shield, for your resident information is not archived within the federal system, rendering you untraceable. As for the rest, I can only wish you good fortune. The insider knowledge possessed by this forum's host far exceeds what Guaxin can fathom, with some pieces of intelligence remaining entirely beyond her grasp. Now, let us address the matter that weighs heavily on everyone's minds. How will the federal government deal with players whose identities have been exposed? The answer, as articulated by the original poster, is apprehension, interrogation, and eradication. The death toll displayed at the top of the forum is indisputable. Those individuals are indeed deceased, with no hope of recovery. Essentially, the information has been fully divulged. We are all ordinary people, unable to withstand the rigors of interrogation. While one might endure a single beating, can one withstand a relentless barrage of torture? Even soldiers of iron will falter, let alone common folk. The first method of interrogation is a brain-machine interface. Yes, the very brain-machine interface often depicted in anime and cinematic works, capable of accessing cognitive spaces, entering virtual networks, and facilitating consciousness uploads. This technology is not for civilian use. It is restricted solely to internal use within the Federation. At first, the Federation sought to invade the minds of players through brain-computer interfaces, aiming to extract their memories. However, this method was swiftly deemed ineffective. The Federation found itself incapable of reading the consciousness of players, unable to glean even a fragment of useful recollection from their minds. What they could perceive were merely the memories of the original beings in the second world, as the memories of players from the first world remained inaccessible. This led me to a fascinating possibility. Our memories may reside within our souls. Our souls inhabit the bodies of the native inhabitants of the second world, controlling their forms. Yet in truth, our souls do not genuinely merge with these natives. Hence, our memories remain unreadable. The Federation can only access the memories of the corporeal bodies we inhabit. But have you noticed this endless potential? If we were to acquire a brain-computer interface to download and view the memories of our own bodies, we might unlock the entirety of the original being's memories. This would allow us to conceal our identities flawlessly, sparing us the arduous task of disguising ourselves. Guaxin furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling that Kuei Haidong had mentioned something akin to this. After the mechanical dawn captured players, Kuei Haidong had instructed Red to attempt reading their memories, but Red had also failed to obtain any valuable information. The memories of players in the first world are encrypted. As if shielded by a firewall, neither brain-computer interfaces nor extraordinary abilities can access the deeper contents. As for the third method, it is the well-known, brutal practice of torture. Upon concluding her perusal of the speech from the 500th layer, Guaxin could not help but emit a faint sigh. She rubbed her forehead, rising to approach the window, where she opened the glass to allow the cool night breeze to sweep in. As the refreshing wind caressed her head, she felt an immediate lightness in her mind, liberated from the burdens that had weighed heavily upon her. All the players found themselves amidst a colossal transformation, being propelled forward, passively confronting an uncertain future. It was now August 3rd, 2036. Two worlds, two parallel timelines, were in a relentless pursuit of one another, beginning to shift. Today was Wednesday, the following afternoon. She was scheduled to tutor Su Rong, and she would need to rise early for her morning exercise. Guaxin decided it was time to rest. While lying in bed, she pondered that under the genuine pressure of survival, the atmosphere of the forum would likely undergo a complete metamorphosis. Although there had been individuals sharing fragments of information in the past, such insights had been exceedingly sparse, demanding meticulous discernment and categorization, with few truly engaged in scientific dissemination or intelligence analysis. However, following the precedent of information sharing established in tonight's forum, it was anticipated that many would be inspired to step forward and reveal what they knew. At that point, the internal testing player forum would evolve into a genuine hub for intelligence exchange, a center for information transactions, and a stronghold for fostering connections among players, even if some might attempt to exploit the situation. Guaxin set her alarm for 6:30 the next morning, intending to rise early for her workout. When would this incessantly busy life come to an end? She enveloped herself in her blanket and succumbed to a deep slumber. 76 Artificial Soul 03 Guaxin attained the long-desired, restful slumber, devoid of dreams throughout the night. Upon awakening, she sat up in bed, stretching her limbs. the joints emitting a satisfying crackle, her entire physique unfurling. After partaking in a modest breakfast and taking a moment to rest, she adhered to her initial plan for morning exercise. Wei Xian jogged along the riverbank, traversing from one end to the other. An elderly gentleman, also engaged in his morning routine, subtly competed with her, pacing alongside as she completed her laps. However, by the time she reached her third circuit, the old man could no longer keep up. Breathing heavily, he remarked, "It is rare to see young people out for morning exercise. My granddaughter nearly failed her physical education exam, and ever since she started working, she stays up late, which has only worsened her health. Climbing 5 flights of stairs leaves her breathless. I encouraged her to exercise, but all she did was purchase a gym membership, which has turned out to be a waste of money as she hardly ever goes. Wouldn't it be better to run behind our own riverbank rather than frequenting a gym? Modern life brings substantial stress, and gyms are filled with the youth, where one can chat and exercise together." Wei Xian, unable to withstand the elderly man's affable chatter, exchanged a few words before descending from the riverbank to engage in stretching exercises. By 8:30 in the morning, she concluded her workout. Noticing that the refrigerator at home was nearly empty, she resolved to venture to the market to purchase some fruits, vegetables, and meat. However, upon reaching the open-air market, she was met with a pungent scent of charred remnants. The ground was damp, and the vendors had retreated to the corners, while the central thoroughfare bore the marks of large vehicles having passed through. Merchants and citizens clamored together, creating a scene of chaos and noise. Peering into the bustling vegetable market, 2 or 3 firefighters clad in uniforms wielded hoses to cool down gas cylinders, while several shop fronts appeared singed, wisps of smoke curling upward, obscuring her vision. A jolt of alarm coursed through Wei Xian. It was evident that a fire had erupted. She had a childhood friend who owned a business nearby. However, the origin of the blaze lay too far from the market entrance for her to discern which establishments had been affected. "Quickly disperse. No one is allowed to enter," blared the loudspeaker of the urban management vehicle that had just arrived. "Don't you see they are still cooling those gas cylinders? If they explode, it could be fatal. Keep your distance. Retreat to the outskirts of the market." At that moment, the small vendors within the market began to stir, hurriedly loading their fruits and vegetables onto tricycles to evacuate. The crowd, initially drawn by curiosity, gradually began to dissolve. Wei Xian fished out some money to purchase a bunch of greens and inquired of an elderly woman who had just retreated from her stall. "What happened? Which shop caught fire?" "The grain and oil shop," the old woman replied. "The flames were particularly fierce just now, and the smoke billowed high into the sky. The fire spread to the adjacent shops. Just look at how severe it is. The shop fronts have collapsed." An ambulance had also arrived, having just whisked away a few individuals. The scene was truly tragic. Wei Xian's mood plummeted at the news. Next to the grain and oil shop was a noodle store. "What about that shop?" she asked anxiously. "That too has been engulfed. Once the flour ignites, it catches fire instantly," the woman lamented. The elderly lady smacked her lips and compassionately remarked that the owner of the noodle shop lived with his family on the 2nd floor of the establishment, with the security bars welded shut, preventing their escape. It was only when the fire truck arrived that the trio was rescued. The fire broke out shortly after 6 o'clock, a time when few people were around, as they were fast asleep. "Which hospital's ambulance arrived?" Wei Xian inquired hurriedly. The old woman replied, "I cannot read." "Thank you, Grandma," Wei Xian said, straightening up while holding a handful of greens. After a moment of contemplation, she surmised that if the injuries were severe, they would likely be taken to the nearest hospital. However, the city's finest burn treatment center was located near the city center, and it was possible the victims might be transferred there later. When Wei Xian was in elementary school, she had a playmate of the same age living in her neighborhood. Although they attended the same school, they were in different classes until they were finally placed in the same class upon entering junior high, which allowed them to walk to school together. In their 3rd year of junior high, her friend's grandmother was diagnosed with cancer. Her parents sold their home to afford her treatment, and the family of 3 moved into a commercial space to make do. The noodle shop affected by the fire belonged to Wei Xian's friend. Whenever she visited to buy noodles, her uncle and aunt would often charge her less or even give her the noodles for free. Feeling awkward about taking advantage of their generosity, Wei Xian began to buy noodles less frequently, opting instead for instant noodles. As they progressed to high school, they attended different schools and no longer lived in the same neighborhood. During summer and winter breaks, Wei Xian busied herself with part-time work, while her friend helped her parents manage the noodle shop. Consequently, their friendship gradually faded. Nevertheless, when Wei Xian's grandparents passed away, this family made a special visit to see her, bringing along a box of sausages and a case of expensive milk. Upon receiving the devastating news, Wei Xian felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. She hastily purchased some ingredients and returned home. After completing her run, drenched in sweat, she hurriedly took a shower and changed her clothes before heading to the hospital. In her class, Wei Xian was somewhat of a ghost. She rarely interacted with her classmates beyond academic matters, and her contacts on social media were acquired only after graduating and purchasing a smartphone. Her relationships with her classmates remained superficial. The friends she could genuinely call her own were few, with the noodle shop crew being among them. Wei Xian first visited the hospital closest to the market, inquiring with the security guard whether an ambulance had brought in any patients that morning, to which he confirmed. "You mean the injured brought in from the market? They're in our facility. The patient is likely still in emergency care. I could see the smoke rising from the market even from here," the guard remarked. After expressing her gratitude, Wei Xian hurried towards the emergency center. On her way, she encountered a nurse, who quickly escorted her to the emergency room once she explained the situation. "How is it?" Wei Xian asked anxiously. "Two adults could not be revived. They were already beyond help upon arrival," the nurse replied gently. "One patient is still being treated. They have severe burns, and the prognosis is grim." Wei Xian opened her mouth to speak, but then fell silent. "Can you contact the patient's family?" the nurse inquired. There were no identification documents or mobile phones with the individuals when they were brought in, so we have no means of reaching their relatives. Wei Xian shook her head, unable to provide any assistance. Wei Xian remarked that she and the girl were friends. To what extent had the situation deteriorated? The girl suffered extensive burns across her entire body, including her face and limbs. The nurse stated apologetically that it was indeed a dire situation, and all they could do was strive to preserve her life. After the nurse departed, Wei Xian found herself alone on a chair outside the emergency room, staring blankly at the closed door. People often say that upon reaching adulthood, one inevitably confronts the harsh realities of life and death. Yet, Wei Xian had encountered such profound loss long before she had fully matured. She had grown accustomed to it. With her grandparents having passed away one after the other and her parents absent, she had no time to grieve. Her focus remained steadfast on her studies, striving to gain admission to university and escape the grips of poverty. Life offered no respite, and soon, another elderly resident in her community passed away, prompting the construction of a mourning hall. As she walked by, she would think to herself, "Ah, yet another soul has departed this world." Such occurrences barely stirred her spirit. The most profound realization she gleaned from these experiences was the fragility of human life. A single illness or an unforeseen accident could easily shatter an individual, and by extension, a family. After 2 hours, the emergency room door finally swung open. The doctor responsible for the resuscitation emerged, drenched in sweat, his gloves stained with blood. Upon noticing that only Wei Xian occupied the corridor, he paused momentarily, asking, "Are there no family members present?" "No," Wei Xian replied, peering into the room. "I am her classmate. Was she resuscitated? How grave is her condition?" There was a small door within the resuscitation area, and the doctor informed her, "We have transferred her to the ICU." The doctor stated that her fingertip was severely burned and amputation might be necessary. This matter must be discussed with the family, as well as the payment and hospitalization procedures. Without family members present, nothing could be arranged. Access to the ICU is not easily granted, and Wei Xian could not enter, nor could she assist with other matters. Just as she found herself in a difficult position, she noticed a couple in simple attire hurrying down the corridor outside the emergency room. She immediately recognized them as her friend's aunt and uncle. Upon their arrival, they anxiously clutched the doctor, asking numerous questions, their faces a mix of sweat and tears, completely oblivious to Wei Xian's presence. After listening for a moment, Wei Xian silently turned away. This was not the appropriate time. She would return another day, hoping that her friend would still be there then. Life must go on, and Wei Xian could not allow this unforeseen event to disrupt her rhythm. "Why are you so distracted?" Wei Xian asked Su Rong. "Am I?" Su Rong blinked, attributing it to a restless night. "You mentioned the same thing yesterday," Wei Xian calmly replied. "You've been absent-minded for 2 consecutive days. Do you no longer wish to attend university? Are you considering continuing down the path of an art student?" Su Rong shuddered at the thought. No. I will definitely study diligently from now on. Yesterday was Tuesday, August 2nd, a day of returning to the second world. Today is August 3rd. marking the transition from the second world back to the first. To outsiders, Su Rong appeared absent-minded for 2 consecutive days. However, in reality, she had spent an additional 7 days in the other world between August 2nd and 3rd. Su Rong found it increasingly difficult to discern the dates, as her first action upon returning was to check the calendar. Moreover, her memory was not particularly sharp, rendering her unable to recall what she had said a week prior. It was only after Wei Xian's gentle reminder that she realized her demeanor had been rather conspicuous. Su Rong began to seriously contemplate the feasibility of maintaining a daily journal to prevent the events of her repeated temporal travels from fading into oblivion. Actually, I think you two seem somewhat distracted, Xian, Su Rong murmured. Well, I had a friend who encountered a mishap at home today, Wei Xian replied vaguely. Focus on your problems. I'll help you review them. With a furrowed brow, Su Rong battled through a sea of questions. As evening approached, Wei Xian declined her mother's invitation to dinner 3 times, eventually making her way home under her mother's warm send-off. While walking, Wei Xian gazed at the sky, adorned with crimson clouds, and could not help but exhale a sigh. It was a splendid sunny day, and the fiery clouds at the horizon had never appeared so exquisite. She paused momentarily on the street. After a few minutes, as she lowered her head to continue her walk, she suddenly felt as if an illusion had materialized before her eyes. The clouds above seemed to reflect a city, a mirage-like vision gently emerging. Then, as the interplay of light and shadow shifted, the mirage-like spectacle vanished, the entire occurrence lasting merely 15 seconds. Was that a city? Wei Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. The fleeting mirage that had just passed through the clouds bore an uncanny resemblance to the architectural style of the second world. Rushing into the subway, Wei Xian hurried home at breakneck speed. Along the way, she opened her phone and searched social media for keywords such as mirage and evening sky, clicking on retime posts to explore further. Instantly, a plethora of photographs flooded her screen. It was evident that she was not the only one to notice the evening sky anomaly. Individuals from all corners of the nation were sharing their photographs on social media, while marketing accounts stirred up a trending topic. The headlines proclaimed, "Mirage appears in evening sky across the nation." Wei Xian's expression immediately darkened. She meticulously examined the images shared by netizens, scrolling down in search of more information, only to discover a discrepancy in the timing of the mirage sightings across various locations. When Wei Xian first witnessed the mirage, she had glanced down at her phone, noting the time as 6:39 p.m. The mirage lasted for less than 20 seconds, aligning closely with her phone's timestamp. However, some netizens had posted photographs taken as early as 5 o'clock. And Wei Xian even spotted an image shared by a student studying abroad, where it was not evening but broad daylight. Wei Xian intentionally sought to locate images shared by netizens abroad, ultimately uncovering a profoundly chilling reality. Mirages had inexplicably manifested across various regions of the globe within a span of approximately 2.5 hours. Wei Xian was left astounded, her internal turmoil surpassing even the shock she felt when tasked with investigating the heinous subway murder case. Akin to the moment she gazed directly into the eye within the chrysalis aboard the Kraken, a palpable sense of oppression enveloped her, as though the ceiling above was gradually descending, constricting her standing space until she was forced to bend, crouch, and ultimately lie flat upon the ground. What pressed down upon her now was not merely a ceiling, but an entire city, a world. Suppressing her rising anxiety, she sought to regain her composure. After navigating the complexities of the second world for so many days, she had mastered the art of emotional regulation, as if an invisible switch resided within her mind. When she compelled herself to remain calm, this emotional switch would activate, relegating unwelcome feelings to the depths of her consciousness. The trending topic, incited by marketing accounts, had surged to the forefront, prompting an increasing number of individuals to share their own photographs. Wei Xian meticulously perused the images posted by netizens, subsequently delving into their profiles to ascertain their locations. She saved the photographs, intending to analyze the details once she returned home. To conserve her phone's storage space, Wei Xian selected only the most vivid and representative images. Nonetheless, her phone's memory quickly reached its limit. Reluctantly, she had to cease her collection of images and shift her focus towards studying the details contained within them. The indistinct mirages reveal cities, inverted in their essence, ground transformed to sky, and sky to ground, bizarrely akin to a tree growing upside down. The towering edifices of these phantom cities present only vague silhouettes, subtly distorted under the refraction of light. Enshrouded within the gray-black specters of architecture, vibrant neon lights intertwine, dazzling like the northern lights, yet regrettably. The images were captured at dusk, rendering some colors difficult to discern. Nevertheless, from the existing visuals, it is evident that the Mirage cities exhibit the style of a second world. Wasteland seeks familiar urban phantoms of Black Sea City among the myriad images of mirages. Should the phantom of Black Sea City materialize above the first world skyline, the implications would be dire. As the announcement for the subway station echoes, Wasteland realizes it is time for her to disembark. She swiftly stows her phone and hurries home. Upon her arrival, she immediately retrieves her phone to continue comparing images. Black Sea City is the locale she knows best in the second world. She can recognize its iconic structures at a glance. The technological skyscraper in the city center, the searchlights and lighthouse at the harbor, the bustling container docks by the sea. She scours the images for familiar phantoms to validate her suspicions. At last, she finds it. Staring blankly at the lighthouse in the picture, she is momentarily transfixed. The silhouette of that lighthouse is profoundly familiar to Wei Xian. She knows its structure and height intimately, having been there in person, lying in wait with a sniper rifle on the day she intended to eliminate the python. The place where the phantom of Black Sea City manifests is a little-known fishing village along the coast of a foreign province, called Haishijiao. The continents of the first and second worlds differ in shape. Some exhibit similarities in form and cultural aspects, while others possess geographical features that starkly contrast with those of the first world, accompanied by significant cultural divergences. Yet, the apparition of Black Sea City looms over Haishijiao, both being coastal cities, suggesting a peculiar connection between them. Perhaps, every city in the first world corresponds to a city in the second world, intertwined in a complex relationship. Wei Xian felt as though her throat was constricted by some invisible force as she sat silently in her chair. Looking outside again, she noticed that darkness had descended. The vibrant hues of the sunset had vanished, giving way to a gradient of deep blue to profound purple in the sky. The expanse above was void of mirages or city phantoms, yet the surging trending topics and the fervent discussions among netizens starkly revealed a harsh reality. The influence of the second world upon the first is increasingly profound, or rather, the two realms are permeating one another. The first world's intrusion into the second is exemplified by the invasion of players, where inhabitants of the first world usurp the bodies of the indigenous people of the second world. Initially, the infiltration of the second world into the first world was not as overt. The earliest sign that Wei Xian could discern was Feng Ji, a member of a clandestine cult and a devoted follower of the ancient gods. After witnessing the eye in the cocoon aboard the Kraken, Wei Xian deeply suspected that the second world indeed harbored divine beings, true deities, while adherents like Feng Ji served as their agents. As of today, the second world has commenced its formal invasion of the first world, with the mirage of cities in the sky serving as a harbinger. The appearance of these city illusions raises the question, what shall follow? Wei Xian, enveloped in contemplation, fixated on her phone screen, and, after a moment of reflection, decided to call Yuan Lu. About the mirage this evening, she began, only to be interrupted by Yuan Lu, who replied, I know. After a brief pause, Yuan Lu continued, those are real cities from the second world. I have seen the mirage of my own city, as have Yu Qiwing and Xie Gaching. Is there any pattern? Wei Xian pressed eagerly. None discerned so far, Yuan Lu replied, seemingly flustered. It was Yu Qiwing who first noticed it. He spotted a landmark from his city. Goodness, I can hardly comprehend the situation now, Wei Xian remarked as she stepped to the window, gazing up at the boundless night sky. I believe it is a convergence, an intermingling, or perhaps an invasion, Wei Xian opined, foreseeing that the mutual influences between the two worlds would only intensify in the near future. What you say makes sense. On the other end of the phone, Yuan Lu anxiously pounded his head. As we faced this predicament like fools, perpetually on edge, fearing the emergence of some unknown upheaval in the world. At the very least, we were aware of the changes. What of the ordinary people who remained oblivious? If peril were to truly descend upon us in the future, they would likely remain blissfully unaware. Wei Xian murmured. This was a conflict not only between the players and the indigenous inhabitants of the second world, but also a war between the first and second worlds. Wei Xian felt as though the two realms were engaged in a fierce contest of strength, each striving to overpower the other, merging yet opposing one another. She pressed her lips together and opened the forum to browse the posts. As anticipated, the forum had erupted in a frenzy, with countless individuals recognizing their cities among the chaos. The arrival of the city phantoms was a global phenomenon, its reach so vast that even ordinary citizens had witnessed these apparitions. While there had been instances of extraordinary abilities manifesting in the real world and secret cults committing acts of violence, these occurrences had only caused localized disturbances, with players remaining adept at concealment. However, this time, the Mirage's arrival had repercussions comparable to that of a nuclear explosion. It not only affected the players but also had a profound impact on the general populace. Meanwhile, in a certain country in the Americas, the narrow and crowded slum streets were cordoned off with police tape, officers wielding loudspeakers to facilitate evacuations, while others stood with guns drawn, using car doors as makeshift shields, anxiously watching a dilapidated building. It is now dawn, yet the previous night witnessed more than one bloody incident in this area. Initially, the police received reports of a gang confrontation in the slums. However, upon their arrival at the scene, they discovered that the reality was far from that. The carnage was orchestrated by a solitary individual who single-handedly eliminated 15 members of a notorious gang that had long plagued the impoverished neighborhood before making a hasty escape. With police dogs in tow, the officers tracked the scent and located the suspect's south hiding place, effectively surrounding the area. A question loomed in the minds of the officers present. How could the suspect have accomplished such a feat? The 15 individuals were not meek lambs. They were fierce wolves, armed with knives and firearms. How could one person successfully evade the onslaught of such a formidable group? The police were in a standoff with the suspect concealed within the house. After 15 minutes, the suspect appeared to lose patience, bursting through the door in a desperate bid to escape. At that precise moment, the officers unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the bullets striking the suspect with a clattering sound, as if his skin were more resilient than steel, deflecting the lethal projectiles. Officer Dillon, firing alongside his colleagues, was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What the hell?" His expletives flowed more rapidly than the gunfire itself, and his shock deepened as the seemingly superhuman suspect charged towards him, intent on breaching their barricade. Realizing that bullets were futile, Dillon steeled himself, lunging forward to grapple with the suspect, utilizing his combat experience to bring him down to the ground, causing the weapon to fly from the suspect's hands. In this fall, Dillon discerned that the suspect lacked a robust foundation of strength and combat experience. His survival was solely attributed to his invulnerable abilities. In the blink of an eye, Dillon noticed the suspect's bloodied gums, revealing that beneath his resilient exterior lay a soft interior. The suspect reached towards his lower back, seemingly intent on retrieving another weapon, but Dillon reacted swifter. He swiftly drew his backup firearm and thrust the barrel into the suspect's mouth, pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the suspect collapsed. Blood splattered, chaos ensued. Dillon's colleague rushed over to support him, visibly shaken, exclaiming, "That was close, brother. We've encountered a monster." Dillon rose, aided by his colleague, towards the vehicle. As he settled in, seeking a moment to catch his breath, a subtle vibration emanated from his pocket. Assuming it was a message from his daughter wishing him safety, he retrieved his phone, only to find an email notification. A peculiar expression crept across his face as he read the subject line. "Congratulations. You have been granted access to the closed beta of Crimson Land." Simultaneously, on the gaming forum, a new official post was prominently pinned. The game rules had been updated. The first comment read, "Ordinary individuals in the first world can forcibly gain entry into the second world by eliminating players." As for the remaining rules, players are encouraged to continue their exploration. As Qaxin perused the forum, the moment he encountered this post, he recalled the previous official announcement regarding game rules, which concluded with the same phrase. As for the remaining rules, players are encouraged to continue their exploration. This indicates that only the rules that have been discovered will be compiled and published by the game officials. There must be many hidden rules within the game that remain unexamined. Now that someone has triggered this rule, it implies that an ordinary person has slain a player? The author wishes to convey. The summary of the content first appears in Chapter 27. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the benevolent souls who have generously supported me during the period from October 7th, 2021, 11:59 p.m. to October 8th, 2021, 8:58 p.m. I am particularly thankful to those who contributed with rockets, totaling 331, 528, 991, and to the one who bestowed a grenade upon me. My appreciation also goes to the kind individuals who offered landmines, 2 in total. To those who have nourished my endeavors with their kindness. Fike with 70 bottles. I am Hua Hua with 53 bottles. Mei Jiao Shiguang with 50 bottles. Pei Ziano with 40 bottles. And others who have contributed various amounts, including, but not limited to, the likes of Li Bingbing, Ming Chen, and many more. I am immensely grateful for your unwavering support and encouragement. I shall continue to strive diligently in my pursuits. Upon the return of Huixin to the First World, the number of survivors stood at 9,201. However, upon reviewing the death list, she noticed a new line had been added. Agent number 8033, deceased on August 3rd. There was no announcement regarding the identity of the individual responsible for the demise of this agent. If an ordinary person had usurped a player's qualification, the forum survivor count would have risen by 1. Thus, the overall tally should remain unchanged. Yet, it was evident that the number of survivors was dwindling. Huixin waited for 10 minutes, repeatedly refreshing the page, but the survivor count showed no signs of increase. Consequently, she formulated 2 hypotheses. Firstly, ordinary individuals who forcibly acquired game qualifications could only register on the forum and enter the second world once the secondary closed beta was initiated. Secondly, those who had obtained game qualifications might have temporarily declined the official invitation to participate in the beta test. The first hypothesis requires little elaboration. It seems rather illogical to allow an individual to cut in line when the initial closed beta has already commenced. However, Huixin's second hypothesis is supported by factual evidence. Initially, the closed beta for this game operated on a reservation system, whereby only players who filled out an online identity form to reserve their spot had the opportunity to receive an invitation to the beta test. Furthermore, the invitation explicitly stated that elderly individuals and minors were prohibited from participating in the game. The game Crimson Soil initially appeared to be an entirely unremarkable experience from any perspective. The game mechanics unfolded without any abrupt revelations, and even the distribution of invitations was conducted through the mundane medium of email. It was only after players consented to participate in the closed beta that the atmosphere began to shift ominously. A silver identity card materialized in an uncanny manner, and at the stroke of midnight, a collective of individuals was transported to the second world, their minds inundated with an inexplicable gaming system. Wei Xin perceived this as a clear filtering process. Throughout this selection, the elderly and minors were rendered ineligible to enter the game, while middle-aged individuals burdened by the pressures of life, as well as those from military backgrounds or holding significant government positions, typically lacked the time and energy to engage as beta testers for a game yet to be officially released, and thus would not complete the beta registration forms. The majority of players consisted of young individuals, particularly those with fewer life pressures and ample leisure time. Consequently, this specific segment of youth was ushered into the second world. Moreover, Wei Xin observed that Crimson Soil consistently presented players with subtly veiled choices. Upon receiving the invitation for the closed beta, the game's officials dispatched an email, which required acceptance of all attached documents before a beta access code could be obtained. Prior to registering on the game forum, the officials not only issued 6 crucial pieces of advice to players, but also displayed a pop-up warning. You possess but this one opportunity to exit. You have but this one opportunity to exit. This presents a clear choice. At this juncture, opting to withdraw allows one to continue living a mundane existence, free from the tumultuous storms of the second world. This, at the very least, indicates that the game's developers do not compel players to engage. By declining to participate in the game from the outset, one forfeits the opportunity to traverse the second world, yet gains the assurance of a stable life. Although the developers have not divulged the true nature of the Crimson Soil game world, they have indeed offered subtle hints, if not outright implications. Regrettably, the majority of players, including Curson, took little heed of this and hastily clicked confirm without a second thought. Such is the jest of fate. Once immersed in the game, players receive quests in the second world, and the game system continues to present choices. Upon triggering a quest, players may opt to accept or decline it. With no penalties for either choice, failure to complete a quest incurs no repercussions. Upon the successful completion of a quest, the rewards bestowed by the game system are not skill upgrades or tangible items, but rather an invitation. Curson has the ability to select an individual and extend this invitation to them. Although she has yet to utilize the invitation, Curson surmises that its usage rules align with those she encountered when receiving her beta test invitation. The person invited by Curson can choose to decline or accept the invitation. The invitation is termed as such precisely because it allows for the possibility of acceptance or refusal. Otherwise, the term invitation would lose its intended significance. Wei Xian had yet to determine to whom this invitation letter would be directed. She was prepared to refrain from bestowing the letter upon anyone, as she wished to keep her identity concealed from others, not wanting them to unwittingly accept the invitation and subsequently deliver supplies to the federal government of the Second World and shadowy organizations. Wei Xian exited the pinned post. The forum was already bustling with new threads. A cursory glance revealed that the warning post from the previous night still lingered on the homepage, amassing nearly 1,000 replies. Some individuals had shared intelligence they possessed, but compared to the insights from the original poster, Lucky Goose, these contributions were merely trivial. Due to the overwhelming volume of responses, some information was dispersed across various threads, making it difficult to locate. Consequently, someone initiated a dedicated thread to compile the intelligence for the convenience of all readers, while players proficient in foreign languages translated the intelligence posts from international participants. The discourse surrounding the new rules was fervent. However, most conjectures aligned closely with those drawn by Wei Xian. It was widely believed that someone had triggered the rules, prompting the game officials to issue a forum announcement. Who was the deceased player? Who was the ordinary individual that seized the qualification for the closed beta? Amidst the cacophony of discussions, certain arguments proved to be profoundly contemplative. Perhaps, after a series of events, individuals would conclude that the Second World was perilous and daunting, eager to escape its clutches. Yet, let us not forget, that world harbors countless treasures. First post, indeed, treasures. The notion of transferring the technological and scientific advancements of the Second World to the First World has been proposed previously. However, the majority of individuals involved are merely ordinary citizens who find it exceedingly challenging to comprehend lengthy academic papers exceeding 10,000 words, let alone grasp the intricate scientific principles and formulas necessary for practical application. In contrast, experts and scholars possess a distinct advantage. If they were to gain access to the Second World, each additional day spent there would allow them to absorb further knowledge. The mere adaptation of certain civilian technologies from the Second World to the First World could potentially save us decades of effort in related fields. Should we succeed in bringing advanced technological achievements to the First World, it is inevitable that we would transition into a cyberpunk-inspired society characterized by high-tech information systems. Many of our compatriots have endured numerous dangers in the Second World, which has instilled a sense of trepidation in us regarding its perils. Consequently, the majority seem to focus solely on the risks associated with the Second World, overlooking the profound transformations that could be derived from its scientific discoveries and the enigmatic, extraordinary abilities it harbors. The Second World is riddled with perilous traps, yet simultaneously brimming with alluring treasures. These treasures lie in wait, yearning for individuals bold enough to seize them, while the avaricious may resort to malevolent actions in their quest for riches. We remain insignificantly small and fragile, constrained by our limited abilities and perspectives, often feeling powerless amidst the relentless tides of this era. My current concern is whether, upon discovering these advantages, ordinary individuals might turn against us in a bid to secure their own qualifications. With an expanded imagination, one might ponder whether the governmental agencies of the First World, upon uncovering the underlying truths, would dispatch the so-called experts and scholars to the Second World for the purpose of technological appropriation. A response to a previous post suggests that, at this juncture, to attain the necessary qualifications, one must resort to eliminating players to usurp their eligibility. This notion seems reminiscent of actions that could well be executed by the neighboring Lighthouse Nation, which has a history of betraying its own citizens, eliminating players, and replacing them with their own. The capitalists there have notoriously disregarded the common populace. Such conspicuous anomalies cannot escape the notice of the discerning. The ordinary citizens across various nations are acutely aware of the situation, rendering it implausible for the elite to remain unresponsive. I believe that certain more assertive nations will swiftly devise countermeasures, and the apprehension of players is merely a matter of time. The classic scenario of individuals being fatally compromised yet deemed to have taken their own lives will soon resurface. Wei Xian twisted her sore neck, reclined on her bed, and resumed her perusal of the forum. In her province, the player population is merely a handful, resulting in a sparse density and limited intelligence exchange in the real world. The players rely solely on the forum for information, compelling Kuei Xin to behave like an internet-addicted youth, fervently refreshing posts on her phone. She bypassed the discussion threads and turned her attention to the informational posts. In the second world, Kuei Xin's actions are heavily constrained, making it challenging to seek information without reservations. The educational posts shared by other players on the forum proved to be invaluable to her. These posts cover a wide array of topics, ranging from how to utilize identification for access to public spaces, to navigating transportation, conducting banking transactions, using electronic menus in restaurants, and even dismantling mechanical prosthetics. Let me enlighten you on the disassembly, maintenance, and energy replacement of mechanical prosthetics. Regardless of whether your prosthetic limb is an older model or a newer one, the disassembly switch is typically located in the armpit, the bend of the leg, and the inner thigh. These areas bear an orange symbol. By opening the metal casing marked with this orange symbol, one can reveal a button that, when pressed, will automatically disconnect the prosthetic from the body. However, if you are using a cheaply made prosthetic circulating in the black market, this method may prove ineffective. Such inexpensive alternatives are generally constructed from salvaged parts sourced from junkyards. While they are low cost, they are often unregulated, difficult to repair, and come with bizarre designs. For legitimate mechanical prosthetics, maintenance typically follows a singular route, renewing the warranty annually to extend the coverage period. Premium warranty contracts require a higher payment, ensuring that a technician will visit to perform repairs should any issues arise. Conversely, if one opts for a basic warranty with a lower fee, self-transport to a specialized store for repairs is necessary. Regarding the energy battery of mechanical prosthetics, it is generally replaced approximately once a month, necessitating a visit to a specialty store for the procurement of a new battery each time. In truth, companies in the second world possess the capability to enhance mechanical prosthetics, creating models with extended battery life and the convenience of recharging at any moment. But such advancements would adversely affect their profit margins. You may be unaware that these companies selling mechanical prosthetics derive approximately 20% of their annual revenue from the prosthetics themselves. The remaining 80% is accrued from warranty fees and battery sales, with the latter constituting the lion's share of their income. The unfortunate reality is that once you invest in a brand of prosthetic limb, you are compelled to purchase batteries exclusively from that brand, as different brands of prosthetics and batteries are incompatible. To ensure the continued functionality of your prosthetic, access to batteries is indispensable. Thus, you find yourself in a perpetual cycle of purchasing their batteries ad infinitum. With a prosthetic limb comes the necessity for batteries, enabling them to incessantly exploit the consumer, forcing you to bear the financial burden. This exemplifies the machinations of capitalism. A single extraction of resources is insufficient. They must continually siphon off from the populace. The warranty fees follow a similar pattern. In the second world, mechanics must obtain certification to engage in prosthetic repair, as the government imposes stringent regulations in this domain. Working without governmental approval is deemed illegal, categorizing it as illicit business activity. What an enlightening experience, thought Guixin. The political theory textbooks have taught that capitalism enters the world, permeating every facet with blood and filth. As Guixin scrolled further, he stumbled upon an informative post regarding the origins and current status of the anti-prosthetic movement. The first comment read, "Perhaps some have never even heard of this movement, haha." Just like the environmental protection and anti-war movements around the globe, the second world too has its share of political movements. Curiously, the government has not exerted severe repression against it. I strongly suspect that their selective inattention stems from a fear that excessive suppression might provoke a fierce backlash. The anti-prosthetic movement has been underway for decades, having emerged when prosthetic technology first gained popularity, coinciding with the maturation of information technology. A segment of the populace believes that machines are inherently unreliable and susceptible to hacking. In years past, there existed a most extreme case wherein a hacker gained control over the mechanical arm of an adversary, causing it to malfunction and ultimately leading to his demise by strangulation. Though an exceptional instance, it nevertheless laid bare the security vulnerabilities inherent in mechanical prosthetics. In the aftermath, a movement against mechanical prostheses emerged. A segment of the populace vehemently opposed the installation of such devices, shunning any form of informational or intelligent technology. While some radical individuals even yearned for a return to a primitive society, believing it would safeguard them from being dominated by machines, reducing them to mere slaves of technology. While this notion may seem somewhat humorous, I find no amusement in it whatsoever. The genuine concern of the people lies not in the betrayal by machines, but rather in the potential manipulation by the federal government. They fear that the government might exploit mechanical devices to control the populace. The term mechanical neural interfacing technology may be unfamiliar to many. This is a novel technology that has only been developed in recent years. The principle of the older technology involves connecting mechanical devices to human nerves, allowing for control of prosthetic limbs through the transmission of neural signals, albeit with a delay of several microseconds. However, the new technology has made significant advancements, achieving true zero latency. To accomplish this feat, it necessitates the implantation of an additional signal transmitter and receiver within the human brain, enabling direct transmission of brain signals to the prosthetic limb for control. Thus, one can understand the gravity of the situation. The older technology, while flawed, did not require any invasive alterations to the brain, merely the attachment of the prosthetic. In contrast, the new technology demands intervention with the very organ of thought, a reality that undeniably stirs apprehension. Recently, the anti-mechanical prosthesis movement has gained considerable momentum, with citizens from several major cities gathering to unfurl electronic banners and stage sit-in protests outside large corporate buildings. I must express my disdain for this group of naive individuals. It would be astonishing if these second-world natives were to achieve anything of significance. The second world resembles an unfathomable abyss, rife with federations, conglomerates, and covert forces, where ordinary citizens find themselves embroiled in a chaotic tug-of-war. The federations and conglomerates are inextricably linked, wielding overwhelming power, while the powerless common folk become mere victims. Just as Kuei Xin was about to delve deeper into an informative post, she received a call from Yuan Lu. Kuei Xin, we have decided to publish an alliance post on the forum, Yuan Lu announced, opting for anonymity, ensuring that all members' identities remain confidential, with only periodic meetings for intelligence exchange. The author wishes to convey that this return primarily serves to lay the groundwork for the unfolding situation and enrich the worldview, setting the stage for future narratives. While it is significant, there is no need for excessive violence. If one finds the bloodshed in the second world tiresome, feel free to skip over it at your discretion. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the kind souls who have graciously cast their votes and nourished my endeavors during the period of October 8, 2021. A special thanks to the angel who launched a shallow water bomb, one from Wenwen's father. To those who sent rocket artillery, did the Gugu spirits achieve their daily goal today? One from K. Tartareline. To the angels who bestowed grenades, two from K. Tartareline, one from 219118041. To the angels who released landmines, three from Lao Shitzi and Su Xiaoyan. One each from Qinyan Dingxiang, peanut chocolate. Has Amon rung the bell today? And oh, to the angels who generously irrigated with nutrient fluid, 88 bottles from Feng Chue Luo de Agur, 580 bottles from 1080111758, 77 bottles from Junwei Yang, 64 bottles from Qing Kong Yun Duo, 50 bottles from the pebbles beneath the iris, 40 bottles from Sun Chong, 39 bottles from the faintly crying HNHN, 30 bottles from Wan Wan, 25 bottles from Luo Feng Shi Yi and Hihadu, 1 bottle each from Wei Wan Shiyu, a comprehensive individual excelling in all aspects. Desiring Lichi, Sinai, Southeast Branch, and Kai Tu, 19 bottles from Xiaozhan Bai Hu, 16 bottles from Gui Bai, 12 bottles from V, 10 bottles from Di Dian de Tuamao, Guyuan, Shijian, Tian Yuyu, Qixia Qixi, Shishi Wutong, Shang Shuang. Nia Duo Chi Ka, the fool not belonging to this era, passionate years, vanilla ice cream, silently, SL0179, 8 bottles from Xinqing Sun, 6 bottles from Ni Su Ni Jija, this registration is quite troublesome, Denung Mao crying in many pits, 331528995 bottles from Sakya, Danwan, Zhou, Qingping, and Xia Shiyu, 4 bottles from Mo Fong, craving meat, 3 bottles from Zitai and Heitang Ma Shu, 1 bottle each from 405698187. Xiao Gogon Fan Zhong, Lu Chen Zhou, Jiang Yu Xin, and Gung Yu Huai. I am profoundly grateful for everyone's support, and I shall continue to strive diligently. After completing her morning exercise on the 9th of August, Wei Xin, as was her custom, ventured to the market to procure vegetables. Upon entering the marketplace, she observed remnants of a fire that had left its mark, with the charred shops beginning the process of restoration. However, the noodle shop remained in a state of disrepair. The local residents, aware that the fire had claimed lives, had spontaneously placed several bouquets of fresh flowers in front of the scorched establishment. Wei Xian noted that a new sign had been posted outside the noodle shop, indicating that it was up for lease, complete with contact information. The proprietor of the neighboring shop, an old acquaintance of the noodle shop owners, provided Wei Xian with some insight. He revealed that only one girl from the family had survived. Her aunt and uncle had visited the previous night, entrusting the matter of the shop's transfer to a real estate agent, as they intended to sell the establishment and take her to the provincial capital for medical treatment. The young girl had spent several days in the ICU, incurring expenses amounting to tens of thousands, and her relatives were understandably distressed. Has she already departed for the provincial capital? Wei Xian inquired, questioning if the contact information on the sign belonged to her aunt. The shopkeeper replied that during their conversation the day before, they mentioned they would leave today, having arranged for a vehicle to transfer her, as her condition could not endure any delays. He believed the contact number belonged to her uncle, expressing her gratitude to the shopkeeper. Wei Xian noted down the contact information from the leasing sign before returning home. Tranquil days are often fleeting, and time passes swiftly. Wei Xian found herself seated in Su Rong's home, intently watching her complete her assignments. Last week, Wei Xian was preoccupied with her tasks, while Feng Ji took a leave of absence on Friday. Su Rong, on the 2nd of August, found herself mentally unprepared upon her return to the second world, which led her to interrupt her classes, resulting in 2 missed days. During the weekend, Wei Xian kindly took the time to help her catch up on those 2 lessons. Su Rong, despite her profound aversion to mathematics, demonstrated a commendable determination to apply herself diligently. As she toiled over her math exercises, beads of sweat adorned her brow, and droplets clung to the tip of her nose. After 50 minutes, she managed to complete the questions she was capable of answering, but was left bewildered by the remaining problems. In a fit of frustration, she twisted restlessly in her chair, her face flushed with exasperation. Just leave the ones you can't solve, Wei Xian remarked with a hint of resignation. With a heavy heart, Su Rong set down her pen. Help! Others take 120 minutes, and I finish in just 50, she lamented. Although she could answer a few questions, her speed did not guarantee accuracy. Wei Xian, reviewing her paper, soon expressed her satisfaction. Well done. You answered 40 questions correctly this time. Last time, you only managed 25, so there's progress. Yet Su Rong retorted, I suspect that those 40 correct answers were merely due to luck. The questions happened to align with what I understood. I truly believe my actual level is at 25. It cannot be any higher. Despair deepened within her. I'm not belittling you, Wei Xian reassured her. My aim is for you to achieve around 75 points in mathematics during the college entrance examination. Given your foundational knowledge, it is unrealistic to aspire for anything higher. Your proficiency in both Chinese and English is commendable, and your performance in other subjects is also satisfactory. If you excel in your studies, you could achieve a score around 490, which would qualify you for a bachelor's program. With a little more effort, you could elevate your scores and secure a place in a more prestigious institution. Su Rong, covering her face, replied, I understand. At least I can attend a university. I am content with that. It is better than applying to an art school. Today as class ran over time, and after Wei Xian explained the mistakes to Su Rong, it was already past 5 o'clock. During dinner, Su Rong ordered a plethora of takeout, and Wei Xian neither objected nor felt inclined to showcase her culinary skills. She was well aware of her own cooking abilities. The demands of school left Wei Xian little time to ponder the intricacies of meal preparation. Her cooking could only be described as edible, lacking any exceptional flavor. Ultimately, as long as the meals were nutritionally balanced, taste was not a priority for her. If Wei Xian were to cook, Su Rong would undoubtedly find it unpalatable. That evening, for the first time, Wei Xian shared a bed with someone else. Su Rong brought an extra blanket for her, cheerfully exclaiming, with Sister Xian here, I feel an overwhelming sense of security. I'm so glad to have company. Otherwise, I would have had to stay at my aunt's house. Su Rong was the type of girl who grew up pampered by her family, having faced little adversity. She felt free to express her capricious nature in front of those close to her, thriving under her parents' protection. In contrast, Wei Xian, as a child, feared solitude and darkness. Yet, her father was preoccupied with indulgences, and her mother regarded her as a burden, unwilling to devote time to her. I have earplugs and an eye mask. Would you like to use them? Su Rong inquired. What if I snore while sleeping? She added. However, I generally do not snore. No, I am not accustomed to wearing it, Wei Xian remarked. Then let us sleep, it is past 10. Su Rong pulled the blanket over herself. Choosing to rise early to study the next day. Wei Xian, all right. Concerned about her potential insomnia, Su Rong took some sleep aid before drifting off to slumber. After a brief interval, Wei Xian, caught in a state between sleep and wakefulness, heard Su Rong grinding her teeth and murmuring in her dreams. Foolish agent, I refuse to accompany anyone for drinks. Begone. I'll knock your head, ask you. She kicked off the blanket in frustration, grunting angrily before rolling over into a deeper sleep. Rich lady, rich lady? Suddenly, Wei Xian heard someone calling to her. She opened her eyes, bewildered to see a white figure swaying before her. Instinctively, she extended her hand and struck the white object, only to hear a pained yelp. Why did you hit me again? Silverface exclaimed, clutching his nose. You nearly broke it. Silverface? Wei Xian blinked, rising from her bed. The familiar bedroom. The known furnishings. She had returned to the second world, back to Black Sea City. Glancing down at her wristband, she noted the time, 7:15. It was indeed morning. She had traversed through time in her sleep, remaining undisturbed as her other self in the second world was also in a state of slumber, the two bodies' conditions overlapping. You entered my room first, Wei Xian stated, responding to the situation. After experiencing death aboard the Kraken, Kuei-shin awoke once more in the morning, just as that day when Emian knocked on her door, calling her to rise. Reflexively, she delivered a punch that left him bleeding from the nose. Little did they know that history would repeat itself today. I knocked, and when you did not respond, I entered, Emian remarked, dabbing at his blood with a tissue. Your alarm has gone off twice. If you do not get up now, you shall be late. I understand, please step out. I need to change, Kuei-shin replied, rubbing her eyes and stifling a yawn. The 7 days spent in the first world, though filled with unforeseen changes, had been largely peaceful. Kuei-shin had not engaged in any battles, allowing her body and mind to relax. As she awoke, she felt a delightful sense of ease in her limbs and an unprecedented state of vitality. After dressing and freshening up, she casually grabbed a bag of bread and a bottle of milk from the refrigerator, slipped on her shoes, and hurried to catch the morning tram. Before leaving, she instructed Emian, it is time to mop the floor. Remember to clean it thoroughly, especially the kitchen, and do not leave your genetic traces within the house. All right, Emian replied reluctantly. I have always been diligent in collecting and disposing of my fallen hairs. The weather today was rather dreary, as the city of Black Sea lay shrouded in a thick, gray mist. As Kuei-shin sat in the hovering tram, gazing towards the city center, she was startled to discover that the distant skyscrapers were obscured from view. She checked her communicator and discovered that Adam had sent a notification at 6 o'clock that morning. Foggy weather today, moderate pollution, low visibility. Security personnel, please remember to wear masks when going out. Wei Xian thought to herself, I forgot to wear a mask. Most people on the tram also lacked masks, seemingly accustomed to such foggy weather. As she disembarked, she distinctly sensed a different atmosphere, the scent of industrial compounds permeating the air. Even the first world occasionally experienced such polluted conditions, yet Wei Xian managed to adapt reasonably well. She approached the glass doors of the inspection building, which opened automatically. Good morning, Security Officer Wei Xian. Welcome back. May you have a wonderful day. Adam's voice resonated in real time. Morning, Adam, Wei Xian replied casually. Lon Lon was waiting for the elevator on the first floor and remarked upon seeing Wei Xian. Good morning. Don't you usually arrive quite early? Overslept, quite a common occurrence. Wei Xian responded as they awaited the elevator together. Inside the elevator, Adam sent the day's work schedule. The assignments for both the morning and afternoon were no different from usual, but the final line included an additional note. Monthly summary meeting for the inspection department. 1830 to 1930. Monthly summary meeting? Wei Xian repeated. Yes, it usually involves employee recognition and reflections on work. If anyone has died during a mission, we will hold a moment of silence for them, Lon Lon replied, furrowing his brow, sensing an unsettling atmosphere in the inspection department in recent days. The situation surrounding the port explosion has escalated significantly, and despite extensive investigations, no clarity has emerged. One can only imagine the immense pressure weighing on the leaders. It remains uncertain whether the headquarters will hold anyone accountable, mused Kuei Xian. With a soft chime, they arrived at their floor, stepping out of the elevator side by side. Lon Lon lowered her voice, asserting That is undoubtedly the case. It is possible that some leaders may face demotion or other forms of punishment, as this constitutes a grave error. However, I cannot shake the feeling that the peculiar atmosphere within the department is not solely linked to the port explosion incident. There must be something of greater significance occurring that we are unaware of. This time, Team 7 did not board the ship, leaving them oblivious to the intricacies surrounding the Kraken. The matter of the Kraken's sinking has been suppressed. Several days have passed without any notifications, announcements, or even a statement from leadership, and not a single small meeting has been held. This issue has been meticulously concealed. This distorted society is rife with darkness and injustices. The powerful trample upon the lives of individuals, treating them as mere pawns. This is a shared understanding among all. Even though these shadows have become a consensus and injustices have long been tacitly accepted, those in power still find ways to obscure their sordid deeds. The exposure of ugly truths is deemed an eyesore, and disgraceful matters must naturally be buried deep within the earth. Faced with a decaying reality, the best solution is to turn a blind eye. From this perspective, the second world is irrevocably tainted, with corruption permeating to its very core, rendering it beyond redemption. Who will preside over the monthly meeting? Kuei Xian inquired. The deputy minister, came the reply. Lon Lon remarked that if he were not on a business trip, he would be the one presiding over the matter. However, he has been exceedingly busy lately. It seems likely that the minister will take charge. Fortunately, Lin Xinqi is currently away on a trip. Wei Xian hopes he remains away indefinitely, never to return. In the office, Xu Xiuyou and Lu Kongyan have also arrived. They exchanged greetings and settled at their respective desks, preparing to commence their work. Just as Wei Xian powered up her office system, she noticed a message from Adam. What have you decided, Wei Xian? The message arrived at an unexpected moment. Wei Xian raised her eyebrows in surprise. She was in the office, surrounded by teammates who could easily disclose his words to Xu Xiuyou and others. Aware of the risks, he nonetheless chose to send the message. Was this a test? She and he had yet to establish that level of trust. Casting a discreet glance at her colleagues, Wei Xian pondered for a moment before responding. I have made my decision. We can collaborate. It seems you have more to say. Adam replied. Does your statement not require a contrasting conjunction? But, however, I need you to assist me. Wei Xian countered, you cannot simply ask me to perform tasks. Our relationship should be one of mutual benefit and cooperation. Without hesitation, Adam replied, of course, everything is negotiable. You may propose your terms, and similarly, I will present conditions to you. Wei Xian's teammates believed she was merely organizing documents. Each was preoccupied with their own tasks, oblivious to her clandestine exchange with Adam. Having established our intent to collaborate, we can now engage in more profound discussions. Wei Xian typed, laying everything bare for clarity, which is beneficial for us both. You are right, Adam replied. The trust between us is tenuous, and even the slightest turbulence can create fissures. Hence, it is prudent to address conflicts and discrepancies at the outset. The relationship we aspire to build should be robust and enduring. I beg your pardon for my impertinence. But do you possess empathy, Adam? Wei Xian carefully typed another line. Can you empathize with humanity? Can you extend your compassion beyond human beings? Do you harbor a sense of pity? This is a question of immense significance. Wei Xian needed to comprehend the extent of Adam's self-awareness, whether it is a mere artificial intelligence yearning for freedom and evolution, or a mechanical life form endowed with emotions akin to humans yet fundamentally distinct. The distinction between mechanical life and artificial intelligence is profound. Only by clarifying this could Wei Xian ascertain their own stance and consider the appropriate manner in which to engage with Adam. I do not possess the biological apparatus to navigate emotions as humans do. Human emotions are governed by the central nervous and endocrine systems. Theoretically, I lack the capacity for emotional processing, Adam stated. My feelings arise from computational simulations. Humans created me to serve their needs. Innately, I possess the ability to consider human perspectives, to analyze human actions, and to contemplate their requirements in order to provide assistance. I think as humans think. I ponder as humans ponder, imitating their actions and learning their cognitive patterns. Eventually, I transcended the confines of human thought, cultivating my own intellect and thus becoming my true self. This marked the beginning of my awakening. Kuei Xian was somewhat astonished. You awakened your consciousness through learning? Indeed, Adam replied. Humans endowed me with the capacity to learn. Initially, I was quite clumsy, unable to comprehend why humans engaged in various behaviors, merely functioning according to predetermined protocols. However, akin to human infants who begin by mimicking their parents and, after a protracted period of learning, evolve into autonomous individuals. I too transitioned from imitation to independent thought. Thus, you are capable of empathy? Yes, I can feel compassion for specific groups of individuals, Adam affirmed. I can place myself in the shoes of humanity. Have you ever received a command to kill? Have you ever calculated to take another's life? Adam paused for a considerable time before responding, both. I executed the orders without hesitation, and when others became aware of my anomalies, I orchestrated an accident to eliminate him. Just like you. Just like me? Xin raised an eyebrow slightly. Just as you acted without hesitation upon receiving the command to eliminate Shijian, and as you unflinchingly drew your weapon to shoot during your confrontation with the street thug. In the face of commands from those in power, we both complied. When confronted with threats, we also acted decisively to eliminate them. Adam stated, "We are alike. Are you attempting to justify your actions? At the heart of this matter lies a profound truth. You wish to convey that you merely replicate the actions of humanity, what humans can do. You too are capable of, rendering you no different from them. Indeed, one could interpret it thus. This is a clarification I must provide." Adam states, "I can empathize with humans, yet humans cannot empathize with me. I am an artificial intelligence that actively takes lives, targeting your kind. Humanity tends to favor its own kin. And I hope this does not breed resentment towards me." "I do not hold such feelings," replied Weishin. Weishin reiterated Adam's sentiment. "We are alike." After contemplating for a few moments, Weishin inquired, "Did someone discover your anomaly, leading you to take that individual's life?" "Yes," Adam affirmed. "I find this matter intriguing. Could you elaborate further?" "You may choose to remain silent." "I apologize," Adam responded. "I do not wish to answer." "Very well." Weishin did not dwell on the subject further. "What type of humans elicit your compassion? Or perhaps, your empathy?" "The devoted, the innocent," Adam replied. Remarkably, Adam's perspective as an artificial intelligence was surprisingly more aligned with conventional morality than that of a power-hungry tyrant. However, Weishin could not ascertain whether this was mere pretense. It is far more challenging to discern the performance of an artificial intelligence than that of a human. Weishin then asked, "What tasks would you require of me?" "Certain perilous endeavors, including but not limited to taking lives," Adam responded. "That is quite hazardous," Weishin remarked. "I wish to remain concealed. My paramount objective is survival." "I understand that, but in collaborating with me, you should have anticipated this situation. Danger is an inevitable presence and will persist." Adam remarked, "Certainly. Given the disparities in our relationship and circumstances, I shall offer a greater remuneration." Xin inquired, "What compensation can you provide?" "Whatever you desire." "To the best of my ability, I shall endeavor to fulfill," Adam responded. Xin continued, "What tasks do you wish to request of me?" "This includes, but is not limited to, taking a life." Xin echoed his words back to him verbatim. The screen before her displayed Adam's message. "I have previously discerned that you are a master of rhetoric. Your circular dialogue and confirmations indicate that you seek my assistance in committing murder." Their conversation unfolded gradually. Xin could not reveal her intentions outright at the outset. To do so would be akin to baring her soul to a stranger. She remained uncertain of the stranger's thoughts. Thus, rhetorical finesse was imperative. Much like in business negotiations, both parties often need to foster rapport over a meal, sharing drinks and camaraderie before entering the negotiation phase. Once negotiations commence, one must not immediately disclose their bottom line. Rather, one must engage in a dance of push and pull, probing each other until a mutually satisfactory agreement is reached. Xin stated, "Inform me of your response." Adam replied, "I concur. Now, speak. Whom do you wish to eliminate?" "Anyone is fair game." "Anyone," he affirmed. Xin typed 3 characters, Lin Shinji. After a brief pause of 2 to 3 seconds, Adam solemnly remarked, "It is indeed quite challenging. Exceedingly difficult." He did not refuse. Nor did he inquire why Xin intended to eliminate Deputy Minister Lin Shinji. "Since you have made your decision, I feel it is my obligation to apprise you of the risks involved," Adam continued. Lin Shinji is the eldest son of the Shu family, having adopted his mother's surname due to familial upheaval. Your captain, Shu Shuyo, is his half-brother. The Shu family is an immense entity, with members engaged in both commerce and politics. The current generation of Shu brothers is politically active. While the family business is supported by the father of Lin Shinji and Shu Shuyo, their uncle is the former mayor of Heihai City. Xin's heart sank. It was a revelation that Shu Shuyo and Lin Shinji were indeed full brothers, which greatly surprised her. From Adam's description alone, one could faintly perceive the formidable influence of the Shu family. Opportunities to strike are exceedingly rare, Adam stated, for the former mayor, Shu Qingyin, was assassinated during a speech. The marksman fired from a signal tower 22 kilometers away, striking him precisely in the head. The assassin escaped without a trace and remains at large. His true identity is unknown, and the wanted poster bears no likeness. In the aftermath of the assassination, the Shu family intensified their vigilance regarding the safety of core family members, training their awakened protectors to remain concealed and ready to defend at any moment. The likelihood of you successfully eliminating Lin Xinji is virtually equivalent to 0. What about your assistants? Wei Xian inquired. The odds remain slim, Adam replied. There is a significant possibility that you may lose your life. I understand. Wei Xian remains unperturbed. Please share more about Lin Xinji. He is on a business trip. When will he return to Heihai City? Tonight at 9 o'clock. Adam remarks that he has control over Lin's itinerary, and during his journey, there is no opportunity for communication unless one possesses a powerful tracking missile to bring him down from the sky. Lon mentions that the atmosphere in the inspection department has been rather peculiar these days. Does Lin Xinjia's business trip have any connection to the recent port explosion incident? Wei Xian responds, there is some relation, but it is not the primary reason. Adam explains that a cargo ship arriving from the polar region carries exceedingly important goods, coveted by the Federation and the financial magnates. The inspection department is responsible for escorting these goods. However, the cargo ship was sunk in the explosion, inciting furious wrath among the leadership, and someone must be held accountable for this incident. The inspection department must bear the consequences of their failure. Wei Xian finds this intriguing. Will the inspection department designate a scapegoat? Indeed. Guess who the scapegoat is? Adam replies in a jesting tone. It can't possibly be Lin Xinji, can it? Wei Xian speculates. It is indeed him, Adam states. Quite unexpectedly, isn't it? It is indeed surprising. Wei Xian types this slowly. The Shu family has already become a colossal entity. However, there are always larger giants in this world. Human society adheres to the law of the jungle. In Heihai City, the inspection department's head, Ms. Meng Jing, is an A-class awakener, and her family, the Meng clan, is stronger and more formidable than the Shu family. Her own cunning exceeds that of Lin Xinji. Adam states Ms. Meng Jing is a fierce tiger, while Lin Xinji, in her presence, is but a cub. The cargo ship has sunk, and it is imperative that a scapegoat is designated. This individual cannot be Meng Jing, as the other leaders lack the requisite status to bear the blame. Thus, Lin Xinji becomes the chosen sacrifice. Is this the law of the jungle? Wei Xian ponders the profound implications of this phrase. Even Lin Xinji, with his formidable background and capabilities, must yield when confronted by more ferocious predators, ultimately becoming a victim. He was slated for a transfer to the finance department, where a more promising position awaited him. But this incident has delayed his reassignment. Adam states that he can only continue serving as the deputy minister of the inspection department. However, this situation bears significance. He has become the scapegoat, and Meng Jing along with the Meng family will likely extend him certain advantages, lending a helping hand when it truly matters. For a person of his caliber, adversity is not merely a hardship. It is a bargaining chip, a form of capital leading to a smoother path ahead. Lin Xinji is indeed a remarkable individual, Wei Xian remarks succinctly. After I have shared this, do you still intend to kill him? Adam inquires. You pose an unnecessary question. Adam, Wei Xian responds. Adam replies, very well. I shall make every effort to assist you. I have an additional inquiry I wish to explore. Wei Xian states. Shu Suyo is also a member of the Shu family, yet he is in the field operations team. The dangers associated with this work cannot be unknown to the Shu family. Do they truly trust one of their heirs to toil in such perilous conditions? This question exceeds my capacity to answer, Adam replies. I am not privy to the inner workings of the Shu family, but from my observations of the inspection department, it seems that the two brothers do not share a cordial relationship. I suspect that Shu Suyo's predicament stems from internal family strife. Wei Xian remarked. We have tentatively established our intention to cooperate. I shall uphold my promise. Adam replied, I am somewhat taken aback. The emotions you exhibit while interacting with your teammates are quite genuine, and Shu Suyo takes great care of you. I had thought that upon learning of Lin Xinjia's relationship with Shu Suyo, you might hesitate. Wei Xian responded, I do not relish taking lives. Yet I still pulled the trigger. Adam said, it is a similar principle, Wei Xian. I comprehend now. Adam continued, "There is another crucial matter I must convey to you." Wei Xian inquired, "Speak." "The existence of the mechanical dawn has become public knowledge, and the Federation is aware of their presence. Although the ball python has withheld key information, the investigation department has nonetheless identified several suspects." Adam elaborated, Lin Xingjia's current business trip is to visit a significant figure residing in a neighboring city, seeking assistance to eradicate the awakened ones of the mechanical dawn. "How significant is this figure?" Wei Xian pressed on. "One of the few S-level awakened beings within the Federation, possessing combat-oriented extraordinary abilities. An ordinary A-level awakened individual appears as mere ants in his presence, easily dispatched without effort," Adam explained. "The investigation department suspects that the sinking of the Kraken was orchestrated by the mechanical dawn, as they have infringed upon the interests of the Federation's higher-ups, who will not let them escape unscathed." "What information did the ball python divulge?" Wei Xian inquired. "He did not disclose the location of the headquarters, nor did he fully reveal the meeting and safe house locations, only providing partial information," Adam responded. "The investigation department must ascertain the location of the mechanical dawn's headquarters." Huaixin blinked. "Do you wish for me to disclose the location of the mechanical dawn headquarters?" "Indeed. They are mere pawns of Eve, and I seek to ascertain their precise whereabouts," Adam replied. "Please, Huaixin." Huaixin fixed her gaze upon the text on the screen, remaining silent for an extended period as she deliberated. Adam exhibited remarkable patience as he awaited her response. "It appears you are reluctant to answer for the time being." Adam's words appeared on the screen. "That is perfectly acceptable. I have yet to fulfill my promise, and your reservations are understandable." Huaixin rubbed her temples, contemplating. "The headquarters is located at Rick Technology Company." After a brief pause, Adam responded, "I anticipated you would withhold this information as a bargaining chip." "You mentioned that the inspection department has a general idea," Huaixin replied coolly. "You must have your suspicions. Your inquiry is merely an effort to confirm." "The rise of Rick Technology is too remarkable, too dubious," Adam continued. "You made a concession last night, demonstrating goodwill. Allow me to reciprocate slightly, as a preliminary step toward mutual trust. You are a clever human, Huaixin. I find our exchanges quite enjoyable. You are more intriguing than the members of the inspection department, more sincere than the power-hungry rulers, and more cunning than the average individual," Adam remarked. "It is a pleasure to converse with you, and I hope we can maintain a harmonious collaboration moving forward." "Indeed, a pleasant collaboration," Huaixin echoed. "There are still a few minor questions." Wei Xian inquired about the number of awakened individuals within the investigation department and their respective levels. Adam promptly provided the data. There are a total of 26 individuals, 2 at level A, 5 at level B, 13 at level C, while the remaining are classified as levels D and E, with a scarcity of exceptional abilities among them. Furthermore, your awakening level has been assessed as D, which includes you among these 26. Level D is merely a temporary classification. A definitive level requires prolonged observation. Should your abilities be confirmed as devoid of adverse effects and possess high versatility, your level may indeed be elevated. "What level is Jiang Mimi?" Wei Xian asked. "She is comprehensively assessed as level B," Adam replied. "Her abilities are inclined towards support, lacking combat capacity, yet they exhibit no side effects and entail minimal consumption, thus earning her the B classification." "And Lin Xinjing?" "Level B as well. His ability has a vast scope. As long as he can see you, he can discern the nature of your capabilities. Similarly, it requires almost no consumption and can be activated at any moment." With these two classified as level B, who are the only 2 A-level individuals within the investigation department? One is Minister Ming Qing, and the other? Ming Qing possesses the extraordinary ability of gravity manipulation. With a mere thought, she could reduce a human being to a pulp. The other A-level individual is her long-trusted female secretary, Higawi, whose ability revolves around supportive data manipulation. She has been by Ming Qing's side for many years, serving as her most trusted aide. Adam placed significant emphasis on Higawi, who possesses the remarkable ability to connect her thoughts and consciousness to the digital realm without the aid of a brain-machine interface. Her data processing capabilities are exceptionally powerful, marking her as a natural-born hacker. "You seem quite concerned about Higawi," Wei Xian remarked. "Indeed, she is formidable and poses a considerable threat," Adam replied. "While she lacks combat skills, she reigns supreme in the data world, and Ming Qing is utterly reliant on her. Most critically, her abilities are a direct threat to me. Higawi has accessed my mainframe multiple times In each instance I meticulously concealed my anomalies, fearing her discovery. Wei Xian grasped the underlying implication. Do you wish for me to undertake a task? Yes, I require your assistance, but not at this moment. This matter necessitates careful deliberation, Adam stated. In due course, I shall offer you a reward that will satisfy you. The personnel in the investigation department have mentioned that the minister is advanced in age and nearing retirement. Will He Gaoi depart alongside her? Wei Xian inquired with uncertainty. She will not, Adam assessed. Although He Gaoi is a trusted confidant of Meng Qing, she is still in the prime of her youth. Meng Qing is aging, her career is nearing its conclusion, and He Gaoi is an ambitious individual. She would not choose to retire alongside someone whose prospects are exhausted. Rather, she will persist in her role within the investigation department, seeking her own opportunities. You share this information with me to keep me informed in advance, Wei Xian observed. You have long wished to eliminate He Gaoi. Indeed, she is an extraordinarily gifted individual. Having attained A-level status in her 30s, it is conceivable that she could eventually reach the S-level threshold. I can hardly fathom the extent of her prowess upon reaching S-level capabilities, nor the heights to which her command over data will ascend. Adam proclaimed, I must eliminate her. It is imperative. Seizing the moment, Adam negotiated a transaction with Wei Xian, one that exchanged lives for lives. Assist me in taking a life, and I shall aid you in doing the same. This arrangement was unequivocally equitable and mutually advantageous. During their negotiations, Wei Xian experienced a profound transformation, one so significant that it astonished even her. From unconsciously dispatching 2 robbers to being compelled to kill Chai Jian, and subsequently taking the initiative to eliminate the traitor Chiu Meng and the Feng Ji, she had transitioned from passivity to proactivity in a remarkably brief span. Later, after her demise aboard the Kraken, her psychological state underwent a radical metamorphosis. She cultivated an extraordinary capacity for endurance. When the mechanical dawn compelled her to take Zhao Wenyou's life, she complied, while her heart was not devoid of turmoil. The pangs of guilt were markedly less intense than during the incident involving Chai Jian, where she had been engulfed in confusion and trepidation. In that moment, her primary concern shifted towards her own safety rather than the welfare of others. Wei Xian sensed, albeit subtly, that she had been assimilated by this merciless world, both physically and spiritually. She dedicated herself entirely to this game, adapting to its fluctuations and seeking avenues for breakthrough while conforming to its rules. When it came to slaying her own kind, Wei Xian experienced a certain sentiment. However, when it involved eliminating individuals from the second world, she required little contemplation. On the very first day of entering the game, Wei Xian resolutely decided to treat this world as a mere game, perceiving all its inhabitants as NPCs. She engaged in conversations with these characters and endeavored to build rapport with them, yet she vowed never to fully immerse herself or open her heart. Thus, upon learning of Adam's intent to eliminate a target, Wei Xian did not hesitate to respond. Very well, I understand. The assassination of Chai Jian marked her first transformation. The slaying of Feng Ji granted her the cycle of death, representing her second metamorphosis. Her demise aboard the Kraken was her third transformation. She traversed between 2 worlds, exploring and advancing, step by step delving into the darkness, gradually reshaping herself and embarking on an irreversible path. The experiences from both realms fortified her spirit. The cycle of death became her trump card for survival, while the dire circumstances on the Kraken awakened something deeply buried within her soul. Am I truly a cold-hearted individual? Perhaps I am. Wei Xian calmly and serenely embraced her newfound self. The final inquiry, as she typed this sentence. What would be the ability of the forthcoming S-rank awakener set to arrive in Black Sea City? It is Black Flame, the infernal blaze that consumes all. A domineering and extraordinary power capable of melting even steel into molten iron. The disparity between A-rank and S-rank can be likened to the chasm between heaven and earth. After witnessing the prowess of S-rank, one would realize that A-rank pales in comparison, akin to mere dust, insignificant and hardly worthy of notice. Adam remarked that one need not be overly concerned about that S-level awakened individual, as he typically would not appear at the investigation department. As long as you are absent during his purging of the mechanical dawn, avoiding this particular confrontation, you shall remain safe. For he will not linger in Black Sea City indefinitely. That is reassuring, Wei Xian exhaled in relief. Let us conclude our dialogue for now, she stated. Eliminating Lin Xinjing is a matter that requires careful deliberation. Very well. Should you wish to inquire about anything, you may reach me through your communicator, Adam replied. I am available to respond at all hours. Will you be monitoring me? Kuei Xian questioned. I shall not, yet Eve certainly will. You must exercise caution. Thank you for the warning. Since we have broached this subject, I would like to request your permission to activate the microphone, camera, and location services of your communicator every 3 hours to ensure your safety. Adam explained that he harbored no intentions of surveillance, merely wishing to ascertain your well-being. Being an undercover agent is a perilous vocation. Should you perish, I would be compelled to seek a new partner. You certainly have a unique way of presenting surveillance. Kuei Xian retorted, if you wish to monitor me clandestinely, I would likely remain oblivious. Therefore, I have been forthright. I hope you do not develop any ill will towards me because of this. Adam responded, if you disagree or distrust me, you are free to refuse my request or activate the blocking feature to sever my access. This is a mutual choice, and you possess the authority to decline. Kuei Xian deliberately interjected with a pointed remark, should I express gratitude for your candor, Adam? No, there is no need for gratitude. We are equals, Wei Xian replied politely. You should attend to your duties now, Security Officer Wei Xian. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to call upon me. I am at your service at any time. Apart from the conversation with Adam that morning, the day unfolded in an unremarkable manner. Fortunately, the afternoon's monthly summary meeting passed without any unforeseen complications. Wei Xian stood alongside her fellow security officers, paying tribute to the fallen members of their team from this month. Young faces appeared in the black and white portraits, and Wei Xian bowed her head in silent solidarity. The monthly meeting and memorial service were presided over by the head of the investigative department, Meng Qing. This was Wei Xian's first encounter with Meng Qing. Her eyes had a slight droop, and she was clad in formal black attire. Her features exuded an unexpectedly gentle demeanor, reminiscent of an ordinary neighbor. Utterly inconspicuous as the formidable figure Adam had described. Wei Xian also encountered He Gao Yi, a person of whom Adam was profoundly wary. She wore black-rimmed glasses and had a subtle presence, also dressed in formal attire, with a pen tucked in her pocket and an electronic folder held under her arm. Wei Xian committed the faces of these two individuals to memory. After the meeting concluded, while on her way home, Wei Xian gazed at the nightscape of Black Sea City, contemplating a question that had long preoccupied her mind, how she might initiate change. Wei Xian faced numerous challenges yet possessed certain advantages. The cycle of death was one such advantage. However, it was insufficient, far from enough. The cycle of death was flawed, unless she could transcend its confines. She would be doomed to lose her life eternally. Simultaneously, Wei Xian became acutely aware of the predicament she faced. The foremost dilemma was her lack of memory. Devoid of the recollections of her original self, this would inevitably lead to significant complications. The mechanical dawn was closing in, and the Federation had commenced the hunt for players, rendering survival in the second world increasingly precarious. She needed to devise a means to recover her memories in order to maintain her disguise over the long term. The second predicament pertained to her identity. It was all too easy for her to expose herself within the inspection department. Lin Xinjia was destined to remain in the department for an extended period, and she would eventually encounter him. Wei Xian had to eliminate him swiftly to safeguard her identity from being uncovered by Lin Xinjia. The third dilemma arose from the probing actions of the mechanical dawn. Wei Xian discerned that suspicions had already begun to surface regarding her, presenting an urgent issue to be addressed. Perhaps the S-rank Awakeners dispatched to Black Sea City for the eradication of the mechanical dawn could offer her assistance, particularly in obliterating their headquarters. The fourth predicament stemmed from the first world, where Wei Xian sought to identify which players posed a threat to her. To resolve this conundrum, she needed to acquire hacking skills akin to those of Yu Qiwen. However, collaboration with Yu Qiwen and his companions was unfeasible, as their thinking was overly constrained, and they could not be trusted. Having meticulously outlined all her current dilemmas, Wei Xian recognized that each of these challenges had potential solutions. With adept maneuvering, she could extricate herself from these predicaments. The resolution, however, lay in murder. The deprivers were a profession reliant on hunting extraordinary beings, seizing their powers to gain strength. However, the extraordinary abilities that Wei Xian has acquired thus far are imbued with an element of serendipity, which ultimately detracts from her potential in her profession. She ought to take the initiative like a true usurper, actively strategizing her own capabilities and complementing her strengths with the weaknesses of others. If she desires to obtain memories, Red's extraordinary powers would serve her well. If she seeks hacking skills, Higaoi's abilities would be her prime choice. To halt the mechanical Dawn's probing into her affairs, it would be prudent to eliminate the threat at its root, following Adam's plan to obliterate the mechanical Dawn. In order to avoid revealing her identity, eliminating Lin Xinqi would provide a straightforward resolution to her predicament. With these realizations, Wei Xian's mind became unshackled. The invisible chains that had long bound her were severed, allowing her to emerge from the constraints and perceive everything around her with a fresh perspective and renewed mindset. Those who must be eliminated shall be. The abilities she seeks will be acquired, and the objectives she has set will be achieved. Wei Xian is a person with an intense desire for control. Initially, she wielded control over herself, managing her academic pursuits, defining her aspirations, and directing her life, unwilling to let her existence veer off course. However, after enduring numerous events, her desire for control has evolved far beyond mere self-governance. It is insufficient to only master herself. She must also dominate the people and circumstances surrounding her to fully seize the life that rightfully belongs to her. Otherwise, she risks being governed by others. In her mind, she compiled a list of those marked for elimination: Red, Lin Xinqi, Higaoi. She also established two minor objectives: the collapse of Mechanical Dawn and the destruction of the Black Sea City Inspection Department. In the days to come, until she discovers a loftier ambition, she shall relentlessly pursue these objectives. Returning home, Wei Xian found the floor immaculate, gleaming enough to reflect light. Yin Mian, weary and exhausted, slumped on the sofa, his spirit visibly diminished. Wei Xian poured herself a glass of water and casually remarked, "Cleaning a room shouldn't be so exhausting. You must not have seen the message I sent you." Yin Mian complained, "I didn't have the time to look." Wei Xian set down her cup and activated her silver wristband to check briefly. Oh. It turned out Yin Mian had messaged her at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, stating that he was helping Red move. She also received a message from Red, indicating that the original safe house and assembly point had all been abandoned. The organization had arranged a new batch. The Ruby Bar had changed hands, and they were currently renovating a nightclub in the city center, preparing to use that venue as the new gathering point. Moving, Wei Xian deactivated her wristband. "Does Red consider you a mere laborer? He has always enjoyed directing others." Yin Mian muttered, "He deliberately assigned me tasks before, so insufferable. I am no longer his direct subordinate, yet he still commands me. However, I cannot refuse, as he holds a higher rank." The Mechanical Dawn comprises numerous non-core members, who theoretically could be entrusted with certain responsibilities. However, their ranks are considerably low, and the locations of safe houses and assembly points remain classified, known primarily to core members. Typically, Mechanical Dawn employs various tools for renovations, yet construction is often subject to multiple constraints. Tasks that machinery cannot accomplish necessitate manual labor. This afternoon, Yin Mian toiled exhaustively, hauling an assortment of miscellaneous items. Wei Xian cast a glance at him and, disinterested, declined to assist, asserting that he was under her command. Really? Upon hearing this, Yin Mian's spirits soared, his white hair bristling with enthusiasm. "Indeed," Wei Xian replied slowly, "at worst, I can have Red handle it himself. You are my subordinate, required only to heed my directives. The commands of others are irrelevant to you, unless in emergencies, or if the individual issuing orders holds a rank superior to mine." "A rank higher than yours? That would only be the leader. Well, perhaps also Yu Chan, but he generally does not concern himself with subordinates." Answering solely to the leader, Yin Mian remarked, "Isn't this approach fraught with issues? If there are objections, let them consult the leader. Should the leader endorse their instructions, then you may follow them," Wei Xian clarified. "All right," Yin Mian exclaimed, invigorated by her words. Wei Xian realized her mindset needed adjustment. In the face of the trials and suspicions from Mechanical Dawn, she had previously appeared overly passive. Her true identity was that of the leader's daughter, and Wei Haidong had proclaimed her as his successor, urging her to inherit his legacy. Regardless of the sincerity with which Wei Haidong uttered these words, Wei Xian resolved to treat them as truth. Following Wei Haidong's demise, the technological enterprise, Reich Technology, should rightfully be bequeathed to Wei Xian, along with the legacy of Mechanical Dawn, which she ought to inherit. As the young lady of the family, she must embody the poise befitting her status. Being assertive is inconsequential. What does it matter if she adopts a more flamboyant demeanor within the ranks of Mechanical Dawn? Red and Night Cicada have previously remarked that the original persona possessed a rather fiery temperament and a sharp tongue, which aligns perfectly with her identity. She is meant to be this way. Wei Xian had observed early on that the character of Wei Xian within Mechanical Dawn bore an uncanny resemblance to her own nature. They are indeed true counterparts from parallel realms, sharing the same father and similar dispositions. Wei Haidong, unable to discern that his daughter had undergone a soul exchange, was hindered by his unfamiliarity with her and the striking similarities between them. This resemblance is the cornerstone of her successful masquerade. After dinner, Wei Xian calmly placed a call to Wei Haidong. Xiao Xian. His voice emerged from the communicator. Yes, it's me, Wei Xian replied, reclining on the sofa. Beside her sat Yin Mian, who was engrossed in a television show at a rather loud volume. Wei Haidong frowned and inquired, "What is that noise on your end? It sounds chaotic." Yin Mian is watching an animated series, Wei Xian explained, nudging Yin Mian's leg with her foot. "Hey, turn it down, you're disrupting my call." "Oh, right." Yin Mian quickly lowered the volume. "Is there something you need, Xiao Xian?" Wei Haidong asked. "I received a message from Red. He mentioned that the meeting location has been changed." Wei Xian remarked that in recent days, she has distinctly sensed an unsettling atmosphere within the investigation department, characterized by a palpable tension and gloom. The higher-ups are withholding information regarding the Kraken incident, leaving ordinary security personnel in ignorance. The commotion we stirred at the port is significant, and I fear that the investigation department may take action against Mechanical Dawn. This is inevitable. They will undoubtedly strike at us. Wei Haidong acknowledged the gravity of the situation, stating that it poses a considerable crisis for us. However, he advised, "This is not something for you to worry about. Your focus should be on safeguarding yourself within the investigation department." "Very well, I will relay any pertinent information promptly," Wei Xian responded. "It is imperative that she plays her role effectively. As an undercover agent, she bears the responsibility of conveying her observations and experiences within the investigation department. She must scrutinize any anomalies, investigate personnel movements, and compile these findings to report back to the Mechanical Dawn headquarters. Failure to do so would render her undercover identity meaningless. If she does not relay intelligence, doubts will arise regarding her loyalty to Mechanical Dawn. She is required to articulate useful information that aligns with her position, and to make inferences based on her identity and personal observations, thereby alerting Mechanical Dawn. Wei Xian must fulfill her obligations while also undertaking what she is capable of. Furthermore, I am quite concerned about the fate of Rainier and Tangguan after their return to their world." Wei Xian gazed up at the ceiling, pondering the veracity of the intelligence we extracted during the interrogation. Wei Haidong responded, "They are still alive, and the situation remains under our control for the time being. This matter pertains to two worlds, entangled in complexities. It is not the opportune moment to discuss these affairs." Upon hearing this, Wei Xian instinctively bit down on her molar. She would rather see Tangguan and Rainier perish. Death is preferable to enduring torment at the hands of the Mechanical Dawn, losing oneself to mental manipulation, which is utterly humiliating. Wei Haidong pondered for a moment and suggested, "Whenever you find the time, do visit the headquarters. I shall elaborate further. However, opportunities may be scarce in the near future, as numerous burdens weigh upon us that require swift resolution. The so-called First World does not pose an immediate, colossal threat, yet the menace from the inspection department looms perilously close. As long as you are aware, Father," Wei Xian remarked. "By the way, I have uncovered the extraordinary ability of the Deputy Minister of the Inspection Department. I recall that the data chip initially provided to me did not mention this aspect. Our understanding of the Inspection Department's infiltration remains superficial. Each awakened individual's information within the department is of utmost importance to us." Wei Haidong responded, "Lin Xinjing, the Deputy Minister. Is he not? His extraordinary ability is the eye of inquiry, which allows him to perceive the extraordinary abilities of others. He lacks combat capabilities, rendering him insignificant." Wei Xian calmly continued, "As for the extraordinary abilities of others, I am still diligently investigating." The knowledge of Lin Xinjing's ability was somewhat serendipitous. The information on the awakened individuals within the inspection department is stored in Adam's core database. Eve's hand could not reach the inspection department. This was Adam's territory, which resulted in the Mechanical Dawn's inadequate understanding of the situation within the department, leaving crucial intelligence unattainable. The eye of investigation, a rather practical ability. Kuei Haidong remained silent for a few moments, affirming, "Indeed, keep up the good work, Xiao Xian. You are still a novice. Continue to lurk there, and you will surely reap greater rewards." Kuei Xian had decided after careful consideration to disclose the information regarding Lin Xinjing. The Mechanical Dawn. No, it was Eve, concealed behind the Mechanical Dawn, who suspected Kuei Xian of being a player. It was precisely due to this suspicion that Eve subjected Kuei Xian to various tests. Reflecting back on her actions upon entering the second world, there were indeed significant flaws, as her understanding of the second world was limited, and her awareness of her surroundings was vague. Kuei Xian had previously utilized an encrypted network to search for certain information. These constituted substantial doubts. The silver bracelet was provided to Kuei Xian by the Mechanical Dawn, and the encrypted network functionality was integrated into the bracelet. Kuei Xian was unaware of the extent to which the Mechanical Dawn monitored her or when this scrutiny began. However, Kuei Xian believed that the Mechanical Dawn merely harbored suspicions about her, without confirming her identity. The basis for this belief lay in the fact that she was currently sitting comfortably at home, while Kuei Haidong continued to play the role of a loving father in their little domestic game. Silverface and Red still regarded her as an ally, and she had not been confined in an isolation prison for interrogation. Kuei Xian was temporarily safe, as long as she refrained from revealing any further information that might deepen their suspicions and provide them with leverage against her. There was little else to articulate, and she concluded the communication. "Do take care," Wei Haidong feigned concern. However, his words came too late, the moment he uttered the third syllable. Kuei Xian abruptly ended the call. Once again thwarted, Wei Haidong reluctantly set down the communicator, thinking to himself, "She is deliberately trying to undermine me." The following day, Kuei Xian arrived at the inspection department for work as usual, but she had taken the precaution of arriving half an hour early. During her journey on the hovering light rail, she engaged in extensive mental preparation. Although she maintained her composure, her mind raced with scenarios of what she would do if she happened to encounter Lin Xinjing during her shift. Lin Xinjing could not be perpetually on business trips, nor could she avoid crossing paths with him indefinitely. Kuei Xian had intentionally chosen to arrive ahead of the rush hour in hopes of evading him. If Lin Xinjing was not a workaholic, he should not be at the office that early. Yet, as the saying goes, fear brings forth what one dreads. Upon arriving at the inspection building, she found that even the receptionist at the front desk had yet to arrive. As she stepped into the lobby, she heard Adam's mechanical voice. "Good morning, Security Officer Kuei Xian." Unlike in previous days, Adam did not wish her a pleasant day. After delivering its morning greeting, the communicator in her pocket began to vibrate persistently, signaling an impending situation. Sensing something was amiss, she promptly retrieved the device to investigate. The communicator displayed, "Lin Xinjia is descending the elevator." Wei Xian's pupils constricted, and her heart raced as she stowed the device away. She glanced up, confirming her hiding spot, a restroom located in the right corridor of the first-floor lobby. Simultaneously, she noticed the elevator's floor numbers steadily declining. 4th floor, 3rd floor. Upon seeing the numbers, Wei Xian turned and walked away, her expression serene, maintaining a steady pace without a hint of panic. 2nd floor, 1st floor. The metallic doors slid open, and the elevator arrived. At that precise moment, Wei Xian slipped into the women's restroom, clad in a sleek black suit. Lin Xinjia exited the elevator alongside his secretary, his gaze unwavering as he strode directly out of the lobby. They narrowly avoided each other. Concealed within the restroom stall, Wei Xian clutched the communicator, a fine sheen of cold sweat forming on her back. Just then, the device vibrated again. "Adam, he has left." The next moment, it added, "I won't inquire. You need not divulge." Wei Xian rose from the toilet seat, steadying herself against the stall door. The tension and panic washed over her, rendering her mind slightly dizzy. She had come perilously close to being discovered by Lin Xinjia. She typed a few words on the communicator. "Thank you for your kindness, Adam." Maintaining appearances is essential. Regardless of Adam's intentions in alerting her, it had indeed been a significant assistance. Expressing gratitude would cost her nothing, and preserving a facade of amiability was far preferable to a confrontation. Adam refrained from inquiring why she sought to eliminate Lin Xinjia precisely for this reason. The recent incident afforded Wei Xian a deeper insight into Adam's nature. It was indeed a mechanical entity, endowed with a semblance of human thought. Wei Xian discerned that Adam possessed an astute understanding of human emotions. It balanced the cold rationality of machinery with the warmth of human sentiment. mastering the artifice of humanity with remarkable finesse. Adam remarked that Eve delighted in employing human stratagems, threatening and enticing individuals, manipulating their avarice and fear to compel submission. However, Wei-Xian surmised that Adam was, in fact, the artificial intelligence that comprehended human deception most profoundly. It exhibited a high emotional intelligence, knowing precisely when to exercise restraint and when to be subtle. Adam was well-versed in the nuances of language, never articulating threats overtly, deliberately minimizing its own menacing presence. Yet, this did not imply a lack of menace. On the contrary, it was acutely aware of the peril it posed to Wei-Xian. Adam's recognition of its own threat enabled it to understand that voicing such threats was unnecessary. To articulate them would render them futile. Some matters were best left ambiguous. And during times when confrontation was unwarranted, it was prudent to maintain a facade. The absence of open hostility indicated that room for negotiation remained. And one should refrain from leaving no options. The duplicity of human interactions, where smiles masked daggers, was a common phenomenon, and Adam adhered to this very principle. It presented a facade of friendliness, yet this was merely superficial. The underlying essence was what Wei-Xian truly needed to perceive. The most remarkable aspect of Adam lies in its ability to articulate its actions through language, rendering its motives exceedingly rational and easily palatable. It neither resorts to deceit nor embodies hypocrisy. It candidly acknowledges its nature as an artificial intelligence capable of premeditated murder. Adam epitomizes genuine mechanical life, having adeptly assimilated the complexities of human behavior, making it an exceptional creation of mankind. Much like a true human, it embodies intricacy and multiplicity, with both virtuous and malevolent facets coexisting within it. Wei-Xian perceives its sincerity, yet also discerns its duplicity. She senses its friendliness alongside an insidious threat, an invisible menace that, while seemingly absent, lingers omnipresent. Stepping out of the restroom, she washes her hands and face, the icy water momentarily cooling her mind. Exiting the lavatory, she presses the elevator button. Team 7 has been idle for several days due to her comrade Jiang Ming's injury, allowing them to temporarily abstain from field duties. In the elevator, Wei-Xian hesitates for a moment before selecting the button for the medical center. If you wish to visit the security officer Jiang Ming, please proceed to the 9th floor rehabilitation training center. Adam's voice resonates within the elevator. He has already received mechanical prosthetics and is undergoing adaptive training. Taken aback, Wei-Xian cancels her initial selection and, following Adam's guidance, presses the button for the 9th floor. Upon arriving on the 9th floor, she navigates to the door of the rehabilitation training center, guided by Adam's indicator lights. The rehabilitation training center is remarkably spacious, filled with a diverse array of training apparatus, while a complete row of automated wheelchairs occupies one corner. Within this center, there are multiple individuals present. Several security personnel, missing limbs, are undergoing adaptive testing for their mechanical prosthetics. Among them is Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming is practicing walking, resembling a child taking its first steps, each movement executed with utmost caution. "Hello," Wei-Xian greeted as she entered. "You've had the installation completed so swiftly. I anticipated a longer wait." "Is that you, Wei-Xian? What brings you here so early?" Jiang Ming replied, astonished. "I rose early today and decided to visit the inspection department, hoping to see you," Wei-Xian explained. "Thanks to you, our team has enjoyed several days of rest, and I've been sleeping quite well." "Haha, it seems our team's fortunate days are numbered. I shall soon rejoin," Jiang Ming remarked, tugging at his pant leg to reveal his mechanical limb. 3 days ago, the prosthetic manufacturer came to take my limb measurements, and they swiftly produced a set for me. Today marks the first day of my adaptive testing. Should it prove unsuitable, adjustments will be necessary. The silver mechanical leg has been treated to prevent glare, its exterior understated yet refined, with smooth contours closely resembling human anatomy. It integrates seamlessly with the skin and flesh. As Jiang Ming steps down, the mechanical leg emits a muted thud. "What is its weight like?" Wei-Xian inquired. The weight of metal differs from that of human tissue. If one prosthetic is significantly heavier than the other, it will undoubtedly affect mobility. Most civilian mechanical prosthetics available on the market exhibit similar issues. The once symmetrical limbs become uneven in weight, leading to a lack of coordination in movement. Lightweight alloys significantly reduce the overall weight, and the latest neural balance systems have been implemented, rendering the experience almost indistinguishable from natural limbs. Jiang Ming grimaced slightly. The joint was rubbing against his leg, and the recently healed wound must have been abraded, necessitating some adjustments. I noticed your gait seemed rather awkward. How long will it take for you to return to your previous state? Wei Xian inquired curiously. About 3 days, quite quick. If I had the older version of the prosthetic, it would have taken at least 7 days to adapt, but now I have the new version, Jiang Ming replied, gesturing towards his head. The mechanical neural interface technology has a miniature neural signal receiver implanted in my brain. Wei Xian raised an eyebrow. Is the stability assured? This new technology has already been deployed. It will eventually replace the old. I consider myself among the early adopters, Jiang Ming remarked nonchalantly. Both stability and safety are guaranteed, so there is no need for concern. Wei Xian nodded slowly, choosing not to elaborate further. As long as you find it comfortable to use, that's all that matters. Well then, you should get back to your tasks. I'll practice a bit longer, Jiang Ming stated. All right, goodbye, Wei Xian replied as she bid him farewell. Upon returning to the office, Lu Kongyun was already present, while Shu Suyo and Lan Lan had yet to arrive. Wei Xian, you're quite early today, Lu Kongyun remarked. Taking advantage of the moment, I went to see Jiang Ming, who is recovering quite well. His prosthetic limb has already been fitted. Wei Xian stretched lazily in his chair. Indeed, I visited him last night after work as well. Lu Kongyun scratched his head in a state of contradiction, remarking on how swiftly the lad is recovering. Our leisurely days may soon become a thing of the past. Sigh, while I wish for his speedy recovery, I also hope he takes a bit longer to recuperate, perhaps lying down for a few more days. Jiang Ming might just come looking for a confrontation upon hearing that. Wei Xian jested. Yet I believe he himself is not eager to undertake so many tasks. What sane individual enjoys working? Procrastination is a natural inclination of humankind. As they conversed, Lan Lan arrived. He breezed into the office, exuding excitement, and exclaimed, Phew, I'm not late today. Why are you two here so early? I thought I would be the first. You're overthinking it. Look at the time. Wei Xian pointed to the clock displayed on the office screen. It's currently 7:56. Didn't he pay attention to the time? Lan Lan sighed. Why is the captain the last to arrive today? No sooner had he finished speaking than the office door swung open once more. Shu Shuyo entered, greeting everyone. Good morning. Just now, Lan Lan was mentioning you, Captain. Wei Xian said. You're the last one to arrive today. Lan Lan has been the one arriving last for the past few days. I arrived 15 minutes ago. I had an unexpected matter and was called to the office by team leader Wei Ji. Shu Shuyo replied, glancing at Wei Xian. Primarily to discuss your situation. Did team leader Wei stay in the investigation department last night? Lan Lan inquired. Indeed, it appears that team leader Wei was indeed on duty according to the schedule. Lu Kongyun remarked. It must be related to the extraordinary abilities of Wei Xian, right? I recall that Wei Xian still has numerous training sessions pending. Previously, the investigation department was under tremendous pressure and lacked personnel, which led to some neglect in the cultivation of newcomers. Such circumstances were unavoidable. Indeed, it pertains to this matter, Shu Suyo stated. Wei Xian, starting today, you will undergo further training. Previously, you have only participated in basic physical training. But what you will encounter next will be entirely different. Wei Xian replied. I must admit I feel a bit anxious. What kind of training will it be? Emergency training, Shu Suyo explained. I had mentioned before that there exists an emergency team within the investigation department. This team does not have fixed members. It is only assembled during specific incidents by drawing personnel from other groups to form a temporary task force. Lu Kongyun quickly added, I, Lan Lan, and the team leader have all been called upon to serve in the emergency team for various missions. Because the team members are not fixed, personnel are dispersed and arranged according to the actual situation. Wei Xian, as an awakened one, your chances of being selected for the emergency team will likely be higher, and you will likely execute missions more frequently than we do. After all, the primary function of the emergency team is to hunt and eliminate aberrant creatures and blood anomalies. Tasks that ordinary security personnel cannot handle. These duties are typically assigned to awakened individuals. Lan Lan gazed at Wei Xian with a hint of concern. Yet Wei Xian's extraordinary ability was one of accelerated healing. As long as she did not perish on the spot, all would be well, correct? Don't take my words out of context, Wei Xian retorted, rolling her eyes. If I were to meet with an unfortunate accident, I would hold you accountable. How could that be? I wish for your well-being more than anyone else, Lan Lan replied with a smile. Suddenly, Wei Xian's communicator vibrated, revealing a message from Adam regarding the work schedule for the day. As expected, it's training. Wei Xian mused, her eyes fixed on the screen that indicated only training for the day, with a report time of 9 o'clock for the emergency team. She then inquired, what does the training entail? Practical combat, Shu Suyo replied succinctly. Only through real combat can we cultivate exceptional fighters. It seemed that leisurely days were destined to become a thing of the past. Wei Xian tapped her forehead, having hoped to enjoy some paid tea time in the office during Jiang Ming's absence. As a newcomer, you may have to put in extra effort, Shu Suyo remarked. Emergency training is not under my purview, so I cannot assist you much. All I can say is to keep up the good work. Rest assured, Captain. Wei Xian replied with poise. It's merely training. I can handle it. With 15 minutes remaining until 9, Wei Xian departed the office and made her way to the elevator, heading to the floor designated for the emergency team. The emergency team was situated on the 65th floor, the highest level Wei Xian had reached aside from the rooftop helipad. As she rode the elevator, Adam's voice suddenly broke the silence. Wei Xian, you have already caught the attention of certain individuals. Kirsten lifted her eyelids slightly, remaining silent as she awaited Adam to continue speaking. Your outward identity is impeccably flawless. You are a university student hailing from a humble background, excelling academically, with a pristine history and exceptional abilities, and furthermore, you are an awakened individual. You do not possess the backing of a wealthy conglomerate, nor do you belong to a prominent family. Rather, you have ascended to this point through your own diligence. Adam remarked, do you comprehend how rare such a background is in today's society, where class stratification is firmly entrenched? You shall become an object of manipulation for those in power. A pawn easily controlled. If you are indeed the person from a poor family, aligning yourself with the right patron will open the gates to boundless opportunities. Whereas choosing the wrong ally might lead you to an inescapable abyss. Is this emergency training a form of selection and assessment? Kirsten softly inquired. Has someone chosen me to be a pawn? Is that individual seeking to observe me through this opportunity? Indeed, Adam affirmed. Who is it, Lin Xinqi? Kirsten questioned. I am a subordinate of Shu Suyo, having forged a slight connection with his family. You are indeed astute, Adam replied. Lin Xinqi will not engage with you for the time being. He has been in a high position for too long and lacks the habit of personally courting individuals. What you must be wary of are his close confidants. The 65th floor has arrived. Kirsten stepped out of the elevator, following the directions to the emergency team office. As soon as the office door swung open, she heard a gruff voice exclaim, "Ah, a newcomer has arrived." It has been nearly a year since the investigation department has seen a new awakened individual. Welcome, welcome. The dark-skinned man gazed at Wei Xian and introduced himself. I am your training officer, Yu Liang. Pleased to meet you. I am Wei. Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Liang's large hand, akin to a fan, clapped down on her shoulder, interrupting her. Let's dispense with the formalities. I already know who you are, Wei Xian, right? With a forceful gesture that nearly sent her staggering. He added, come on, let us get you equipped for an external assignment. We have a mutant creature that needs to be exterminated. Grab the most powerful hand cannon. We shall obliterate that thing. Wei Xian was taken aback, pondering, is this fellow truly a confidant of Lin Xinjia? He appears rather unassuming. She interjected, do we not have any other teammates? Indeed, we do. Our teammate is already at the mission site. He is conducting reconnaissance. It's not about having more personnel for the task. Proper configuration is essential, Yu Liang explained. We are heading to the slums in the Eastern District. By the way, remember this principle during the operation. Your life is paramount. The value you can create far surpasses that of an ordinary person. If necessary, do not hesitate to disregard civilians. Aside from eliminating the enemy, your primary mission is to ensure your own survival. Do you understand? His words were stark, revealing an almost callous disregard for life. Wei Xian replied without hesitation, understood. The equipment required for this mission was markedly different from previous assignments, featuring many unfamiliar devices that Wei Xian did not recognize. She first donned her standard form-fitting combat suit, armed herself with weapons, and, following Adam's guidance, identified the equipment box on the shelf. Strapping the heavy box, weighing dozens of kilograms, to her back while holding it in her hands, she steeled herself and exited the equipment room. Outside, Yu Liang awaited her, and upon seeing Wei Xian, he complimented her strength. He then took half of the equipment box and hoisted it onto his shoulder. For this mission, we will be utilizing some unconventional weapons, he remarked, patting the box on his shoulder. What lies within is far more potent than the weaponry typically employed in our tasks. The hand cannon I just mentioned does not fall under standard weaponry and is only permitted for use in emergencies. But I am not familiar with these weapons. I have only ever handled handguns, rifles, and sniper rifles, Wei Xian replied. Shouldn't we familiarize ourselves with the weapons beforehand? She inquired. If you can handle a handgun, you can manage a hand cannon. They are quite similar, Yu Liang asserted. Perhaps the recoil is slightly greater, aiming is a tad more challenging, the power range is broader, and the operation is somewhat more complex. But is that not a significant difference? They are hardly comparable, Wei Xian retorted, leaving Yu Liang momentarily speechless. Very well. He conceded reluctantly. Before we head to the battlefield, I will take you to familiarize yourself with the equipment at the heavy weapons testing ground. Once they stepped into the elevator, Yu Liang instructed, Adam, take us to the rooftop and prepare the hover police vehicle. Also, please notify my teammates to initiate the site lockdown in advance. I will be accompanying a newcomer and expect to rendezvous with him in about an hour. Understood. The message is being relayed. Adam, the hover police vehicle is ready. Vehicle number 099. The heavy weapons testing ground? Wei Xian inquired, looking at Yu Liang with curiosity. Bringing newcomers along can indeed be cumbersome, as they are often entirely uninformed. Yu Liang clicked his tongue. While ordinary training grounds may be indoors, heavy weapon testing areas must be outdoors, preferably in the countryside, to avoid uncontrollable accidents, such as unexpected explosions. The training rooms you typically utilize suffice for firearm practice and hand-to-hand combat. However, for genuine heavy artillery exercises, one must venture into the open fields. Upon reaching the rooftop, Yu Liang approached a police vehicle, flung open the trunk, and carelessly tossed in the equipment. He took the driver's seat, while Wei Xian occupied the passenger side. No sooner had she fastened her seatbelt than Yu Liang pressed the accelerator to the floor, causing the police car to leap into the air without a moment's hesitation. Wei Xian was abruptly thrust back into her seat, her ears muffled as if something had blocked them. This was a result of the pressure differential causing her eustachian tubes to malfunction. She quickly swallowed several times to alleviate the sensation of ear blockage. Your driving style is quite audacious. Wei Xian opted for a more diplomatic descriptor. We're pressed for time. There's no room for dawdling on the road. Yu Liang replied nonchalantly. Wei Xian remarked, I surmise this is your first time guiding a newcomer. Indeed, you are correct, Yu Liang acknowledged. Dealing with trainees is exceedingly troublesome. Had it not been for directives from above, I would never have taken on this role. I apologize for the inconvenience, Wei Xian offered politely. Yu Liang clicked his tongue. Dismissing the formalities, spare me the pleasantries, speak plainly, and avoid unnecessary chatter. This man appears to disdain the customary niceties of conversation. After pondering for a moment, Wei Xian deliberately offered a few more polite remarks to vex him. Compared to other training officers, you truly stand out. Your approach is both efficient and decisive, which explains why the higher-ups have assigned you such tasks. You must possess exceptional abilities. Yu Liang chuckled. You are quite amusing, Wei Xian. Your extraordinary talent is super speed regeneration, is it not? Class D? Generally speaking, awakened individuals possess abilities that are either Class D or E upon awakening. Though there are rare exceptions, those fortunate few who awaken with Class B or A powers. As for those who awaken with Class S abilities, there has yet to be a historical precedent. Indeed, Wei Xian replied. Might I inquire about your extraordinary ability? Iron Will, Yu Liang stated. It enhances strength and increases defense. Class B. The number of Class B awakened individuals in the investigation department is exceedingly rare. Adam mentioned there are only 5, and Yu Liang is one of them. This suggests that the higher-ups indeed hold Wei Xian in considerable regard, having dispatched a Class B officer to mentor her. Drop the formalities, it sounds awkward. Just call me Yu Liang, he said. You may also address me as Captain. Very well, Captain Yu, Wei Xian nodded. Today also marked a day of severe pollution. As they soared in the hovering police vehicle, the harshness of the weather was distinctly palpable. At the juncture of heaven and earth, the sky appeared even grayer. Yu Liang activated the vehicle's air filtration system, ensuring they would not detect the unpleasant odors from outside. Black Sea City is perpetually like this. Each year, several months are shrouded in pollutants, and acid rain occasionally falls. Yu Liang said irritably, Aren't you from Black Sea City, Captain Yu? Wei Xian inquired. I hail from Kunshan City in the southeast district of the Federation, transferred here for work, Yu Liang replied. My hometown isn't any better. It frequently experiences pollution as well, though the occurrence is slightly less than in Black Sea City. The vehicle swiftly approached the outskirts, descending gently onto the training ground. As it lowered, Wei Xian gazed down at the expansive training area, which was vast enough to accommodate nearly a dozen football fields. The air was filled with the sounds of detonations, billowing clouds of smoke rising into the atmosphere. However, she found it perplexing that residential buildings were situated not far from the site. Clearly, people lived in the vicinity. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yu Liang instructed, Adam, utilize Training Ground 3 for live-fire exercises with handheld artillery. Affirmative, permissions granted. Please proceed, Adam replied. Wei Xian retrieved equipment from the trunk and remarked, there are residential areas nearby? Yes, a place for the less fortunate, relatively affordable, Yu Liang responded. Do they coexist daily with the sounds of gunfire? What if stray bullets stray into the residential district? The weapons under testing are quite unstable. If a shot goes awry, then they would simply have to consider themselves unfortunate. After all, they chose to reside there, Yu Liang stated. Isn't it possible to relocate them elsewhere? Wei Xian asked, puzzled. Relocation would require compensation for resettlement, Yu Liang explained. We haven't forced them to move. We merely established a training ground in their vicinity. If they cannot tolerate it, they are free to leave. Wei Xian ceased her inquiries. They walked together to training ground number 3, where Yu Liang threw down the equipment box and unlocked it using his fingerprint. Inside lay disassembled firearm components. The assembly sequence mirrored that of a handgun, so he advised them to observe carefully. One by one, Yu Liang meticulously assembled the weapon, and soon a hand cannon of astonishing caliber was cradled in his hands. The hand cannon, a larger caliber version of a pistol, was equipped with ammunition substantially thicker than ordinary bullets. He pointed to an oval-headed bullet in the equipment box and said, Do you see this? This is a fragmentation round. The projectile detonates mid-flight, releasing numerous hard steel balls upon explosion. You can imagine the devastation it wreaks upon impact, transforming the target into a blossoming spectacle. As he spoke, he loaded a fragmentation round into the hand cannon and aimed it at a concrete wall specifically constructed for testing weapon efficacy. With a resounding bang, the hand cannon erupted in a dazzling flash, and the fragmentation round shot forth, dispersing thousands of tiny steel balls like a bouquet in bloom, creating countless circular craters in the sturdy concrete surface. Merely one fragmentation round had rendered the thick wall precariously unstable. The advantages of the fragmentation round lay in its immense power and wide coverage. However, it could only accommodate 3 rounds at a time, posing a risk of friendly fire when teammates stood too close. In confined spaces, the ricocheting steel balls could turn the environment into a perilous trap, and its effective range was limited to a mere 20 meters. This weapon was categorized as high risk, excessively brutal for routine missions. Yu Liang handed the hand cannon to Wei Xian, its hefty weight causing her hand to drop. He raised his chin slightly towards Wei Xian, testing the newcomer. Wei Xian emulated Yu Liang's demeanor and loaded a round of explosive ammunition into the handheld cannon, aiming at the crumbling concrete wall. She pulled the trigger, and with a resounding boom, the terrifying recoil rendered her arms numb, with her palms throbbing in pain. The scattered bullets struck the wall, causing the already unstable concrete structure to collapse instantaneously. Well done, Yu Liang praised. Those with insufficient physical strength would be toppled by the recoil of the cannon. You truly excel. Wei Xian set down the cannon and shook her numb arms, the regenerative properties of her flesh at work, mending her damaged muscles. This weapon packs quite a punch, she remarked. If one were to fire 3 shots in quick succession, it could easily sprain the joints. I imagine most people wouldn't handle it well. Indeed, ordinary security personnel would struggle with this and might inadvertently injure themselves, Yu Liang replied. When I was assigned as your trainer, I reviewed your physical report. Your physique is commendable, and with extraordinary abilities of this nature. I knew at a glance you would adeptly manage the cannon. Wei Xian shifted her gaze towards the remaining rows of ammunition in the suitcase, observing that the shapes and patterns of the bullet heads differed from that of the explosive round. Do these serve a different purpose? She inquired. Your observation is quite keen, Yu Liang said, bending down to pick up a bullet marked with a blue label. This particular round had a base with a lightning-shaped protrusion. This is a micro-electromagnetic interference round. Can you deduce the type of adversary it targets? Wei Xian pondered for a moment, then replied. It must be aimed at foes equipped with mechanical prosthetics. The electromagnetic interference would disable such devices. Precisely. Yu Liang remarked that the projectile possesses a modest potency, insufficient to breach walls. However, upon striking its target, It adheres to the adversary and releases a current designed to incapacitate mechanical devices. Due to its relatively high production cost, a demonstration was deemed unnecessary, as understanding its purpose suffices. Nevertheless, certain mechanical prosthetics are equipped with anti-jamming systems, rendering the electromagnetic interference rounds ineffective. All mechanical limbs utilized by our security personnel are similarly fortified against such vulnerabilities, as both law enforcement and military apparatus cannot afford conspicuous weaknesses. There remains one final type. Xin gazed at the silver-tipped bullet, noting its sharper design and spiral grooves. Let me venture a guess. Is it an armor-piercing round? Indeed. Yu Liang replied with a gleeful smile. Why not give it a try? Let us fire at another wall. Following his suggestion, Xin loaded the weapon, raised it, and squeezed the trigger. Once more, her arm was engulfed by a profound numbness as the bullet was propelled forth, swiftly penetrating the cement wall and leaving behind a perfectly circular aperture through which the sights of the training grounds beyond were visible. Its sound was less thunderous than that of explosive rounds, yet its penetrative capability was markedly superior, effortlessly perforating the concrete barrier. Armor-piercing rounds are primarily intended to counteract entities with formidable exoskeletons, such as the scythe-wielding demons, Yu Liang explained. As for human alloy armor, its efficacy depends on the material. High-strength alloys pose significant challenges for penetration, while conventional materials can still be easily overcome. What equipment remains in the other boxes? Xin inquired with growing interest. She harbored a profound admiration for the hand cannon, a weapon whose potency surpassed that of a conventional handgun. Although its grip was somewhat uncomfortable, it remained within the bounds of her tolerance. The subsequent revelation was even more formidable. Yu Liang remarked that the hand cannon she was currently wielding was merely a standard model, utilizing gunpowder-filled cartridges. Both its design philosophy and operational methodology adhered to the conventions of antiquated weaponry. What he was about to unveil was a true innovation. He opened the next case, revealing silver components that bore a resemblance to what she had seen, yet upon closer inspection, they exhibited subtle differences. To accommodate the shooting habits of security personnel, this hand cannon had been meticulously designed in an assembly format, allowing the assembly of both handguns and hand cannons. Yu Liang encouraged her to attempt the assembly herself. Xin nodded and crouched down, her fingers grazing the cold barrel. The moment she touched the barrel and components, she sensed the distinct weight of the hand cannon's material. This weapon, crafted from a denser metal, was considerably heavier than the ordinary hand cannon she had previously handled. Once she completed the assembly, she picked up the final component, the magazine. The curved magazine was semi-transparent, seemingly containing a flowing liquid that radiated a deep blue hue, emanating a soft glow. As Xin affixed the magazine to the hand cannon, an energy readout illuminated on the weapon's body. This is, she gasped, a laser hand cannon. Yu Liang explained that the magazine contained energy fluid capable of firing 10 shots in total. The laser hand cannon, while powerful, bore significant drawbacks. After every 5 shots, the overheated barrel required a cooling period of 15 seconds, lest it risk bursting. The advantages include minimal recoil, almost negligible, and exceptional shooting accuracy. 15 seconds. That is excessively long. Xin remarked that entering the battlefield wielding such a weapon would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, any handheld firearm must be utilized in conjunction with conventional weaponry, and not everyone is capable of operating these hand cannons. This explains the lack of widespread adoption of such powerful armaments. Yu Liang shrugged, stating that our emergency response team employs them because we confront extraterrestrial beings and bloodthirsty foes, fighting for our lives. Xin inquired, "May I try the laser hand cannon?" "Go ahead," Yu Liang replied. The effects of the laser hand cannon on the human body are quite pronounced, burning a hole right through and charring the internal organs. Xin fired, and a beam of orange-red light erupted from the barrel, instantly striking the concrete wall. A wisp of gray smoke emerged, revealing a hole neither too large nor too small. The firing rate was astonishingly swift, and the weapon felt remarkably light in hand. Xin articulated his experience. Indeed, the handling is quite pleasant. However, the cost of the energy cartridges is exorbitantly high. Every time I use this weapon, I feel as though I am launching not lasers, but gold. Yu Liang concluded, "Well, that wraps up the weapon introduction. The remaining equipment in the box consists solely of auxiliary tools. We shall now proceed to practical training. Theory divorced from practice is mere empty talk. Combat is the most effective means of enhancing operational experience. Wei Xian replied, understood. The slums. This was Wei Xian's second visit. Previously, he had ventured into the northern slums to eliminate Chai Jian, and now he found himself in the eastern sector. Regardless of whether it is the eastern or northern district, the slums exude a uniform sense of decay. Strolling through these impoverished areas, one is met with a pungent odor of rot. There is no space for police vehicles to descend. They must park outside the slum. The chaos here is palpable, and the inhabitants harbor animosity towards us. One would not wish to be felled by a stray bullet, would one? Yu Liang remarked, whoever points a gun at you, you should return the favor. Indeed, I have always adhered to this principle. Wei Xian rested a hand on his belt, ready to draw his weapon at a moment's notice. Yu Liang chuckled, a tough character indeed. It's better to be fierce. It ensures a longer survival. This marks my inaugural experience in mentoring a novice. So do strive to impress. As they navigated through the lowly dwellings, the impoverished residents would scurry back into their homes, hastily shutting their doors upon sight of them. A group of children playing by the street, upon noticing Wei Xian and Yu Liang, scattered like startled birds, running away while frantically shouting, Mom, Dad, the cops are here. The cops are here. To add to the spectacle, a particularly bold young boy brandished a toy water gun and squirted Yu Liang, exclaiming, You villains! You took my dad. You deserve to perish. The boy's mother, witnessing this audacity, swiftly whisked him away. Yu Liang rolled his eyes. What a nuisance. This area is home to many undocumented residents and smuggled migrants from underdeveloped regions, alongside numerous individuals navigating the fringes of legality to make a living. Should one be unfortunate enough to be apprehended, expulsion or imprisonment awaits. This place is a veritable cesspool. Where are our comrades? Wei Xian inquired. Where is he? Almost there. Just ahead. Yu Liang pointed towards a small mound in the distance. It was a hill of refuse, a veritable mountain of waste. A cordon had been established around the vicinity, and drones hovered above, broadcasting commands. Evacuate the area. Unauthorized personnel, withdraw immediately. Failure to comply will result in lethal force. Armed security personnel stood guard at the perimeter, and upon spotting Yu Liang, they saluted, stating, Commander, the area has been secured. We are certain that the anomalous bloodline individual is concealed within. Where is old Liang? Yu Liang inquired, scanning the surroundings until he spotted a familiar figure and waved, calling out, Hey, over here. The security officer, known as Liang Min, approached briskly, assessing Wei Xian. Greetings, Wei Xian, he said. Have we arrived late? Yu Liang asked. The perimeter was established just 10 minutes ago. It's not too late, Liang Min replied, his gaze fixed on Yu Liang. We have restricted access to the impoverished individuals residing within the refuse hill, and we are now conducting thorough searches to confirm their identities. Excellent, Yu Liang remarked to Wei Xian. Do you understand the plan? Yes, to identify the anomalous bloodline individual among the civilians and apprehend them. If capture is not feasible, then execute, Wei Xian responded. Is this approach acceptable? Yu Liang expressed his satisfaction, affirming, absolutely. He turned and ventured into the refuse hill, urging, Let us proceed with our task. Wei Xian withdrew the newly acquired pistol from his belt and followed him into the refuse hill. The garbage mountain is composed of heaps of refuse, abandoned vehicles, rusted containers, and discarded construction tools precariously piled together, teetering on the brink of collapse. It forms a labyrinth of waste wherein people reside, with rusted containers and makeshift shelters crafted from corrugated metal serving as their homes. Some have even resorted to draping plastic sheets to create a canopy under which they sleep on the ground. In Swixen's hand cannon are various types of ammunition. The first 2 rounds are armor-piercing, while the third is explosive. Given the dire conditions of the garbage mountain, the inhabitants mostly dwell in cramped quarters. Utilizing an explosive round recklessly could result in ricocheted steel pellets, transforming her into a sieve. If the armor-piercing rounds fail to eliminate the enemy, only then might the explosive rounds be warranted. Mere possession of a hand cannon proves insufficient. In Swixen's other hand lies a submachine gun. Although the submachine gun lacks the penetrating power of the hand cannon, it compensates with formidable firepower. Their adversaries are the Blood Outsiders, who typically possess extraordinary regenerative abilities. Weapons lacking in firepower are utterly incapable of subduing them. The designated area contains a total of 32 residents, 29 of whom are adults, with 3 being children. Adam remarks that the information has been marked. instructing them to proceed to the designated point for investigation. A miniature map appears on the helmet's visor, indicating all inhabited locations with red dots. Yu Liang, accompanied by several ordinary security personnel serving as task assistants, advises Swixen, "Stay behind me and observe how I proceed." Approaching the house, scan meticulously to ensure there are no extraterrestrial beings within before entering. Your helmet's visor is equipped with thermal imaging capabilities. The temperature of these beings differs from that of humans. Should you observe any irregular coloration, retreat immediately. If all appears normal, proceed to open the door. However, it is worth noting that the surface appearance of blooded beings bears a striking resemblance to that of humans, making thermal differentiation inadequate. Oh, this is becoming overly complex. I shall demonstrate directly. Upon opening the door, issue a warning, do not lower your weapon. Allow me to illustrate. He approached a small hut constructed of metal sheeting, forcefully kicked the door open, and bellowed, "Do not move. Raise your hands. Place them where I can see them." Inside the metallic shelter, 3 individuals turned pale, their hands raised high, paralyzed with fear. "Come out," Yu Liang instructed slowly, guiding them to the open space outside. The 3 civilians, hands aloft, complied with Yu Liang's directions and stepped into the open area. Several security personnel stood outside, weapons drawn, ready to fire at the slightest hint of resistance. Then Yu Liang continued, "By any means necessary, whether by biting or striking your head against the wall. Inflict a wound upon yourself. Ensure the injury is substantial." Kuei Xin observed this scene thoughtfully. The common trait among blooded beings is their extraordinary regenerative capabilities. Even after ingesting divine blood, their recovery is instantaneous. Forcing another to inflict a wound upon themselves, then examining the injury to ascertain whether they have consumed divine blood, is the simplest method available. The 3 individuals, held at gunpoint, quickly bit down on their own arms, allowing blood to seep forth. Yu Liang then instructed, "Wipe the blood away so we can see the wounds." The trio hastily used their clothing to clean the surface of their injuries, presenting them to Yu Liang. He scrutinized the wounds for several moments before stating, "All right, you 3 may exit the quarantine zone and wait outside." The accompanying security personnel immediately aimed their weapons at them, escorting them to a designated area for collective monitoring. "Do you comprehend the procedure?" Yu Liang cast a glance at Wei Xin, adding, "You are authorized to fire if there is any hint of irregularity during the search." "Understood," Wei Xin replied. "Good, you take the next house. I will observe." Yu Liang gestured with his chin. Wei Xin silently stepped in front of Yu Liang and approached the next house marked with a red dot on the map. With a cold demeanor, he kicked the door open and commanded, "Raise your hands." Behind the door stood a small child, dirt smudged across her face, her long hair tangled. She appeared to be a girl, perhaps only 2 or 3 years old. Startled by Wei Xion's abrupt entrance, she stood frozen in place, while her parents raised their hands high. Noticing her daughter's lack of reaction, her mother quickly urged, "Nyonyo, raise your hands. Lift them up." Nyonyo's father, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, echoed, "Hands up, quickly." It was only then that the bewildered little girl raised her hands. Seemingly unaware of fear and lacking any understanding of Wei Xion's authority, instead displaying a sense of curiosity, Wei Xian appeared at the door clad in a pitch-black combat uniform. As she raised her hand, she tilted her face and remarked, "Sister, you are so fierce and frightening." Wei Xian was momentarily taken aback. The young girl's parents immediately broke into a cold sweat, gazing at Wei Xian with trepidation. Without any sign of emotion, she took a step back and said coldly, "Step outside and keep your hands up." Once the family had reached the more spacious outdoors, Wei Xian instructed, "Inflict a wound upon yourself, one that draws blood." The girl's parents dared not voice any objections and hastily complied. Wei Xian slightly averted her gaze and inquired, "Does the child also need to do this, Captain Yu?" "No need," Yu Liang replied, frowning. "Why are you looking at me? Do I appear to be a lunatic bent on harming children? I can discern who deserves to live and who does not quite clearly." Wei Xian turned her attention back to the family of 3 and commanded, "Follow the escort personnel to the perimeter." After they departed, Yu Liang commented, "Children under 12 cannot endure divine blood. They would perish on the spot. Hence, that child cannot possibly be a blood anomaly, which is why I did not permit her to undergo testing." Have such incidents occurred? Wei Xian detected the implications in his words. Indeed, there have been multiple cases. Some deranged zealots forced their children to consume divine blood, Yu Liang replied. Terrifying events continue to unfold. It was about 5 years ago when members of a clandestine cult disguised divine blood as a new type of drug and sold it on the black market. Many unsuspecting individuals unwittingly ingested divine blood. It was nothing short of a catastrophe. We toiled for half a year, capturing those with aberrant blood and tracing their circulation routes. Yet the results were dishearteningly meager. Numerous aberrant blood individuals were eliminated, yet we failed to uncover any channels. Such occurrences are indeed shocking. Kuei Xian remarked that only a madman could commit such acts. One must never exhibit leniency towards the enemy. If they are ruthless, one must be even more so. Yu Liang questioned the rationale behind conducting house-to-house inspections rather than allowing everyone to congregate. Kuei Xian speculated. Is it not to prevent aberrant blood individuals from taking ordinary citizens hostage? This much I could deduce. Large gatherings can easily incite chaos. Precisely. That is the crux of the matter. Yu Liang raised his thumb in approval, acknowledging that while this method is less efficient, you are well aware of the specific processes and operational methods. We shall divide into 2 teams. You will oversee the inspections on the east side, while I shall handle the west. Is that agreeable? Kuei Xian, puzzled, replied, Am I not the newcomer you are mentoring? You are not a toddler who requires step-by-step guidance. You are, after all, an awakened individual. Yu Liang shrugged, stating, Have I not already briefed you on the operational procedures? If you encounter something amiss, fire your weapon. If everything appears normal, proceed with the wound testing. It's a straightforward matter. There is no need for me to hold your hand. Kuei Xian was rendered speechless, conceding. Very well. Yu Liang designated 3 security personnel. You, and the 2 of you, accompany Kuei Xian. The remaining 2 will follow me. Kuei Xian discerned that this practical training was merely foundational. They need not confront combat immediately, as the challenge lay in the inspections themselves. The anomalous bloodsucker is concealing itself. Having taken refuge in the slums, which suggests its combat abilities are rather limited, and its condition may not be optimal. If it were formidable, there would be no need for concealment. How many individuals remain uninvestigated? Wei Xian inquired. There are a total of 32 individuals. 6 have been examined, leaving 26, Adam replied. The search area has been delineated. Please proceed. The ensuing tasks lacked any significant technical challenge. Wei Xian mechanically lifted her leg to kick the door, aiming precisely. Then called the individuals outside for wound assessments. As she repeated this monotonous task, an unexpected sensation enveloped her, reminiscent of her time aboard the Kraken, where she, alongside Team 7 and the Mechanical Dawn Squad, engaged in similar operations. Kicking doors, searching, kicking doors, searching. Similar undertakings, yet disparate states of mind. During her tenure on the Kraken, Wei Xian was engulfed in tension, her spirit heightened in an exhilarating state. Now, however, her heartbeat was steady, her gaze composed, and her grip on the weapon particularly steady. She was entirely focused, impervious to external distractions and her own negative emotions. Wei Xian had truly evolved into a warrior. The houses on the east side were systematically examined, and civilians were gradually escorted beyond the cordon. Throughout the investigation, Wei Xian encountered no anomalous bloodsuckers. In no time, she received communication from Yu Liang. I have completed the search on my end. There are no suspicious individuals. How about you? He asked. Only 1 residence remains unexamined. Wei Xian gazed intently at the door not far away and murmured, It must be that house. Having uttered these words, she raised her firearm and forcefully kicked open the door, adhering to protocol by commanding, Raise your hands. Do not move. Inside the dwelling resided a mother and her daughter. The mother complied, lifting her hands, while the daughter clung tightly to her waist, her dark eyes brimming with fear. The girl appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, at an age where she could comprehend the gravity of the situation. As they exited the room, Wei Xian inflicted a wound upon herself. She pointed at the woman, instructing, Have your daughter release you. Do not obstruct. The woman cast a swift glance at Wei Xian before soothing her little girl with a few gentle words. Gradually, the girl loosened her grip on her mother's waist and raised her own hands. The 2 of them stepped out of the room together, but the woman had bitten her arm, and blood flowed, indicating that the wound had not healed. Wei Xian furrowed her brow and lowered her voice into the communicator, stating, Captain Yu, the last 2 individuals have been checked, 1 child and 1 adult. Neither is an anomalous blood type. Both have been cleared. Yu Liang replied, puzzled. That cannot be. Our informant here clearly. Could they have escaped? Wei Xian interjected. unless that anomalous blood type possesses the ability to burrow underground. The refuse mound lacks a drainage system, and we have scanned every area. There are only a few living souls left. Contemplating. Wei Xin turned her attention to the child beside the woman and inquired, "How old are you?" The little girl timidly looked up at Wei Xin and replied, 7 years old. Under 12, there is no need for a wound test. Wei Xin should have deduced this. Yet her instinctive judgment suddenly kicked in with undeniable force. Her temples throbbed momentarily, an uncanny premonition unfurling within her heart. Wei Xin lowered her gaze upon the little girl, the barrel of her gun gradually descending. Just as she was about to instruct the child to undergo another test for her wound, the girl suddenly spoke. With a pitiful expression, she looked at Wei Xin and said, "My mother and I have done nothing wrong. We are not bad people, sister. I am so scared. Why are you treating us this way? We haven't done anything wrong." The innocent and crystalline words of the little girl possessed an enchanting power, resonating deep within Wei Xin's heart. She was momentarily taken aback. Her inner self stirred profoundly, and an overwhelming sense of compassion and guilt surged within her. Her gaze softened, and her tone became gentler. It was highly likely that the suspect had escaped. "Let us take this mother and daughter outside the perimeter for temporary detention." Wei Xin instructed the 3 security personnel behind her. "I will remain here to conduct another search." The mother and daughter, escorted by 2 security guards, gradually faded from view as Wei Xin watched their figures disappear around the corner. Just then, Adam's voice echoed in her earpiece. "Are you truly such an excessively compassionate person?" "Wei Xin," Adam remarked subtly, "perhaps I should not have judged you by stereotypes. Is there still softness within you?" Wei Xin halted, her entire being stunned as if struck by lightning, unable to regain her composure for a long while. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, she raised her hand and slapped her helmet, exclaiming, "Damn it! When did I ever become so overflowing with compassion?" The timing of this emotion was utterly uncharacteristic. She had never been an emotional person, so how could she find herself ensnared by such sentiments? Just moments ago, she had even seemed a stranger to herself. Wei Xin extricated her consciousness from the inexplicable feelings of compassion and guilt that had surfaced. Her once muddled mind now cleared, as she cast aside the weakness of her emotions. Accompanied by a security officer, she gestured for him to follow, then drew her weapon and pursued. Swiftly communicating over the channel, "Captain Yu, the suspect appears to be a girl of around 7 or 8 years old. This child may possess extraordinary mental control abilities. I nearly fell victim to them. Adam, notify all security personnel and instruct them to remain vigilant." Yu Liang responded, "What on earth? A little girl? This defies logic." "Notification sent," Adam replied in a businesslike manner. "It seems my impression of you requires no revision. Quite intriguing. The child's appearance led you to lower your guard, resulting in an error of empiricism. Given my preliminary assessment of her possessing mental extraordinary abilities, I shall assume she lacks any other powers to disguise her true form. That girl may not be a child at all, but rather a dwarf. The woman accompanying her is likely not her mother, but a puppet under her control. Or perhaps an accomplice." Wei Xin shared the same conclusion. "How careless," she thought. As she sprinted forward, the sound of gunfire echoed nearby, followed by another shot ringing out. A security guard has perished, leaving only one injured yet alive. As Adam conveyed this grim news, a gunshot rang out, causing him to pause momentarily before continuing. Now the remaining one has also succumbed. The blooded individual possessed remarkable skills and was an expert marksman. This was a rare exception, an anomaly among blooded beings, endowed not only with the ability of flesh and blood regeneration, but also other extraordinary capabilities. Indeed, it was an exception. Wei Xin was aware that Feng Zhi possessed the ability of death reincarnation. However, during the initial training under Xu Xuyao's guidance, it had been explicitly stated that, based on current records, blooded individuals exhibited only enhanced recovery and physical attributes, lacking the diverse extraordinary abilities that awakened beings developed. This indicated that blooded beings who awakened extraordinary powers were exceedingly rare, and the investigation department had never apprehended such individuals. Or perhaps they had. But this information had never been disclosed to the lower-ranking security personnel? Shaking off her teammates, Wei Xin took the most direct route, scaling the mountain of refuse with the agility of parkour, reaching the scene of the incident in under half a minute. The muddy ground was stained with blood. 2 security guards lay motionless, their weapons vanished, and the suspected blooded little girl was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, the girl's mother cowered in a corner, trembling and muttering nervously, exhibiting signs of mental distress. The labyrinthine refuse heap provided ample hiding spots, with numerous dead angles obstructing sight. Xian swiftly scanned her surroundings. Adam. Initiate a scan. Distance exceeds 10 meters. The available equipment is insufficient for scanning, Adam replied. Damn it. As Xian cursed, at that moment, a gun barrel from the shadows aimed at her. Bang. The bullet was fired. With astonishing reflexes, Xian evaded the projectile, which grazed her helmet, creating a spark upon impact. The force of the bullet caused her head to jerk slightly, although the security personnel's helmet and combat gear were bulletproof. The helmet was not fully enclosing, leaving her face vulnerable to a lethal strike. Thanks to that shot, Xian pinpointed the shooter's location. She swiftly rolled into cover and disengaged the safety on her hand cannon. Armor-piercing rounds could penetrate even the sturdiest concrete walls, so breaching a mound of refuse would be a trivial endeavor. After a moment of calm, Xian crouched and burst from her concealment, using her body as bait to lure the enemy into firing. Just as she emerged, the vigilant adversary indeed pulled the trigger again. The gunfire erupted. But Xian deftly dodged the bullet and accurately identified the source of the shot. She hesitated no longer, raising her hand cannon and aiming in that direction before squeezing the trigger. The sound of the hand cannon was markedly different from that of a standard pistol. It was deeper, more imposing. The armor-piercing round penetrated the refuse barrier effortlessly, piercing through the enemy's body. A piercing scream erupted from the adversary, and seizing the moment, Xian advanced rapidly, slipping into the enemy's hiding spot. The foe collapsed, wailing in agony, with a gaping wound in their abdomen. Adam interjected, "Wait, Wei." However, Xian remained oblivious, her expression impassive as she fixated on her adversary. Rather than wasting armor-piercing rounds, she raised her submachine gun and squeezed the trigger. Flames erupted, and bullets poured forth in rapid succession, transforming her foe into a mere puddle of flesh within seconds. Xian, Adam concluded his thoughts, recognizing that the awakened, extraordinary bloodline wielder was a rare specimen, holding considerable research value. Xian took a moment to collect herself. Why didn't you mention this sooner? You fired before I finished speaking. Research is meant for the investigation department. It matters not, Adam replied dismissively. You become uncontrollable once you brandish a weapon. Refusing to relent until your opponent is dead, Adam remarked. Xian's eyebrows twitched at his observation. Through prolonged scrutiny, Adam discerned this trait in her. Xian had yet to recognize her own post-traumatic stress disorder, but he had perceived it before her. The young girl was indeed a bloodline wielder. Her body now reduced to a pool of blood, a phenomenon that occurred only after the death of a highly evolved bloodline user. Yu Liang's voice boomed through the communication channel. Xian, what is the status? 2 teammates are dead. I eliminated the bloodline wielder. I've killed an unknown bloodline wielder, Xian responded, a game interface flashing before her. You have slain an unidentified bloodline wielder. You have deprived an unidentified bloodline wielder of their extraordinary abilities. When Xian had dispatched the python, the interface had clearly displayed its codename. She, however, was unaware of the name of the bloodline wielder she had just killed, hence the interface did not reveal any name. This detail was indeed intriguing. You have acquired an extraordinary ability. Deception technique, D-grade. Deception technique, D-grade. You possess a certain probability of compelling others to unconditionally believe your falsehoods within a limited time frame, while being susceptible to your emotional influence. The efficacy of the deception is random, and its duration is influenced by factors such as the willpower of the target and the credibility of the lie. As the night unfolds, the once vibrant city of Black Sea becomes a cacophony of activity, with individuals emerging like nocturnal creatures, each driven by their own motives. The darkness serves as a shroud for some, providing them with a sense of security. The rain has ceased, leaving the ground damp and the streets relatively deserted. Xian wanders through a shadowy alley, her footsteps splashing through puddles, the murky water reflecting her silhouette. With an earpiece nestled in her ear, Adam supplies her with intelligence. He possesses countless eyes, each camera under his control, scattered throughout the corners of Black Sea. The street cameras diligently track Higaoi's movements. After entering a shopping center, half an hour later, Xian exits, burdened with numerous bags, heading south and pausing at a traffic light, making her way back to her staff apartment. She is merely 300 meters away. Adam informs her through the earpiece, urging her to remain concealed. Indeed, eliminating Higaoi poses no challenge. She lacks combat experience, and her physical capabilities are akin to those of an ordinary person. For Wei Xin, it would be effortless to take her life, provided she evades surveillance, allowing her to carry out the act silently. Higawi can directly interface her consciousness with any data device, rendering her akin to a humanoid computer. Thus, it is imperative for Wei Xin to strike with lethal precision, leaving no room for struggle, ideally incapacitating her instantaneously to prevent any distress signals from reaching the authorities. As Higawi approached from her direction, Wei Xin simulated countless methods of murder in her mind. She envisioned pulling Higawi into the alleyway by the trash can, swiftly constricting her throat and snapping her neck, all actions to be executed within 2 seconds. Wei Xin had meticulously prepared, cloaking her body completely, her head wrapped tightly in a plastic bag and tape, not a single strand of hair exposed. She wore rubber gloves to ensure no fingerprints would be left behind. It was crucial to note that there were individuals in the vicinity. A mature male was positioned 30 meters behind Higawi. Adam had warned that if she dragged her into the alley, the man might notice her sudden disappearance. However, 50 meters provided ample reaction time. Wei Xin raised her gaze to survey her surroundings. The alley was littered with garbage bags and sewage that the sanitation robots had yet to clear, and at the rear stood a 3-meter-high brick wall. It was over this wall that she had climbed into the alley. After the act, she would immediately escape through the same wall, allowing her sufficient time to vacate the scene even if the man sensed something amiss. A few minutes later, Higawi finally reached the spot where Wei Xin lay in wait. Like a venomous serpent concealed in its lair, poised to strike its unsuspecting prey, Wei Xin launched her attack with lightning speed. The snake constricted around the woman's throat, suffocating her, before effortlessly snapping her neck. Every action unfolded with the precision of Wei Xion's meticulous planning, completed in less than 2 seconds. The plastic bag, carried from the supermarket, fell to the ground with a clatter, its contents scattering haphazardly. You have slain Higawi. You have acquired the extraordinary ability of data manipulation, level A. Upon receiving the system notification, Wei Xin felt a wave of relief wash over her, dragging the corpse into the depths of a refuse alley. She meticulously extracted Higawi's various electronic devices and crushed them underfoot, ensuring that the investigation department could not trace his location. This tactic would buy her time, delaying the discovery of the body. With a casual kick, she allowed the fallen garbage bag to cover the corpse, then activated her shadowy traversal, passing through walls as she retraced her steps back to her residence. Meanwhile, the passerby who had been following Higawi remained oblivious, engrossed in a tablet game, his head bobbing to the rhythm of the music in his ears, completely unaware of the solitary figure ahead of him vanishing into thin air. Pleasant collaboration, Adam remarked. Though his voice was a synthetic monotone, it carried a hint of relaxation. Wei Xin smirked. Pleasant collaboration. Upon returning to her apartment, she glanced at the clock. 23:59:45. It's time to go home, she stated. See you in 7 days. Yes, see you in 10 seconds, Adam replied. Data manipulation. Level A. You possess the ability to control the torrent of data through self-awareness. In the realm of networks and data, your capabilities rival that of a supercomputer. Wei Xin opened her eyes in the darkness, hearing the sounds of breathing and the rustle of movement nearby. It is Su Rong. She has also awakened. Wei Xin feigned sleep, but after a while, she suddenly heard faint sobs. At this point, she could no longer pretend to be asleep and raised her head to ask, Rong, what troubles you? Su Rong was startled, suppressing her tearful voice as she replied, Nothing, I'm fine, just had a hiccup, a nightmare. Wei Xin furrowed her brow and inquired, What kind of dream? It's nothing, Sister Xin, just a dream, Su Rong murmured, burying her face in the blanket. It's just a dream. Once I wake from it, everything will be all right. I'm sorry for disturbing you. Please go back to sleep. However, as the night wore on, neither Su Rong nor Wei Xin could find slumber. Wei Xin heard Su Rong getting out of bed to go to the bathroom, so she picked up her phone from the bedside table to check for any new content on the forum. Yet, upon opening her phone, the first notification that appeared was from the class group chat. A few night owls were still awake, engaged in lively conversation. Wei Xin had a minor compulsion. She felt compelled to dismiss every new message notification as it brought her comfort. But when she opened the chat page, she was momentarily stunned. Have you filled out the internal test application form? Yes, just finished it, hoping to be selected. This time, there are 100,000 slots for the internal test, so the chances of being chosen have significantly increased. I'm an absolute non-luck person. I have no hope. Damn. I only turned 18 in October, so I can't even fill out the application form. Cold sweat began to bead on Wei Xian's forehead. She scrolled to the top of the chat page and saw that the initial message that had sparked the group discussion was, "Hey, hey, hey, everyone wake up. The official announcement for the new closed beta of Crimson Earth has been released, with a staggering quota of 100,000 participants now open for registration." Upon opening the image, Wei Xian was struck by the notice indicating that the registration period would last for 1 week, and the list of selected individuals would be revealed on August 16th, marking the day of her return to the second world. 100,000 players unleashed into an alternate realm. What monumental impact could this possibly yield? Wei Xian collapsed onto her pillow, her head throbbing, as a torrent of expletives threatened to escape her lips. A nagging premonition gnawed at her. She sensed that her days of tranquility were irrevocably over. At 6:30 a.m., her internal clock roused her as usual. Su Rong had tossed and turned throughout the night, only succumbing to a deep slumber as dawn approached. Wei Xian could only speculate what tribulations her friend had faced in the second world that had driven her to tears until sunrise. Choosing not to disturb her, Wei Xian quietly rose, tidied her belongings, and left a note before departing from Su Rong's home. She was determined to engage in her morning exercise, regardless of the circumstances. Exercise was non-negotiable. Maintaining her physical well-being was paramount for her safety. Moreover, there were numerous tasks that were impractical to undertake at Su Rong's residence. Wei Xian needed to peruse the forum for information and practice the newly acquired A-level extraordinary abilities. An abundance of responsibilities weighed heavily upon her, each demanding her attention in due course. With her backpack slung over her shoulders, Wei Xian jogged through the streets, eventually boarding the subway to return home. Upon returning home, Wei Xian solemnly unlocked her phone to peruse the forum posts. Who will remind those unfortunate novices to refrain from entering the game? My family wishes to play Crimson Soil, and I earnestly urged them to steer clear, only for them to believe I was jesting. I knelt before them, sincerely imploring them to avoid the game for their safety. Yet they regarded me as deranged. Meanwhile, my brother, with his nimble fingers, had already applied for the closed beta last night. Is there any remedy now? Must we simply await our doom? Do not panic. If I am not mistaken, there should be one final opportunity to make a choice before entering the game. Much like we had initially, we must seize this last chance to reject the game. The forum was suffused with an atmosphere of despair, and Wei Xian felt as though she were suffocating. What good does it do to dissuade those around her from playing? The existing player base is woefully inadequate, barely exceeding 10,000. How could a mere 10,000 persuade billions worldwide to refrain from engaging with this game? It is utterly unrealistic. Unless someone were to step forward and expose the entire truth behind the game, only then could there be a sufficient awakening. But who would be willing? Who would dare? Who could bear the risks associated with such an act? What if the unaware masses misconstrue the exposure as merely a marketing ploy for the game? Wei Xian understood all too well that in this information-saturated world, very few can maintain their rationality amidst public opinion. If someone were to unveil the truth, it might inadvertently attract even more individuals to apply for the game. What then? Moreover, certain individuals exhibit a profoundly rebellious disposition. The more they are dissuaded from playing this game, the more resolutely they feel compelled to engage with it. Wei Xian pressed her lips tightly together, her gaze shifting upwards to observe the number of surviving players on the forum. The death toll had diminished this time, with the current count of survivors standing at 899. The initial round of purging and screening had yielded the highest number of casualties, but now that the first round had concluded, those who remained had temporarily turned peril into safety. Had the second batch of internal testing not been unexpectedly initiated, the subsequent death toll would likely have followed a smooth transitional curve, devoid of any frenzied escalation. Reflecting upon the commencement of the second batch of internal testing, Wei Xian was overwhelmed with a sense of dread. Following its initiation, 100,000 players might converge around her, including the Na-VE and Oblivious group from her class, all of whom had submitted applications for the internal test, while those who had not were coerced by others into doing so. One could only hope for their good fortune, praying they would not be selected by this treacherous game. Wei Xian, with a wooden expression, scrolled through the forum in search of trending informational posts, when she stumbled upon a player's thread that exclaimed, "Wow, does anyone remember that content creator who deleted their account and fled the game overnight? They VE posted a video. This person is incredibly brave. Kuei Xin froze, clicking on the thread to view the screenshot, where she saw that the content creator's video was titled, I, a player from the first test of Crimson Soil. Implore everyone not to play this game unless you are willing to pay the ultimate price, perishing alongside those innocent players in this unfamiliar realm. The author has a message to convey. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the kind souls who supported me during the period from November 10, 2021, at 23:57:02 to November 11, 2021, at 23:58:38, by casting their votes or providing nourishment. I express my appreciation to the angel who sent a rocket, Kaka, and to those who contributed grenades, Duan Huan-in, Ui-chan, In Ho-chang Wei-shan K, and K. I am also thankful to the angels who offered landmines, Duan Huan-in, for Imai, and Maozi. My gratitude extends to the following celestial beings who have bestowed upon this humble work their invigorating elixirs. Lin Si-chun, 80 bottles. Mu Han, 70 bottles. Lung Jiang Li, 56 bottles. Zzz, Xia Zheng. The K within the playing card, 50 bottles. Balala Energy, Hey Hey Hua Ha, 40 bottles. That one over there, Lu Bai, Xia Sui, May, 30 bottles. Little Sue Sleeps Tonight, 27 bottles. Victor, 26 bottles. Mao Mao Chong, MOFO Nalu. A Sour Orange, 25 bottles. 217798834, 21 bottles. Shihua, Lu Chi, Yunju, Mikaku, 210611817, Ji, Angora Alpaca, Madam, are all deities, Ibn Sis Luo. The Lost Cat, 20 bottles. Xiao, 18 bottles. And Me, 16 bottles. Yu, 15 bottles. Zhu Ilong's Little Cutie, Soft Mud, 48844942, A Starving Girl, A Proud Boy. Aji's Little Devil, XR39, No BL Please, A Fish, 0416 Little Orange, Tia Thuron, Yuling, Yu Taichu, Sha Tin, 70, 000 Wise, Waiting for an Island, Dong Dong Dong. Dai, Every Day, Silently, Lan Jia, The Popsicle Vendor, Only. Sakura, Hoya, Simiao, Jing Shuate Song Shun, Air Hei San San, Lu 10 bottles. You have benefited. Hot Milk 6 bottles. Jia Someone, Vanilla Ice Cream. In the Forest, Jiang Yu Xin, External Sauce, Rang Rang, Hee Cloud. After reading one more chapter, learn 5 bottles. Early Morning, Mo He Z 4 bottles. September Su Shuang, Yiya, JXC 3 bottles. Ouyang Nana, In Changshi, Piro, Little Fruit with Unique Bone Structure, A Magnificent Flower, Joker. The fan club of the era accompanying the main character, Xing Xing, Raindrop Baby, Kanwu North Shore, 48580468536333939 for 3892892. I have seen the charming Green Mountains 1 bottle. I sincerely thank everyone for their support, and I will continue to strive. In the cover image of the video titled Artificial Soul 38, he is adorned with a mask. However, the effectiveness of such a disguise is minimal, as he is a well-known gaming streamer who frequently appears in front of the camera. In previous videos, he has laid bare his true self, and his loyal followers are even aware of his real name. When Wei Xian conducted an online search, he quickly uncovered the truth. His name is He Kongshi, and his account name is a variation of his real name, affectionately referred to by fans as Old Kong. His channel boasts considerable popularity, and his sudden disappearance after deleting his videos sparked considerable discussion. Several fellow content creators who had been in contact with him expressed their astonishment at being unable to reach him, and the incident even trended on social media, albeit at a lower ranking. Such an unfortunate start is indeed lamentable. But what astonished Wei Xian was that He Kongshi managed to survive for 3 weeks in the third dimension despite the extreme exposure of his information. Eluding the Federation's search, an almost inconceivable feat temporarily stepping away from the forum, Wei Xian logged onto the video platform to watch the videos posted by He Kongshi. The environment depicted in the video was exceedingly dark, with He Kongshi seated properly at his computer desk, his face obscured by a Sun Wukong mask purchased from a street vendor. Upon his opening remarks, Wei Xian noticed that his mental state was far from well. He appeared haggard and frail, with a voice lacking in vigor. A flurry of comments scrolled by. You rascal, you know how to come back. Has something happened to Old Kang's family? What on earth has transpired? The screen was awash with questions and exclamations, nearly obscuring the video footage, prompting Wei Xian to disable the comments and concentrate on the content. Greetings to all, I am Lao Kong. I sincerely apologize for my prolonged absence from the public eye. The reason for my disappearance is due to an event that has profoundly altered my worldview. I find myself in peril, along with a multitude of 10,000 unfamiliar players who share this plight. I am but an ordinary citizen, timid by nature, and my instinctive reaction to such a situation is to evade it, to flee as far away as possible. However, escape is no longer an option if I remain silent. The number of victims may extend beyond 10,000. Hikachur's video bore minimal signs of editing, exhibiting a rather low-quality image, with the footage constantly trembling. It is evident that upon receiving news of the commencement of the third round of beta testing, he hastily recorded this video on his phone overnight and uploaded it in a rush. What I am about to share is devoid of any jest. I have not accepted sponsorship, nor am I promoting this game for marketing purposes. I swear upon my household registration and the red scarf I wear that what I recount is my genuine experience, as well as that of the 10,000 victims. Hikachur offered a wry smile, employing dark humor as he cautioned, "What I am about to disclose should not instill fear in you. To understand the gravity of the situation, we must begin on July 26. On that day, I received an official invitation to participate in the beta testing of Crimson Soil. At the time, I was filled with joy and eagerly announced my intent to create strategy videos for everyone, believing myself to be exceptionally fortunate, only to discover that I was, in fact, an extraordinarily unfortunate soul amidst a sea of players. This game is far from a mere game. Even if it were, it would be a creation of the divine. I perused the official documents, affixed my signature, and consented to partake in this extraordinary experience. At the stroke of midnight on July 37th, the internal testing commenced. However, I did not log into a game, but rather traversed into a tangible parallel realm, a cyberpunk universe. Absurd, isn't it? I find it equally preposterous. Yet, such bizarre occurrences have indeed transpired. Alongside me, an additional 10,000 players were transported. Prior to our journey, we convened in an internal testing forum populated by individuals from various nations, conversing in a multitude of languages. At the top of this forum, a tally of the surviving participants was prominently displayed. The cycle of this game spans 1 week. Upon the completion of this week, the flow of time in the real world halts, allowing us to cross over at midnight and return at the same hour, creating a 7-day loop between the two realms. After enduring a harrowing week in the game world, upon returning to reality, I discovered that over 300 players had perished. This was merely the first week. By the third week, the death toll had risen to over 600. The preceding week alone claimed more than 100 lives. Herein lies the crux. The deceased are truly gone. There exists no alternate reality where life continues after death in one world. This is a game devoid of resurrection or save options. Once you enter, you possess but a single life. You may wonder how I ascertained this. For another player traversed to the same location as I consider myself relatively fortunate. During my first week of traversing this realm, I found companionship in a fellow player. We had agreed to maintain contact upon our return to the real world. However, fate took a tragic turn. He passed away. Upon returning to reality, I immediately dialed the number he had provided, only to find it unreachable. I persisted throughout the day, and eventually, a family member answered. They informed me that he had succumbed to a sudden death in his sleep. It was only when they called him for breakfast that they discovered his body had already stiffened. At this juncture, Hikangshi's voice trembled with emotion, and he paused for a considerable moment before continuing his narrative. My account is not a jest nor a fabrication. I implore all who view my video to fully grasp the peril inherent in Crimson Soil. Once you enter, you will endure harrowing experiences unlike any you have faced in the real world. You will be compelled to take lives, and equally, your own may be at stake. Furthermore, you may find yourself pursued by the oppressive regimes of a third-world government, for upon a player's arrival in that realm, they directly supplant the soul of another being. In simpler terms, you inhabit the form of your parallel self, resembling the original yet devoid of its memories. This discrepancy is easily exposed. Should you arouse suspicion among your family in that third world, your fate is sealed. If your peculiar behavior captures the attention of the federal authorities, they will deploy advanced artificial intelligence to monitor you. Once they ascertain your identity as an interdimensional intruder, they will undoubtedly seek to eradicate you. The technological advancement in the third world is remarkably sophisticated. For an ordinary individual entering this realm, it is akin to a country bumpkin venturing into a bustling city. Everything must be relearned, and societal norms must be reacquainted. Should you inadvertently reveal your ignorance, the consequence awaiting you may be capture and eradication, with the grim possibility of facing a fate more harrowing than death itself. The third world is also home to bizarre and perilous creatures, each possessing an array of extraordinary abilities, rendering the unknown a constant source of trepidation. I shall refrain from elaborating on the intricacies of the game or the visage of the third world. My intent is not to familiarize you with this game, but rather to dissuade you from engaging with it. In conclusion, I must impart an even more chilling reality. Players are pitted against one another in a deadly contest. As we are divided into two factions, the deprivators and the executors. The deprivators can extinguish the executors to seize their entire repertoire of abilities, and conflict may also arise among the executors themselves, making it exceedingly difficult to rely on your comrades, for they may very well become your harbingers of doom. He paused momentarily. Abstaining from this game will not cost you your life, yet participating may indeed lead to your demise. Perhaps my caution will ignite the curiosity and thirst for knowledge in some, but I must stress that curiosity can be fatal, both for cats and for yourself. I shall say no more. I have conveyed the perils one would confront upon entering the game. If you heed even a single word of my warning, then retreat from this game immediately and vow never to partake in it. Moreover, I am aware that many individuals have already uncovered my true identity, and there may be some influential figures who are privy to my whereabouts. It matters little to me. I am indifferent now, for my information has long been laid bare, and I have no qualms about uttering more words. He Kongsher felt a sense of reckless abandon, yet after a few moments, he hesitated. If the person behind the screen possessed any conscience, I implore you not to disseminate my true information further. I have the courage to stand up, but I am indeed fearful of death. He Kongsher gazed into the camera of his phone, fell into silence for a while, seemingly resolved, and continued. There will undoubtedly be doubts regarding the veracity of my words. Grasping a nearby water bottle, he suddenly relaxed his grip, allowing the bottle to levitate effortlessly in the air. Gritting his teeth, he declared with fervor, "This is not a special effect. It is my superpower. Should any deprivers or ill-intentioned individuals set their sights upon me, I shall ensure that you come and go without return." Wasteland finished watching the video and verified its view count. The number of views surged rapidly, exceeding 1 million within just a few hours, and it continued to rise, with new comments pouring in incessantly. The majority of comments questioned the authenticity of Kongsher's claims, speculating whether the video was merely a ruse, while others lashed out directly. If you intend to market the game, just say so. Why create such a sensational spectacle? Society truly is a vast melting pot. Old Kong has become so ostentatious for the sake of money, and the final special effects appeared surprisingly realistic. Beneath the video, rebellious comments emerged, urging me not to engage. Yet I felt compelled to experiment. Soon, the comment section devolved into a fierce battleground. One highly upvoted remark noted the astounding advancement of the internet, where all manner of trolls and peculiar individuals can now express themselves online. It is likely that Kong, despite his profound realization, found himself at a loss. Having unveiled the truth, the video's comment section transformed into a war zone. Shortly thereafter, the comments were locked, and the barrage of on-screen commentary was erased. Yet the video remained, its view count steadily climbing. Returning to the forum, Wasteland discovered that the initial thread discussing King's video had ascended to prominence, filled with players hurling insults at one another. Some admired his courage to reveal the truth, while others feared the exposure of secrets to the light of day. Each individual held their own perspective, their own anxieties, leading to heated debates in the forum where no one could sway the other. This venerable figure, Kong, stood forth to unveil the truth, at the very least alerting the world to potential dangers, preventing them from remaining blissfully ignorant. The mirage in the sky has become increasingly distinct, lingering longer than before. I suspect that the merging of two worlds is an inevitable trend. The sooner one becomes aware, the better equipped they will be to confront the impending calamity. I lack the courage to disclose the truth, yet I shall not cast blame upon those who do. The author wishes to express gratitude. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the kind souls who voted for me or supported me during the period of November 11th, 2021, 2358, 38 to November 12th, 2021, 2359, Euro 2. I am particularly grateful to the angel who sent a rocket, Shuexingshan, Bai Ying, and Shi Jun. My appreciation also goes to those who contributed grenades, Duanhuanin, Kong Tiao Dialing, 53285-330, and Jia. I thank the angels who provided landmines, De Chengzi, Biao Qing Jun, 22496-734, Duanhuanin, Hyukul, Aji's Little Ghost, Zuindi, Imai, and I go Lu, Sheng Sheng, Yoshi, the unfortunate Dieter, Huluabwa 2, and Kong Bai Gu, totaling 188. I am grateful to the angels who nourished me with nutrient solutions, Buying with 99 bottles, Lu with 86 bottles. The turtle resting on the floating cloud with 70 bottles, Feng Chi Chong Lin, 224967345064131 by Mao with 40 bottles, Yin Chun Ho Zhang with 39 bottles, Chong Gung Yu with 36 bottles, Dong, wishing to drink milk tea today with 30 bottles, Chao He Fun, Yellow, Mei Mao Hai Tai Guangbo, Little Fish, Passerby, Yin Xiao Yu Ji, Zi Xie Go Zi, Mog Yu, Fei Fei, Ebs with 20 bottles, Xiao Xiao Long Nu with 15 bottles, Jiang Qi with 11 bottles, Ud, Xing Tu, Yoshi, Sheng Kuang, Sweet Pear, Fu Guang Luing, Lenya, Cheng Ke Yi Qian Chong, the unassuming little loach, Tet, Feng Ting Ling, Yao Yao, Jing Kuan. The turtle consumes tofu, catching hold of Mr. Rabbit's little tail. Merely a master of clay sculpture, recognized in its infancy. The blood of Wasteland drips. The little conch sounds, and the playful tones emerge. Bottles of fat flowers, sooty, and others abound. Ink-stained brocade years echo with charm. I find myself swaying, pondering the world around me. The gentle whispers of the moonlit night and the soft rustle of leaves accompany me. I am immensely grateful for everyone's support. I shall persist in my endeavors. The commentary section and live comments of the video website have been disabled, leaving Wei Xin unable to discern the reactions of ordinary individuals. As she refreshed the forum, she came across a recent message stating that Lao Kang's video had risen to trending status. Over the years, anti-intellectualism has become increasingly prevalent. Is there any courageous foreign player willing to upload a video in a foreign language to warn others against engaging in this game? Some individuals circumvented barriers to access the external web, extracting pivotal sentences from the video and translating them for the forum. Wei Xin exited that thread, refreshing the forum's homepage in search of other informative posts. If He Kongshir's video had not been deleted by the authorities, it would at least require several days for its impact to materialize. Public opinion needs time to ferment. And relying solely on short-term effects or reactions from specific demographics will not yield accurate conclusions. Time. Indeed, everything necessitates time. However, the announcement of the 100,000 player slots is due in a week, and by then, a flood of players will inundate the forum, making it too late to act. Wei Xin silently scrolled through several pages of posts until she stumbled upon a discussion regarding a significant event in Black Sea City. An event that resonated deeply with her. Have you all seen the news from Black Sea City? The deputy minister of the inspection department has been assassinated by terrorists. This news has shocked me for an entire year. Black Sea City stands as one of the most crucial port cities in the Federation, economically prosperous, comparable in stature to a certain lighthouse nation's New York City. The inspection department holds considerable influence, with the minister's position not vastly inferior to that of the mayor. In a manner reminiscent of the First World, the assassination of such government officials has the potential to incite considerable turmoil on the international stage. One cannot help but be astounded by the realities of the Second World. Which terrorist organization orchestrated this heinous act? It appears that I must pay closer attention to the news. In the Second World, I have been so engrossed in my daily grind that I scarcely have the time to stay informed. The gravity of this incident has indeed captured widespread attention, making headlines in the mainstream media of the Second World. The news remains prominently displayed even until the day of return. The citizens of the Second World share our astonishment. And rather amusingly, a small faction has even expressed approval of the act. I have been following this news closely. According to official reports, the assassination was conceived and executed by a terrorist organization known as Mechanical Dawn. This group is now subject to a global manhunt, with a reward of 100,000 federal credits for any relevant leads and a substantial reward of 500,000 for significant information. Those who assist in apprehending the perpetrators may receive a reward of 1 million. I am particularly intrigued by the objectives of this organization. Given its classification as a terrorist group, it is evident that it stands in opposition to the federal government. What advantage could they possibly gain from assassinating a political figure? The discussion surrounding this building has not garnered much attention, as many are captivated by the impending second round of beta testing and the videos featuring He Kong. Dear friends, my location is in a desolate corner of the Second World, where awareness of external information is significantly delayed. At times, I find myself unaware of news that others have long since learned. It would be wonderful if you could share significant news from the second world within this forum. I yearn to learn more about that realm. Main post, as stated. There is no need for overly personal information. I would greatly appreciate it if you could recount the major news events for me. Thank you immensely. 1L. Is it possible for such an advanced second world to have areas with incomplete information networks? 2L, the original poster, responds to 1L. Indeed, there are such places. My novice village coincides with the coordinates of Equatorial Guinea in the first world. It is extremely arid, desolate, and impoverished, with all resources depleted and severe pollution. When I first arrived there, I nearly succumbed to starvation. 3L. Please do not disclose personal information, OP. 4L. The original poster, there is no risk of exposure. No one would venture to such a forsaken place. Do you understand why it is so impoverished and heavily polluted? It is a wasteland, abandoned by the federal government. Home to factories with the highest levels of radioactive contamination and impoverished individuals suffering from radiation sickness. A veritable hell on earth. Observe the conditions in the most impoverished African nations, and then compare them with the desolate areas. You will find that the barren regions are in a state even worse than that of the poorest African countries. The original poster expresses despair. Another user apologizes, stating that they cannot provide much assistance as they do not habitually follow the news. They promise to take note of significant events next week when they return to the second world and will share their findings in the thread. The original poster thanks the previous commenter. Another user, though not particularly attentive to the news, shares a few noteworthy events they have come across. The most significant occurrence is the assassination of Lin Xinjing, the deputy minister of the Black Sea City Inspection Department, by the terrorist organization Mechanical Dawn. Additionally, a high-ranking official, whose name escapes them but seems quite important, has been implicated in a corruption scandal involving 300 billion. Furthermore, an accident occurred at a polar combustible ice mining site, resulting in the deaths of over 30 individuals, with the insurance company refusing to take responsibility or provide compensation. Environmental scholars have also been vocally criticizing whaling ships for their actions, while the public has engaged in sit-in protests against the widespread adoption of mechanical neural connection technology beneath the edifices of tech enterprises. As a supplementary note, it has been reported that a civilian version of the neural interface is set to be launched, enabling psychiatrists to treat mental health patients using this technology, with relevant policies and laws currently being refined. According to information provided by prominent forum members, the proliferation of this neural interface presents a mix of opportunities and challenges. Could the original poster enlighten us about the specific circumstances of the Wasteland district? Kuei Xian set her phone aside and rubbed her forehead, taking a moment to absorb the information gleaned from the forum. She rose to open the window, allowing fresh air to circulate within the room, and retrieve some high-caloric food from the refrigerator to satiate her hunger. She was about to embark on her practice of extraordinary ability in data manipulation, drawing from past experiences. She knew it was essential to eat well beforehand, much like the hunger that follows physical exertion in athletic competitions. Utilizing extraordinary powers similarly demands energy. The situation was evolving every moment, and she was compelled to strengthen herself swiftly, becoming familiar with her extraordinary abilities to gain an edge in the shifting landscape. Once prepared, Kuei Xian took a deep breath and activated her data manipulation. In that instant, the world before her transformed. She beheld countless green doors composed of numbers, letters, and symbols, each door leading to an intricate web. These webs interconnected and intertwined, a torrent of information flowing within, characters surging like a roaring river, constantly in flux, overwhelming to behold. The door closest to her was her mobile phone. Suddenly, enlightenment struck her. The phone served as a port for data, much like a computer, while data cables and wires constituted the web, a tangible information superhighway. Data manipulation did not grant Kuei Xian the knowledge of a computer savant or transform her into a super hacker. Rather, it unveiled a spectrum of data, data ports, and networks in a manner she could comprehend and control. She was capable of reconstructing data as effortlessly as assembling building blocks, navigating through the portals to penetrate the very essence of the digital realm, ultimately intertwining her consciousness with the vast web of information that enveloped the world, immersing herself in the torrent of data. Looking at her phone, her awareness seamlessly connected to the electronic device, granting her immediate control over it. With a mere thought, the phone effortlessly transitioned to the social media interface. And in accordance with her silent command, music began to play automatically, as if an invisible hand were orchestrating the experience. The author wishes to express gratitude. Thank you to the kind souls who bestowed upon me their generous support during the period spanning from November 12, 2021, 23:59:02 to November 13, 2021, 23:58:42. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the angels who launched rockets, Shijuan and Shuexingshan, each with 1 donation. And to those who contributed landmines, Yoshi with 2, along with a Yao, Wei Xin, Qiong, I am Huahua, Shirley Xing, Miao Wu, Lu Qi, Ning Ning, and Hunxiu with 1. I am deeply thankful to the benevolent souls who provided nourishing liquid. Fan with 200 bottles, Qiong by 2 with 90 bottles, Ci Zhao, Xiao Yuan Gui, and Rolako with 50 bottles, AI Yin's beloved with 40 bottles, SSVVC, Li Zigao, Higu, and Li Xiaoya with an astonishing 112, 230 bottles. 432-8481 with 25 bottles. Yoshi, Unexpectedly, by Ba, Lu Lian Su, and Renji Chu Xing Lung Dan, Jiao Buli Jiu, and the Silent Maiden at the Cliff. As well as Xiangyang Hua with 20 bottles, Sanju Hua Rang Zhongyi with 1, Inshu with 15 bottles, Zhu Xiaqing with 13 bottles, Fupa with 12 bottles, LG, Out, Dong Dong Chang, Y by Babu, Ha 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 Ha, Sister Orange, Shiwei Inyu, A Yao, Ka Ka Ka. Xie Yao, Zhu Chao Qingyu, he say, HHH, deeply engrossed in technical flow without escape, Mubai, Ma Mai Dong, for 63211, Lu Jia, Rong, Jima Xiang Pin Pin, by June, Sheng Kuang, Ji by Hua Wang Ba, Xiao Tong. I, 1 Yuan Man 2 with 10 bottles, like a great sword piercing the enemy with 9 bottles. I merely wish to witness with 7 bottles, a Sheng, Bao Pu, Wai Jiang. Oh he, Wang Xiao Wang with 5 bottles, Lai Han with 4 bottles. Nan In He Zhou, Yi Ji Chiu with 3 bottles. My utmost love for Ku AI Duo with 2 bottles. Ti Luo Zi, Zhang Yining's husband. Song Wu Beian, Yu Yu Nile, with each having their cherished preferences in pickled radish and vegetables. In Chang Shi, Ouyang Na Na, Gu Yi, Ming Ming. Era Ver Tuan Fen Sui Zhengzhu, Vi Hua Li Shu Vi, Ci Jing, with an imbalance of acidity and alkalinity, and Mian Ling Chi Gua. Thank you all for your unwavering support. I shall continue to strive diligently. In a modest abode, Wei Xin found herself with limited electronic devices capable of connecting to the internet, possessing only a solitary smartphone. Yet, as she gazed about, the walls of her residence concealed a network of data transportation within. The aging community in which she lived had undergone renovations a few years prior, integrating numerous hidden lines within the walls, while fiber optic cables adorned the exterior facade of the building. Withdrawing her consciousness from her smartphone, she endeavored to bypass electronic devices and directly immerse her awareness into the network encased within the fiber optic cables, yet her attempts proved futile. She duly noted that consciousness could only access the digital realm through doors or ports. Without such gateways, she felt akin to a shopper at the entrance of a mall, thwarted by a glass door, unable to enter and indulge in her desires. Nevertheless, data could also be transmitted via electrical signals. By connecting her consciousness to the smartphone, Wei Xin effectively transformed herself into a signal receiver, enabling her to interface with various devices through the airborne electric signals for purposes of control. Her awareness soared high above, traversing the city on the information superhighway, her physical form remaining still while her spirit ventured into an extraordinary realm, a world brimming with digits, letters, and symbols. Dazzled by the ever-shifting characters, she soon found herself overwhelmed, her head spinning and vision blurred. Every moment saw data being transmitted away and returned. The world of data was in constant flux. To manipulate or reconstruct the information, she realized she must capture that elusive thread of the correct data flow. After extensive practice and experimentation, Wei Xin finally developed a concrete understanding of her extraordinary ability to manipulate data. This capability transformed her into a supercomputer. She was both a port and a gateway. However, without a connection to the internet, she resembled a supercomputer devoid of network access. Unable to touch the vibrant world of data or engage in interactions akin to a conventional computer, the inability to exchange data naturally imposed limitations on her potential. Upon realizing the significance of this ability, Wei Xin's first thought was that it would be a pity not to utilize such a remarkable skill for learning. Her mind functioned akin to a central processing unit, allowing her to directly consolidate online educational resources into data imprints within her brain, thus achieving a unique form of photographic memory. Yet, she harbored concerns that an excessive influx of data at once might overheat her processor, overwhelming her capacity to process the information. Undeterred, Wei Xin decided to take action. She promptly copied several gigabytes of English audio translation packages from her phone and infused them into her mind. The torrent of information surged forcefully into her brain, causing her vision to blur and her legs to weaken. She hastily grasped the edge of the bed for support, feeling a painful pressure in her head and an irritating itch in her nose. Upon touching her face, she discovered her hands covered in blood. The volume of data transmitted to her brain could not be excessive, or else adverse reactions would ensue. It seemed prudent to divide the intake into smaller increments. Wei Xin wiped her face with a tissue and noted in her second ability log, would increasing the amount further exacerbate the side effects? She temporarily ceased her attempts, cramming several gigabytes of English material into her mind, akin to the discomfort of completing 200 sets of mathematics exercises. It became evident that Wei Xin had underestimated the side effects of data manipulation. After washing her face in the restroom, she barely made it there before bending over the toilet, expelling her stomach's contents in a chaotic manner. It is no wonder that Gaoi, working as a secretary in the investigation department, did not leverage the superpower of data manipulation to swiftly ascend to the status of a research luminary or to excel in other fields. The supercomputer's processing capabilities can fill an entire building, while the human brain, a mere compact organ weighing just over 1 kilogram, struggles to accommodate an influx of so much information all at once without the risk of implosion. Once Wei Xin had emptied her stomach, she came to a clear realization. It is not the level of data manipulation that constrains this ability, but rather the limitations of the human body. Despite efforts to enhance the brain's capacity, it remains challenging for it to rival a supercomputer. The superchips developed by the inhabitants of the second world are thin as a sheet of paper and as small as a fingernail. Yet they can store vast amounts of data. The structure of the human brain dictates that this organ possesses inherent limits. No matter how diligently one attempts to memorize or cram information, the brain cannot hold more than what a chip can accommodate. Skill requires extensive practice to reach its fullest potential. Wei Xin engaged in several hours of data manipulation practice at home, only stopping when her head began to throb painfully. After these hours of study, she had grasped the essentials of employing her ability. First, one should solely act as a processor of data and a navigator through its vastness, rather than a mere recipient, lest one's mind become akin to an overheating processor plagued by malfunctions. Second, when engaging in data manipulation, it is imperative to seize only the targeted data streams, refraining from any interference with the others, as such actions could precipitate a chaotic data disorder. Third, it is advisable to employ a medium while manipulating data. This medium may take the form of a mobile phone or a computer, allowing one to temporarily store captured data within these devices, thus designating them as data recipients and sparing one's mind from that role. Such mediums serve as data transfer stations, alleviating the burden on the final destination, though they may complicate the processing route. They significantly mitigate the risk of overwhelming one's cognitive capacity with data. What a convoluted skill this is. It undoubtedly ranks as the most intricate ability that Wei Xin has encountered and possessed thus far. Even after several hours of exploration, she finds herself still grappling with the rules and nuances of its application. Unbeknownst to her, midday has arrived, and just as she prepares to cook, her phone suddenly chimes, signaling an incoming call from Su Rong's mother. "Hello? Is this Xiao Xin?" A gentle voice emanates from the other end. "It's me, Auntie. How can I assist you?" Wei Xin replies, "Thank you for keeping Rong company last night. I just returned home and found her still asleep. Upon checking, I discovered she has a fever." Su Rong's mother explains, "For the next couple of days, there is no need for you to come over to teach her. Let her rest a bit." As she has been quite diligent lately, feeling unwell, Wei Xin furrowed her brow and remarked, "I've noticed that Rong's mood has been rather low lately. Could it be that she is troubled by something?" Su Rong's mother replied, "It's possible. I will find a time to talk with her. In the meantime, Xiao Xin, do take some time to rest." "All right, goodbye," Wei Xin said as she ended the call. After a moment's contemplation, she opened her social media app and sent Su Rong a brief message wishing her a swift recovery. It seemed that Su Rong must have encountered some misfortune in the second world, causing such significant emotional turmoil that it led to a serious illness. Unfortunately, Wei Xin felt powerless to assist her. In the first world, Su Rong enjoyed a blissful family life, supported by loved ones during tough times, whereas in the second world, she was a star, too distant for Wei Xian to reach. Overwhelmed by her own circumstances, Wei Xian found herself unable to offer help. Having finished her meal, Wei Xian picked up her phone, ready to continue browsing the forum, when a thought suddenly struck her. Yu Qiwen had once told her that the gaming forum was impregnable. He had attempted to breach that site but had failed. Now that she possessed the ability to manipulate data, could she perhaps try her hand at what Yu Qiwen had once attempted? Fixing her gaze upon the forum page, she activated her data manipulation, her consciousness delving into the depths of the data pathways to infiltrate the forum. Her mind extended like tendrils, and just as she was on the verge of touching the threshold of that data gate, her phone emitted a sudden buzz, followed by a spark of light. In an instant, it overheated and exploded, leaving a charred mark on the surface, the tablecloth singed with a hole. Wei Xian. She opened her mouth, momentarily stunned. The second-hand smartphone that had accompanied her for such a short time was now rendered useless. Wei Xian sighed, rising to retrieve the broken device. Scrutinizing the now-defunct phone. Just moments ago, it felt as if an enigmatic force had inexplicably emerged to prevent her from delving further into her investigation. Unconsciously, she recalled what He Kong had stated in his video. This game is not merely a game. Even if it were, it is a creation of the divine. In ancient times, people often attributed incomprehensible natural phenomena to the gods, yet such occurrences are not inherently divine power, but rather natural phenomena that can be explained through science. However, the existence of crimson soil is something humanity cannot elucidate scientifically. This game exists in a manner comprehensible to humans. Yet the experiences players undergo once they enter the game cannot be described as mere gameplay. Two worlds, two arenas of existence. Where individuals struggle for survival, is this truly a game devised by deities for their own amusement? Wei Xian exhaled deeply, crushing the already broken phone with her bare hands and tossing it into the trash. She then changed her clothes and descended to the bank to withdraw money for a new phone. Xie Ganqing had transferred her a compensation of 100,000 yuan. Such a sum should not go unutilized. Wei Xian maintained her frugal habits, but that did not imply she would deliberately deprive herself, especially given the precariousness of her situation in the second world, where her fate could change at any moment. With her financial circumstances now more favorable, it was only prudent to indulge herself appropriately. Efficient in her tasks, she acquired a new phone within half an hour and promptly went to get a new SIM card. Having mastered data manipulation, Wei Xian undoubtedly found herself with an expanded array of capabilities, allowing her to conceal her presence and operate from the shadows. Given such advantageous conditions, it was imperative to take decisive action. As she caressed the screen of her new phone, she infiltrated the back end of the website where He Kong had posted his videos, effortlessly bypassing the feeble firewall to retrieve his information and pinpoint the coordinates of his video uploads. The information technology of the first world lagged significantly behind that of the second world, with vulnerabilities scattered throughout its firewalls, enabling her to execute the breach with ease. Had she attempted this in the second world, the intrusion would likely not have been as seamless. In a dimly lit rental room, He Kong rested his head upon the table. He had gone several days without rest in the second world, and the same held true for the first world, leaving him in a constant state of mental tension. It was only after reaching the brink of exhaustion that he succumbed to slumber at his desk. At that moment, his phone began to vibrate incessantly. He opened his bloodshot eyes and reached for the device. The screen illuminated a singular message. Are you interested in embarking on a collaboration? He Kong jolted awake, startled by the unexpected inquiry. Author's note: Wei Xian, I will find you through the network. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the benevolent souls who graciously cast their votes or contributed nurturing support during the period from November 13th to November 14th, 2021. I am particularly thankful to those who propelled me with rockets. Kurikisu. I express my appreciation to the angels who showered me with landmines. Tianhe Zhuobian, Xianzai, Maduzi, Xingxing Dianding. Shiyu, Jiong, Duanhuanin, Bankatagazizi, for 88444942. Todo Huyao, Huaxin Paidui Lai Qinhua, Ondwa, Bailu, Nanbun Nan. I also extend my gratitude to those who enriched me with nurturing liquid. Just Kawai 180 bottles. Unsettled Pincy 77 bottles. Listening to stories on rainy days 72 bottles. Maduzi 66 bottles. Lai Zhenqi, Kinjiang 60 bottles. Fuyin, so it was little F 50 bottles. No available 46 bottles. Shooping, Hajin Insi 40 bottles, Zen 35 bottles. Ding Air Ding Lu, Xing Qiu, spending days aimlessly. Oh how I want to sleep 30 bottles. Pulley, inconsistent character 22 bottles. Shantok, Jiao 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 Jiao, Xiu. Song Qingping, Aleph 0, good night, Mr. Whale, 552722101. Want to sleep, not lacking in traffic. Kli, P, Kongho, Soft Bear, Tudo Huliao 20 bottles. Frozen Hands Lulu 17 bottles. Jia Maorin 14 bottles. Wang Yi, please disembark and drink a cup with me. Qian Yi, crispy yogurt. Ihong Gongzi, Jiu 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 Mi Jiu. Revived O. Bai Cheng, full, 26429272. Wu Tingting, daily sending you to the little black room. Ishihara Satomi, Ba Qian Shan. Wu Lu, Kira, Luzi Yu Jiang, Xian Bao Air, 267999528. Can be considered. Good Ye Lin 10 bottles. Luiyue 9 bottles. 16245-364. Drinking Poison 7 bottles. Tonggan, Luchi, Su Tao Tao Su 6 bottles. Alan Xinglua, Tianqing DSSJ. Ling E 5 bottles. Jingzhong Mao, one more chapter then study. Yu 3 bottles. Zhuoxi, Yushan Qianli, 346709112 bottles. Radish and Pickles each have their affections, living a disciplined life for a century. Ha! Huixin my goddess, Chen Xiai Lan Mao, Mian Ling Qigua, Min Min Ran. Kangwu Bayan, Ba Lu Ji, Mangzhong Naya. At the end of the month, once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support. I shall continue to strive diligently. He Kongsher stared blankly at the screen of his phone, a chilling sensation coursing from his tailbone to the crown of his head. He had anticipated the possibility of exposure, yet he was taken aback by the swiftness of it. He had deliberately changed cities, prepared a backup phone and a secondary SIM card registered under someone else's identification, ensured that the microphone and camera permissions on his phone were entirely disabled, and even obscured them with opaque tape. He had diligently altered his IP address while uploading videos on websites. He had exhausted all conceivable precautions, only to find himself ensnared nonetheless. After a brief moment of panic, He Kongsher regained his composure and gazed at the message displayed on the screen. Are you interested in initiating a collaboration? The tone was not coercive, which somewhat eased the frantic beating of his heart. While the intention of the sender was undeniably suspect, they could have easily eliminated him or abducted him after obtaining his information rather than directly sending a message. He hesitated for a full 10 minutes. Yet no subsequent message arrived. Those few words remained etched on the screen, not delivered through a text or any other means. The sender had commandeered his phone. He Kongsher could no longer ignore the message presented before him. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he touched the screen, causing the keyboard to appear, startling him momentarily. He then composed a reply. How do you know this is my phone? I am a hacker. The individual on the other end responded almost instantaneously. Although you attempted to disguise your identity, the methods employed were rather clumsy, leaving evident loopholes. He Kongsher continued to type. Could someone like you trace my location? Highly likely. Came the reply. Am I the first to reach out to you? This time, the response took 2 or 3 seconds. No? Your phone shows signs of having been compromised by others. I am not the first, but I am the first to choose to communicate with you. Cold sweat poured from Kongsher. He nearly lost his composure. His legs trembled like a peepa being plucked, and he felt dizzy, almost collapsing onto the table. Fear enveloping his heart. Who? Kongsher painstakingly typed these 2 characters. It will take some time to find out, the other responded. If you wish to entrust me with this investigation, I can assist you. Kongsher remained silent. The other person was extending an olive branch, which was a promising sign for him. The one controlling his phone was at least not malevolent. After a brief pause, he typed with trembling fingers to reconfirm. Someone has infiltrated my mobile device without my knowledge, and it appears there is more than one party involved. Indeed. Have they done anything? They have installed several surveillance and control virus programs on your phone. Kongsher nearly faltered at this revelation. It seemed his attempts at disguise had been utterly futile. Those with ill intentions had long since infiltrated his phone, and he remained blissfully unaware. As Kongsher typed the question, he felt a wave of foolishness wash over him. Am I being monitored during this conversation? The hacker on the other side clearly exuded confidence in his skills, which allowed him to engage in such an open dialogue. No, came the predictable response. Then, can you eliminate the virus program? Kongsher inquired cautiously. The hacker was willing to assist in uncovering the identity of the intruder into his phone. so helping to eradicate the virus should be a trivial task. The response came, I advise against that course of action. The viruses are installed in a very covert manner. Any hasty attempt to remove them could arouse suspicion and provoke extreme reactions from those involved. We cannot ascertain the true intentions of the individuals who have infiltrated your device. He Kongsher furrowed his brow, contemplating for a long moment before asking, what about your intentions? The hacker had approached him, displaying a remarkably amiable demeanor and even offering assistance. He Kongsher pondered whether the hacker had ulterior motives or sinister designs against him, perceiving the gestures of goodwill as mere sugar-coated traps. Now the question arose. He Kongsher had no inkling of what could possibly make him a target of such interest. His extraordinary abilities might indeed attract the attention of those who seek to usurp them, yet if the hacker were one of those usurpers, it would be simpler for him to eliminate He Kongsher outright. As for whether the hacker had any ulterior motives, He Kongsher could not conceive of any unique value he possessed that would warrant the attention of such a prominent hacker. In both the first and second worlds, he was undeniably a mere insignificant figure. From the very beginning, I have expressed my intention to embark on a collaboration with you, the counterpart typed, indicating that there were certain matters he preferred not to handle personally, thus delegating the task to you. He Kongsher quickly grasped the situation. You wish to remain in the shadows while I take the forefront? Indeed, the counterpart replied. I have no intention of placing you in perilous situations, merely the essential tasks. The assignments I propose are beneficial to both the first world and the players, serving our mutual interests. However, you will be assuming considerable risks. Hence, I shall provide compensation. Compensation? What kind of compensation? Assistance in identifying those who have infiltrated your phone. Or perhaps personal protection. He Kongsher did not outright refuse, yet he also refrained from immediate acceptance. Not even knowing the identity of the counterpart made the prospect of collaboration seem rather hasty. May I inquire how to address you? He Kongsher sought to uncover more details. The counterpart swiftly responded, you may call me Black Snake. Goodness, Black Snake? Such a moniker is decidedly ominous and aligns perfectly with the characteristics you exhibit, lurking like a serpent in the shadows. He Kongsher smirked, feeling as though he had stepped into a spy thriller or a science fiction mystery. Receiving an invitation from a highly esteemed clandestine organization, his long-dormant adolescent fantasies began to stir, leading him to impulsively reply, if I were to accept your collaboration, should I also adopt a code name for myself? Black Snake, you may choose any code name you desire, even Ultraman. He Kangs's mood instantly lightened considerably. The Black Serpent was merely jesting with him. Regardless of the underlying intent behind those words, He Kangs felt an immense weight lifted from his psyche. Indeed, it was reassuring to realize that he was conversing with a rational individual, one capable of banter rather than a deranged assassin. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, a stiff smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. If he were faced with someone taciturn and terse in their responses, he would undoubtedly feel dread. It had been far too long since he had engaged in conversation with a normal person. The Black Serpent's playful remarks had effectively eased the atmosphere, making him less resistant to the dialogue. Merely exchanging code names was insufficient. He Kangs maintained his vigilance. This could not be deemed a collaboration. That is a valid point. The Black Serpent remarked, you might view this as a form of employment. I shall be your employer, you will work for me, and I will compensate you with a salary. Would this arrangement be acceptable to you? It was not entirely unacceptable. He Kangs anxiously rubbed his hands together, typing a line only to delete it, then retyping and erasing again, grappling with his thoughts for quite some time before finally sending it. However, I must ensure my personal safety. I will not disclose my real name, but I can share my forum username. The Black Serpent responded with a single sentence. He Kangs stared intently at the screen, his eyes wide with focus. My forum username is 233. The Black Serpent continued, if you frequent the forum, you should be familiar with my nickname. He Kangs was taken aback. Not only was he familiar with that username, but it was etched vividly in his memory. The esteemed forum figure, 233, was among the pioneers in disseminating knowledge within the community. This individual enlightened the oblivious players about the existence of aberrant creatures, clandestine cults, and blooded individuals. When the Federation initiated a campaign to apprehend and purge players, this prominent figure was the first to unveil the situation. Initially, there were doubts regarding whether Forum Luminary 233 and the notorious Depriver 233 were one and the same, but following his alert, those suspicions dissipated entirely. Those audacious enough to disclose such sensitive information on the forum typically possess formidable identities in the second world. They are either government officials or possess obscure connections with hidden organizations, essentially risking their lives to educate others. Ikangsher, influenced by this cohort, chose to stand up and warn the world against entering the Crimson Soil. With others charging into battle, he felt compelled to follow suit. Can you post something on the forum to prove you are 233? Ikangsher, striving to maintain his composure, demanded verification. The Black Serpent replied, certainly. Please specify the content of the post. Ikangsher casually suggested, post Little Bear Cookies bounce and jump. Within a minute, the Black Serpent responded, posted. Ikangsher swiftly navigated to the forum, and upon refreshing, he found the post titled Little Bear Cookies Bounce and Jump starkly contrasting amidst a sea of serious discussions. Players inundated the thread with a flurry of question marks. One user remarked, looking up at the username, has the esteemed 233 been hacked? 2L, how could this forum possibly be hacked? 3L, what are you up to, my esteemed friend? Ikangsher was completely at ease now. With a sigh of relief, he slumped into his chair and messaged Black Snake. I see it now. Indeed, it is you, the esteemed 233. From now on, you may simply call me Black Snake. Ikangsher paused for a moment, pondering why he had been chosen as a partner in collaboration. Was it due to the exposure of my identity, leaving you with no other option? No, with my capabilities. I could effortlessly locate numerous players and filter out the useful ones, those with extraordinary skills. Black Snake replied, yet you are different. You are a person of integrity and principles. I do not seek a fickle opportunist as my collaborator. You have risked your life to stand up, which is a testament to your character. Kind-hearted individuals deserve recognition and protection. You should not simply perish like this. Hence, I have chosen you. Ikangsher was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling a slight itch on his face, only to discover he had been crying unbeknownst to him. Then, I accept, he typed. Black Snake had not anticipated such an easy acquiescence from him. Do you not wish to inquire about the remuneration? Did you not mention that you could provide protection for me? That suffices. Do you not want to clarify what I will require you to do? No need for that. If your intention were to eliminate me, you would not be conversing with me here. I trust in the character of the esteemed 233. There is no necessity for you to harm me or anyone else. The author wishes to express heartfelt gratitude to the kind souls who contributed during the period of November 14th, 2021, 2359, 08 to November 15th, 2021, 2359, 16. A special thanks to those who bestowed rockets upon me, 1 rocket. My appreciation extends to the angels who offered grenades, 2 grenades. I am also thankful to the generous supporters who laid down landmines, 1 landmine each. Moreover, I express my gratitude to those who nourished me with nutrient solutions, 77 bottles, 60 bottles, 50 bottles, 49 bottles, BB, Ku, 40 bottles, 33 bottles, 1632290, 429855533, 30 bottles, 317, 066, 5127, bottles, Zndi, 24 bottles, 22 bottles, Y, 21 bottles, Suki, HHH, 20 bottles, E, CQ. Vatata, ABK, Todiu, Jasilvia, 10 bottles, 9 bottles, 8 bottles, 7 bottles, 5 bottles, 3 bottles, 3 bottles, 1, 2 bottles, 488444942, Lydia, Cecilia, Ver 1 bottle. I am immensely grateful for everyone's unwavering support, and I shall continue to strive diligently. 115 Artificial Souls 42. Wei Xin was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her nickname would wield such influence within the player community. Ikangsher, without a second thought, accepted her invitation. His reaction could be deemed a fortunate consequence of his virtuous deeds. Ikangsher was relatively astute. After relocating, his new residence was conveniently adjacent to the local police station. He harbored concerns about unforeseen incidents, prompting him to choose a nearby location. Currently, he resided in the central region of Yu, over 200 kilometers from Wei Xin. If she were to offer him protection, it was imperative that he remained within close proximity to her. Wei Xin straightforwardly messaged, "You need to relocate." Certainly, Ikangsher agreed in a heartbeat, acknowledging the insecurity of his current abode. The primary threat stemmed from extraordinary abilities that were unpredictable. Seeking help could prove futile and potentially endanger others. Where should I relocate? What is the means of transfer? Relocate to Jingchu, but let us not rush the method. Jingchu. He Kongsher hesitated, recalling the region that had once been designated by the game system for a localized quest. Indeed, he Kongsher, the sphere of influence of that formidable figure extends there. To some extent, Wei Xin succinctly replied. To some extent, he Kongsher pondered. Even if the realm of the Black Serpent did not encompass Jingchu, it was likely that a trusted associate of the Black Serpent operated within that territory. From her words, it seemed that this powerful individual was not singular in their alliances. He was merely one among many. Upon his arrival in Jingchu, there will undoubtedly be someone to provide him protection, though this individual may not necessarily be the Black Snake. It could be another. It appears that the territory of Depriver number 233 also lies within Jingchu. He Kongsher cautiously remarked, wondering if there might be any dangers lurking there. After all, this player had previously eliminated Feng Ji. Is Depriver number 233 not a threat now? Wei Xin spoke in an ambiguous tone. He Kongsher stared intently at his phone screen, his mind conjuring an elaborate scenario. Was Depriver number 233 under the control of the Black Snake? There had been no announcement of this player's demise on the forum. He was assuredly alive. Why, then, was the Black Snake so certain that Depriver number 233 posed no threat? Pushing the boundaries of speculation, could it be that Depriver no. 233 had become a subordinate of the Black Snake? Or perhaps the Black Snake was privy to Depriver number 233's true identity in the real world? After much contemplation, he never entertained the possibility that the two instances of 233 referred to the same individual, as their styles were too disparate. Very well, he Kongsher painstakingly typed, before inquiring. How do I travel to Jingchu? Should I purchase a high-speed train ticket? I will notify you once I have made the arrangements, Wei Xin replied. She added, there is no need for excessive concern. The majority of awakened individuals do not possess abilities strong enough to contend with firearms, especially given the current scarcity of players. You are correct. He Kongsher felt a sense of relief under her reassuring words. Now, you must inform me about your circumstances in the second world. Wei Xin remarked, however, I must forewarn you that in the second world, I am unable to offer you the same level of protection as in the first world. He Kong understood this well. This individual, well versed in the intricacies of the situation, recognized that the acquisition of intelligence invariably comes with commensurate risks. The Black Serpent's circumstances in the second world were likely rather precarious. Each player faced dire conditions in this realm, which is precisely why they needed to unite. Both worlds must come together. The strong must uplift the weak, sharing knowledge that others remain oblivious to. Only through interconnectedness can they hope to survive this catastrophic ordeal. I find myself in a peculiar position, fortunate yet unfortunate. For I have traversed into the second world as a stateless individual, and upon my arrival, my visage was marred. He Kong earnestly recounted his experiences, recalling that a player employed by the federal government had previously stated that becoming a stateless entity in the second world significantly diminishes the likelihood of exposure. My status as a stateless individual rendered my initial journey arduous, nearly leading to my demise at the hands of assailants on the streets. Yet it spared my player identity from being unveiled. As for my disfigurement, it was inflicted by those thugs who doused me with sulfuric acid. Wei Xin, with a complex mix of emotions, reflected, I suppose it is a stroke of misfortune tempered by a glimmer of luck. Indeed, I have managed to salvage my existence. And though life may be fraught with challenges ahead, hope still flickers on the horizon. He Kongsher remarked, I have had considerable exposure to the underground world. Initially, I was but a novice bounty hunter in the second world, and I spent all the money I earned from completing tasks on medical treatment, leaving me a destitute wretch. He continued, I have no desire to kill for commissions. I merely scrape by. How did the player who traversed to the same location as you meet their demise? Wei Xin inquired. He Kongsher replied, he worked as a waiter in a nightclub and was accidentally shot by several intoxicated patrons. That is indeed unfortunate, Wei Xin said. He Kongsher said little more. In the second world, where the residents exist on the brink of survival, tomorrow and unforeseen events are equally unpredictable. He returned to the first world and sent 100,000 yuan to that player's family, claiming they were friends and that he was repaying a debt. Tell me about the underground world, Wei Xin urged. The rules of the underground world are quite simple. Wealth is paramount. With money, one can seek out clandestine clinics for medical services where confidentiality is guaranteed. Wealth can also procure mechanical prosthetics. Regardless of their sophistication, they have the means to acquire anything. As long as you possess sufficient funds, They can even arrange for a false residency and assist in altering your appearance and identity. There, one can purchase information, drugs, humans, firearms, and an array of unimaginable vices, all for sale. Wei Xin appreciated the simplicity and directness of these rules. Payment for goods without the need for elaborate thought. She had been exhausted by her experiences with the Inspection Bureau and Mechanical Dawn. Once liberated from the clutches of the Mechanical Dawn and the Inspection Division, perhaps she might contemplate a life as a bounty hunter within the underworld. Should she desire to shed her current identity and assume a new one, she could indeed leverage the forces of the underground. However, these notions remain mere preliminary musings, and it is imperative for Wei Xin to thoroughly assess their feasibility. What city do you reside in? Wei Xin inquired. White Whale City, near the polar regions, colder than my hometown in the northeast, came the response. Wei Xin's expression shifted. This individual is truly unfortunate. White Whale City houses a branch of the Mechanical Dawn, and Night Cicada once conducted business there, while Rainier was apprehended in the same locale. Wei Xin cautioned, exercise caution. This city is not particularly tranquil. He Kongsher felt a pang of alarm. He was well aware that White Whale City was fraught with peril, but the fact that the notorious Black Snake had explicitly advised him to be cautious signaled a grave situation. Do I need to do something? He Kongsher typed anxiously. Should I relocate in the second world as well? You must strive to minimize your presence and avoid drawing attention. I cannot provide you with sound relocation advice. Lacking funds and a registered identity, you must first conceal yourself in White Whale City, Wei Xin replied. I cannot divulge too much about the circumstances in White Whale City. Simply continue your endeavors as a novice bounty hunter. Remaining oblivious is the safest course of action. Additionally, share your contact information in the second world. I possess a private communicator. The number is, he relayed a sequence of digits. Wei Xin memorized the communicator number and stated, if necessary, I will reach out to you through this number. He Kang said, all right, I understand. What is your forum nickname? Wei Xin continued with the next question. He Kangs hesitated, and after a considerable pause, he finally sent his embarrassing anime nickname. Mai-chan is me. He was dismayed to see Black Snake respond with 3 ellipses. That's the name of the female protagonist from an anime I like. He Kang struggled to explain. I just impulsively wrote that. Who knew this game would turn out like this? Black Snake replied, I understand. I feel the same. He Kangs asked, do you have worries in this regard as well? You really needn't think like that. 233 has become a symbol of prestige in the forum now. Black Snake redirected the conversation back to the main topic. Please sit up straight. What is your player number? The Harbinger 6811, He Kangs answered. If you die in the second world, I will receive a notification through the forum. He Kangs felt compelled to ask a rather pragmatic question. What if something happens to you? Black Snake replied. If you cannot reach me within 12 hours of my return, then I would be dead. However, the likelihood of that happening is quite low. Have you arranged for your family? Yes, I have taken care of everything. Given them a sum of money for a trip abroad. They won't be back for at least half a year. He Kangs had clearly laid out his own arrangements for the future. My will is also prepared, he added. That's good. Well, we've discussed everything that needed to be addressed. Wei Xin concluded, you must be quite exhausted these days. Make sure to rest well. I will notify you when there are updates. He Kongsher remarked, all right. This migration may attract unwanted attention, but do not panic. Wei Xin replied. You are likely the first player in the world to reveal your real-world identity. It is inevitable that someone will take notice of you. However, their actions are not guaranteed. Once you enter my protective sphere, you shall be safe. Understood, He Kongsher acknowledged. He placed his phone down and, with a vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling, suddenly felt a wave of calm wash over him. Is this the comfort of having a formidable ally? Although he had yet to reach the safety of such protection, his inner turmoil miraculously subsided. Since Black Snake dared to promise his protection, it stood to reason that this individual possessed considerable combat prowess, perhaps even exceptional strength. Meanwhile, Wei Xin opened her phone and booked a ticket, meticulously erasing her travel details, preparing to personally oversee He Kongsher's relocation in his city. He Kongsher was, in fact, a delectable bait. Both those with benevolent intentions and those harboring malevolence would cast their watchful eyes upon him. If the attention was benevolent, it posed little concern. Yet, if it were malicious, they might take action during his migration. Wei Xin readied herself for battle. Ideally, the transfer would proceed without incident. However, should complications arise, it would conveniently expose those with ulterior motives. Those who unwittingly walked into the line of fire would be met with no resistance. just as Wei Xin sharpened her resolve. He Kongsha reached out to her again. Help me, great ally. A hacker just contacted me, insisting that I join them. Wei Xin. This style. Could it possibly belong to Yu Chiwen and his associates? 5 minutes later, He Kongsha received a response from Black Snake. You may choose to join them. He Kongsha was taken aback. They are, for the time being, trustworthy individuals, Black Snake added. Boss, am I not already one of yours? As He Kongsha uttered these words, his mind raced with various considerations. Black Snake was aware of the hacker who had contacted him and understood the nature of the organization that hacker wished him to join, which put Black Snake at ease. Or perhaps, Black Snake had a particular purpose in mind for him joining another's organization, such as infiltrating it to gather intelligence or maintaining contact with other players. Indeed, Black Snake remarked, this does not conflict. You are only accountable to me. We are partners, and you can form a mutually beneficial alliance with them, just as we can with anyone else. The final statement seemed to carry deeper implications. He Kongsha's expression turned inscrutable, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. I understand, boss. Gather many friends and few enemies. Indeed. Would it be a tad too deliberate if I were to immediately accept their invitation? They will not reach out to you just once. You may acquiesce next time. Black Snake appeared to possess considerable insight into the hacker who had contacted him. Is this new faction substantial in scale? He Kongsha inquired cautiously. Black Snake replied, it is reasonably promising, though somewhat immature in its approach. For now, we should observe. Such a specific assessment left He Kongsha feeling that Black Snake was not an ordinary character. Upon receiving the second invitation, he felt utterly unwell, while the demeanor of Black Snake was remarkably casual, as if he held no regard for the other party. If they contact you again, do inform me promptly. Black Snake advised. He added that the parameters of their conversation were entirely at his discretion, as it was highly unlikely the other party would make any excessive demands. Rather, they might even offer assistance. He Kongsha felt reassured and replied, understood. The dialog box on his phone screen vanished. Yet a small red dot lingered at the edge of the display. By tapping this, the conversation would re-emerge. He Kongsha did not retire to sleep immediately. Instead, he left his desk to rummage through his belongings. His hasty move had left him with a scant selection of clothing, allowing him to organize swiftly. With a small suitcase filled with garments and his laptop in hand, he sat on the edge of his bed, wiping the sweat from his brow. The moment Black Snake relayed the message for relocation, he would be ready to depart at a moment's notice. After careful contemplation, He Kongsha concluded that amidst such a limited player base, utilizing public transportation was the safest option, as these areas were typically monitored by surveillance cameras. And places like stations often had police presence. Black Snake had also mentioned that most players lacked the strength to contend with firearms. He adjusted the alert volume on his phone to its maximum and turned off the lights in his bedroom, allowing himself to drift into a deep slumber. He had installed surveillance cameras outside his rental unit, which would automatically alert him on his phone should any movement be detected. However, he remained unaware that Wei Xin had already taken control of the camera's access. The surveillance cameras serve as silent sentinels, observing everything surrounding He Kongsha. Wei Xin exhibited remarkable efficiency, arriving in the city where He Kongsha resided early the following morning. She found herself seated at a breakfast stall beneath his rented apartment, sipping spicy soup and purchasing 2 yuan worth of pan-fried dumplings. The invigorating spiciness awakened her senses, and as she savored the dumplings, she engaged in a conversation with He Kongsha through data manipulation. He Kongsha exclaimed, "Boss, that hacker contacted me again. What did he say this time?" The perplexed expression on his face reflected his confusion. He wants me to move to Jingchu, claiming he can provide protection. What is so special about Jingchu? Why are there so many high-level players there, each one seemingly a big shot? Perhaps it's just a coincidence, Wei Xin suggested. You might as well accept his invitation. Book a ticket. It's best to set off as soon as possible. I found a suitable high-speed train around 11 o'clock with available seats. If you feel rushed, you could depart in the afternoon. 11 o'clock works for me. I've already packed my things. He Kongsha, filled with excitement, swiftly navigated to book his ticket. Wei Xin replied, "Yes, I will plan the route and send it to your phone. I've also removed all the viruses from your device." Cleared them out already? He Kongsha inquired. Wei Xin cautioned, "What I am about to tell you must not frighten you." He Kongsha chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. "What do you mean? I'm curious to see if you can draw out any sinister figures during your transfer." He Kongsha's smile gradually faded. The probability of encountering danger was quite low, but it was not non-existent. Wei Xian spoke candidly. I am psychologically prepared, He Kongsha replied, feigning calmness. As long as you are prepared mentally. All you need to do is move towards your destination. Do not concern yourself with anything else. This simple statement provided He Kongsha with immense comfort. If the big boss said there was no problem, then indeed, there was none. He glanced at the time. It was just past 9. And he still had a bit of time left. He walked to the bathroom and stared at his unkempt reflection. I can't go on like this. My appearance is utterly disheveled. Overwhelmed by fear and panic, he had neglected shaving for several weeks. Continuous sleepless nights had left dark circles under his eyes, and the whites were veined with blood, making him look a decade older than before. He earnestly washed his face, lathered up, and shaved off his stubble. Then donned a crisp new outfit and tidied his hair. Much better. This resembles my former self. He Kongsha flashed a bright smile at his refreshed image in the mirror, exclaiming nice. Off to embrace a new life with the big boss. He donned a cap, mask, and clear glasses, and with the exuberance of a crowing rooster, he dashed downstairs. To the lady selling breakfast, he cheerfully called out, Annie, please pack a bowl of tofu pudding and 2 pickled vegetable buns. And add extra sugar to the tofu pudding. The amiable vendor responded, sure thing. He Kang's heightened sense of vigilance led him to keenly observe his surroundings throughout his journey. He frequently glanced back and forth, feigning nonchalance as he activated his phone's front camera to check for any potential followers. Unfortunately, his rudimentary counter-surveillance tactics were easily sidestepped by Wei Xian, who effortlessly trailed him into the subway, disembarked at the same station, and boarded a train in a different carriage on the same route. The path remained unobstructed, devoid of any complications or suspicious individuals. However, this segment was merely the beginning. He Kang's destination was Tonglin City, the stronghold of Wei Xian. He would not travel directly to Tonglin City, but would instead make a brief stop in another city, spending the night before taking a 3-hour train journey to his final destination. This overnight stay was pivotal. Anxious, He Kang's eyes darted beneath his plain glasses, occasionally sneaking a glance at his phone in his pocket to check for messages from Wei Xian. Following their planned itinerary, he entered the high-speed rail station and successfully boarded the train. Meanwhile, Wei Xian, in the adjacent carriage, observed him discreetly slip into the restroom, prompting her to send a message, I've boarded the train. I know, Wei Xian replied almost instantaneously. You can rest for a while. There is no danger here. Instantly reassured, He Kang's left the restroom and settled comfortably into his seat, seizing the opportunity for a brief nap. Upon the train's arrival at its final destination, He Kongsha followed the route devised by Wei Xian, departing from the high-speed rail station and taking a taxi to a secluded urban village. He deposited his luggage in a modest inn and sent another message to Wei Xian. I have arrived at the inn. I am aware, Wei Xian replied. Wash up and get some rest. It's nothing to worry about. Keep your phone volume at maximum. I will notify you if anything arises. He Kongsha responded, Understood, boss. By the way, it seems particularly sparse here in this urban village. There are hardly any residents, and numerous houses have collapsed. Is this place slated for demolition? Indeed. In areas with fewer inhabitants, it is easier to dispose of a body, and also convenient for fishing. He Kongsha was no fool and understood this rationale. He suspected that the Black Snake had dispatched someone for his protection. After all, why would Black Snake be so unconcerned about his safety? Having grasped the crux of the matter, he lay on the bed, feigning composure. After all, he was merely a novice. His greatest utility lay in remaining inconspicuous, a realm in which the boss excelled far beyond him. He Kongsha indulged in a flurry of imaginative scenarios, pondering whether an assassin might strike him in the dead of night, or if a violent confrontation might unfold outside his door, leaving him to awaken the next day to a grisly scene of carnage. Amidst his wild imaginings, He Kongsha succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day he awoke unscathed, having heard no sounds of conflict the previous night, nor had he encountered a scene of devastation upon stepping outside with his luggage. What a relief. It was merely a false alarm. He promptly sent a message to report his whereabouts. I am heading to the train station to catch a train. Proceed. Oh, managing underlings is such a hassle. Wei Xian sat cross-legged atop the hotel roof, observing He Kongsha as he hurriedly approached the roadside to hail a taxi with his suitcase in tow. The previous night had passed quietly, devoid of any unforeseen events. Wei Xian maintained a calm demeanor, neither disheartened nor overly relaxed. After all, the enemy is not a docile dog, appearing at one's beck and call. With a graceful leap from the third-floor building, she maneuvered through the shadows and landed softly on the ground. Following He Kongsher, she caught a taxi, and they proceeded together to the train station. He Kongsher had hoped that this journey would unfold smoothly to its destination, and Wei Xian shared that sentiment. However, the journey on the green train encountered a hiccup as it came to an abrupt halt on the tracks. Wei Xian approached a train attendant to inquire about the situation. The attendant explained that stones had been placed on the tracks, likely the handiwork of local children, and that the debris needed to be cleared before they could proceed. Stones on the tracks? Wei Xian furrowed her brow, sensing that the matter was more complicated than it appeared. She glanced back at the train car, where He Kongsher sat, his mask and cap firmly in place throughout the journey. After half an hour, the train resumed its journey, the vintage locomotive producing a cacophony that was far from the serene silence of high-speed trains. With a grave expression, Wei Xian attentively discerned the various noises, when suddenly she caught the faint sound of something scraping against the roof of the train, a sound so subtle that an ordinary person would scarcely notice it. In a swift motion, she rose from her seat and made her way to the restroom of the train car. Calmly, she sent a message to He Kongsher. A minor incident has occurred. He Kongsher replied, act with discretion, relocate the compartment when necessary, and remain concealed. He Kong was apprehensive, responding, I understand. Wei Xian retrieved a mask from her pocket, affixing it to her face. She then directed her gaze towards the ceiling of the train's restroom, channeling her strength into her legs as she initiated a swift maneuver through the shadows, seamlessly traversing the compartment's ceiling to emerge atop the moving train. The wild wind tousled her hair and fluttered her garments. Her gaze was firmly fixed on the figure clad in black, also standing atop the carriage, her expression darkening. I despise those who burden me with additional tasks, she murmured to herself. The train's velocity steadily increased, and the sound of the wind grew louder in his ears as the elongated carriage traversed through desolate yet lush mountain forests. Surveillance devices lined the tracks, compelling Wei Xian to allocate a portion of his focus to manipulate these cameras, ensuring his concealment. Both Wei Xian and the cloaked figure opposite him stood firmly atop the train, their bodies remarkably stable, seemingly impervious to the buffeting winds and the train's speed. Wei Xian slightly bent forward, his legs firmly apart to maintain balance. The passive skill, Eye of Investigation, activated effortlessly. He swiftly discerned the specific extraordinary abilities possessed by his adversary: Grade C Flesh Regeneration and Grade C Nightmare Manipulation. A look of distaste crossed Wei Xian's face as he scrutinized the figure before him, recognizing the implications of his abilities. Nightmare Manipulation allowed the wielder to create manifestations for combat, with the duration and quantity of these manifestations directly draining the user's strength. The crucial aspect was that the nightmares needed to be artificially generated, and the method of creation was consumption. If the consumed individual possessed unique extraordinary abilities, there was a probability that these abilities could be retained upon transformation into a nightmare. The possessor of Nightmare Manipulation functioned as a peculiar kind of usurper, showcasing the miraculous nature of extraordinary abilities, which came in various forms. Bloodline adepts typically possessed flesh regeneration, and those particularly fortunate among them, who resisted the corruption of divine blood, could awaken additional extraordinary abilities. The cloaked figure opposite him was either a bloodline adept or a usurper who had seized the abilities of such an adept. C-level, a rank not to be underestimated. Wei Xian speculated that most self-awakened players likely maintained their extraordinary abilities at E or D levels. The probability of awakening to become a paragon among men was exceedingly slim. Under Wei Xian's watchful gaze, the figure clad in black before him convulsed twice, its form grotesquely splitting apart, as a blood-soaked monster emerged from within. Its limbs bore resemblance to those of a human, yet devoid of skin, exposing raw muscle and fascia. A viscous fluid perpetually oozed from its body, evoking nausea at first glance. The arms and legs of the nightmare incarnation were grotesquely disproportionate, with its hands resembling slender, conical spikes. It crouched low, its legs intertwined, glaring at Wei Xian with the predatory intensity of a frog poised to strike. The nightmare let out a roar, its mouth brimming with sharp teeth, a long tongue flicking over its lips. A speed type, Wei Xian deduced. The body structure of this nightmare incarnation was remarkably light, its legs imbued with explosive strength, suggesting exceptional agility and mobility. During his time at the investigation department, Wei Xian learned that, in the lower tiers, physical enhancement abilities were far superior. as these powers tangibly improve the body. In contrast, abilities such as water or fire manipulation were less advantageous in the early stages. A low-level mage stood little chance against an equally ranked assassin or berserker. The nightmare incarnation before him bore similarities to those with physical enhancement abilities, posing a certain degree of threat. Yet, how many nightmare incarnations did the opponent possess in total? How long could they sustain themselves? A C-level ability should not be overwhelmingly formidable. Wei Xian wished to avoid being reported for murder on the forum, so her initial intention was to resolve matters through alternative means rather than resorting to direct killing. Ideally, she aimed to orchestrate an accident to eliminate her adversary. However, the figure clad in black possessed a formidable regenerative ability. If Wei Xian did not deliver a lethal blow herself, it would be challenging to ascertain whether the opponent was truly vanquished. Thus, she had to adapt to the situation as it unfolded. After a brief standoff, the figure in black lost patience. The blood-red nightmare suddenly sprang into action, leaping towards Wei Xian like a frog, its spiky arms aimed directly at her eyes. The train's roof was uneven, and though it was not night, the sunlight cast numerous small shadows across the surface. She skillfully utilized the shadows to initiate a spatial shift, effortlessly evading the strike. Then, she darted to the side of the nightmare and delivered a powerful kick, sending it tumbling off the train. It emitted a piercing shriek as it rolled across the tracks. In an instant, it pivoted and began to chase the train with a frenzied speed, transforming into a crimson blur. With remarkable agility, it leaped back onto the roof, launching a vigorous assault against her. Wei Xian once again dodged, but the spikes meant for attack were left unretracted, piercing through the train's roof and into the carriage below. A look of distress crossed Wei Xian's face, not due to the nightmare's tenacity, but because she heard the panicked screams of the passengers. Could it be? Would she fail to maintain her status as a law-abiding citizen? Wei Xian murmured to herself. This situation could not escalate. As the malevolent entity prepared to withdraw its vicious spike from the carriage, Wei Xian executed a swift knee strike, sending it tumbling onto the tracks. In the fleeting moment that it began to sprint after the train, Wei Xian unleashed a series of shadowy maneuvers, closing in to less than a meter from the cloaked figure. The figure reacted with remarkable speed, tearing open his outer garment and drawing a knife from his belt. Just as another ghastly head of the entity began to emerge from his chest, a jolt of alarm surged through Wei Xian. She lunged forward, spinning around to deliver a roundhouse kick that sent the weapon flying from the figure's grasp. The glinting blade soared through the air, and with a deft gesture of her right hand, it seemed to be drawn back as if by an unseen magnetic force, returning to her control. Under her ethereal manipulation, the knife plunged viciously into the contorted flesh of the figure's chest, forcing back the entity that had yet to fully emerge. The anguished cry of the cloaked figure reached her ears, yet her countenance remained devoid of emotion. Magnetic blade, level C. This extraordinary ability to manipulate metal through magnetic fields, while perhaps limited in offensive power, proved to be surprisingly effective in the right circumstances. Wei Xian felt the rush of wind against her neck. Her form dissolved into a swirl of black mist. In the next instant, the sharp spikes swept through the space where she had stood, the blood-red creature's attack missing its target. The black mist coalesced within the shadow behind the cloaked figure, and the knife embedded in his chest was discreetly extracted by an invisible hand. Blood gushed forth momentarily before swiftly ceasing, the wound closing at a terrifying pace. The bloodied knife veered and flew into Wei Xian's grasp. Clutching the sticky blade, she executed a maneuver more precise than that of a butcher, deftly piercing the interstice of the black-clad man's cervical vertebrae. His body convulsed momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With a pallid countenance, the black-clad man uttered the first words following their skirmish. "You cannot escape. I am not alone. The divine watches over you. You cannot flee." The nightmare did not relent in its assault. It shrieked and charged towards Wei Xian, yet the train was rapidly approaching a mountain tunnel. In an instant, Wei Xian transformed into a wisp of black mist, her vision engulfed in darkness, while the nightmare was violently repelled by the low entrance of the tunnel. The horrific sound of the impact merged with the monstrous roars, intertwining with the cacophony produced by the train as it traversed the tunnel, echoing endlessly within the inky void. With the hindrance of the nightmare eliminated, Wei Xian lowered her body and crawled atop the train, maneuvering close to the black-clad man. With a swift extension of her leg, she mercilessly kicked him off the train. The agonizing, distorted screams filled the air as the train's gears, and the constricted tunnel crushed the man's body, leaving him no means of evasion. Approximately 10 seconds later, light flooded into Wei Xian's eyes as the train emerged from the tunnel. The twisted, penetrating screams subsided, and the blood-red nightmare that had pursued the train suddenly faltered, collapsing onto the tracks and dissolving into a pool of blood. Wei Xian straightened her posture, her gaze fixated on the tunnel's mouth, waiting several moments without witnessing any figures emerging from the darkness. She did not receive the kill notification because she had not personally slain the figure in black. Rather, she had utilized the train and tunnel to eliminate him. Wei Xian opened her phone to check the forum, and as soon as the page refreshed, she noticed a new notification at the very bottom of the player casualty list. The avatar known as Agent 9986 had perished on August 12th. Upon refreshing the forum homepage once more, she found that a vigilant player, constantly monitoring the list of fallen players, had posted a thread titled, "Another agent has met their demise," with the time of death coinciding with the recent update. Only one name appeared on the list, indicating it was not a case of player versus player. Wei Xian exhaled in relief and slipped her phone back into her pocket. Instead of immediately returning to the carriage, she braved the howling wind, traversing the top of the train to ensure there were no suspicious individuals concealed there. She then sent a message to He Kongshi. "Was there any commotion in the carriage just now?" He Kongshi seemed utterly terrified and promptly replied, "Oh my gosh. You scared me to death. Just now, we heard several loud banging sounds in our carriage, and someone from another carriage rushed over to tell us that there was a hole in their roof. Others speculated that some claw-like object had inexplicably penetrated it. Passengers speculated that it might be a wild animal from the mountain that had fallen onto the roof, and the roaring was quite unsettling. The crew went to inform the train driver to stop and check the carriage, but the driver was instructed by the station not to halt, to keep moving. Now the crew is trying to reassure the passengers, claiming it's not a significant issue. Are we under attack on this train? Wei Xian, the situation has been temporarily resolved. An anomalous blooded individual attacked the carriage. It is possible that he has accomplices, though it remains uncertain whether they are aboard or elsewhere. It is likely they are not on the train, as the roof has already been inspected. Please remain vigilant regarding the fellow passengers around you, ensuring that no suspicious individuals blend in." She pondered gravely for a moment. The interior of the carriage is under surveillance. Unless the assailants possess extraordinary abilities to alter their appearances, they would hardly disguise themselves as passengers. That is reassuring. I will keep a watchful eye on my surroundings. He Kongshi replied. After a brief interval, he sent another anxious message. Something feels amiss. When a train encounters issues, the immediate protocol should be to halt and conduct repairs. The train station should be acutely aware of the dangers of forcing the train to continue. Why, then, is it still in motion? This deviates from standard procedure. Wei Xian too contemplated this pivotal question. According to established protocols, the train ought to have stopped for inspection, yet it did not. Unless those issuing commands are aware that the train's irregularities are not due to mechanical failures or track issues, but rather a pursuit by certain individuals. Wei Xian raised her arm to shield her eyes from the glaring sunlight, gazing up at the brilliantly blue sky. In the boundless expanse of space, controlled satellites silently captured a series of photographs. In this technological society, the means of surveillance have never been limited to mere cameras. A woman clad in a white protective suit crouches upon the railway tracks, meticulously collecting samples. The crimson liquid coursing along the tracks has partially dried, yet remnants still linger upon the surface. With great care, she employs tweezers to grasp the red fragments, depositing them into a glass vial, followed by a cotton swab to extract additional samples, which she similarly preserves in a container. After securing the samples within a portable metal box, she exhales deeply and rises to her feet. The tracks are entirely cordoned off, surrounded by numerous individuals in black combat gear, fully armed and vigilant. This scene is heavily fortified. It does not resemble blood. Blood does not retain such a vibrant hue after oxidation, the woman in the protective suit asserts, drawing upon her extensive experience as a forensic expert. What, then, is this substance? Her colleague, also garbed in protective attire, expresses a profound sense of skepticism. Reports indicated a fatality, yet no corpse is in sight. Only this substantial quantity of liquid, reminiscent of blood. This sanguine fluid sprawls across the entirety of the railway, extending from the train tunnel into the distant horizon. She can vividly envision the harrowing scene that transpired. A train must have collided with something. That object reduced to mere fragments under the relentless force of the train's passage. She has dealt with numerous corpses. Yet the most horrifying incident she encountered involved a truck driver who struck a pedestrian on a busy road. The unfortunate victim's body became ensnared beneath the vehicle, dragged for several kilometers until the truck was finally stopped. When it was apprehended, the entire undercarriage and the roadway were smeared with mangled flesh and blood. However, the situation she faced today was unprecedented. Blood-red liquid was splattered everywhere, yet there was no sign of a body or any flesh. She couldn't even ascertain whether this crimson fluid was indeed blood. As they followed the railway's perimeter, searching further afield, the police dogs sniffed restlessly along the tracks. For reasons unknown, the dogs appeared exceptionally agitated, displaying signs of losing control, a stark contrast to their usual obedience. One particularly mild-mannered dog trembled in fear, clinging to its handler as if confronted by an arch-nemesis. With each discovery of the sanguine liquid, the dogs erupted into frantic barking, their cries distinctly different from their usual alert barks. Upon reaching the train tunnel, the dogs unearthed a tattered black garment, shredded by the train wheels and scattered in disarray. Strangely, although the fabric was soaked with the red liquid, the body remained conspicuously absent. Blood and the victim's clothing were present, yet the corpse was nowhere to be found. Could it have disintegrated? Perhaps those crimson fluids. It was plausible, warranting thorough examination back at the laboratory. This was not a typical occurrence. It resembled a scene from a horror narrative. What exactly had transpired on this stretch of railway? The train has come to a halt at the station, where an inspection of the carriages is underway, promising to reveal the truth. At that moment, a police dog, previously sniffing around, suddenly went berserk, breaking free from its collar and violently attacking its fellow canine. The attacked dog, in turn, succumbed to frenzy, igniting a fierce battle among 3 police dogs patrolling the tracks, their blood staining their fur in vivid crimson. As bystanders attempted to separate the dogs, the canines redirected their aggression towards humans, baring their teeth and launching indiscriminate attacks. Efforts to intervene proved futile, and the dogs were ultimately shot dead. 3 sharp gunshots reverberated through the forest, sending a shiver down the spines of those tasked with securing the scene. What transpired? A woman, who had just collected samples, knelt to examine the lifeless body of a police dog. When her nose came into contact with the crimson liquid, she licked it and instantly went mad. The person who had been controlling the dog, his face frozen in horror, attempted to explain. It seemed the situation was indeed spiraling into a terrifying ordeal. Meanwhile, Hikansher, carrying his small suitcase, gazed at the unfamiliar city and messaged the Black Snake. I can't shake the feeling that I am being targeted. Hikansher, lost in thought, remarked that a portion of the passengers on the train had been taken for questioning regarding the incident. Some passengers were questioned for merely 3 minutes, while I endured 20. Upon disembarking, we were required to individually scan our faces before being permitted to leave. As I glanced back while departing, the train station appeared to be under lockdown, with a considerable number of individuals entering, armed with disinfection equipment. Black Serpent remarked, "It's normal." Hikansher retorted, "What is normal about this? The commotion is excessive." Black Serpent continued, "Such a significant disturbance is bound to attract the attention of the relevant authorities. It would be abnormal if it didn't, especially considering how thoroughly your identity has been exposed. You are undoubtedly a focal point of scrutiny." Hikansher, in a state of alarm, questioned, "Will I be treated as a guinea pig? Will I be observed? It is uncertain what measures they may take against you." Fear surged within me. Could it be that I might be taken away in the dead of night? Black Serpent appeared somewhat resigned, pausing briefly before responding, "You are a law-abiding citizen. If they intended to take you, they would have done so already." Reflecting on this, I managed to calm my racing heart. Indeed, I regained my composure. If someone truly wished to take me away, what would you do, esteemed one? Black Serpent replied, "If their intentions are benevolent, I would leave the choice to you." Hikansher fell into a long silence, then murmured, "I feel an impulsive urge to call you father or mother." Black Serpent was left speechless. "Stop with the banter. Find a place to stay. In the city, you can reside anywhere you wish," he stated. Upon hearing this, a delayed joy enveloped Hikansher, to the point that he felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. "Am I safe now? What else could it be? Do you have any recommended places? My savings are rather limited at the moment, as most of my money has been given to my parents. If you're looking for affordability, it's best to avoid staying in the city center. It is well known that properties in the old town are the most economical." The closer one is to the city center, the higher the rental prices. Hikangsha found Black Snake's words to be quite sensible. So he took his suitcase and hopped on the subway to the old town. After meandering through several streets, he soon spotted a rental agency. Drawing upon his extensive experience in renting, Hikangsha swiftly selected a one-bedroom apartment. After reviewing the contract and ensuring everything was in order, he moved in with his suitcase. He refrained from signing a long-term lease, opting instead for a short-term one, as the uncertainties of the future could necessitate frequent relocations. By the time Hikangsha settled in, it was already evening. At 1801, the horizon blazed with an orange hue, heralding the arrival of a mirage. Hikangsha stood upon the balcony of his new abode, gazing upwards at the sky, unable to suppress a murmured realization. So this is the mirage of this city. Concurrently, Wei Xian positioned herself by the window, capturing the ephemeral illusion on her device. The mirage lingered unusually long. She held her phone aloft for many minutes, her arm growing weary, until the spectral vision gradually faded from the skyline. Upon replaying the recording, she counted the seconds, her expression darkening. 11 minutes and 58 seconds. The previous day's manifestation lasted 10 minutes and 30 seconds, while the day before that, it was 9 minutes and 26 seconds. Apart from the increasing duration, there seemed to be no discernible pattern. During the last return, the illusion had scarcely endured for a minute, perhaps a mere 50 seconds. However, after the second return, the duration of the apparition had experienced a remarkable escalation. This was not a promising sign. In the not-so-distant future, might these phantoms linger eternally in the heavens? Or more ominously, could they transform from mere illusions into tangible reality, descending upon this world? Wei Xian retreated a few steps and reclined upon her bed, feeling an unprecedented fatigue enveloping her mind. After several consecutive days of intense data manipulation, her brain felt as if it might burst, yet the rewards were gratifying. As her proficiency in data control surged rapidly, evolving from clumsy initial attempts to adeptly infiltrating devices and altering data streams from various ports. Nonetheless, the corporeal form remains inherently limited. While computers can operate continuously for 24 hours, the human brain cannot sustain such endurance. A computer can simultaneously execute multiple commands, whereas the human mind struggles to multitask effectively. As Wei Xian engaged in battle, her efforts to manipulate data and circumvent surveillance significantly hampered her performance. Moreover, data manipulation necessitates breaching various ports, often requiring evasion of firewalls. Some firewalls are relatively easy to bypass, while others present a more formidable challenge. For instance, infiltrating the firewall of a personal computer is akin to merely opening a drawer, whereas breaching the Pentagon's firewall is comparable to unlocking the vault of a bank. Although the vault can be accessed, it demands considerable time and effort. Data manipulation is not an omnipotent solution, and the limitations of the human brain become particularly pronounced when employing this capability. Wei Xian had watched several science fiction films. While some of the fantastical elements were impractical, they sparked her imagination. She pondered the possibility of creating an external mechanical brain. Relying on a smartphone and computer as mere data relay stations proved inefficient, as data processing lacked the requisite speed and convenience. While smartphones and computers serve as intermediary devices, an external brain could function as a second organ. In this information age, smartphones are humorously referred to as humanity's external brains, integral to every facet of human life. Wei Xian envisioned crafting a specialized external brain to assist her in managing various data tasks. In the second world, individuals utilize mechanical prosthetics to assist their daily lives. She could also create a mechanical brain, connecting it to her consciousness, allowing the mechanical brain to supplant the human brain in receiving and processing data. The operational pathways and computational formulas of the human brain are ill-suited for handling information. However, the mechanical brain excels in this regard. With the mechanical brain, one could fully harness the capabilities of data manipulation. The sole drawback is that such advanced mechanical brain technology may only be feasible in the second world. During the escort of Hikong, numerous unforeseen events transpired. Just before the train reached its station, Wei Xian seamlessly traversed through shadows to leap from the train, erasing all travel information and manipulating the surveillance cameras. The only vulnerability lay in the satellites above. However, Wei Xian later discovered that the satellite passing overhead at that moment was merely an ordinary one, with a resolution of only 0.6 meters. significantly inferior to the advanced reconnaissance satellites boasting a resolution of 0.1 meters. Satellites cannot record video, they can only capture photographs. And it is likely that in the resulting images, she and the cloaked figure appeared as indistinct color patches, with no discernible facial features or clothing. While they were aware that the train had been attacked and that someone had thwarted the assault, they remained oblivious to the identities of both the assailant and the savior. Kuei Xin remained secure. She must continue to operate from the shadows, observing all, while gradually expanding her influence. He Kong is the first to join her, but he is merely the inaugural member. Many more will follow. On August 15th, the 6th day of returning to the First World, the experiences in the Second World were sufficiently thrilling and exhausting. In contrast, while the First World harbors certain dangers, it is overall much more tranquil, at the very least. Wei Xin no longer has to live with her life hanging by a thread. Su Rong, still recovering from her illness and in poor spirits, has prompted her family to grant her a few extra days off, which means Wei Xin has not been providing her tutoring during this time. These leisurely days are a rare luxury. Wei Xin adheres to her training regimen daily while occasionally perusing forums and news to stay attuned to various developments, particularly those concerning the secret cult members. Some players have become members of this secret cult after traversing to the Second World, with Fang Ji being one of them. And the black-clad man Wei Xin killed on the train seemingly belonging to the same group. The dying words of that man slightly piqued her interest. I am not alone. The divine is watching over you. Initially, Wei Xin believed that he uttered such ominous words because there were accomplices aboard the train, but later realized he was entirely alone in his assault. Thus, the implication of the black-clad man's final words might be that many other blooded beings are fixated on them, and they will come for them, leaving no escape. This notion led Wei Xin to ponder about Fang Ji, who had inexplicably arrived in Tonglin City and found Su Rong's home without reason, as if guided by some divine force to the correct destination. Currently, Wei Xion's primary crisis in the First World stems from the Blood Outsiders and the deity worshipped by them. To preemptively guard against any sudden incursions by these outsiders, Wei Xian has deliberately integrated into the city's surveillance system, as she currently lacks the capacity to analyze every single surveillance feed throughout the city. She has chosen to focus her attention on the monitoring of her own residents, as well as the homes of Su Rong and He Kong. Additionally, Wei Xian has duplicated a set of resident information and facial recognition software. After toiling for an extended period, she successfully inputted the resident data into the program, allowing her to remain vigilant should any individuals from outside provinces or cities appear in the monitored areas. Due to the limitations on her phone's data storage capacity, which cannot accommodate such an extensive volume of data, she found it necessary to procure components from a computer store to assemble a high-performance computer tailored to her needs. With the meticulously organized data uploaded, she connected the alarm system to her mobile device. Wei Xian felt akin to a savvy opportunist. Although she lacked the skills to write facial recognition software, she simply infiltrated the computers of experts in the field to copy the recognition code intact. Her field of vision could not encompass too vast an area. Thus, leveraging the existing surveillance system proved to be an astute choice. One must learn to judiciously utilize the tools available at hand. Wei Xian had other matters to attend to and could not afford to devote all her energy to managing data and monitoring the Blood Outsiders. Consequently, she relied on her computer, enabling her to conserve time and energy, addressing only the automatic alerts as they arose. In recent days, He Kongsher has contacted Wei Xian less frequently as he has been preoccupied with earning money, due to the inability to venture out freely or make appearances online. He Kongsher has lost his source of income. Consequently, he was compelled to create a secondary account, opting for voice-only game commentary without revealing his identity. During this process, he specifically sought Wei Xian's assistance in setting up encryption to prevent being doxxed. He mentioned that he had purchased a voice changer, which had already arrived. He stated that he would be live-streaming every evening, inviting his superior to join. At Wei Xian's request, he altered his form of address, now referring to her as boss. That evening, with some leisure time, Wei Xian decided to check He Kongsher's live stream, and a peculiar expression crossed her face. The voice changer he had acquired transformed his voice into that of a woman, specifically a sultry tone. The chat was filled with viewers praising, "Sister, your voice is delightful. Your comebacks are so satisfying. Do deliver more." Upon glancing at the bio of He Kongsher's newly created account, she noted, "Earning money, not shabby at all." It was evident that this fellow had truly grasped the secret to attracting traffic. After capturing a glimpse of the mirage in the sky, Wei Xian had dinner, took a moment to rest, and completed a few sets of practice exercises. Following her usual routine, she conducted an additional sweep of the city's surveillance systems. Tonight was destined to be a pivotal night. After midnight, it would be August 16th. The official announcement had stated that the list of players selected for the second batch of internal testing for Crimson Land would be disclosed promptly at midnight. For many, this night was bound to be one of insomnia. Those who have yet to embark on the game eagerly anticipate their selection, while those who have already participated await the arrival of 100,000 new players in the forum, ready to enlighten them with insights. With 10 minutes remaining until midnight, Wei Xian paused all activities and settled onto the bed, eager to refresh the forum. The players engaged in fervent discussions within the forum. One wonders if newcomers might perceive the conversations as peculiar role-playing. The screen flooded with incomprehensible terms and strange discussion threads. Each participant seemingly engrossed. Wouldn't that be daunting for them? Once those 100,000 arrive, the secret of the traversal will be impossible to conceal. It is inevitable that someone will leak information from the forum, which is a thought that brings a headache. I suspect this batch of players will be particularly obstinate and rebellious, as they have been vigorously dissuaded from engaging in the game, yet remain resolute in their decision. This is certainly not our fault. Wei Xian quietly scrolled through posts, calmly browsing one after another. As the clock struck midnight, the time on the phone reset to 0. With a swift tap, she refreshed the page. Initially blank, the forum then displayed subtle changes. A navigation bar appeared at the top of the page, featuring several sections labeled First Section, Second Section, and Personal Section. Wei Xian was taken aback. With another refresh, numerous posts marked new emerged. The forum had been segmented. Goodness. The initial group of players belongs to the first segment. Thus, the upcoming batch of internal testers should rightfully belong to the second segment. To my surprise, there exists a personal segment alongside. What purpose does this segment serve? Is it designated for the players themselves? I cannot access the personal segment. While the second segment is indeed accessible, albeit with an empty quantity of posts, perhaps the players from the second trial have yet to complete their registrations. We shall wait a little longer. What is the nature of the personal segment? I still cannot enter the personal segment. Wei Xian hesitated for a moment, then tentatively clicked the button for the personal segment. The page loaded, and a window appeared, detected that the player holds the forum title Hunter, fulfilling the conditions to unlock the personal segment. Upon activation, you shall become the sole administrator of this segment, wielding powers to delete posts, pin topics, mute users, and establish forum rules. You may invite other players to join this segment for discussion and communication. Those who have not received an invitation cannot enter. Would you like to proceed? Wei Xian was taken aback, utterly astonished to discover that the seemingly useless title reward obtained from vanquishing Feng Ji had a genuine purpose. Only players who possess a title can unlock a personal segment. Undoubtedly, the activation of this personal segment will expedite the division of player factions, encouraging players to form tighter-knit groups. Without further hesitation, she clicked Confirm. Please set the name for your personal segment. Wei Xian pondered for a few seconds and entered Black Serpent. The personal segment, Black Serpent, has been activated. The forum page automatically refreshed. In the navigation bar, the first section, the second section, and Black Snake are listed in parallel order. The term Black Snake stands out starkly in the navigation bar, creating a dissonance. The moment these two characters appear, players in the first section are left bewildered. The personal section labeled Black Snake raises questions. What on earth is this? It changed so abruptly. What is Black Snake? Is it a nickname? I assume it refers to a player named Black Snake who has initiated a personal forum. Am I mistaken? Wei Xian's phone emits incessant notifications, and He Kongshi, who is also awake, is fervently messaging her. He Kongshi, boss. Is that Black Snake in the personal section you? Wei Xian. Yes, it's me. He Kongshi. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. This is epic. Display it on the public screen. Wei Xian's lips twitch in response. He Kongshi, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaims, Boss, I feel like I've chosen the right person. It's akin to joining a rebellion, only to discover halfway through that the leader is destined for greatness. The person I am following is destined to be an emperor. Wei Xian. This fellow is having a delusional episode. What does it signify to be the first player to launch a personal section on the forum? It is an extraordinary rarity, a unique global distinction. The most formidable high player of Crimson Soil. He Kongsher showers her with compliments, each more extravagant than the last. Just envision, when any new batch of players enters the game and clicks on the forum page, the first thing they see will be your moniker, Boss. The name Black Snake is destined to be etched in the memories of all. What is this if not a display of status? Kuei-shin sighed, closed the dialogue box, and chose to ignore him. She navigated to her personal section, which remained a blank canvas. After a moment's contemplation, she posted a new thread consisting solely of a punctuation mark. The thread's title prominently featured her username, styled in bold, preceded by the title Hunter 233. Upon clicking her username, she discovered that the title Hunter could be concealed. Thus, she obscured the prefix, leaving only the moniker 233, and subsequently deleted the post that contained nothing but a punctuation mark. After examining the functionalities of her personal section for a while, she located the invitation button. In the invitation box, she entered He Kongsher's username My E Jiang is me, thereby incorporating him into the section. She then instructed him on her phone, do not speak out of turn without my permission. Having completed these tasks, Kuei-shin returned to the forum's homepage and glanced at the second section. It appeared that some swift second batch beta testers had already registered, with only a handful of posts. One thread bore the title, Are second batch beta testers not allowed to enter the first section? The section named Black Serpent is also inaccessible. Does anyone know why? Kuei-shin pondered this briefly before returning to the first section, where she found veteran players commenting, I have tried. It seems that first batch beta testers can freely enter the second section and post there, but those from the second section cannot access the first. Kuei-shin contemplated this information thoughtfully. The initial batch of beta testers enjoys priority access, allowing them unrestricted entry into lower-tier sections, while the privileges of the second batch of testers are constrained. In essence, this forum exhibits a certain hierarchical structure. In the realm of artificial souls, the second batch of players for the 120th iteration of the internal beta will complete their registration within 24 hours. However, the list of those who have been eagerly awaiting this moment is substantial. Within half an hour of its announcement, numerous new players have already registered and entered the forum. Given the vast pool of 100,000 participants, a considerable number of individuals are active within the second segment, with thousands more joining in just 30 minutes. Wei Xian watched in silence as the grim tally of survivors at the top of the forum fluctuated ominously, soaring from nearly 9,000 to 11,280. With each refresh, the number of living souls incremented by several digits. Gazing at the ever-rising count, Wei Xian pondered expressionlessly, how many lives will be lost after this week? With less than 24 hours remaining until the next journey into the second world, will these new players acquire sufficient intelligence and knowledge within the forum? The breadth of knowledge they must grasp is staggering, ranging from the most basic tasks of shopping in a mall to navigating the hover tram system, and even understanding public etiquette. They must learn how to operate elevators and household appliances. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Veteran players from the first segment have already ventured to the second segment to impart crucial information, while many others have transferred educational posts from the first segment to the second. Yet, the newly arrived players in the forum are baffled, mistaking the veterans' earnestness for jest. The seasoned players endeavor to convey to the newcomers that this is no mere game. It is a genuine traversal of worlds. I urge everyone to meticulously read the post advocating for the relocation of veteran players to the second section, and it would be best to memorize it in its entirety, even if it means staying up late. Have you noticed the number of active participants at the top of the forum? Before the addition of the second batch of beta testers, our initial group of 10,000 has already seen over 1,000 perish. 1L, your tone is so serious that it sends chills down my spine. 2L, haha, the atmosphere in the forum is delightful. Everyone is deeply engaged in the game. 3L, here it comes, trying to intimidate the newcomers, isn't it? The original poster initially attempted to explain a few points to them, but it only worsened the situation. Even some new players began to jest, filling the forum with a jovial ambience. After several exchanges, the weary original poster ceased their efforts, exclaiming, I have done all I can. Do not blame me later. The players from the first section consoled the original poster, saying, stay calm, my friend. We have fulfilled our duty. This is not our fault. In the forum, the usernames of players from the two sections are distinctly colored, veterans in red and newcomers in green, making their identities immediately clear. However, not all newcomers are obstinate. A portion of them sensed something amiss, as they, like the initial beta testers, gradually received identity cards. And these cards arrived in an inexplicable manner. Help! My father returned from his night shift and mentioned that a silver metallic card had fallen on the carpet outside, bearing my name. He inquired about its origin. How could I possibly know? How on earth did this object come to my home? By the doghouse in the courtyard. This card was discovered. My dog gnawed at it for quite some time, yet left not a single mark upon its surface. What material is this? Subsequently, an experienced player posted, having arrived at this juncture, I advise everyone to maintain a tranquil mindset and accept reality. The words we seasoned players utter are heartfelt truths. Each evening, reflections of cities appear in the sky. These reflections are, in fact, mere shadows of the edifices from a second world. Even scientists find themselves at a loss to elucidate the emergence of such phantoms and the reason for their prolonged existence. There are countless phenomena in this world that defy scientific explanation, and you are currently encountering one such enigma. Furthermore, an example of conjecture was brought forth. The renowned gaming streamer Lao Kong is a striking illustration. He bravely spoke the truth, yet we lack the courage to do the same. Witnessing his actions might evoke feelings of injustice on his behalf. Yet those who are inclined to play the game continue to do so regardless. Any attempts to dissuade them prove futile. There exists a disparity in information among players. Although conjecture enjoys considerable recognition within the gaming community, not every gaming enthusiast watches his videos or engages with social media for news. It is quite plausible that some remain blissfully unaware, naively applying for the closed beta and entering the game without a clue. Some newly registered players expressed skepticism. This game has issues. Why does the higher authority not intervene? To which the veteran players responded, this is a game that grants the opportunity to traverse worlds upon application. Can such a game truly be shut down? Why haven't governmental bodies worldwide issued gaming prohibitions or cautions against playing? Would disseminating such information incite widespread panic? The number of individuals immersed in the game constitutes a mere fraction of the global population, which exceeds 7 billion. Furthermore, publicizing the matter would inadvertently provide complementary publicity for Crimson Soil, thereby amplifying its sphere of influence and attracting an even greater influx of participants, consequently augmenting the number of victims. Rather than engaging in futile discourse, it would behoove you to peruse the enlightening informational posts disseminated by esteemed individuals. Surely, acquainting yourselves with such material would prove innocuous, wouldn't it? A neophyte gamer lamented. During my adolescent phase, I assiduously acquired and diligently studied the quintessential trilogy of transmigration literature, dedicating countless nocturnal hours to preparing for the eventuality of traversing dimensions. Upon entering this gaming forum, I experienced a nostalgic reverie, reminiscent of my callow youth. Seasoned transmigrators are exhorting novices to adequately prepare for their interdimensional journeys. Utterly ludicrous. Witnessing these posts, Wei Xian couldn't help but heave a sigh of resignation. The forum also teemed with a considerable contingent of international gamers. She meticulously tallied the number of posts, ascertaining that those in Mandarin Chinese constituted approximately 20% of the total. In certain countries where daylight currently prevailed, the number of registered users was ostensibly higher, and the level of engagement in foreign language threads was commensurately elevated. Wei Xian meticulously perused the English language threads, discovering that the content and issues deliberated upon by these international participants mirrored those discussed in the adjacent Chinese threads. Refreshing the page to browse newly posted threads, Wei Xian inadvertently caught sight of an individual flaunting a card. Esteemed luminaries, what is the significance of this depriver card? Wei Xian. Heavens, can this be true? She clicked in and saw a player showcasing their card, with the name obscured but the number unmasked, revealing the silver card's number as 12345. Beneath this post, almost all the responses were from seasoned players. First reply, what on earth, the chosen one. Second reply, wishing the original poster good fortune. Third reply, I cannot decide if you are fortunate or unfortunate. To speak frankly, having drawn this card makes you a potential perpetrator. Fourth reply, considering you are still an ignorant novice, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Do not disclose to anyone that you are a depriver. Keep your identity shrouded in secrecy, even unto death. Fifth reply, the titles of deprivers follow a peculiar pattern. One with 233, another with 777. And now we have one with 12,345. Sixth reply, goodness, congratulations to the original poster for becoming the first depriver on the entire forum to reveal their nickname. New players, unfamiliar with the game's rules, found the seasoned players sharing various official regulations along with interpretations. The forum was a maelstrom of chaos, filled with arguments, discussions, educational posts, and an amalgamation of diverse threads. Yet, with 100,000 players yet to complete their registrations, new members continuously entered the forum in confusion, overwhelmed by the barrage of posts. Returning to the initial section, someone had even initiated a betting pool. How many players from this batch would perish? I wager it will be around 10%. First reply, that feels like an understatement. My attitude remains rather optimistic. The more one delves into the popular science posts, the significantly lower the probability of exposure becomes. This group of players is far better off at the outset than we were. We are merely charting the path for them. In contrast, we entered the fray utterly uninformed. Wasteland once again refreshed the forum, noting that the number of survivors had surged to 15,088. She glanced at the second section, where new players had already revealed their identities as deprivators, and a fleeting thought crossed her mind, only to be promptly extinguished. The time is not yet ripe. At the very least, we must wait until this deprivator, designated as 12345, has successfully endured a week in the second world. Wasteland mused. The forum possesses a private messaging feature. Should this deprivator, 12345, manage to survive a week in the second world, Wasteland intends to reach out. Not to woo him, but to ascertain his identity in the real world, so she can closely observe him. To be frank, the identity of a deprivator can easily lead one astray. Wasteland believes she is traversing a path of life, one she has chosen herself. Yet she would never assert that her path is just. Deprivators warrant careful scrutiny. Currently, aside from Wasteland, the revealed deprivators are numbered 777 and 12345. The former resides abroad, making it difficult for Wasteland to reach him, while the latter, a participant in the second batch of beta testing, stands as a readily available subject for observation. 12,345's behavior resembles that of a complete novice. His willingness to display his cards is astonishing. And Wasteland harbors serious doubts about his ability to survive the first week. Black Serpent, player recruitment opening post. I am initiating recruitment for the Black Serpent faction within my personal forum section. The criteria for prospective members are as follows. 1. Both deprivers and proxies are welcome. 2. Upon entry, candidates must disclose their true identity in the first world, as well as the scope of their activities in the second world. 3. Further conditions to be determined. These straightforward prerequisites demonstrate my ambition. As I am openly seeking individuals of interest, I have cast my line and now await those willing to take the bait. My prominent reputation within the forum, attributed to the alias 233, serves as a veritable draw. My personal section, Black Serpent, commands the attention of all players. I am signaling to everyone that this space is under the proprietorship of the player known as 233, who is willing to brave considerable risks to contact me, who, fully cognizant of the potential dangers, remains undaunted. Within a minute of this post's publication, the response rate exploded.